I will be forever passionate, loyal, and romantic until death do us part. So when you killed my brother, go to hell. The stage lights blazed, carrying boundless hatred. Zhou Suisui raised the gleaming knife and lunged at the woman who had just won the Best Actress award. Her hatred was overwhelming, corroding her bones and burning her heart. Her brother, the one who had been her only family. He was such a good man, devoted to Su Wan with all his heart. Whatever Su Wan wanted, he gave it to her with both hands, helping her become the top star in the entertainment industry. But in the end, he was falsely accused of attempted rape by her fans, his family ruined, and he was driven to suicide. She stepped on his bones to become the Best Actress. He died so miserably. Why should she be so glorious? Poochie, the sound of a sharp dagger piercing flesh. Haha, brother, I finally avenged you. Murder. Someone come. Immediately screams erupted everywhere. The once joyful award ceremony instantly fell into chaos. Zhou Suisui had achieved her revenge, blood dripping from the knife in her hand, forming a horrifying pattern on the floor. She laughed joyfully. Brother, did you see? I finally avenged you. She looked up, and the ferocious smile froze on her face. Su Wan, pale-faced, hid behind a bodyguard. The knife had missed, only scratching her arm. How could this be? Su Wan was not dead. Several bodyguards surrounded her, took the knife, and pinned her to the ground. Su Wan, clutching her arm, pale and weak, sobbed in front of the camera. Suisui, I'm sorry about your brother, but he brought it on himself. I was just defending my rights as a woman. Bullshit. You framed my brother. He loved you so much, how could you? Listening to Zhou Suisui's heart-wrenching cries, Su Wan smirked victoriously where the camera couldn't see. So what? Your brother was just a dog I raised. Zhou Suisui, you and your simp brother are both stupid and useless. Su Wan'll kill you. Zhou Suisui's eyes bled, tears, her chest filled with an explosive rage. Why was heaven so blind? The wicked prosper while the good go to hell. She refused to accept. The one who caused all this was now the unique, double-crowned Best Actress of the entertainment world, with hundreds of millions of fans, brilliant and glorious. Even when she gave her all, trying to die together with her, it only caused a scratch. Su Wan, I curse you to a miserable death for eternity. Zhou Suisui laughed until she cried. She could not live. Su Wan would not let her go. Her eyes, full of hatred and unwillingness, stared at Su Wan's face. Then she turned and jumped from the 32nd floor. Brother, I'm coming to be with you. She spread her arms, and as her face hit the ground, a strange smile curled on her lips, spilling a thick pool of blood. Brother, did you see? This is the woman you loved, even at the cost of your life. She is not worth it. She is not worth it. Brother, don't leave Suisui, okay? Brother, is it cold down there? Can Suisui come and keep you company? Die with eyes open. Her blood-stained fingers clutched the green grass beside her, leaving 5 vivid fingerprints. No. Zhou Suisui's eyes snapped open, gasping heavily as she sat up, cold sweat instantly soaking her silk pajamas. She saw a familiar crystal chandelier, a soft, comfortable bed, the air filled with her usual white tea aromatherapy. No blood, no pain, no treacherous face of Su Wan. She dazedly raised her hand, touching her smooth, flawless skin without a scar. Was she reborn? A deep doubt flooded her mind, and the carved wooden door was opened from outside. A middle-aged woman in a neat housekeeper uniform walked in, her eyes full of joy. Miss, you're finally awake. Wu Jiet. Zhou Suisui looked at the newcomer, her eyes a bit dull. Chui Wu, 36 years old, graduated from the Royal Butler Academy, now in her 10th year, as the Zhou family's housekeeper. After the Zhou family went bankrupt and her brother was driven to suicide by Su Wan's fans, Wu Jie gave her almost all her savings to help her and was dragged down by her. Zhou Suisui's eyes reddened. Wu Jie, where's my brother? The young master has gone to prepare a confession for Miss Su. Chui Wu brought her a new dress and urged, there's still 1 hour until the young master's global confession. Change quickly and we'll go to the scene to cheer him on. What a... Zhou Suisui was thunderstruck. Her brother was making a global confession to Su Wan. Yes, this was the day her brother held a grand confession ceremony for Su Wan, the century's biggest White Lotus, even live-streamed globally. Her brother was overjoyed. But Su Wan only wanted to use him to boost her popularity and never intended to accept him. When he took out the Zhou family's treasured heirloom diamond ring in front of the reporters and knelt down with deep affection, Su Wan very reluctantly refused. Thank you, I haven't thought about dating. I just want to act well in every role and make a name for myself in the entertainment industry through my own efforts. After this incident, Su Wan successfully shaped herself into a big heroine persona who doesn't bow to money, dares to reject a super-rich second generation, and is super dedicated, and her online popularity skyrocketed. And her foolish brother was criticized by the media as worthless. The only heir of the Zhou family, president of the Zhou group, showing off so extravagantly for a small star. The stock fell for a week straight, losing tens of billions directly. The shareholders were disappointed and threatened to withdraw their shares. Zhou Suisui's chest heaved violently, panting heavily. Miss, what's wrong? You look terrible. Damn it. Zhou Suian. Zhou Suisui's face turned pale. She threw off the thin blanket and walked toward the door. Wu Jie's face changed slightly, and she quickly chased after her. Miss, no matter how urgent you must wear shoes, you'll catch cold. In March the south was still cold, warm yet cold. Walking barefoot on the floor, she could still feel the piercing cold. Zhou Suisui suddenly came to her senses. No, her brother had already contacted the media. Rushing there now would be useless. In the previous life, she had tried to stop him to persuade him. Her brother only thought she was being childish and deliberately making things difficult for Suwan. But how could she stop her brother? He loved Suwan so much he was in the peak of obsession and wouldn't take her words seriously. Zhou Suisui bit her nails anxiously, not knowing what to do when her eyes fell on Shui Wu. Shui Wu's back stiffened. Miss, why are you looking at me like that? Wu Jie, did Brother Lin come home yesterday? Shui Wu didn't understand but nodded. Her husband often came to help here and would stay for a while. I need to borrow something from you. After saying this, Zhou Suisui turned and walked toward Shui Wu's room. Her eyes quickly scanned the room. Seeing something, she strode over. Shui Wu followed her, and when she saw what she was holding, her face turned bright red, and she stomped her feet anxiously. Miss. No, that's not for fun. No one usually went to her room, and she hadn't had time to put away her latest online purchase. Zhou Suisui smiled wickedly, and without hesitation dialed Zhou Suiyan's WeChat video. At that moment, Zhou Suiyan had just stepped out of the global VIP styling center dressed in a custom-made white suit, stunningly handsome. In his hands he held the pink roses that Suwan loved most. 999 roses with tiny diamonds on the petals, sparkling dazzlingly under the scorching sun. Passers-by saw the scene, envy dripping from the corners of their mouths. Wow, are those diamonds? Isn't that too extravagant? How much would that cost? We ordinary people simply can't imagine the life of the rich. Isn't he, Zhou Suan, the only heir of the Zhou family? I read an interview with him in the newspaper. He's so handsome, like a prince from a comic, even more handsome than in the news, with an unbeatable aura. I heard he's a siskin. Maybe the flowers are for his sister. No, he bought these for Suwan. Suwan? Who's that? My idol, today's global livestream confession. What? A confession with a livestream? Which channel? Tell me quickly. Even if it's crap, they'll taste it. Here, scan this QR code. The livestream starts in an hour. Zhou Suiyan smiled slightly, opened the door of his Porsche sports car with an air of confidence. He had been pursuing Suwan for a whole year, and she had finally relented. Today he was determined to secure the title of boyfriend. But when he thought of his sister, the smile on his lips froze slightly. His sister and Suwan were like fire and water, always at odds. It would not be easy for her to accept Suwan. He turned and instructed Wen Jing, order a black swan cake from Yinji for the young lady and have it delivered. After all, she's still a child. She likes these sweet things. Yes, sir. You are so good to the young lady. He'll handle it right away. Just then a phone rang. It was the ringtone he had set for his sister. He answered and blew his bangs arrogantly. His black hair, hardened with half a caddy of mousse, didn't move at all. Little sister, your brother is about to do something big. How about I get you a sister-in-law? Humph. Sister-in-law. I think you're the fool. Zhou Suisui suppressed her anger, blinked her big eyes. Her snow-white, clear face was full of innocence and curiosity. Brother, what's this? What? Zhou Suiyan lazily lifted his eyelids, glanced casually at the camera. The next second his movement hesitated. His peach blossom eyes froze. He looked again carefully. He took a sharp breath, instantly furious. Zhou Suisui, you're only 19. Who gave you this thing? Zhou Suisui slowly curled her lips between her two snow-white slender fingers. She held up a small, colorful square box. The bold black words, extra long lasting, ultra thin, on the box were magnified infinitely. She tilted her head, her clear, innocent eyes flickering, revealing a naive curiosity about the unknown. Your good brother, Yin Ge, gave it to me. And he gave me this too. As she spoke, she took out a white collar with a red bell in the middle. When her finger gently touched it, the bell jingled. Zhou Suiyan was instantly petrified. Who did you say? Jiang Zongyan. He's my good brother. Triple soul question. He was completely stunned. He is my arch-rival, you understand. Of course she understood. Zhou Suisui's cheeks puffed, her clear, sparkling eyes full of innocence. She pointed a finger in front of her. Brother, don't fool me. Every time you see him, your eyes go so wide. You must be great friends. Zhou Suiyan almost spat, blood veins bulging on his forehead. That was clearly a look that wanted to kill him. He took a deep breath, his tone laced with urgent coaxing. Be good, we don't want his gifts. Suisui, be good, throw all these things away into the trash. No. Zhou Suisui refused flatly, then took out a furry cat ear headband and put it on her head. Her snow-white fingers stroked the fluffy cat ear. Cute, right? Zhou Suisui, don't make me slap you. In the video, Zhou Suiyan's face darkened frighteningly, completely losing composure. Zhou Suisui lowered her eyes, her cheeks blushing shyly. But, Yin Ge said I look cutest wearing this. Ugly as hell, not cute at all. Cute. You said I'm ugly. Brother, you're not good at all. You're not as good as Yin Ge. Brother is not good at all leaving Suisui alone. After you died, I lived in darkness every day. Zhou Suisui thought of her previous life, her eyes reddened, crystal tears hanging at the corners of her eyes. Pooh! Zhou Suian spat blood. He was not as good as Jiang Zongyan. Had his sister lost her mind? His little cabbage was about to be eaten by an outside pig. But seeing the tears in his sister's eyes, he became flustered. Don't cry, Sue, brother didn't say you're ugly. I didn't mean it. Zhou Suisui pouted, snorted coldly. Aren't you going to confess to Su Wan? Go ahead, I'm leaving too. Zhou Suian perked up. Leave? Where are you going? Yin Gu is waiting for me in the presidential suite of the Oriental Supreme Hotel. Later he'll teach me to play an exciting game. Hotel game. Zhou Suian was thunderstruck, his face ashen. His hands clenched tightly on the diamond roses, almost choking. Help. He needs emergency heart medication. His sister is only 19. That beast Jiang Zongyan. Zhou Suisui, don't you dare go anywhere. Don't make me break your legs. Wait for me to come back. Zhou Suian roared into the phone, his voice trembling. Jiang Zongyan was a big bad wolf who had coveted his sister since childhood. He never thought that after all these years he still hadn't given up. But Zhou Suisui, who was usually obedient, was now unusually stubborn. No. Brother can have a girlfriend, why can't I? You do your thing, I'll do mine. We don't interfere. Zhou Suisui pouted, looking rebellious, already shouldering her small backpack. By the time he comes back from his confession, the opportunity will be lost. Don't go, wait for me. Zhou Suian roared. Zhou Suisui paused, raised an eyebrow at him. When will you be back? This? Zhou Suian was torn. He had worked so hard to win Su Wan. Reporters and media were already present. Su Wan had prepared everything, waiting for him to arrive with flowers and diamonds. If he stood her up now, she would surely be angry. Zhou Suisui couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. A simp. If he could be easily swayed, he wouldn't be a simp. The corners of her pretty lips lifted into a cold curve as she continued to provoke. Brother, go ahead, don't make Sister Su Wan angry. Huh. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be a catch. Brother, don't miss this important moment. I'm going to find Yin Gu to play games. Bye-bye. Zhou Suisui's face blushed with shyness, her voice filled with childish excitement. Zhou Suiyan's mouth twitched. A grown man invites a girl to a hotel to play games. Cat ears necklace. What kind of proper game could that be? Damn it. Jiang Zongyan. Usually looks decent, acts uninterested in women, but in private, he's so wild. Zhou Suiyan's heart pounded in his chest, his head dizzy from the rush of blood. He saw Zhou Suisui had already put the small square box into her pink LV bag and was about to leave. Zhou Suiyan felt blood surging in his throat, unable to care about Su Wan anymore. He spread his fingers and shouted into the phone, no. Brother is coming back now. Wait for me. A faint triumphant smile curled at the corners of Zhou Suisui's lips. Then you'd better hurry back. Brother Yin won't wait for anyone. Damn. Zhou Suiyan hung up the phone and tossed the 99 diamond-studded roses onto the roadside without a second thought. He floored the accelerator of his Porsche, the tires screeching against the asphalt. He had completely forgotten about the global livestream cameras already set up at the film studio confession scene, along with the hundreds of media outlets present. He drove home like a madman. In the villa, Zhou Suisui ended the video call and leisurely returned the small box and bell collar to Cui Wu's drawer. Cui Wu stared in utter disbelief. And miss, why did you lie to the young master just now? Since when did you become so close with Mr. Jiang? Zhou Suisui knew that the truth of her rebirth was too shocking to reveal. If she told her now, Sister Wu, a staunch materialist, might think she had lost her mind. She gave a faint smile to the bewildered Cui Wu. Just now. Huh. Sister Wu, sorry for using your things in an emergency. Do me another favor. Find a private detective we trust and get every photo and video of Su Wan's schedule today and the people she's been in contact with. The more detailed, the better. She added calmly, money is no issue. Though Cui Wu didn't understand why her mistress wanted this, she still complied. Yes, miss. They'll get on it right away. Once Cui Wu left the room, Zhou Suisui finally let out a sigh of relief. She knew Su Wan's tactics all too well. In her past life, Su Wan had never intended to accept the confession from the very beginning. She hadn't even stayed at the scene for a full half hour. At that very moment, she was slipping away to the hotel's top floor to negotiate resources with director Zhang, who held the script for a strong female lead. She used her brother's popularity to boost her own fame, trading it for leverage to ascend. Having orchestrated all this, she sat on the luxurious leather sofa in the living room waiting for her brother to come back and confront her. The vast hall, spanning hundreds of square meters, was so silent you could hear a pin drop. On the television, a financial news segment was playing. A beautiful anchorwoman was reporting the hottest financial news of the day with flawless diction. Jiang Group heir Jiang Zongyan returned to the country yesterday. Industry insiders speculate that his homecoming is for an arranged marriage. With anyone else, her brother's reaction wouldn't have been so extreme. But this was Jiang Zongyan. In her past life, this grand public confession had catapulted Su Wan to fame yet it marked the beginning of her brother's and the Zhou group's nightmare. Young Master Zhou's ostentatious star-chasing would have enraged his parents to the point of rising from their graves. That scathing critique on People's headlines further plunged the already embattled Zhou group. Their stock price plummeted, directly wiping out hundreds of billions in market value. But in truth, Su-wan never intended to accept her brother's confession. She merely wanted to use his fame to hype herself up. Her brother spent tens of millions to stage a grand global livestream confession, yet she cried and refused, claiming her career was at a critical stage of growth. I've worked so hard for years to get to where I am. I can't let it all be destroyed in one day. Suian, since you love me so much, you'll support me, won't you? Wan'll always support you. Her brother couldn't bear to blame Su-wan and took full responsibility for the consequences. After this incident, Su-wan gained millions of followers overnight, becoming a bona fide traffic star. Meanwhile, her brother was toyed with, his company suffered massive losses, and it became the starting point of his life's nightmare. Chui Wu, ever the professional housekeeper, worked with remarkable efficiency. In about 10 minutes, Chui Wu hurried back. Miss, I found out everything. She handed her phone to Zhou Suisui, her face full of righteous indignation. The young master treated her so well. Why would she do this? A man's insatiable greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. How despicable. And I used to think highly of her. From now on, I'll throw away everything she ever gave me. Zhou Suisui's eyes were as calm as an ancient well, betraying no surprise. This was precisely the trap they had set for her brother. How could a swindler ever offer genuine affection? She sat there quietly, her gaze as still as water. Her delicate youthful features made her look like an innocent porcelain princess, yet those clear eyes held a composure far beyond her years. She lifted her head to look out the window. The spring sunlight was just right, and the plane trees quietly sprouted new green branches. A beautiful smile slowly curved at the corners of her lips. Su-wan, in this life it's your turn to descend into hell. I hope you can still be as lucky and composed as you were in the last one. In less than half an hour, Zhou Suian kicked open the villa's front door, veins bulging on his forehead. He rushed over and immediately flipped through Zhou Suisui's backpack, dumping everything onto the carpet. When he didn't find the box of condoms or the bell collar, he exploded. Zhou Suisui, are you out of your mind, ruining your own reputation like this? Do you even know who Jiang Zongyan is? Do you know him at all? Who was Jiang Zongyan? He was a perfectionist with no flaws, a rigid by-the-book freak. Though they were the same age, he exuded a composure that set him apart from the rest, making them look naive and foolish. While everyone else was still slacking off and sneaking around, he was already studying economic theories. Jiang Zongyan had been the nightmare of his childhood, his benchmark. Whenever Jiang Zongyan was present, no matter how outstanding he was, he could only play second fiddle. Jiang Zongyan was not only handsome, but also excelled academically, always ranking first in his grade. And Zhou Suian, he was the eternal second place. Zhou Second, that nickname was all thanks to him. Damn it, his sister could date any man she wanted. But it absolutely could not be that flirtatious peacock. Zhou Suisui, are you even listening to me? Zhou Suian gripped her slender shoulders tightly, his teeth clenched. Chui Wu worriedly said, young master, please be gentle. You're hurting Miss. Sister Wu, please leave first. Zhou Suisui ordered calmly. Chui Wu left reluctantly, closing the door behind her. Zhou Suisui sat on the sofa looking up at him coldly. That lively brother of hers with his animated features. Even in anger, he was a joy to behold. This was the feeling of a heartbeat. How wonderful. Gradually the corners of Zhou Suisui's eyes reddened. Brother. Zhou Suian paused, unconsciously loosening his grip. You? Why are you crying? I haven't even scolded you yet. What do you mean? You're confessing to her in front of the whole world. She only wants to boost her popularity, build an image of a strong, independent woman. Then she'll turn around and use the fame you— What do you mean? You're confessing to her in front of the whole world. She only wants to boost her popularity, build an image of a strong, independent woman. Then she'll turn around and use the fame you gave her to trade for resources with a director. Suisui. Su-wan isn't that kind of person. Is she or isn't she? Just give her a call and you'll find out. Impossible. Zhou Suian instinctively wanted to refute, but he couldn't help pulling out his phone, his hands trembling. Zhou Suisui leaned back on the sofa, idly playing with her phone, her tone eerily calm. If you ask her where she is, she'll definitely say she's in the makeup room at the confession site waiting for you obediently. That's impossible. Zhou Suian almost instinctively dialed Su-wan's number. He put the call on speaker. On the other end, Su-wan's voice came through, sweet and aggrieved. Thun, are you here yet? The media are already here. When will you arrive? I'm so scared. There's still an hour before it starts. Zhou Suian paused, then asked, Wan, where are you now? Zhou Suian's voice softened a little, but his eyes held a warning and disbelief as he looked at Zhou Suisui. I'm in the makeup room at the venue waiting for you all along. Clatter. The heart Zhou Suian had been holding crashed down heavily. His hand covering the phone trembled uncontrollably. This was impossible. How could his sister have predicted Su Wan's words in advance? It must be a coincidence, it must be. He muttered to himself as if trying to comfort himself. The moment he finished speaking, Cui Wu sent the hotel surveillance video she had just received to Zhou Suisui's phone. See for yourself whether I'm wronging her. Zhou Suisui didn't waste words. She casually tossed the phone in front of Zhou Suiyan. In the footage, Su Wan, wearing a revealing miniskirt and heavy makeup, raised her hand and knocked on the hotel room door. As soon as the door opened, she deliberately swayed her body, collapsing bonelessly into the arms of a strange man, her hand naturally wrapping around his neck in a glaringly intimate gesture. The timestamp in the upper right corner of the video clearly showed 5 minutes ago. The color drained from Zhou Suiyan's face, his lips turning pale. His hand gripping the phone tightened abruptly, knuckles whitening. He had pursued her for an entire year. His Moon, the pure actress who repeatedly claimed she only wanted to focus on her career, wasn't after his money and wouldn't even accept small gifts from him. Yet she had been stringing him along to boost her popularity with a global live stream, while using the resources he gave her as leverage to enter a hotel with another. The villa fell into dead silence. Only Su Wan's feigned voice came through the phone. "Son, why aren't you saying anything? Is something wrong?" Zhou Suiyan clenched his fist. He slammed it onto the coffee table, shattering the glass cups. "Su Wan, why did you lie to me? You're clearly in the hotel." His voice was hoarse, barely containing his fury. On the other end of the line, Su Wan's tone changed instantly, sobbing with grievance. "Suiyan, it's not what you think. Did someone gossip to you? I came to the hotel because I bumped into Director Zhang here. I came to discuss the script with him. Don't wrong me, Director Zhang is married. Suiyan, how could you not trust me? A girl's reputation is so important, and you're wronging me." The anger that had just flared in Zhou Suiyan's heart was doused by a bucket of cold water. The ferocity in his eyes faded, quickly replaced by hesitation and guilt. "Is that really so? Swear you're not lying to me." "I swear. I absolutely did not lie to you." Su Wan's voice was unwavering. Zhou Suiyan's tone completely softened, filled with guilt. "Wan, I'm sorry. I was too impatient just now. It's okay. Don't keep me waiting too long." "Okay." On the hotel rooftop, Su Wan hung up the phone. Looking at Director Zhang, who was sitting on the bed waiting for her to serve him, her face showed a slight panic. "Director Zhang, I need to go downstairs now. He'll come back tonight, and, Before she could finish, the fat, pot-bellied man pulled her onto his lap, his tone dismissive. "Su Wan, you called me here, and now you want to leave me behind. Do you think I'm Zhou Suiyan, that pushover hole, indulge you?" Su Wan's face turned pale. She dared not resist, softening her voice to beg for mercy. "Director Zhang, you're a renowned director in the industry. Everyone who's played the lead in your films has become a huge star. That Zhou Suiyan is just a money grubber, useless except for his wealth. Why would you lower yourself to compare with him?" This remark made Director Zhang laugh heartily. "What a sweet little mouth. Remember, you'll use it to serve me tonight." "You're so naughty, Director Zhang. You're the most manly." Su Wan kissed the man's lips ingratiatingly, then quickly left the room and headed to the confession venue. Zhou Suisui listened to her brother's meek words, veins bulging on her forehead, her chest aching with rage. She couldn't believe that even with irrefutable evidence before him, her brother could still be swayed by Su Wan's few words. Discussing the script with the director in a hotel room. "You actually believe that nonsense?" Zhou Suisui frowned, pointing at the door. "Don't tell me you're still going to confess your love to her now." Suisui. Faced with his sister's interrogation, Zhou Suan felt guilty for the first time, his eyes darting away. "This live stream is very important to me, bro. If I don't go, she'll be angry." "Then go ahead." Zhou Suisui suddenly stood up and shoved Zhou Suiyan out of the door, with such force that he stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Zhou Suiyan was stunned. When he came to his senses, veins bulged on his forehead as he roared, "Zhou Sui, I'm your brother." But the next second, Zhou Suisui rushed over and hugged him tightly, her voice choked with tears. "Brother, shall ruin you. I don't want to lose you. Brother, please don't go, okay? Stay with Suisui. She's lying to you. She'll never agree to be your girlfriend. She's just using your confession livestream to boost her popularity. Once she becomes a top star by riding on your fame and resources, she'll kick you away. Then she'll have her fans falsely accuse you of attempted rape, push you to suicide, and bankrupt our Zhou family. And I, to avenge you, will jump from the 32nd floor and die with you." "Wow, what are you talking about?" Zhou Suiyan sat on the cold ground, staring in disbelief. His whole body felt icy, as if thrown into a freezer. After a long moment, he forced a pale smile onto his face. "What's all this about dying? Suisui, if you don't like me going to see Su Wan, I won't go. Don't scare me." He smiled, but his fingers dug deep into his palm, aching with numbness. The despair and pain in his sister's eyes didn't seem fake. It didn't matter if he died, but he couldn't let his sister get hurt. The thought of his sister possibly dying because of him made Zhou Suiyan's heart race uncontrollably with panic. Seeing the wavering in his eyes, Zhou Suisui thought, "This idiot brother of mine can still be saved." She spread her hands. Since you don't believe me, go to her. I'm going to see brother Yin anyway. No, you're not going anywhere. Zhou Suisui scrambled up from the floor, dusted off his pants, and sat down on the sofa. I'm not going out tonight either. He'll stay home with you. Seeing his sister so infatuated, he knew that if he dared to step out, she would really go to the hotel to see Jiang Zongyan. The siblings sat facing each other, neither giving in. The room was eerily silent. A deadlock. About half an hour, Suwan called again. Her voice on the phone was still pitiful. Suian, why haven't you come yet? The media are urging me. I can't hold on much longer. Zhou Suisui lifted his eyelids and instinctively glanced at Zhou Suisui sitting across from him. He felt a bit guilty. Wan, something urgent came up. I can't make it. Next time I'll make it up to you with an even grander confession. What? Next time? What could be more important than me? You postpone and don't show up. What am I supposed to do? Suwan's voice suddenly shot up sharp and piercing. Zhou Suisui furrowed his brow. Normally Suwan spoke gently and softly. Why was she so sharp today? Wan, I can give you whatever compensation you want. Don't be angry. Suwan hadn't been bothered at first. A simp like Zhou Suisui. She was giving him a chance, and he should be grateful, not dare to miss it. But the more she listened, the more something felt off. She couldn't believe it as she retorted, Zhou Suisui, what do you mean? Sorry, I give you a chance and you turn it down, eh? If that's the case, don't come looking for me again. Wan, you only get one chance. Think it over yourself. Zhou Suisui tried to explain, but she had already hung up in annoyance. Zhou Suisui weakly rubbed his temples. Perhaps it was the bond of blood. He actually had some belief in his sister's words. If he caused his sister trouble, he wouldn't be innocent even if he died 100 times. Zhou Suisui watched his troubled expression, a cold smirk curling at the corner of her lips. Go ahead, why don't you go? Aren't you afraid you'll regret it? Zhou Suisui choked on his words. You didn't give me a chance to regret either. Zhou Suisui was torn. He had finally earned a chance to confess his feelings, and now he was standing her up. He gritted his teeth. No matter how he thought about it, it was all Jiang Zongyan's fault. That bastard ruined his good deed. At the confession venue, the dressing room, Suwan angrily hung up the phone, momentarily panicked. Beside her sat a plump, middle-aged woman, a shrewd glint flashing in her eyes. Wan, what did young Master Zhou say? Suwan frowned. He has urgent business and is going to stand me up. Upon hearing this, her agent Wang Jin paused, then let out a contemptuous laugh, as if it were a hilarious joke. He's not coming. Is that possible? He follows you around like a dog. On such an important day, he wouldn't come. Are you kidding me? Is it April Fool's Day? Hearing this, Suwan's heart settled a little, and she raised her eyebrows proudly. You're right. He wouldn't dare not to come. It must be a surprise for me. He scared me just now. Even if it's a surprise, I won't forgive him so easily this time. Exactly, don't let him off easy. Let's go head over and wait. Remember, you have to act pitiful later. Use this wave of traffic to make sure you blow up. Of course. The two walked toward the live stream, chatting casually, as if they didn't care about the consequences their actions would bring to Zhou Suisui. The confession event is cancelled. We'll notify everyone next time. Compensation will be 10 times the usual pay. Young Master Zhou is pretty generous. Wasn't he happy to be Suwan's simp? Why is he standing her up? The text. The confession event is cancelled. We'll notify everyone next time. Compensation will be 10 times the usual pay. Young Master Zhou is pretty generous. Wasn't he happy to be Suwan's simp? Why is he standing her up? Did you read that right? Whatever, as long as we get paid. These love affairs between celebrities and rich young masters have nothing to do with us common folks. Makes sense. Let's go, we can get paid again next time, huh? Seeing the reporters packing up to leave, Suwan completely panicked. Her calm and superior demeanor vanished as she stood up from her chair and shouted, Stop. Who said you could leave? A reporter looked at her with confusion. Miss Su, since young Master Zhou can't make it, what are we still waiting for? Who says he's not coming? He's just preparing a surprise. A surprise. We all got the text. Didn't he tell you? Suwan's voice tightened. Zhou Suisui was telling the truth. He really wasn't coming. Meanwhile, the internet had already exploded. The hashtag Zhou Suisui global livestream stand-up and rich air confession epic fail shot straight to the top of the trending list. The livestream had over 10 million viewers, all waiting to see the drama unfold. Suwan's fans were already turning on each other, while netizens mocked her broken dream of marrying into wealth. Suwan's face flushed pale and red. Her agent Wang Jin paced anxiously. Wan, what do we do now? If Zhou Suisui doesn't come, how do we maintain the livestream traffic? The merchants have already signed contracts. If we can't stream, how can we promote products? If we don't meet the sales quota, we'll have to compensate them. Wang Jin never missed a chance to make money. Early on, when Zhou Suisui was planning his grand confession, she had secretly contacted e-commerce platforms and signed a sales contract. If the confession was cancelled, the livestream traffic would plummet. No way, absolutely not. Suwan bit her lip, her eyes instantly reddening. She walked up to the camera and sobbing addressed the entire audience. Everyone, don't blame Suion. He must have had an emergency at home and couldn't make it. I'm fine really. As long as he's safe. A malicious glint flickered in her perfectly made-up eyes. Even if Zhou Suisui didn't show up, she would still maintain her image of a gentle, understanding, independent woman who wouldn't bow to the rich. Inside the villa, Zhou Suisui had been monitoring the online situation the whole time. She knew Su-won well. She would never miss a chance to step on her brother. Since her brother had stood her up, she would definitely stir up trouble. Sure enough, watching the woman on the live stream, crying like a weeping willow, deflecting all the rumors onto her brother, Zhou Suisui laughed coldly in anger. See, that's Su-won. Zhou Suisui had clearly seen the trending topics on his phone. She's just trying to protect herself. Protect herself? Do you know what the consequences of her words are? Tomorrow, everyone will write articles criticizing you. The stock of Zhou Group will keep hitting the daily limit, losing tens of billions. It can't be that serious, right? Zhou Suisui felt a pang of guilt. Zhou Suisui sneered, but there was no warmth in her eyes. Brother, don't worry about anything. He'll handle this. Su-won noticed the livestream traffic wasn't rising, but falling, so she performed even more fervently. I believe Suisui. He stood me up today for a reason. He's different from other rich second-generation heirs. He would never toy with someone's feelings. Sister, you're too kind. All crows are black. Zhou Suisui is a rich young master too. He's just messing with you, right? Just because he's rich he can toy with people. This shows he doesn't see us commoners as human. I used to be a loyal fan of Zhou's products. He'll be the first to boycott them. Count me in. Zhou Suisui laughed icily. Exactly the same dirty tricks as in her past life. Suddenly an account with the ID, Zhou Suisui, flooded into the live stream. Sister Su-won, my brother really had an emergency. You see, he just found out that while you had him do a global live stream to boost your popularity, you were also negotiating resources with Director Zhang of Floating City at the hotel's top floor. Anyone would panic, right? What? One sentence, and the bustling live stream fell into dead silence. Su-won reacted furious. Zhou Suisui, what nonsense are you talking about? The next second, Zhou Suisui directly posted a high-definition surveillance screenshot of Su-won and Director Zhang entering the hotel on her Weibo, simultaneously streaming it on her live broadcast. The live stream instantly exploded. Comments flooded so fast they froze the screen, and the online audience surged past 20 million. What the hell? Two-faced. One moment stringing along a rich second generation, the next sleeping with the director. Just now pretending to be devoted, but it was all an act. Earlier they praised her for being independent and clear-headed, but she's just using men as stepping stones. Su-won two-faced, Su-won image collapse. 2 hashtags rocketed to the top of the trending list like a rocket unstoppable. The public goodwill she had accumulated over time collapsed by half overnight. Su-won screamed in desperation. No, it's not true, she's slandering me. I never did that. No. Don't you want to take a look at your own live stream shopping cart? You really can't miss any chance to make money, can you? Even my brother's confession to you turned it into a business. No, Zhou Suisui, don't talk nonsense. Su-won completely lost her composure. Seeing the situation going south, Wang Jun quickly pulled Su-won back, stopping her from saying more. Sorry, there's a bit of a situation here. We'll give everyone an explanation later. With that, she immediately shut down the live stream. Inside the villa, Zhou Suisui gently put down her phone, looked up at her pale-faced brother, Zhou Suan, and spoke with restrained emotion. Brother, this is the woman you loved, even to the point of risking your life. To her, a confession is just a sure-win business. Zhou Suiyan's face turned a mixture of green and white. Su-won, why did she say that in the live stream? Pointing all the blame at him. In the live stream, she had a shopping cart selling products from Tianyu, a rival company. If this gets out, where would that leave the Zhou Corporation? How could he explain it to the company's shareholders? Thinking about the possible consequences, a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on Zhou Suiyan's back. He had been feeling guilty for standing Su-won up earlier, but now his eyes were only filled with confusion. Just then his phone. Zhou Suiyan frowned at the name flashing on the screen. As soon as he answered, a plaintive voice came through. Suiyan, the products in the shopping cart weren't set up by me. I didn't know anything about it. Sister Wang was handling all that. After going offline, Su-won immediately discussed countermeasures with Wang Jun. They decided to pin all the blame on Wang Jun, while Su-won would pretend to be unaware. Once the storm passed, they could deal with the rest. After saying this, Su-won waited quietly for Zhou Suiyan to offer her a way. Humph had better lower his head quickly and take the blame himself, or else she would really get angry. In the past, Zhou San couldn't bear to see her suffer even the slightest grievance. He would comfort her at the first hint of a complaint. But this time she waited and waited, yet the other end of the line remained silent. Su-won was annoyed. Why aren't you saying anything? Zhou Suiyan finally spoke, his voice low. Is that really the case, Su-won? Su-won was startled, her heart inexplicably panicked. Suiyan, don't you believe me? You know how it is for us small-time celebrities. There's no such thing as autonomy. Every move we make is dictated by our age. She mixed truth with lies, sounding sincere and emotional. Zhou Suiyan was indeed shaken. Yes, Su Wan was still just an insignificant little star in the entertainment industry, and anyone from the company could interfere with her decisions. She was soft-hearted and simple-minded, easily manipulated by her agent. Wan, your agent isn't capable enough. We'll find you a new one. He had money, as long as he was willing to pay, he could hire a top-notch agent for her. Su Wan smiled. He'll do whatever you say, but what about the mess today? Everyone is cursing me now. If this continues, my reputation will be ruined. After all, he had stood her up first, so he bore some responsibility. Zhou Suisui said, I'll handle it. I knew you were the best. Su Wan happily hung up, then said smugly to Wang Zhen, who does he think he is? Does he really think he can just replace my agent? Wang Zhen sneered, that's how simps always are. But what about the product promotion we promised? I checked the back end just now. We only sold a little over 100 units. That's far from enough. Su Wan's face was full of displeasure. She hadn't made any money today, and she had lost face on the live stream. All because of Zhou Suisui ruining her plans. She had worked hard sleeping with director Zhang for a whole week just to get him to give her a chance at an audition. If her follower count reached 5 million, and she topped the trending charts for a week straight, director Zhang would give her the lead role in his new drama. So what if Zhou Suisui had a bit of dirty money? Director Zhang was the guarantee of ratings in the entertainment industry. Every actor who had played the lead in a director Zhang production was now a top-tier celebrity. Speaking of which, it was all that guy's fault. He had a grudge against director Zhang, otherwise she wouldn't have had to sleep with him. She could have just thrown some money at him. That was why she had pretended to accept Zhou Suiyan's confession and taken such a huge risk to orchestrate this sensational event. Who could have predicted that Zhou Suisui would stick her nose in at the last moment? Speaking of which, it was all that guy's fault. He had a grudge against director Zhang, otherwise she wouldn't have had to sleep with him. She could have just thrown, she's an eyesore to me, and she even dares to compete for his affection. Wang Zhen said nonchalantly, just a reckless little girl. Next time whisper a few words of discord in Zhou Suiyan's ear, and soon enough those siblings will be at each other's throats. She's an eyesore to me, and she even dares to compete for his affection. Wang Zhen said nonchalantly, just a reckless little girl. Next time whisper a few words of discord in Zhou Suiyan's ear, and soon enough those siblings will be at each other. Ask for more money. The fans need to be appeased, and the promotional posts we bought are wasted along with the trending spots. Wang Zhen immediately pulled out the contract and started calculating how much money they had lost. She decided to tack on an extra 20% on top of the compensation as emotional damages for Zhou Suiyan's earlier breach of promise. While Su Wan had uttered a few soft words, and that guy was already feeling self-satisfied again. What did you promise her this time? Zhou Suisui was practically fuming with rage. Nothing, Suisui. Your warning just now reminded me to be more careful around her from now on. Zhou Suiyan looked at his sister's clear, piercing gaze and felt a pang of guilt. Zhou Suisui had originally intended to confess that she had tricked him into coming home. After all, the situation was urgent. She also wanted to Zhou Suisui had originally intended to confess that she had tricked him into coming home. After all, the situation was urgent. She also wanted to tell him about their tragic deaths in the previous life. But this love-struck fool couldn't listen to reason, and he might even think she was making up a rebirth story. Enraged, she said flippantly, I'm an adult now? What's wrong with having a boyfriend? It's no big deal. No big deal. Zhou Suiyan's temples throbbed. Do you even hear yourself? Zhou Suisui laughed. Brother, isn't this the fine tradition of the Zhou family? What tradition? The tradition of being a simp. Zhou Suiyan clutched his trembling chest and said earnestly, Jiang Zongyan is not a good person. I'll toy with you until there's nothing left. Brother, don't talk bad about Brother Yin. You're just prejudiced against him. Zhou Suiyan was stunned. That sentence sounded so familiar. It seemed. He often said the same thing about Su Wan. Zhou Suiyan sighed. He's eccentric, ruthless. And most importantly, he's your brother's archrival. He's definitely getting close to you just to get back at me. His rivalry with Jiang Zongyan dated back to when they were 3 years old in kindergarten. From that age, they had been competing, comparison of grades, height, even who could pee farther after taking off their pants. It only got worse as they grew up. Whatever contract Zhou Suiyan wanted, Jiang Zongyan snatched it. Whatever project he had his eye on, Jiang Zongyan grabbed it. Whatever party he organized, Jiang Zongyan crashed it. The moment he returned to the country, he approached Suisui. He must have ulterior motives. Zhou Suisui clicked her tongue, adopting a completely nonchalant attitude. Brother, who said we're together? Nowadays, it's all about physical connection without emotional attachment. Just sleeping together, that's all. What a... Zhou Suiyan instantly flew into a rage, grabbing a feather duster nearby and jumping up. Say that again if you dare. His hands were trembling with anger. This isn't dating, it's a hookup. Oh dear. Zhou Suisui was startled and quickly hid behind the sofa, but she still refused to back down verbally. He's so handsome. What's wrong with a hookup, eh? Even if it's a hookup, I'm happy. Let you be a simp. It'll drive you mad. You? A girl like you, how can you say such things? Zhou San leaned on the sofa, arm his face, pale, looking utterly devastated. He couldn't believe it. His little sister whom he had spoiled, such a sweet girl now. Talking about hookups all the time. What went wrong? Was it the family graves? Zhou Suiyan's eyes reddened, as if he was about to shatter. Suisui, you're just messing with your brother, right? Tell me you're just trying to make me angry. Zhou Suisui felt immensely satisfied. You're willing to give everything for Su Wan without expecting anything in return. In the same, he'll give brother Yin whatever he needs. Sleeping with him is no big deal. Zhou Suiyan pointed at her, his lips trembling. See, you're speechless, aren't you? It just proves we're true siblings with the same attitude toward love. The feather duster in Zhou Suiyan's hand shook again. Zhou Suisui dodged quickly and taunted fearlessly. Come on. You'd better not go out to find Su Wan tonight, or else he'll go to the hotel to find Jiang. With that, she ignored Zhou Suiyan, put her hands behind her back, held her head high, and walked upstairs. Zhou Suiyan, who is this arrogant little demon? Get out of my sister's body. Get out. Watching his sister walk upstairs, Zhou Suiyan clenched his fists. He must have dug up the Jiang family's ancestral grave in his past life. Otherwise, why would that guy always give him trouble? The more he thought, the more upset he became. He pulled out his phone, dialed Jiang Zongyan's number, and called directly. But the other party didn't answer. A flame of fury seemed to burn in Zhou Suiyan's chest, and he stubbornly sent him a WeChat voice message. Jiang Zongyan, how old are you? How old is my sister? Even if no one wants you, how dare you set your sights on my sister? I'm telling you, if you lay a finger on my sister, I'll fight you to the death. Outside, the spring sun was bright, blazing overhead. The Dongfang Supreme, a 108-story modern skyscraper, soared into the clouds, majestic and imposing. The presidential suite on the top floor was rumored to be rented year-round, but its owner rarely stayed there. Last night, the entire hotel staff was urgently summoned back, fully prepared to serve. For the master of this room had finally shown up again after 3 years. Rumor had it that this young master of the Jiang group was indifferent by nature, extremely picky about his lifestyle, and not easy to get along with. At this moment, the entire top floor was eerily silent. In the presidential suite, on the spacious leather bed, lay a man. A thick, tousled mane of jet black hair cascaded over his sharply chiseled, handsome face, concealing his full forehead. His beautiful eyelids were slightly lowered, his expression carrying a hint of exhaustion. With delicate skin and striking features, a single glance could stir one's soul. The room's heating was turned up high, and he casually draped a towel over his waist. A long, sturdy arm extended from under the gray silk pillow, lazily resting on the edge of the bed, his fingers long and snow-white. Even top-hand models would envy such bone structure, yet now it hung languidly, as if he were utterly exhausted. To return to China, this time Jiang Zongyan had been working non-stop for 3 consecutive months. Last night, he flew back from Miami on his private jet, but instead of rushing home to the Jiang residence, he headed straight to the hotel to adjust to the time difference. He suffered from severe sleep issues when away from his own bed. Finally managing to fall asleep, his phone wouldn't stop ringing. Not many people knew his private number. His narrow brows furrowed slightly. Irritated, he reached for the phone. His cold eyes opened a crack. Seeing the name, Zhou Suiyan, made his brows tighten deeply. Just as he was about to answer, the call ended. Must have dialed wrong. Jiang Zongyan didn't think much of it, put down the phone, and closed his eyes to continue sleeping. The next second, WeChat buzzed. Buzz. One message after another, as if it would keep harassing him until he responded. Jiang Zongyan gritted his teeth, picked up the phone with some annoyance, and opened WeChat. His well-defined fingers tapped on the red notification, and a familiar torrent of abuse poured out, so filthy it was hard to hear. Jiang Zongyan, you pervert. How old are you? How old is my sister? Freak. Don't you know how old your own sister is? An unwanted old man like you dares to covet my beautiful sister. Don't you feel ashamed, an old ox eating tender grass? His sister. Beautiful. Jiang Zongyan's lips twitched violently. In his mind, he pictured a kid of 13 or 14. A grubby little runt with a boyish haircut, flashing a few big front teeth that were dazzlingly white, with one missing in the middle, making her grin look lopsided. If you dare to sleep with my sister, I'll never let it go. Sleep with his sister? Zhou Suiyan, you've gone too far. He wasn't that desperate. Jiang Zongyan ignored Zhou Suiyan, instead exiting the chat and dialing their mutual friend Lu Chen. Hey, when did the young master Jiang remember to call me? You're back in the country and didn't even say a word. I'd have picked you up from the airport. Jiang Zongyan didn't bother with that topic and cut straight to the point. When did Zhou Suiyan go crazy? Lu Chen was taken aback, his casual tone turning serious. Huh, I haven't heard. No, wait, what did he do to you this time? If he's not crazy yet, he soon will be. Jiang Zongyan couldn't bring himself to say that the guy had accused him of wanting to sleep with his sister. But thinking back, this guy had been acting crazy for ages, so he quickly let it go. Gotta go. He'll buy you a drink in a couple of days. Sure, he'll prepare a welcome feast for you. Hanging up, Jiang Zongyan put his phone down and went back to But his sleep was broken and he couldn't doze off at all. Disturbing someone's sleep is like killing their mother. The more he tried to sleep, the more awake he became. He ran his fingers through his hair, grabbed his phone, reopened Zhou Suiyan's WeChat chat, and tapped out a few words in reply. If you're sick, go see a doctor. Don't come to me with your madness. Zhou Suiyan, already furious, turned green when he received Jiang Zongyan's reply. Good grief, so arrogant. Seducing his sister, and still so self-righteous. He immediately initiated a video call. He was furious now, and the consequences would be severe. Jiang Zongyan was about to block him on WeChat when his finger slipped and answered the call. Jiang Zongyan, you motherfucker. Zhou Suiyan's angry voice abruptly cut off. The curtains were drawn in the room. The intricate European-style high-end imported lace blocked most of the bright light outside, but the few words, Dongfang Supreme, embroidered on the silk pillow were still faintly visible. The dim light flickered, revealing a hazy scene on the bed. Jiang Zongyan seemed to have just showered. His messy black hair was slightly damp. Perfect eight-pack abs, a flat stomach tapering down with bulging veins snaking downward and disappearing beneath. Those legs, longer than his own life, were muscular and firm, bursting with power, ready to spring into action. Zhou Suiyan's eyes nearly popped out. Jiang Zongyan was completely naked, not even wearing boxers. Oh, his eyes were burning. He had still clung to a sliver of hope. That his sister was just throwing a tantrum to stop him from visiting Suwan. Seeing this scene before him, his heart turned ice cold. The expression on his handsome, clean face cracked inch by inch. Dongfang Supreme Hotel, TT, cat ears, bells, playing games. Zhou Suiyan's vision went dark. What his sister had said was true. All of it was true. He heard something shatter, and the last shred of hope in his heart vanished. Zhou Suiyan, where are you staring? Jiang Zongyan only then realized he wasn't wearing anything. His face darkened, and he pulled the blanket over himself. That chiseled, handsome face flushed slightly, and he snapped in embarrassment. Zhou Suiyan, you don't happen to like men, do you? He didn't usually sleep naked, but he was just too tired today. There was no one else in the room, so after his shower, he just flopped onto the bed. Damn, you think I wanted to see that? A sight for sore eyes. Zhou Suiyan raised an eyebrow, then couldn't help glancing at that certain area. Damn, it was indescribable. Even bigger than his. Huh, what was he going to say just now? How did he lose the plot? He immediately put on a stern face and said angrily, I'm talking about my sister now. Don't change the subject. Jiang Zongyan was amused, a sly smirk curling at the corner of his lips. I just got back last night. I haven't even seen your sister. How could I? Her. He considered Zhou Suisui as his own sister. His upbringing prevented him from saying the word sleep. He had only returned yesterday, hadn't even gone home yet. How could he have seduced her? Besides, his sister was just a little kid. He had no special inclinations. But Zhou Suiyan refused to listen to any explanation. In his eyes, his sister was the cutest girl in the world, and every man would fall for her. His sister hadn't lied to him. Jiang Zongyan was a bastard. Sob sob. Zhou Suiyan wanted to cry, and he cut him off furiously. Exactly. You just got back, and you're already rushing to seduce my sister. You pervert. The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he felt. When had they even exchanged contact info? Hadn't he secretly grabbed his sister's phone and blocked Jiang Zongyan on? Jiang Zongyan opened his mouth and closed it, opened and closed it again, unable to utter a single word for a long time, until he finally let out a bitter laugh. No wonder this guy was called second brother. Not undeserved. Look at his brain, filled with tofu dregs. He didn't have a woman he liked, and he had no strict requirements for a partner, but he was sure he didn't like little kids. Speechless, huh? Zhou Suiyan, mistakenly thinking he had the upper hand, said triumphantly, You and my sister are not a match. Be smart and stay away. With that, without waiting for Jiang Zongyan's reaction, he hung up. Jiang Zongyan's mind went blank, utterly bewildered. This guy was still the same as when they were kids. His brain was messed up. Zhou Suiyan is a sister-protecting maniac. This is a consensus among everyone in their circle. Which blind fool dares to touch the Zhou family's little sister? In Jiang Zongyan's view, this matter was either Zhou Suiyan having a fit, or Zhou Suisui was in a puppy love, but her brother wouldn't allow it, so she made up a story that her boyfriend was him, using him as a shield. Such a little kid, actually in a relationship. He couldn't help but think of his mother's call that morning. After this new year, you'll be 27. When are you going to find me a daughter-in-law? If you don't get married, don't bother coming home. At that moment, he suddenly felt that he really should start a family. Jiang Zongyan stared at the phone for a long time, finally pulling a helpless smirk. Why was he still reflecting on himself? Zhou Suiyan was truly toxic. After Zhou Suiyan finished cursing, he felt much better. Indeed, one should not suppress oneself too much. The spirit is already twisted, the body must be healthy. Zhou Suisui had just reached the second-floor staircase when she heard her brother's voice on the phone from the hall. Her heart tightened, worried that her brother might soften towards Sue once she turned back anxiously. Just as she reached the staircase, she heard her brother cursing Jiang Zongyan, and her breath caught. How could she forget this? If her brother went to settle accounts with Jiang Zongyan, wouldn't everything be exposed? Bro, who were you just calling? She probed cautiously. Of course I called Jiang Zongyan. Zhou Suisui said smugly. I just gave him a good scolding. From now on don't listen to anything he says, and never let him fool you. Zhou Suisui stomped her foot in panic. Bro, I'm not in that kind of relationship with him. Zhou Suisui reached out and poked her head, interrupting. What? Can't I even say a few words to him? Can't I even say a few words to him? So what if I cursed him? Zhou Suisui's head ached. The Zhou group's long-standing prosperity was inseparable from the support of Jiang's parents. But that was the intention of Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang, not Jiang Zongyan's. Jiang Zongyan, wielding immense power in the business world, cut a figure of elegant grace and peerless nobility, but he was ruthless and not to be trifled with. Protect the Zhou. But that was the intention of Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang, not Jiang Zongyan's. Jiang Zongyan, wielding immense power in the business world, cut a figure of elegant grace and peerless nobility, but he was ruthless and not to be trifled with. For the past 3 years he had been overseas. Yet his reputation in Taming grew day by day. Overnight he created a Wall Street legend. Zhou Suisui was going crazy. She had made it all up. Zhou Suiyan's brow darkened. Zhou Suisui, you're actually protecting him. Zhou Suisui got angry. Bro, can't you ask me before making a call? Zhou Suisui was going crazy. She had made it all up. Zhou Suiyan's brow darkened. Zhou Suisui, you're actually protecting him. Zhou Suisui got angry. Bro, can't you ask me before making a call? Zhou Suisui was going crazy. She had made it all up. Zhou Suiyan's brow darkened. Zhou Suisui, you're actually protecting him. Zhou Suisui got angry. Bro, can't you ask me before making a call? You've already gone to a hotel with him, and you want me to ask. Zhou Suisui, have I been spoiling you too much? Zhou Suisui was speechless, but she had indeed lied first. After standing stunned for a long time, she squeezed out a sentence. Anyway, don't interfere in my affairs. If you dare to cause trouble for brother, I'll kill myself in front of you. But she had indeed lied first. After standing stunned for a long time, she squeezed out a sentence. Anyway, don't interfere in my affairs. If he'll beat you to death. Chui Wu's face turned pale. She hurried over to hold him back. Young master, don't hit the child, calm down. You're obsessed with Su Wan, I'm obsessed with brother Yin. I learned it all from you. Zhou Suisui hid behind Chui Wu, made a face at Zhou Suan, then turned and ran toward the stairs. Zhou Suan stood frozen, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. He was obsessed with Su Wan, so she had to be obsessed with Jiang Zongyan. The baseball bat in his hand fell to the ground with a dull thud. Zhou Suan stood like a wooden post, long lost in thought. How could these two things be compared? Moreover, he was legitimately pursuing Su Wan. A fair lady, a gentleman's proper quest. She was a girl, how could she be compared to him? He suddenly realized that his little sister had grown up, already a graceful young lady. She was no longer that sunburned, mischievous little monkey who climbed trees and stole bird eggs. Youth awakened, hormones surged, all things revived. The little girl was in love, wanting to date. Wu. Zhou Suiyan held his head in his hands, utterly devastated, unable to accept the fact. Young master, are you alright? Chui Wu quickly put away the baseball bat and asked worriedly. She hadn't understood why the young miss had lied to the young master, but now she knew. The young miss wanted to prevent the young master from confessing to Miss Su. Zhou Suiyan's psychological defense completely collapsed at this moment, and he cried bitterly. Sister Wu, my heart is so bitter. A little cabbage in the field turns yellow. I raised her with my own hands, and now she's speaking for an outsider. And she's arguing with me for that person. Whoa. Why is my life so bitter? What's the point of living? Chui Wu knew that the siblings depended on each other and were the most important people in each other's lives. Hearing him wail so sadly, she was also moved. Young master, the young miss will turn 20 in a month. At this age it's normal to have a crush. Normal, my ass. This fact was unacceptable to him. Zhou Suiyan gritted his teeth, his eyes red from crying. Damn it. Jiang Zongyan, I'll never let you off. Someone, keep an eye on the young miss. No one is allowed to let her out without my permission for the next few days. He would settle accounts with Jiang Zongyan after he obtained Su Wan's forgiveness. Upstairs in the luxurious and cozy bedroom, Zhou Suisui, full of worry, took out her phone and called Jiang Ruetian. Suisui, you finally answered. I was so worried just now. Are you and Suiyan bro okay? What's up with that woman Su Wan? She actually used Suiyan bro to boost her own popularity. Thank goodness my dear bestie is smart enough to see through her scheme. Zhou Suisui hummed in agreement, then asked urgently, where's your brother? Huh, my brother. The topic jumped too fast. Jiang Ruetian froze for a second, then flashed a sly grin. Since when are you so concerned about my brother? Something's off, very off. Zhou Suisui choked. Although the Jiang and Zhou families were old friends, and she often visited the Jiang residence. But she and Jiang Zongyan were 7 years apart in age, and after he turned 18, he lived in an apartment near the school, so they really didn't have much interaction. Moreover, someone like her, a poor student, had nothing in common with a top student like him. Zhou Suisui scratched her nose and said guiltily, I saw the news that brother Yin has returned. Haven't seen him in 3 years. I wonder how he's doing. Has he found a girlfriend? She forced a light tone as if casually asking, but her ear pressed against the phone was perked up. If Jiang Zongyan had a girlfriend, then she would have to find someone else to be her shield. She couldn't ruin someone's relationship, right? Judging from her brother's attitude just now, he probably wouldn't give up easily. Jiang Ruetian seemed to have heard something hilarious and suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, what are you laughing at? If he can find a girlfriend, he'll swallow my phone. Zhou Suisui. That's settled. Definitely his own sister. With his cold demeanor, what woman could stand him? Jiang Ruetian lay sprawled on the bed, her feet swinging up and down as she gossiped with Zhou Suisui. You don't know, last month he fired a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign girl, a Harvard graduate, talented and beautiful, just because she bought him breakfast and he thought she had feelings for him. Thinking back to that scene, Jiang Ruetian laughed so hard she nearly choked. Zhou Suisui's lips twitched as she couldn't laugh at all. Tian. If someone used your brother's name to ward off trouble and wrongly accused him, what would he do? Don't joke around. Who would dare wrong that demon? Even I, his own sister, have no privileges. He docks my allowance and grounds me at the drop of a hat. It's terrifying. By grounding, she meant being locked in the study until she finished her assigned homework. For a slacker like her, it was the cruelest punishment. Of Jiang Ruetian sighed. Mom's been pushing for marriage lately. I think her hopes of holding a grandchild are pretty slim. I just can't imagine my brother ever caring about a woman. His wife is his career. Zhou Suisui couldn't agree more. Tian, what kind of woman do you think your brother likes? Jiang Ruetian suddenly had a wild thought. Maybe he doesn't like women at all. Maybe he likes men. Huh. I'd say 80%. Brother, I didn't say anything. Brother, really? Let me explain. No, let me defend myself. What is joy turning to sorrow? Seeing the tall figure suddenly appear at the doorway, Jiang Ruetian wanted to cry. Brother, why are you back so suddenly? Didn't you say you were going to adjust to the jet lag at the hotel? Don't mention the hotel to me. Jiang Zongyan's face was dark. He just wanted to sleep well, but Zhou Suisui called to scold him. As soon as he got home, he heard his own sister gossiping with Zhou Suisui, teasing him about liking men. He didn't even know he had such an orientation. How your brother likes men, not women. Jiang Zongyan's tone was sinister. Is this how you spread rumors about your brother all day, eh? Brother, let me explain. Your allowance for this month is gone. 100 sit-ups, do them now. A chilling voice suddenly came from the phone receiver. The magnetic seductive bass seemed to carry a current, making Zhou Suisui's ear burn. Jiang Zongyan was home, and he heard her gossiping with Jiang Ruetian about him liking men. Zhou Suisui was scared out of her wits, almost dropping her phone, and frantically hung up. Scared me to death. Ba Jiang Ruetian, you're on your own. After hanging up, Zhou Suisui fell into irritation. She couldn't keep using Jiang Zongyan as an excuse forever, as she had to make her brother come to his senses soon. Before she could think of a plan, Chui Wu hurriedly knocked on the door. Miss, it's bad. Miss Su was stood up by the young master's confession, and now she's threatening to jump into the river. The young master has been called away. What? Zhou Suisui sprang up from the bed like a carp. She almost laughed in anger. Her brother really never changed his ways. Miss, you can't go out. The young master ordered us to guard you here. As she took a few steps forward, 2 bodyguards blocked her. One was called a Ling, the other a Biao twins. Chui Wu's face turned cold. You dare stop the miss? Miss, please have mercy and don't make things hard for us. We're just following orders. Fine, you win. I won't go through the door then. With that, Zhou Suisui pulled Chui Wu into the room, slammed the door shut, and locked it from the inside. Outside, a Ling and a Biao exchanged glances. Should we tell the young master? Let's wait and see. Inside the room, Chui Wu watched as Zhou Suisui took the bedsheets from the cabinet and twisted them into a rope. Astonished, she asked, Miss, what are you doing? Zhou Suisui tied one end of the sheet to the bedpost and threw the other out the window. They were on the 2nd floor, but the Zhou family villa had a 10-meter-high ceiling. Looking down from above, Chui Wu screamed in fright. Miss, don't do anything rash. What if you fall? Zhou Suisui grabbed the sheet and looked down from the balcony, her vision going dark. Something came to mind, and her small face turned pale. The tragedy of jumping from the 32nd floor in her previous life was still vivid. Zhou Suisui closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and forced herself not to look down. Sister Wu will climb onto the windowsill in a moment. You call my brother on video right away. Understood. Chui Wu immediately took out her phone and initiated a video call to Zhou Suisui. The video connected quickly. Oh no, young master. Come back quickly. Miss heard you went out, and she's throwing a fit to go find Master Jiang. Zhou Suisui had just driven out of the villa area. In the shaky video, the girl, clutching the sheet, climbed unsteadily onto the windowsill. Her frail body could fall at any moment. A screech of brakes cut through the quiet asphalt road. Zhou Suisui yelled into the phone, Zhou Suisui, stop, Chui Wu lamented. Young master, please come back. What if something happens to the miss? What about the bodyguards? Are they just decorations? The miss won't listen to them. Zhou Suiyan's fingers gripping the steering wheel turned white. Zhou Suisui, go back inside now. I want. Brother Yin is still waiting for me. Why can you lock me up and go out yourself? Fine, fine. When I get back, you're dead meat. Zhou Suiyan laughed in anger and immediately turned the car around to head home. A few minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance. Zhou Suiyan scrambled out of the car, his steps messy, his forehead drenched in sweat. This time, he was truly panicked. Zhou Suisui had one foot hanging out the window, looking terrifying. Zhou Suiyan stood downstairs looking up at his sister perched on the windowsill, both angry and, was she flying a kite? Zhou Suiyan wished he could grab her and beat her black and blue, but he was even more afraid she'd get startled and fall. He took a deep breath, spread his arms, and said urgently, Suisui, pull your foot back in. We can talk about anything. Aren't you going to find Su Wan? Go ahead. Why are you back? Zhou Suiyan gritted his teeth so hard they creaked. I won't go, okay. As he spoke, his phone rang. Seeing it was Su Wan, he answered irritably. Suiyan, where are you? Are you coming? I'm standing on the bridge alone, so many people are watching. I'm so scared. Zhou Suiyan, already frantic, snarled into the phone. Is jumping into the river fun? One after another, jumping into rivers or jumping off buildings. Is threatening me fun? What? Su Wan was stunned. Who was jumping off a building? Zhou Suiyan had swallowed gunpowder shouting at her like that. Go back on your own. I've called 110. With that, he hung up, not caring whether Su Wan was happy. Did you hear that? I'm not going. Go back inside. After hanging up, Zhou Suiyan looked up at Zhou Suisui, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. No, you have to promise not to hit me. Zhou Suisui deliberately took half a step forward, her half-suspended body swaying in the air. Zhou Suiyan's vision went dark again, and he quickly raised 3 fingers. I swear I won't hit you. In a direction he couldn't see, Zhou Suisui flashed a triumphant smile and quickly climbed. Zhou Suiyan stormed upstairs. Zhou Suisui had already asked Sister Wu to take everyone away, leaving only the 2 siblings in the room. Brother, you promised not to hit me. Zhou Suiyan gritted his teeth, but more than anger he felt relief. Do you know how dangerous that was? Hey. I know. Don't scold me. I won't run away anymore. Zhou Suisui obediently admitted her mistake. Seeing her brother's expression soften, she spoke again. Brother, do you have to go find Su Wan? She's your brother's lifesaver, kind and innocent. Suisui, when you spend more time with her later, you'll see, she wouldn't even step on an ant. Zhou Suisui chuckled. She wouldn't step on an ant. She'd pour boiling water on them. Stop talking nonsense. It's late, get some rest. Zhou Suiyan massaged his temples tiredly. This little demon would drive him to an early grave. He'll sleep on the sofa in your room tonight. I'm not going anywhere. Sleep peacefully. Okay. Zhou Suisui smiled faintly, looking utterly obedient. The confession was thwarted for now, as she had to think about what came next. She would never let Su Wan's scheme succeed again. That night the siblings lay, one on the bed and one on the sofa opposite. They tacitly understood each other's worry that the other might sneak out, so they kept each other in sight. That night Zhou Suiyan didn't go to Su Wan, standing her up again. Zhou Suisui couldn't hold on any longer. In the dead of night her eyelids grew heavy and she fell asleep. After she fell asleep, Zhou Suiyan dared to reply to Su Wan. Wan, I'm sorry. He'll give you a reasonable explanation another. After sending the message, he walked to the bedside, looked at his sister's peaceful sleeping face, and let out a long sigh. What am I going to do with you? If anything happens to you, what will your brother do? Unfortunately, Zhou Suisui couldn't hear him. Maybe because she had been on edge all day, she fell into a nightmare. One moment, it was her tragic death in her past life with her eyes wide open and blood pooling around her. The next moment, it was her brother's angry face. One moment, it was her tragic death in her past life with her eyes wide open and blood pooling around her. The next moment, it was her brother's angry face. She cried, tears streaming down her face, grabbing her brother's hand and begging pitifully. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you. Her brother threw away the baseball bat in his hand and dragged her toward the door. Brother, where are you taking me? To apologize to Su Wan. You know you're wrong, so you need to make it right. Her brother threw away the baseball bat in his hand and dragged her toward the door. Brother, where are you taking me? To apologize to Of course, to beg her to forgive your brother and give him another chance. You robbed me of my chance to be a simp. Oh my God. He actually admitted to being a simp, not ashamed, but proud. It defied all logic. If you want to apologize, go yourself. Why drag me along? You're coming with me. What? I have to apologize to her too. She pressed on. What if Su Wan doesn't forgive me? Her brother's eyes were as firm as if he were joining the party. Then, well, kneel until she calms down. A ridiculous thought flashed through her mind and her voice trembled. I have to kneel too. Yes, you kneel with me. Crazy. It was proof that a simp's world had no room for reason. Was she, his sister, some kind of worthless person? Zhou Suisui wanted to slap her brother to wake him up. Unable to bear it anymore, she raised her hand and slapped that insufferable face. A crisp slap echoed and 5 arrogant red marks appeared on that pale skin. When the face turned, it was Jiang Zongyan. Her mind went blank. Oh heavens! She had slapped Jiang Zongyan. Meeting the man's murderous gaze, she broke out in a cold sweat and woke up in terror. No, she had to think of another plan. Using Jiang Zongyan as a shield would eventually get her killed by him. The window was already bright with the warm sun hanging high. Her panicked eyes swept across the sofa. It was empty. The person who had been lying there had long. Thinking of the quarrel between the siblings last night, Chui Wu advised, "Miss, you are always the most important person in the young master's heart. Look, he's so busy, but when he heard you wanted to eat fuges, I'm fine. Where's my brother?" The young master went to the company early this morning. The company has been very busy lately. Thinking of the quarrel between the siblings last night, Chui Wu advised, "Miss, you are always the most important person in the young master's heart. Look, he's so busy, but when he heard you wanted to eat fuges pan-fried dumplings, he insisted on driving to get them himself." Zhou Suisui's nose tingled. Her brother was the best brother in the world. "Sister Wu, you're right. My brother works so hard. As his sister, I should be considerate. I'll bring him lunch at the company today." 2 birds with 1 stone. At the critical moment, it was better to keep an eye on him. Chui Wu was gratified. "Miss, the young master will be happy." Upon hearing this, a flicker of guilt passed through Zhou Suisui's eyes. In her previous life, she was a little princess raised in the palm of her brother's hand, innocent and naive. When her brother fell in love with Su Wan and became her devoted follower, he only used jealousy to confront her. Her brother fell for Su Wan because he lacked love, didn't he? Yet he was forced to shoulder the Zhou group, which employed tens of thousands with a 3-year-old sister behind him. He had suffered too much. That's why Yet he was forced to shoulder the Zhou group, which employed tens of thousands with a 3-year-old sister behind him. He had suffered too much. That's why when Su Wan appeared, her brother fell so quickly. Tears welled up in Zhou Suisui's eyes. Since fate had given her a second chance, she vowed to take good care of her brother and never let him suffer any harm again. Seeing her sincerity, Chui Wu quickly prepared a thermal lunchbox and placed it in her hands. "Miss, I'll have Lao Wang drive you." Lao Wang was the family driver. He had taken leave a couple of days ago, saying there was something at home. Hearing this name, a deep hatred flashed through Zhou Suisui's eye. This seemingly honest driver was actually Su Wan's biological uncle. It was he who meticulously reported Zhou Suiyan's information and whereabouts to Su Wan. Su Wan's appearance on the desolate mountain to save her brother was a carefully orchestrated deception. Didn't he ask for 3? If I remember correctly, today is only the 2nd day. Chui Wu said. Lao Wang said he was worried the young master might need the car, so he cut his leave short and came back. Zhou Suisui sneered faintly. Probably because last night's confession failed, Su Wan was anxious and had him return early to monitor her brother's schedule. Zhou Suisui sneered faintly. Probably because last night's confession failed, Su Wan was anxious and had him return early to monitor. Chui Wu hesitated. She tugged at her sleeve, looking conflicted, but finally said nothing. "Miss, the food is getting cold. Hurry to the company and deliver the meal to the young master." After all, she was just an employee. Some things were not her place to meddle in. Doing so might create trouble. Zhou Suisui read her expression and understood. Chui Wu had long known what kind of person Lao Wang was, but she didn't want to speak ill of him behind his back. That was just how the world was. Good people were too morally bound, allowing bad people to exploit the gaps. Zhou Suisui picked up the lunchbox and walked out the door. The car was already waiting for her. Lao Wang was holding a cloth, meticulously wiping the dust off the car. Zhou Suisui noticed that on the left and right rearview mirrors hung 2 red silk ribbons with golden characters reading "Congratulations for someone's wedding." It was clearly used as a wedding car. Disgust flashed in her eyes. Her brother treated subordinates generously, always telling her, if not for life's pressures, who would work and endure others' moods. Suisui, though we were born with silver spoons, we must be compassionate. She grew up under her brother's guidance, and though her nature was spoiled and willful, she had never harbored any ill intentions toward anyone. But in the end, she and her brother met a miserable fate. Uncle Wang cleaning the car. Lao Wang had actually seen her earlier, but deliberately ignored her, thinking little of this 18 or 19-year-old young boss. She hadn't understood before. "Miss, it's my habit. I can't stand any dust on the car. I was so focused on cleaning I didn't see you." His tone made it seem like he was so dedicated. Zhou Suisui's gaze was calm. She said nothing, silently watching his act. Lao Wang felt a chill down his spine under her stare. "Miss, why are you looking at me like that?" Zhou Suisui said indifferently. "Uncle Wang, did you have another relative's wedding this month? I seem to remember you took wedding leave last month too." Hearing this, Lao Wang sneered inwardly. She was just a kid, oh why bother with her? It's like that back home. Lots of happy occasions. It's only April, and you've already taken 4 leaves for personal matters, each time for a relative's wedding. Lao Wang's expression darkened. "Miss, you're young and don't understand the social obligations back home. Over there. Uncle Wang, am not from your hometown." What do your social obligations have to do with me? Lao Wang paused, staring blankly at the girl standing before him, as if seeing her for the first time. The authority of a superior was fully manifested on the face of this 18 or 19-year-old girl. Panic suddenly struck his heart. Zhou Suisui continued, I don't understand, fine. But at your age, shouldn't you know better? You're a driver in the Zhou family driving the Zhou family's car, yet you use it for personal work, renting it out as a wedding car. Exposed Lao Wang's face turned pale and flushed. No, I didn't. Miss, don't falsely accuse me. Whether it's false or not, we can check the car's driving recorder and find out. Hearing this, Lao Wang broke into a cold sweat. Miss, I was just helping a relative. Is it necessary to make such a big deal of it? Just helping it. You drive the Zhou family's car and use the Zhou family's gas to help. Zhou Suisui's eyes suddenly sharpened. Very well then. An overwhelming pressure struck, and Lao Wang instantly became flustered and speechless. Zhou Suisui found it ridiculous. In her previous life, she and her brother were manipulated by such a person. To put it bluntly, people like Lao Wang were selfish, insidious, and utter petty men with no real skills or ability. A few words from a girl like her were enough to cow him. Miss, did something happen? Cui Wu, seeing she hadn't left, came over to ask. Lao Wang looked at Cui Wu as if finding an excuse, pointing at her. Miss, the steward Cui manages everything in the villa. She knew about my leave. Cui Wu's expression soured. Lao Wang, when did you ask me for leave? The young master is generous and considers you an old employee, but don't push everything onto me. Lao Wang had recently been increasingly disrespectful to her. He thought she was a pushover, easy to manipulate. But he didn't expect her to speak without any mercy. Lao Wang's face darkened. Steward Cui, I've been driving for the Zhou family for 2 years. You know how I work. Don't talk nonsense in front of them. What nonsense? You shift the blame onto me, and I can't tell the truth. Cui Wu was also straightforward and fine. As long as she was upright, she never feared anything. Lao Wang's face was red with shame at being exposed. Fine, fine. So what do you want now, eh? Are you going to deduct my wages? He was defiant. Given the young master's fondness for his sister, a little whisper in Su Wan's ear would make things hard for them. Cui Wu looked at Zhou Suisui. Using the owner's car for personal profit. This matter could be serious or trivial. It all depended on the owner's attitude. Zhou Suisui's eyes turned cold. Her brother probably didn't know about this yet, did he? She looked at Cui Wu. Sister Wu, you're the steward. What's the rule for a driver using the master's car for personal gain? Cui Wu bowed and replied, Yes, miss. According to the rules, he should be dismissed. Cui Wu's gaze towards Zhou Suisui shifted. The young miss had finally awakened, she thought. She had always believed that kindness must be wielded with a sharp edge. Otherwise, rules became mere decorations, and anyone could trample over them. The moment Lao Wang heard the word dismissal, he grew agitated. This household is still ruled by the young master. If he hasn't said anything, how dare you fire me? Zhou Suisui replied with a smile, because this Zhou family is half mine as well. She had been too well protected by Zhou Suan, never bothering with household affairs. Now it seemed that having come of age, she needed to stand up and establish rules herself. Lao Wang's eyes widened, and for a long while he was speechless. I'm going to call the young master. Seeing Zhou Suisui's demeanor, Lao Wang began to panic. Zhou Suisui merely let out a cold laugh. Go ahead. I'd like to see how you explain your misuse of the Zhou family's car and your dereliction of duty. He had taken the car to run private errands as a wedding vehicle. For a top-tier Bentley worth tens of millions, a single day's rental could fetch several thousand yuan. He took leave multiple times a month, earning money on the side, while neglecting his duties as a driver. Her brother, being generous, would simply drive another sports car when Lao Wang took the car away. The Zhou family had plenty of cars. She had overlooked it before, not wanting to make trouble for a servant. But now she realized that one cannot be a naively kind-hearted man. Lao Wang finally grew frantic. He couldn't afford to be fired. At his age, where could he find such a good job? 6 insurances and 1 housing fund, 16 months salary, a year, 20 days of annual leave, and most importantly, unrestricted sick leave. He immediately called Zhou Suisui on. But no one answered. Zhou Suisui glanced at the text message from her assistant. Mr. Zhou is in a meeting right now, and a cold smile curled on her lips. He wouldn't be able to reach her brother. Sure enough, after several consecutive calls with no answer, Lao Wang's expression changed. He shot a glance at Zhou Suisui, his eyes flickering, then stepped aside to dial another number. Seeing this, Cui Wu leaned close to Zhou Suisui's ear, her tone puzzled. Miss, who is Lao Wang calling? Could there be someone else in this household backing him? Zhou Suisui uttered 2 words from her crimson lips, Su Wan. What? They know each other. Cui Wu was shocked. Zhou Suisui nodded. The reason for dismissing Uncle Wang was not because he took the car for private jobs. It was because he was Su Wan's man. He had to be expelled from the Zhou family for her brother's peace of mind. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Lao Wang finished his call and returned. Gone was his earlier panic, replaced by an air of confidence. Miss, I think you should consult the young master before firing me. I'm just a driver. You wouldn't want to cause discord between you and your brother over me, would you? Hearing this, Zhou Suisui almost laughed in anger. Are you threatening me with my brother? Uncle Wang, is this your first day in the Zhou family? Are you so sure my brother would fall out with me over an outsider? Lao Wang's expression flickered, but recalling Su Wan's assurance, he steeled himself. Words are useless. Let's wait and see what the young master says. Zhou Suisui's smile faded. Her clear eyes held a calm and composure beyond her years, chilling to behold. Guards, throw him out. She couldn't be bothered to argue with him. She wanted to drive him out of the Zhou family before her brother learned of his connection with Su Wan. Hearing her command, the bodyguards immediately seized Lao Wang. He struggled indignantly, but his old bones were no match for the burly guards. Hearing her command, the bodyguards immediately seized Lao Wang. He struggled indignantly, but his old bones were no match. Hearing her command, the bodyguards immediately seized Lao Wang. He struggled indignantly, but his old bones were no match for the burly guard. How dare you? MMM. Lao Wang's struggling voice faded until the clamorous entrance fell silent once more. Chui Wu looked worried. Miss, the young master has been quite considerate of Lao Wang lately. Should we consult him before firing him? Zhou Suisui gave her a reassuring look. I have to handle this before he finds out, or it won't be so simple. They were pretending not to be connected in front of her brother, weren't they? She would drive Lao Wang out before their relationship was exposed. Getting out was easy, getting back in would be impossible. They were pretending not to be connected in front of her brother, weren't they? She would drive Lao Wang out before their relationship was exposed. Zhou Suisui's gaze softened, and a warm current slowly flowed through her heart. In her past life, when the Zhou family fell, she had witnessed too many hypocritical faces. Only Chui Wu had stayed by her side from beginning to end. Sister Wu, don't worry. I trust my brother. He won't be unreasonable. Chui Wu nodded. He'll drive you there. Zhou Suisui stopped her. I can manage on my own. Sister Wu, I need you to do something for me. After hearing the instructions, Chui Wu's expression turned odd. All right, I'll see to it immediately. She turned, then paused, saying worriedly, Miss, you haven't driven since you got your license. Are you sure you'll be okay alone? Zhou Suisui smiled. I have to learn to grow up sometime. Chui Wu felt a pang of emotion. The young miss had truly matured. Zhou Suisui had always been chauffeured, never driving herself, even after getting her license. But in her previous life, after the Zhou family's bankruptcy and her brother's death, she had done everything herself to seek justice for him, and driving had become second. Soon the car stopped at the company entrance. Zhou Suisui opened the door, picked up the lunchbox, and walked toward the lobby. As she passed the reception desk, employees greeted her one after another. Zhou Suisui kept a polite smile and responded to each. Hey, doesn't the young miss seem different today? Different how? She's still as beautiful as a pretty figurine. Lucky the man who ends up with her. Their CEO was a hopeless romantic, wasn't he? What was so good about Su Wan and her pretentious act? Sigh, we're all women, but fate is different. Seeing their CEO was a hopeless romantic, wasn't he? What was so good about Su Wan and her pretentious act? Sigh, we're all women, but fate is different. Seeing Su Wan makes me think I could snag a tycoon too. Dream on. Just keep being a good workhorse and don't reach for the stars. Can I even have a sweet dream? Zhou Suisui's sharp ears caught the employee's chatter as she waited for the elevator, and her heart paused. See, even the employees knew her brother was lovesick. But a political marriage. Perhaps, if it could help her brother, maybe she would do it. She had known since childhood that love was the most extravagant thing. She only wanted to live a peaceful life with her brother, not letting the Zhou family and her brother repeat the same mistakes. The elevator ascended smoothly and stopped at the top floor. Zhou Suisui composed her expression, stepped out, and as she looked up, she saw her brother standing at the elevator entrance. He wore a light-colored trench coat, standing tall and graceful, with unmistakable joy and anticipation in his handsome brows. Little sister, why are you here? The moment she entered the company, the front desk had notified the assistant, who immediately told him. Since the meeting was almost over, Zhou Suan deliberately stood here to welcome her. Brother, I've come to bring you lunch. Zhou Suisui curled her lips into a faint smile and raised the thermal lunchbox in her hand. Zhou Suan took the lunchbox and teased, little sister has grown up, finally knows how to care for her brother. A stabbing pain pricked Zhou Suisui's heart. She blinked her starry eyes and said, You're my brother. If I don't care for you, who will? Zhou Suan affectionately tapped her nose and let out a proud snort. I like hearing that. The two walked side by side into the office. The moment the door opened, a familiar sense of technology washed over them. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows lay the city's bustling splendor, and in the corner stood several crabapple trees, her favorite. On the most prominent spot on the wall hung her artistic portrait from when she was 10 years old. With a messy short haircut, a missing front tooth, and a smile like a monkey that had just rolled out of the mud. Zhou Suisui couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth, but her eyes felt slightly raw. In her past life, she always thought this photo was ugly and insisted that her brother take it down, but he would smile and ruffle her hair, saying, Why take it down when it's so beautiful? He pointed at the photo and boasted to everyone, "My little sister is beautiful, isn't she?" Back then she only felt embarrassed, now she understands her brother's feelings. All these years her brother was her pride, and she was his pride too. Zhou Suisui followed her gaze, and clearly recalling those memories chuckled teasingly. "You know, back then you really were like a little black monkey. Now my little sister has grown up, and truly, she's even more beautiful than a celestial maiden." Zhou Suisui said coquettishly, "How dare you bring that up? It's you who tells everyone that your sister is a fairy, but am clearly not good-looking at all," and Zhou Suisui was displeased upon hearing this. He stiffened his neck and said, "Who dares say my sister is not beautiful? It's their poor eyesight." He placed the chopsticks in front of her and asked, "Are you hungry? Eat quickly." "Okay." Zhou Suisui withdrew her gaze, sat down, and picked up the chopsticks. After joking with her brother, her tense expression relaxed a bit. But just as she started to eat, she saw her brother holding his chopsticks, staring blankly at the full table of dishes. A faint mist rose in his pitch-black eyes. A tall man of 185 meters, he stared straight at the dishes on the table, his Adam's apple bobbing a few times, and he couldn't help but redden his eyes. "Brother, what's wrong?" Zhou Suisui's heart raced. "Little sister, I'm just so happy." Zhou Suisui wiped his eyes, his voice a little choked. "These are all my favorite." In the past, he always instructed the kitchen to carefully prepare dishes his sister loved. As for himself, he was a rough man who could eat anything. Now his life was getting better, and his sister knew how to care for him. "Suisui, this is the first time you've brought me lunch. I have to take a picture and post it on Moments so everyone knows my sister has become accomplished and sensible." Zhou Suisui was amused. "It's just a meal. From now on I'll bring you lunch every day, so you can show off as much as you want." Zhou Suisui immediately picked up his phone, took several photos of the dishes, and also snapped a candid shot of her lowering her head to pick up food. "My sister made this lunch herself. It's the best in the world." He hit send with a triumphant look, like a child receiving candy during the new year. Watching him, Zhou Suisui felt a mix of bitterness, gratitude, and guilt. In her past life, she was spoiled, willful by her brother, only taking, never caring about how hard he worked. Even when he was deceived by Su Wan and fell into desperate straits, she couldn't help at all. In this life, she would never be his burden again. She would protect him, protect the Zhou Corporation, and protect the only home they had left. Just then Zhou Suiyan's smile slightly faltered. "Uncle Wang, why has he called me so many times?" He exited WeChat, and the screen showed several missed calls. He looked at Zhou Suisui in confusion. "Suisui, Uncle Wang drove you here, right? He's called me so many times. Is there something you need from me?" Uncle Wang usually wouldn't contact him unless it was about his sister. Zhou Suisui put down her chopsticks, sat up straight, and spoke seriously. "No, it was me who fired him. He wants to seek justice from you." "What?" Zhou Suiyan abruptly looked up, his eyes full of surprise. "What happened? What happened?" Zhou Suisui saw the reluctance in her brother's eyes and sighed inwardly. Her brother was too kind and soft-hearted, which was why these people had him firmly under their control. "Brother, he used the excuse of taking leave to drive your car out for private gigs to make money. This is not the first or second time." Zhou Suiyan was stunned. "I didn't know about this." Sure enough, just as she had thought, her brother was usually too busy with work to attend to everything. After all, a person's energy is limited. This only strengthened her resolve. Zhou Suisui said, "Brother, you won't blame me for making a decision on my own, will you?" "How could I? You are the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, my sister. Do I need to ask anyone's permission to fire a driver?" Hearing this, Zhou Suisui felt warmth in her heart. Her brother could still be saved. She said, "That car is registered under your name. You are the president of the Zhou Group. Every move you make is watched by others. If something goes wrong, those media will only slander you. Who would care about the truth?" She suddenly thought of what happened in her past life, and her hand holding the chopsticks trembled with agitation. Uncle Wang drove her brother's car out to show off and accidentally hit a pregnant woman. The pregnant woman suffered massive hemorrhaging on the spot, but Uncle Wang, afraid of taking responsibility, chose to flee the scene without even calling an ambulance. In the end, the woman miscarried, and to save her life, she had her uterus removed, depriving her of the right to ever become a mother. After the incident, the media poured all the blame onto her brother. She couldn't bear to see her brother wronged, so she spent money to defend him online, but the media turned on her, saying the Zhou family treated human life as nothing, using the driver as a scapegoat. Despicable and vile. With this single incident, the Zhou family's reputation plummeted, and even the Jiang family's parents who spoke up for her brother found themselves in the storm. These painful memories pierced her heart like needles. Zhou Suisui's breathing became rapid and her voice trembled. "Brother, this person is not worth any sympathy. You must not be soft-hearted." Seeing her agitated state, Zhou Suiyan panicked instantly. He quickly reached out and rubbed her head soothingly, saying, "You make the decision on this matter. I have no objections." Zhou Suisui sniffled and forced a smile. Zhou Suiyan picked up a piece of food for her with his chopsticks, his tone a bit sentimental. "You're right. I didn't think it through carefully. I am the president of the Zhou Group. I must be responsible not only for myself, but also for the company. Every move I make must be prudent. Seeing that her brother had come around the stone in Zhou Suisui's heart finally lifted and her appetite improved. The siblings ate quietly, the office filled with a warm atmosphere. But this warmth didn't last long before it was broken by a sharp ringtone from a phone. He glanced at the caller ID and instinctively looked at his sister sitting across from him. Zhou Suisui was taken aback, a flicker of understanding passing through her eyes. After Uncle Wang was fired, he would definitely call Su Wan at the first opportunity. Su Wan had always regarded her brother as a lovesick fool, convinced that he would obey her and would surely call to demand an explanation. Little sister, go ahead and eat first. I need to take a call. Zhou Suian walked to the side and answered. Wan, you finally deigned to acknowledge me. Since last night, when Su Wan threatened to jump into the river, and he ignored her no matter how many apology texts he sent, she never responded. Now she was willing to call him on her own. Did that mean she was no longer angry? Su Wan had originally intended to take advantage of the situation and ignore him. But before one wave could subside, another arose. She had no choice but to call Zhou Suian herself, her anxious voice coming through. Suan, why did you fire Uncle Wang? He's already over 50. Just because of a minor matter you want to drive him to the wall. Zhou Suian's expression stiffened slightly. He drove the car out privately to take side jobs, violating the rules. Firing him was already lenient. If it were more serious, I could have sent him to the police station. Su Wan on the other end of the line was clearly stunned, probably never expecting Zhou Suian to speak to her in such a tone. After a few seconds, her voice turned indignant. Suian, was this Zhou Suisui's idea? She's still young, and it's normal for her to be willful. You can't keep indulging her like this. Su Wan. Zhou Suian's voice suddenly turned cold. This matter was permitted by me. It has nothing to do with her. Taking side jobs was Uncle Wang's fault in the first place. Suisui only did what she had to do. My sister does have the right to fire a driver. This was the first time Zhou Suian had refused Su Wan's request so bluntly. Su Wan instantly panicked, flustered. That's not what I meant. Are you going to twist my words like this? Zhou Suian was puzzled. Wan, why are you so agitated? Uncle Wang shouldn't have any connection with you, right? No, how could I possibly know him? Su Wan's aggrieved voice suddenly turned panicked. She couldn't admit her relationship with Wang Jiangwo. Otherwise, Zhou Suian would eventually suspect that the so-called lifesaver was nothing but a setup they had orchestrated together. Zhou Suisui sat nearby, listening to her brother's words, defending her, unable to suppress a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Su Wan was not particularly high in emotional or intellectual intelligence. In the past life, she had been able to lead her by the nose simply because she was petty enough and had no scruples. Zhou Suian breathed a sigh of relief. Then don't worry about it. Such a trivial matter isn't worth your trouble. Su Wan was rendered speechless by Zhou Suisui. An hour ago, her uncle had called her saying that he had been fired by Zhou Suisui on the grounds of driving the car privately to take side jobs for extra money. Su Wan, upon hearing such a minor matter, was completely unconcerned. What's there to panic about? He'll just have a word with Zhou Suian, and he'll obediently apologize. Wang Jiangwo immediately relaxed. That's right, that Zhou Suisui should take a look at herself. Who does she think she is? Just wait for my good news. After hanging up, Su Wan sneered coldly. Last night Zhou Suian had stood her up twice in a row. Given her temperament, she would not easily forgive him. But this matter was not trivial. If her uncle was fired, who would provide her with Zhou Suian's whereabouts in the future? That was absolutely unacceptable. She immediately called Zhou Suian, thinking it would be a simple matter. But to her utter surprise, he actually defended Zhou Suisui. He even questioned her about her relationship with Uncle Wang. Of course, she couldn't reveal their relationship. Furious to the point of grinding her teeth, she could only swallow this bitter loss. She forced a smile, trying to I just felt sorry for Uncle Wang, that's all. I was just asking casually. Since you've put it that way, let's drop it. Seeing this, Zhou Suian's tone softened a bit. Wan, I know you mean well and have a kind heart, but I have my own position in this matter. I hope you can understand me. It was like punching a ball of cotton. She was thwarted. Su Wan was burning with rage, but she couldn't vent it. I understand. Su Wan hung up the phone, nearly smashing it in fury. Zhou Suian, he actually won't listen to me anymore. What's going on here? Wang Zhen was beside her, leisurely flipping through the compensation contract. What are you in such a hurry for? How much money can a driver make? When the time comes, have him give you an expensive gift, something your uncle couldn't earn in a lifetime of driving. Hearing Wang Zhen's reminder, Su Wan immediately smiled. You're right. He'll ask him for an expensive gift later. That's right. He'll send him the compensation contract later and have him pay this money first. I understand. Inside the office, Zhou Suian ruffled his sister's hair, a hint of apology in his eyes. Zhou Suian thought that Wang Jiangwo, unable to get through to him, had gone to Su Wan to stir up trouble. Zhou Suian thought that Wang Jiangwo, unable to get through to him, had gone to Su Wan to stir up trouble. Zhou Suisui raised an eyebrow, her clear eyes quietly gazing at her brother. She smiled and said nothing more. It's okay, one step at a time. Just now brother rejected Su Wan's plea. That was a good start. If he struck back too fiercely, brother might not be able to accept it. Boiling the frog slowly, just right. She was very satisfied with this outcome. She had acted first and reported later. Her gamble was that Su Wan at this critical juncture would not dare to expose their relationship. She also dared not risk it, fearing that once the relationship between Wang Zhengwo and Su Wan was exposed, her brother might be unable to harden his heart. Now that she had quietly dealt with Wang Zhengwo, Su Wan could only swallow her loss. Who knew how furious she was at this moment? Eat up, brother. Zhou Suisui was in a good mood. Though she had already eaten her fill, she couldn't help but pick up a few more bites. Zhou Suisui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His little sister had indeed grown sensible. She understood the difficulties her brother faced. Suisui, you were lying to your brother about you, and Jiang Zongyan, weren't you? Moi. Hearing this, Zhou Suisui's alarm bells immediately went off. Had her lie been exposed so quickly? Zhou Suisui smiled, his eyes filled with certainty and affection. He only returned to the country the night before last. When would he have had time to invite you to a hotel? Last night, he had secretly sent someone to investigate Jiang Zongyan's whereabouts. He discovered that after returning from abroad, Jiang Zongyan had gone nowhere. He had gone directly to the hotel to adjust to the time difference. At the time, he had been so blinded by anger that he believed her nonsense. Thinking back, he realized something was off. Zhou Suisui gripped her chopsticks tightly, her breathing quickening. What should she do? Zhou Suisui looked utterly confident. Don't try to hide it from your brother. I know everything. Although Jiang Zongyan had known his sister since they were very young, the age gap between them was evident. When his sister was in kindergarten, that guy Jiang Zongyan was already in middle school. Their life trajectories diverged, and they didn't have much overlap. Later, Jiang Zongyan went abroad to study and then developed his market overseas, leaving them even fewer opportunities to spend time together. As for those things, he later found out that sister Wood bought them online. Sister Wu's husband worked away from home for long periods. Their reunion was like a honeymoon, and it was understandable that sparks flew. His sister was trying to stop him from confessing to Su Wan, so she deliberately stirred up this scene. When Zhou Suisui learned the truth, he was furious, but upon reflection, he began to examine himself. Had he made his sister feel too insecure? Not to mention that Su Wan had hung a shopping cart link in her confession livestream selling products from a rival company. If he had gone last night, the company's stock would surely have plummeted today. He didn't mind his own losses, but he couldn't answer to the shareholders who trusted him. It was a stroke of luck after all. As for the confession, he would find another opportunity. Zhou Suisui's eyes darted around as she quickly formulated a countermeasure. TSK. Her brother's keen intelligence was all focused on her. But she had always been thick-skinned. As long as she didn't admit it, it remained true. After a brief moment of panic, she shrugged ambiguously. If you think so, then it is. Her attitude of not defending herself, even when caught red-handed, made Zhou Suisui less certain. Maybe. His sister was... Zhou Suisui made a mental note. It seemed he needed to keep a close eye on his sister's movements recently. This was an age when one was easily led astray. He couldn't be careless. He had to guard against the wolves outside. After the meal, Zhou Suisui had to receive a client. Zhou Suisui didn't linger, as she took her empty lunchbox and left. However, as soon as she left the company, Zhou Suisui immediately called his assistant. President Zhou, do you have any instructions? You saw my sister just now, didn't you? Get a Ling and a Biao to secretly follow her, record everything she does, and everyone she meets, especially any men. When it's done, it'll give you all a raise. This? The assistant was stunned, looking embarrassed. He stealthily glanced at his phone where a text message from the young lady sent an hour ago still lay quiet. Assistant, when from now on, tell me my brother's schedule, especially when he goes to see Su Wan. When it's done, it'll give you a raise. Good heavens. His life was really looking up. He had become a double agent between the siblings. What were the young lady and President Zhou? Zhou Suisui looked at him with suspicion. Assistant Wen quickly nodded. Yes, he'll arrange it right away. A raise, such a good thing had finally come his way, and double at that. Walking out of the office, Assistant Wen laughed like a honking goose. Zhou Suisui left the office, but didn't go straight home. Instead, she called Jiang Ruetian to meet at a coffee shop in the city center. Her brother was already suspicious. She had to solidify the story that she was Jiang Zongyan's simp. Jiang Ruetian rushed over, and as soon as she sat down, she slammed the table and bristled. You're treating today's coffee and broke. Oh, the wealthy Miss Jiang can't even afford a cup of coffee today. Jiang Ruetian took a sip of coffee and complained bitterly, my brother is a tyrant. On the very first day he came back, he made me do sit-ups, confiscated my allowance, and now he wants to drag me to intern at his company. Jiang Ruetian took a sip of coffee and complained bitterly, my brother is a tyrant. On the very first day he came back, so do you still want to enter the entertainment industry? Being a star had always been Jiang Ruetian's dream. Jiang Ruetian looked like a defeated rooster, fuming, my brother won't allow it. He even threatened that any company that signs me will go bankrupt the next day. Tisk, that's really harsh. You're laughing. Your bestie is in such a pitiful state. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Jiang Zongyan had been tightly controlled by her brother since childhood, constantly battling wits with him. At that moment, her sweet little face wrinkled into a bitter sigh. Please let heaven send him abroad soon. How am I going to survive this month? Upon hearing this, Zhou Suisui's eyes suddenly lit up. You mean? Brother Yin is only staying in the country for a month and then going abroad again. He's currently focused on international capital markets. He came back this time because my mom pressured him to return for blind dates. He'll leave again after a month. Great. Good riddance. Huh. Jiang Zongyan blinked her big eyes in confusion. My brother going abroad. Why are you so excited? Haha. How could she not be excited? 1 month was enough for her brother to see Su Wan's true colors, and then when Jiang Zongyan went abroad, wouldn't everything be resolved? Jiang Zongyan was practically the chosen one to help her cover up her lies. Jiang Zongyan was full of confusion, feeling that her best friend had been speaking strangely these past 2 days. Zhou Suisui patted her chest with determination. I've decided. I'm going to pursue your brother. He's going abroad in a month, and I don't want to leave any regrets for myself. Jiang Zongyan sprayed out a mouthful of coffee, incredulous. Zhou Suisui, do you have a fever? Are you out of your mind? You can even fancy a man like my brother. Don't be absurd. At that moment, Jiang Zongyan, who was in a meeting at the company, sneezed several times. Who was cursing him? Jiang Zongyan, as long as you agree to help me pursue your brother, just give me a tiny bit of his schedule. He'll split my allowance with you. Zhou Suisui leaned in, coaxing her. Jiang Zongyan's eyes lit up, and she slapped her forehead. Right? Once you're with my brother, you can become my sister-in-law. Then we can be together every day, sleep in the same bed at night, binge watch shows, go shopping, and have an ally to help me deal with my brother. Great, great. Jiang Zongyan's eyes were as excited as a weasel in a melon patch, as if she wanted to drag the couple to the Civil Affairs Bureau and have them marry on the spot. About being your sister-in-law. We'll discuss it later. Zhou Suisui gave a few guilty fake laughs. If she really got together with Jiang Zongyan, she probably wouldn't be able to eat durian, stinky tofu, bubble tea, or ice cream. At the thought if she really got together with Jiang Zongyan, she probably wouldn't be able to eat durian, stinky tofu, bubble tea, or ice cream. At the thought, she couldn't help shuddering. A life without the freedom to eat and drink heartily would be so boring. My brother, that old iron tree, is a bit hard to crack. After a brief moment of excessive optimism, Jiang Zongyan began to face the reality of her worries. Zhou Suisui, however, looked calm. It's good that he's hard to pursue. Zhou Suisui never play easy games. I like high-difficulty challenges. Jiang Zongyan rubbed her hands excitedly. In that case, all the classic scenes from the CEO novels I've read over the years will finally come in handy. Zhou Suisui had a bad feeling. Jiang Zongyan mysteriously crooked her finger at her. Come closer, I'll tell you in detail. Their little heads huddled together, reminiscent of the neighborhood gossip hub at the village entrance during the new year. Jiang Zongyan said the 108 techniques of chasing men. Technique 1, asking for his WeChat. As the sister of Jiang Zongyan, she certainly had his WeChat, but she needed an excuse to pester him. Zhou Suisui said, isn't it supposed to be the way to a man's heart is through his stomach? Can you cook? No. See, there you go. Cooking for a man is tiring and slow to yield results. Low cost effectiveness. Better to strike at the heart directly, at him on WeChat and flirt. My brother hates being bothered, or if you annoy him enough, he might just give in and fall for you. This. Zhou Suisui stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Did she just hire a useless advisor? Absolutely. Jiang Zongyan patted her chest confidently. He's my own brother, why know him? The key is to create opportunities where none exist. When dealing with a reserved man, you need a strong medicine. Alright, I trust you. Outside the coffee shop, not far away, a Biao hiding behind a flower bed pulled out his phone and opened notes, starting to write a lengthy report. At 3 p.m., of sunny weather, Miss Zhou and Miss Jiang had coffee together. During that time, Miss Jiang slapped the table twice, sprayed coffee once, and the two huddled together, chattering endlessly. Finally, they both smirked. Aling walked over, glanced at it, and rolled her eyes hard. What's all this? What's the use of writing this? Biao looked smug. Since I was a kid, I dreamed of being a writer. Master Zhou really understands me, giving me such an important idiot. You need to note the key points. Aling flicked her brother's forehead in frustration. You should note that Miss Zhou paid the bill in the end. Right, I'll add that. Zhou Suisui, exhausted after meeting a client, emerged from the reception room. He had barely slept last night, rushing to the company early this morning to chair the board meeting. Even the best body couldn't handle it. President Zhou, would you like to rest a bit? Any news from Suisui? Zhou Suisui was still worried about Zhou Suisui, fearing she might actually go to Jiang Zongyan. Here, this is the latest report from the bodyguards. The assistant immediately handed him the information. Zhou Suisui quickly scanned the content, and his temples throbbed sharply. Assistant, when do you want to take a look at this? Is this what I asked you to record as key points? Wen Jing pursed his lips and explained weakly, President Zhou Yu said. Whatever the eldest miss does or says, tell you every detail, no matter how small. Zhou Suisui pointed to the door in frustration. Go investigate again. If you bring me useless stuff, I'll cut your salary. Yes, yes, yes. Assistant Wen walked out of the office trembling on the verge of tears. The happiness he felt moments ago was now replaced by heartache. As expected, a capitalist's word cannot be trusted. He had just mentioned a raise, and now he was deducting his salary. Wen immediately called a Biao back. Don't record trivial details. Focus on the key points. I recorded all the key points. I didn't bother with the rest. Wen was frustrated, but didn't know how to explain. Just record things that shock you, clickbait stuff. A Biao's eyes lit up. Got it. I'm good at that. Wen sighed in relief. Keep up the good work. Whether you get a raise depends on you. Don't worry, we brothers will do our best, and keep a close eye on the eldest miss. That was more like it. Wen hung up the phone with peace of mind. Since her brother didn't believe her, she would play along and cement her image. Since her brother didn't believe her, she would play along and cement her image as a love-struck fool, teaching him a lesson firsthand that a love-struck fool ends up with nothing. Jiang Zongyan had to accompany Aunt Jiang to the temple of marriage on the outskirts to burn incense, so she left after coffee. At the door, she cheerfully patted Zhou Suisui's shoulder. Suisui, I have high hopes for you. Become my sister-in-law soon. People were passing by. Her best friend, always loud since childhood, instantly drew everyone's attention. Zhou Suisui, mortified, wished she could disappear into the ground. She quickly put a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Tian, this is between you and me. Keep it quiet, low-key. Right, low-key? Don't worry, your sister's lips are sealed. I won't leak a word. Jiang Zongyan got into the Jiang family car and left joyfully. She was about to have a sister-in-law. She had to rush back and tell her mother this good news. Why bother with the temple of marriage? Heh. Bodyguard A Ling, who had been eavesdropping, smirked teasingly at her brother crouching on the ground. Write this down. Miss Jiang wants the eldest miss to be her sister-in-law. This is definitely the key point. Sure. A Biao opened notes and typed breaking news. Shocking. Miss Jiang inadvertently revealed that the eldest miss and young Master Jiang are on the verge of a happy union, addressing her in advance as sister-in-law. When Zhou Suisui received this information, he also got a message from Suwan's manager. President Zhou, here is the compensation contract. Please review it and handle it within a day. Attached was a file. The file was titled Compensation for Live Streaming Losses. Zhou Suisui was puzzled. Although they had been wrong last night, he had no intention of making Suwan compensate for the losses. Why would Wang Jin send him a contract now? Was she worried he would replace her? Her apology was quite sincere. Wan was too considerate to the point of breaking his heart. She worked hard every day, earning so little, and she wanted to compensate him. He hadn't misjudged her. Zhou Suiyan's heart ached. Just as he was about to open the file, assistant Wen rushed and flustered. President Zhou, big news. Earth-shattering news. What's all the fuss about? Miss Jiang called our eldest miss sister-in-law. What a... Zhou Suisui slammed the bedboard in shock, sitting up straight. When did this happen? He had thought his sister was lying to him, but now a bombshell had dropped. It seemed those two had been seeing each other behind his back for quite some time. Zhou Suisui closed the chat window and angrily, what did you mean by that? A Biao reported excitedly. Master Zhou, Miss Jiang said it herself. She said she has high hopes for the eldest miss and believes she will definitely become her sister-in-law. Aling glanced at her brother doubtfully. Was that what Miss Jiang said? It seemed right, yet something felt off. Zhou Suiyan's heart sank. His mind was in turmoil. Wasn't the investigation yesterday saying they had no relationship? How did it? Master Zhou, the eldest miss has driven off. Should we continue following? Follow and report immediately. Go quickly. After hanging up, Zhou Suisui sat on the bed in the lounge, his face full of worry. He had no heart to look at the compensation contract. He had never intended to make Suwan compensate or hold her responsible. His mind was consumed by the thought that his sister had been bewitched. She loved Jiang Zongyan, his archenemy. Could it be because he stole the contract from Jiang Zongyan last month and Jiang was retaliating by targeting his sister? No, he had to stop this. At the same time, a Biao looking at the familiar road shouted in surprise, hey, this direction. The eldest miss is heading to Jiang Group. At the same time, a Biao looking at the familiar road shouted in surprise, hey, this direction. The eldest miss is... Zhou Suisui got into the driver's seat, glanced in the rearview mirror at the silver-gray Volkswagen following her, and curled her lips slightly. The Jiang Group headquarters building was not far from the downtown coffee shop. Zhou Suisui parked by the roadside, waiting quietly for Jiang Ruishan's message. Once her brother left the company, she would be notified immediately. Inside the Volkswagen behind, a Biao began recording again. The eldest miss waited for young Master Jiang for half an hour. An hour. Refusing to leave. Inside the Volkswagen behind, a Biao began recording again. The eldest miss waited for young Master Jiang for half an hour. An hour. refusing to leave. When Zhou Suisui received the news, he was heartbroken. That scoundrel! How dare he make his sister wait so long? It was clear he didn't care about her at all. How infuriating. He cherished his sister like a pearl, and she was being treated so lightly. Okay. Zhou Suisui put away her phone and quickly fixed her makeup and dress in the mirror. Looking up, she saw, Zhou Suisui put away her phone and quickly fixed her makeup and dress in the mirror. Looking up, she saw the door of the Jiang Group building pushed open from inside. Jiang Zongyan strode out of the office building wearing a perfectly tailored black suit. He stood tall and straight, his eyes cold and sharp. From the moment he appeared, the spring scenery around him seemed to pale. Jiang Zongyan strode out of the office building wearing a perfectly tailored black suit. He stood tall and straight, his eyes cold and sharp. From the moment he appeared, the spring scenery around him. Just then Jiang Zongyan seemed to sense someone staring at him. His clear, cold gaze swept over casually. Recovering, she quickly opened the car door and stepped forward. Her delicate, radiant face squeezed out a sweet smile. Recovering, she quickly opened the car door and stepped forward. Her delicate, radiant face squeezed out a sweet smile, her voice syrupy. Oh, Brother Yin, what a coincidence. The girl's coquettish voice was so cloyingly sweet that it could drip honey, sending chills down one's spine. Zhou Suisui. Jiang Zongyan's cold gaze fell upon her smiling face, probing back and forth, his tone tinged with surprise. The girl's coquettish voice was so cloyingly sweet that it could drip honey, sending chills down one's spine. Zhou Suisui. Jiang Zongyan's cold gaze fell upon her smiling face, probing back and forth, his tone tinged with surprise. Jiang Zongyan raised his hand and pinched his temples, his forehead throbbing. Here to see Jiang Ruetian. In his memory, Zhou Suisui was always glued to Jiang Ruetian, but avoid. Jiang Zongyan raised his hand and pinched his temples, his forehead throbbing. Here to see Jiang Ruetian. In his memory, Zhou Suisui was all. Jiang Zongyan raised his hand and pinched his temples, his forehead throbbing. Here to see Jiang Ruetian. In his memory, Zhou Suisui was always glued to Jiang Ruetian, but avoided him like a snake. No. Zhou Suisui let out a coquettish hum, shook her head, tilted her face up, her eyes sparkling. Jiang Zongyan instinctively stepped back half a pace. Then why are you? Seeing his movement, Zhou Suisui smiled and stepped forward again, her face nearly pressing against his chest. Jiang Zongyan instinctively stepped back half a pace. Then why are you? Seeing his movement, Zhou Suisui smiled and stepped forward again. She blinked, innocently looking up at him with expectation. Jiang Zongyan looked down and could clearly see her long, slender eyelashes fluttering gently like butterfly wings. Her eyes sparkled like a mischievous little fox filled with cunning calculation. The corner of Jiang Zongyan's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't believe for a second that Zhou Suisui had actually been thinking of him. In the past 3 years, she hadn't called him even once nor replied to a single message. Even though he sent her birthday gifts every year back to the country, she never once thanked him. Remembering Zhou Suiyan's scolding text from yesterday, a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. If his guess was correct, he was being used as a shield. Is that so? His expression was sardonic. Zhou Suisui nodded hurriedly, pretending to clutch her heart and sigh. Thinking of how good Brother Yin has been to me, and yet I still don't have your WeChat. That's truly unacceptable. Jiang Zongyan raised an eyebrow. You don't have my WeChat. See, Brother Yin doesn't care about me at all. You don't even know I don't have your WeChat. But it's fine, we can add each other now. Zhou Suisui smiled as she took out her phone from her LV bag and opened the WeChat friend request QR code. She couldn't help but feel. After she said those words, the air around them suddenly turned cold, chilling. Jiang Zongyan looked down at her hands and his suit trousers, showing no sign of taking out. His gaze on her was slightly cold, his expression unreadable. Zhou Suisui felt a pang of guilt under his stare. The man's sharp eyes pierced through her like an X-ray. What did he mean by that? Truly, a man's heart is as deep as the ocean, impossible to fathom. She blinked pitifully. Brother Yin, can't you even add me on? Jiang Zongyan. Oh, I don't give my WeChat to just anyone. What? Zhou Suisui nearly choked, her smile frozen. Her cheeks puffed up angrily as she squinted at him. She never expected him to refuse so bluntly. Was it really such a big deal to add a WeChat? Jiang Zongyan, you're such a dog. Back when they were kids, she used to follow him around all day, calling him brother in a giddy voice. Brother. With that bond, couldn't she at least add him on WeChat? Wait. She caught a glimpse of the faintest curl at the corner of his lips. That jerk was definitely messing with her on purpose. Zhou Suisui's courage surged, and a wicked idea popped into her mind. She extended her slender snow-white finger and poked his chest, drawing ambiguous circles on it, pretending to be coy. Brother Yin, I don't like hearing that. How am I an outsider? Have you forgotten that I gave you my first kiss? Jiang Zongyan felt the touch on his chest through his clothes. Knowing full well she was spouting nonsense, his ears nevertheless flushed uncontrollably. He grabbed her hand that was messing around on his chest. You can't say things like that. The veins on Jiang Zongyan's forehead throbbed. Mentioning that incident, he actually remembered it. It was clearly she who had clung to him and covered his face with drool about his cute little sister. The veins on Jiang Zongyan's forehead throbbed. Mentioning that incident, he actually remembered it. It was clearly she who had clung to him and covered his. The veins on Jiang Zongyan's forehead throbbed. Mentioning that incident, he actually remembered it. It was clearly she who had clung to him and covered his face with drool about his cute little sister and secretly hidden her in his school bag. Jiang Zongyan had a younger sister too, but she was so delicate that his parents never let him touch her. This little dumpling in front of him was adorable, soft, and squishy. Jiang Zongyan had a younger sister too, but she was so delicate that his parents never let him touch her. This little dumpling in front of him was adorable, soft, and squishy like a bun. Unable to resist, Jiang Zongyan waited until Zhou Suisui went to the teacher's office to recite a text, then secretly took Zhou Suisui to the playground and lifted her out of the bag. He pinched her cheeks, held her hands. Everything was soft and fluffy, and he played with her endlessly. Little did he know, when Zhou Suisui returned to the classroom after reciting, he found his sister missing and went frantic, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. By the time someone told Zhou Suisui that his sister had been taken away by Jiang Zongyan, half an hour had already passed. Zhou Suisui gritted his teeth in fury and rushed to find the thief who stole his sister, only to see his sister happily kissing that guy's face, cooing in a baby voice. "Brother Yin, you're so handsome. When I grow up, I'm going to marry you." "Sure, but you'd better grow up fast, or you'll be old." Jiang Zongyan was about to pat the little one's head when a blur. Zhou Suisui snatched his sister from his arms, shielding her protectively behind him, his neck flushed red. "Jiang Zongyan, you pervert. My sister is only 3 years old, and you're already after her." From then on, Zhou Suisui was at odds with Jiang Zongyan. Wherever Jiang Zongyan was, he would inevitably barge in. He guarded against him more fiercely than a thief, forbidding him to come within 3 steps of his sister. Jiang Zongyan recalled the past, a roguish smile curling on his chiseled face. "Does your brother know you came to see me? My brother's busy dating, so he doesn't have time to worry about me." "Brother Yin, yes or no on the WeChat? Give me a straight answer." Zhou Suisui pouted. Right now she just wanted to get his WeChat, so she could show off their love on moments instead of having to keep running into him. An online romance is still a romance, isn't it? But Jiang Zongyan remained unmoved, one hand in his pocket, sharp eyes glinting through his glasses, his expression ambiguous. No intention of adding her. "But Suisui is asking for your WeChat. Are you going to give it or not? If not, I'll give her mine." Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, a teasing voice came from behind. "Huh, what kind of noise was that?" Zhou Suisui blinked her big watery eyes and turned her head to look. A few meters behind Jiang Zongyan, Lu Chen stood together with several men dressed in identical suits and gold-rimmed glasses, looking like corporate business elites. They were watching them teasingly, each with a suppressed smile on their faces. She was completely stunned. Don't tell her that these people had been there all along and had witnessed the entire scene. Jiang Zongyan, with a height of 1.9 meters and broad shoulders and a narrow waist, was like a sturdy door panel. Zhou Suisui stood in front of him, her view completely blocked, and she had no idea that so many people were behind them. Thinking about her earlier actions, how she had deliberately and flirtatiously tried to seduce Jiang Zongyan, there was a crash. Zhou Suisui's world collapsed. Her cheeks flushed. She put away her phone and fled in panic. "Brother Yin, I suddenly remembered that my cat is about to give birth. He'll come find you to play another time." "Sister Suisui, isn't your cat a male? Leaving already? Tonight we're having a welcome banquet for your brother Yin. You should come. Brother Lu will take you to have fun." Lu Chen, a rascal, shouted relentlessly at her retreating figure. No, you guys have fun." Zhou Suisui was flustered, almost tripping over her own feet. "Sister Suisui, are you shy? Be careful, don't." Lu Chen laughed heartily, shaking with mirth. Jiang Zongyan narrowed his eyes dangerously and shot a glance over. Lu Chen immediately wiped off his slick expression and gave an awkward, apologetic smile. "Stalking?" Jiang Zongyan was puzzled. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and pointed across the street. "There, look." Jiang Zongyan followed his gaze to the front where two. "Stalking?" Jiang Zongyan was puzzled. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and pointed across the street. "There, look." Jiang Zongyan followed his gaze to the front where 2 dark figures were lurking behind a flower bed, furtively watching them. Judging by their figures, they should be the twin brothers of the Zhou family, who had won international taekwondo championships. The corner of his mouth twitched twice. That guy Zhou Suisui guards his sister so tightly. Is he treating her like a treasure or a dangerous criminal? Lu Chen said meaningfully. "It's true that a woman changes 18 times before she's fully grown. Haven't seen her for a while, and the Zhou family's little sister has become so beautiful. It's like a complete transformation. If she were my sister, I'd also guard against the wolves outside." He deliberately emphasized the word wolf and glanced at Jiang Zongyan. Jiang Zongyan squinted slightly, a hint of wickedness curling at the corner of his lips. "You're so knowledgeable. Shall I have a word with old Master Lu to arrange a blind date for you?" Lu Chen's expression changed, and he quickly surrendered. No, 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 I'm wrong, I'll shut up. Jiang Zongyan started to walk away, but Lu Chen followed him again, cheekily asking, tell me honestly, you really have no feelings for Suisui. I only see her as a sister. Jiang Zongyan opened the car door and got into the passenger seat of a Lamborghini. Lu Chen, being lazy, propped his hand on the window and flipped into the driver's seat. Really? If you're not going to pursue her, then I will. Suisui is completely my type. Jiang Zongyan turned to look at him with a forced smile. As long as you're not afraid of Zhou Suiyan's knife, go ahead and pursue her. Lu Chen shivered. Terrifying. I'll invite him to tonight's welcome banquet and have him bring Suisui along. Lost before the battle even began. Zhou Suisui returned home, collapsed onto the sofa, and covered her entire face with a throw pillow. So embarrassing. Embarrassed to the point of thinking of the teasing looks from Lu Chen and the others and the image of her coquettishly drawing circles on Jiang Zongyan's chest with her finger, she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. How could she still move in this circle? How did it go? How did it go? Tell me quickly. Did my brother give you his WeChat? Jiang Ruetian had just returned from the marriage temple with Mrs. Jiang and came straight to Zhou Suisui to inquire about the situation. The Jiang and Zhou families lived in the same villa district practically next door, a mere 5-minute walk. Better not mention your brother to me now. Your brother is just absolutely wicked. Zhou Suisui was fuming on the verge of tears. He clearly knew so many people were present, yet he didn't warn her at all, just quietly watched her make a fool of herself. What did my brother do to make you so angry? Jiang Ruetian was a bit worried. What was wrong with her brother? Did he really plan to be a bachelor for life? Worrying. In the afternoon she had mentioned this to her mother, and her mother smiled with such spring-like delight, finally having successfully marketed her brother. It had only been half a day. If Suisui returned the goods and backed out, her mother would definitely think she was a fraud. He watched me make a fool of myself. Zhou Suisui clenched her fists, pouted, and angrily recounted what had just happened. Jiang Ruetian listened, her lips twitching as she wanted to laugh, but was afraid of upsetting her best friend. What's that? That's nothing at all. As long as it's a man we women want, we must strike steadily, accurately, and ruthlessly. He's laughing at you now, but later he won't be able to reach your level. No. Later make him kneel and sing conquer. Imagining her brother kneeling before Suisui, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're laughing at me too. Jiang Ruetian, you're as annoying as your brother, humph. No, 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 my dear bestie, for the sake of sharing half of your allowance with me, I'll give you another tip. Not listening, not listening. Zhou Suisui covered her ears with both hands. Jiang Ruetian pounced on her and forcibly pried her hands apart. Men can't resist a green tea bitch, a sweet but manipulative girl. You need to learn to be one. Zhou Suisui snorted disdainfully. I can't, I'd rather die than do it. Jiang Ruetian analyzed with great logic. If you can't, you can learn. Don't you want to be my sister-in-law? No, I don't. Reject manipulation. Look, Suwon, that white lotus pretend innocent girl, isn't she very good at being a tea? Using her tea skills, she has your brother Suiyan completely under her control. Mentioning her brother Zhou Suisui suddenly felt confident again. That's right, as long as her brother was fine, what did this little problem matter? Tonight at 6:30, brother Lu Chun is hosting a welcome banquet for my brother at the Peninsula Club. Let's go together. Zhou Suisui had just perked up, but instantly deflated. Lu Chun had just invited her, and that frivolous guy was the one who laughed the loudest. Zhou Suisui had just perked up, but instantly deflated. Lu Chun had just invited her, and that frivolous guy was the one who laughed the loudest. Zhou Suisui opened the message, and the next second, she jumped up from the sofa in anger. What? Suwon actually wants my brother to compensate her. Which direction does she dream in at night? Teach me, I want to dream one too. Zhou Sujui's chest heaved, and she immediately called Assistant 1. Did my brother agree? Assistant 1, presumably unable to speak freely, lowered his voice. Miss, this afternoon Su Wan's agent sent the contract for breach of product promotion compensation to President Zhou, but at that time President Zhou was dealing with your matter and didn't reply. Just now Su Wan called crying, and President Zhou realized he had made a mistake. Now he's given the contract to the finance department and told them to handle it, as Zhou Suisui was so angry that blood rushed to her head. She gritted her teeth and said, did a donkey kick his brain? He can tolerate this. Does he think he's a ninja turtle? This. When Jing choked, couldn't help but want to laugh. Silently, he gave a thumbs up to the young lady in his heart. What a delight. She was practically his mouthpiece. Suwon was too shameless. Taking advantage of President Zhou's confession opportunity, she actually went ahead and listed products from Tianyu. Everyone knew that Tianyu had built its fortune by plagiarizing Zhou Corporation's products, engaging in unethical practices. The two companies had a stack of lawsuits against each other. The media had been closely watching the two companies, exaggerating any slight disturbance. If President Zhou had gone last night without knowing the situation, wouldn't Tianyu have taken the opportunity to trample Zhou Corporation into the mud? And she still has the nerve to ask President Zhou to pay the compensation for her. Puffed wishful thinking. If she doesn't have a mirror she can take a piss and look at herself, she's been given too much face. Even an employee could see how much President Zhou indulged Su Wan. The Zhou Corporation offered good benefits, and he didn't want to lose his job at such a young age. Miss, should you perhaps advise President Zhou about this matter? I've dealt with those people from Tianyu before. They're the kind who stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Even if President Zhou didn't personally step in, as long as the compensation money came from Zhou Corporation, Tianyu will never let this opportunity slip. Who knows what they'll tell the media? Zhou Suisui felt relieved hearing this. Her brother was kind-hearted, and most people around him were good. Assistant, when I need you to do something for me now. Go ahead. Go to the finance department right now. As a shareholder, I demand that no one approve this payment without my The girl's delicate voice carried a resolute strength. She would take full responsibility. Assistant Wen breathed a sigh of relief and genuinely changed his opinion of Zhou Suisui. Before this, he had thought of this young lady as someone who never bothered with company affairs, just eating and drinking with her friends, shopping for clothes and bags, or going abroad to concerts and fashion shows. His tone unconsciously grew more respectful. Very well, miss. They'll call the finance director now. Thank you for your hard work. It's my duty. After hanging up, Jiang Zongyan asked worriedly, Zhou Suisui, what's wrong? You look terrible. Su Wan wants my brother to compensate her losses. What? Jiang Zongyan gritted her teeth. How did I never realize she was so shameless? She set up Seon Gij first, and he didn't even bother her about it, yet she's turning the tables. Her cute little face flushed bright red. Before this, she too had supported Seon Gij in pursuing Su Wan. Though Su Wan was only a minor celebrity in the entertainment industry, she had high emotional intelligence and handled the few public events she attended with ease. Add to that the clear-headed, independent, strong female persona her fans and she herself had crafted, and even she had been fooled. After Uncle Zhou and Aunt Zhou passed away, the entire burden of the Zhou family fell on Seon Gij's shoulders. He had suffered so much. She wished someone could be by his side. Even if that person couldn't help him bear anything, just standing beside him would be enough. He had suffered so much. She wished someone could be by his side. Even if that person couldn't help him bear anything, just standing beside him would be enough. If her brother agreed to transfer the money, that meant Su Wan had been whispering in his ear again. There was a 90% chance he would go see her tonight. If her brother agreed to transfer the money, that meant Su Wan had been whispering in his ear again. There was a 90% chance he would. In her past life, the fans attacked him. Young Master Zhou, you're already so rich, why do you keep clinging to our sister? She just wants to focus on acting. Are you trying? What kind of love is that? Love is letting go. She's meant to be a strong female leader, role model for women. Go to hell. Those out-of-control fans like rabid dogs splattered dog blood on her brother and his car. Reporters who had been lying in wait captured everything and splashed it across the headlines. During that time, her brother's absurd scandal dominated the trending topics for an entire month. With those fans muddying the waters, the more they tried to explain, the worse it got. And behind those scandals, the label Su Wan was inevitably attached. Her brother's and the Zhou Corporation's reputation suffered. But Su Wan, on the contrary, gained fame. Then, with a strong female lead drama that followed, her strong female-led persona broke through the circle, skyrocketing her to top-tier popularity. No, I can't let him go see Su Wan. What do you plan to do? Didn't you say Lu Xiao is throwing a welcome banquet for Yan Gu tonight? Let's go together. Zhou Suisui was now too tired to argue with her brother. Empty words were useless, only drastic measures would work. Suan Zhou asked Ah Biao and Ah Ling about Zhou Suisui activities, learning that she had gone to see Jiang Zongyan in the afternoon and had been very close. Furious, he called Jiang Zongyan to warn him. Jiang Zongyan, probably annoyed by his nagging, simply said, I treat Zhou Suisui like a sister, just like you. He wasn't entirely convinced, though. After all, that guy had been coveting his sister for quite some time. But after meeting him, Zhou Suisui obediently went home in the afternoon. Sister Wu said she had stayed at home all along with no other moves. The stone weighing on Son Zhou's heart finally settled. Just then Su Wan called him, sobbing. He then realized he had made a misunderstanding earlier. That contract wasn't compensating him, but rather requiring him to compensate Tianyu. Hearing Su Wan say this, he fell silent for a moment. Su Wan choked out. If you hadn't stood me up, I wouldn't have to pay so much compensation. I'm just a nobody in the entertainment industry. Most of what little I earn in a year goes to the company plus social obligations. I really don't have any extra money. If she dared to breach the contract and not pay Tianyu, she might as well forget about staying in this circle. Suan Zhou felt a pang of helplessness. How could this be blamed on him? But Su Wan was the one he cherished. Seeing her tears, all his grievances and doubts vanished. If she said it was his fault, then it must be his fault. As a man, he should spoil his woman. Why quibble over such things? Suan Zhou comforted himself, and then turned to soothe Su Wan. Wan, don't cry. This is my fault. He'll have the finance department contact Tianyu as soon as possible to settle this. Just transfer the money to me. He'll have Sister Wang handle the rest with Tianyu. Su Wan stopped his suggestion. Within that compensation, 20% was an extra cut Sister Wang had added as their handling fee. Of course, Suan Zhou didn't know this. He trusted Su Wan completely. When he first met Su Wan, she didn't dare to go public with their relationship, not even normal friendship, afraid of tarnishing his reputation. She refused his money, refused everything. Where could you find such a good girl? It had been 2 days since they last met, and Suan Zhou felt a stirring desire. He dressed himself up handsomely and was about to leave when Assistant Wen rushed in with a worried expression. President Zhou, bad news. Mrs. left the house. Where did she go? Suan Zhou had just changed into a clean suit perfumed with white tea, a crisp, refreshing scent. She said to be at Peninsula Club. Assistant Wen paused, then added, also Ling just checked. Young Master Jiang is already at Peninsula Club. Suan Zhou's dark eyes turned icy cold, his gaze fierce. Furious, he clenched his fists and laughed bitterly. Fine. Just fine. They were playing him for a fool, weren't they? And he was stupid enough to believe that Jiang Zongyan's words, treating her like a sister, and now they're meeting at a club. Assistant Wen glanced at the roses just delivered from the flower shop. Dewdrops still dripped from the delicate petals. Then, are you still going to see Miss Su? What the hell would I go for now? Suan Zhou blocked repeatedly, gritted his teeth in fury. His sister's relationship with Jiang Zongyan was ambiguous. At this critical moment, how could he feel at ease leaving them alone? No wonder Lu Chun had invited him to join this afternoon, and even told him to bring Suisui. So this was the real motive behind it. A bunch of greasy middle-aged men gathering together could never lead to anything good. Either they were playing cards or drinking, and the cigarette smoke alone was enough to send you straight to the afterlife. When Zhu said then, shall we go to the Peninsula Club as well? Zhou Sui's face turned ashen, and he was so furious he wanted to curse. Go get the car. We're leaving now. It seemed he would have to stand Su Wan up again. He pinched his temples, his slender fingers gripping the phone tightly, took a deep breath, and then with a faint air of resignation sent a message to Su Wan. Wan, something urgent came up tonight. They'll come find you next time, I promise. Don't be mad. Upon receiving the message, Su Wan was lying on the bed at the beauty salon enjoying a facial treatment in comfort. She scoffed disdainfully at the message. If he didn't come, fine. As long as he paid, she was happy to have the freedom. Miss Su, is that a message from Mr.? He loves you so much, reporting everything to you. How wonderful. The young beautician's eyes were filled with envy. To win the favor of these wealthy young masters, she would never have to worry for the rest of her life. Miss Su was truly blessed. That gaze of admiration and envy made Su Wan feel very pleased. She raised an eyebrow, lifting her chin arrogantly. Of course, whatever I want he gives me. The beautician's smile froze instantly, and she rolled her eyes hard. She was just being polite, and this woman actually took it seriously. Did she not remember what she used? That face was 70% copied from someone else, and she hadn't even spent enough to make it look right. Only a lovesick fool like Master Zhou would fall for her. Did she really think she was that special? The ancient-style Peninsula Club nestled halfway up Xiangshan Mountain commanded 10 miles of scenic beauty serene. Those who came here to spend money were either wealthy or powerful. Tonight, however, Lu Chun had spared no expense, extravagantly booking the entire venue. The invited guests were mostly the young masters of this circle and close classmates from home. Zhou Suisui and Jiang Ruetian walked hand in hand to the door, casually pushing it open. In the noisy VIP room, laughter and chatter intertwined, and the thick smell of smoke assaulted their noses. Zhou Suisui frowned instinctively. She had suffered from severe rhinitis as a child and could never stand the smell of smoke. Her brother never smoked in front of her. Even if he smoked outside, he would take a shower before seeing her. Jiang Ruetian wasn't so particular, but as soon as Zhou Suisui frowned, she refused to let it slide. Hey, who's smoking? This is a public place. Have some manners, will you? In the 3 years Jiang Zongyan had been abroad, Jiang Ruetian had attended many such gatherings and knew these people quite well. As the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, she never pandered to them. Besides, Jiang Zongyan was present today. Instantly, the noisy room fell into dead. After a couple of seconds, someone came to his senses and said with a flattering smile, "Oh, it's Miss Jiang. They'll put out my cigarette right away, ha." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at the man sitting in the main seat, his eyes even more ingratiating. Feeling a gaze fall upon her, Zhou Suisui instinctively looked up toward the front. Unexpectedly, her eyes met a pair of cold phoenix-like eyes. The man sat on the sofa, his posture relaxed, looking up at her. His sharp hawk-like gaze was like a calm whirlpool, exuding a mysterious and dangerous aura. Zhou Suisui's heart skipped a beat. Thinking of what had happened that afternoon, she wished she could hang herself with a noodle. Ahem. She pretended to be calm, averted her gaze, and made an extremely unnatural gesture, tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. For the evening's welcome banquet, she had specially changed into a white dress. The light cascaded down upon her like a soft, gentle veil. Standing there quietly, her light makeup accentuated her exquisite, flawless features. Her small palm-sized face was as white as jade, glowing with a lustrous sheen under the light. Her eyes were lively, her temperament a gentle innocence between that of a girl and a woman, beautiful enough to captivate a city. Instantly, all eyes in the room were drawn to her. Lu Chun was the first to snap back to reality, his eyes lighting up. He immediately put down his glass and strode over. Sweet Tian Suisui, how is it that you both look even more stunning tonight? Have fairies descended into our VIP room? Lu Chun was a master of flirting, sweet words flowing effortlessly from his lips. Unfortunately, no one fell for his act. Jiang Zongyan pouted and glared at him. Cut the nonsense. Suisui, don't mind him. Let's go sit over there. Zhou Suisui nodded at Lu Chun as a greeting, then followed Jiang Zongyan toward the sofa area. Lu Chun was left speechless, helplessly rubbing his nose. Miss Jiang's temper was as fiery as ever. What man could possibly put up with her? In comparison, Zhou Suisui was much better. Although she wasn't easy to deal with either, her smile was so sweet it made your heart melt. They had arrived a bit late. The sofa was already full with some people squeezed together. Yet no one dared to sit next to Jiang Zongyan. Even Lu Chun, who was closest, deliberately kept the seat's distance. Jiang Zongyan had a cleanliness obsession. If anyone got too close, he would inevitably smell their scent, which he disliked. Knowing his temperament, everyone kept their Suisui, let's sit here. Jiang Ruishan's eyes twinkled, and she pushed the unprepared Zhou Suisui toward Jiang Zongyan. Caught off guard, Zhou Suisui let out a soft cry, her red lips parting slightly as her body drifted forward. She was about to fall into the man's arms. As luck would have it, it landed right on the most sensitive spot of her waist. Her body trembled violently, and a soft moan escaped from her red lips barely. As luck would have it, it landed right on the most sensitive spot of her waist. Her body trembled violently, and a soft moan escaped from her red lips barely audible. It reached Jiang Zongyan's ears, and his cold, clear eyes suddenly darkened, freezing in place. Nothing was more terrifying than the sudden silence in the air. Jiang Zongyan apologized insincerely, but behind her back, she was covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. I'm fine. Thank you, Brother Yan. Jiang Zongyan apologized insincerely, but behind her back, she was covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. I'm fine. Thank you, Brother Yan. She closed her eyes in resignation, composed her expression, and squeezed out a fake smile. She pushed against Jiang Zongyan to get up, but her foot slipped, and she fell heavily again. This time she wasn't so lucky. She tumbled directly into his arm. Her legs pressed against him, her chin bumped into his shoulder, and a faint, cool, woody scent invaded her nostrils. It smelled pleasant, and she didn't dislike it. Jiang Zongyan's Adam's apple rolled, and he let out a muffled groan, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Aren't you going to get off? Zhou Suisui looked up, and her gaze happened to land on his flushed ears. She was so close to him that she could naturally tell what state he was in. His entire body was tense, his breathing slightly ragged with a hint of flustered haste. Yet on his sharply defined, handsome face, there was still that impassive expression. This man was really good at pretending. It made one want to tear off his mask. A glint of mischief flashed in Zhou Suisui's eyes. Instead of getting up, she leaned forward, deliberately bringing her red lips close to his ear. In a voice only the two of them could hear, she said coquettishly, Brother Yan, everyone else has put out their cigarettes. Why is yours still burning? Suisui can't stand the smell. Her sister had put on such a show. Why shouldn't she take the chance to flirt with her brother? Looking at the triumphant expression on the girl's face, Jiang Zongyan let out a helpless sigh. He threw his cigarette to the ground and crushed it with his shoe. Can you let go now? He grabbed her soft waist, intending to help her sit properly on the seat beside him. Just then the door of the VIP room was pushed open and a tall figure walked in. The visitor pushed open the door and the resounding footsteps abruptly ceased. All fell silent, turning their gazes toward the entrance. As soon as they discerned the face of the newcomer, every expression shifted into one of amusement. Zhou San stood at the door, his tall figure illuminated by the light from the corridor outside, casting shadows on his shoulders and profile. His chiseled jawline was taut, and his piercing eyes fixed intently on the two people embracing on the sofa. Zhou Suisui, Jiang Zongyan. What are you doing? He growled, his fingers clenching into fists at his sides. Zhou Suisui had her back to him. Startled by her brother's roar, she instinctively flinched and tumbled further into Jiang Zongyan's embrace, landing squarely on his lap. Brother, my leg hurts. Zhou Suisui cried out in dismay, her face turning pale. Her foot seemed to be cramping. She really couldn't get up. To match this white dress today, she had dug out the high heels from the bottom of her wardrobe. She regretted wearing these shoes. She worried that her brother would blow his top. But then again, wasn't her purpose precisely to make him misunderstand and get angry? Such a perfect opportunity. So she stopped panicking and leaned into Jiang Zongyan's embrace with a clear conscience. The girl's soft hand pressed against the man's firm thigh. The bulging muscles felt through the thin fabric of his suit trousers transmitted a distinct warmth to her fingertips. Hiss! Jiang Zongyan's mouth twitched and his eyes darkened. This little girl. Where is her hand wandering? Zhou Suisui, come here. Zhou Suiyan, witnessing this scene, nearly fainted on the spot. With so many people in the private room, these two were shamelessly clinging to each other without a hint of shame. Zhou Suiyan's world collapsed again and again. His usually obedient and sensible sister was sitting in a man's arms. Mom, Dad, my heart is bitter. My sister's rebellious phase came a little late. As if the last shred of hope in his heart had been shattered, his face turned ashen. Zhou Suisui, seeing her brother so furious, wondered had she provoked him too much. Brother, you come here right now. Zhou Suiyan saw her still sitting languidly on Jiang Zongyan's lap, looking utterly worthless, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. He couldn't bear it another second. With a swift step of his long legs, he grabbed her shoulder and yanked her behind him. Hey brother, easy, easy. Zhou Suiyan glared at her fiercely, and Zhou Suisui immediately shut her mouth. The words of reprimand lingered in his throat before being forcibly swallowed. He couldn't bear it. He couldn't bear to scold his sister. So someone else had to bear his rage. Zhou Suiyan protectively shielded Zhou Suisui behind him, then raised his head to look ahead. Jiang Zongyan, for someone your age, your words are like a fart. Who is it that swore up and down we're not together, not together? Then what is this? He demanded furiously, his hands clenched into fists at his sides, his eyes fixed on Jiang Zongyan. If looks could kill, Jiang Zongyan would have been stabbed thousands of times by now. If he hadn't come, would they have already kissed? This guy's lips were pursed a mile away just now. Jiang Zongyan sat on the dark red velvet sofa, his pale skin looking even more strikingly alluring against it. He lounged lazily, his black suit sharp and crisp, his perfectly sculpted face devoid of expression. Listening to Zhou Suiyan's accusations, he felt no sense of wrongdoing whatsoever. In truth, he had done nothing wrong. He had merely performed a good deed, steadied Zhou Suisui. He hadn't even touched her hand. He pinched his temples and said calmly, Zhou Suan, are you two ganging up on me today? Then his gaze flickered to Zhou Suisui, who was hiding behind Zhou Suiyan. Wasn't this little one going to explain? Her brother's eyes were practically turning into daggers. Ungrateful little thing. Wasn't this little one going to explain? Her brother's eyes were practically turning into daggers. Ungrateful little thing. She didn't know either. Their silent communication made Zhou Suiyan even angrier. He shifted his body to block Jiang Zongyan's view. What are you looking at my sister for? If you dare to do it, dare to admit it. He had caught them red-handed, and yet this man still refused to confess. How had he never noticed before that Jiang Zongyan was not only a scoundrel, but also a pervert? No admission, no rejection. Scumbag. Zhou Suiyan was a very upright man. His father had a wonderful relationship with his mother, loved her deeply, and had eyes only for her. His father had once gently stroked his head and said, Suan, remember, a man who treats his wife well is a true man. Zhou Suisui, what do you think? Anything to say? Jiang Zongyan, whether annoyed by the siblings or not, curved his lips slightly, letting out a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Zhou Suisui lowered her head, shrinking behind Zhou Suan like a timid quail, looking guilty. But in her heart she was screaming, Yangage, I'm sorry. But you're my brother's archrival. You're the only one who can ignite his fury. Zhou Suiyan shielded Zhou Suisui behind him and glared back, still looking at Jiang Zongyan. So he had to take the blame today. The siblings were setting him up together. His temples throbbed. Zhou Suisui, if you don't explain, I'll explain for you. Zhou Suisui was taken aback. What? He was going to explain. Wouldn't that expose everything? She steeled herself, spread her arms to block Jiang Zongyan, and declared with righteous indignation, Brother, take it out on me. Don't yell at Yangage, it's all my fault. After she shouted, the entire room fell silent. Everyone watched the drama. Explosive. Zhou Suisui was openly defying her brother for Jiang Zongyan. Jiang Zongyan's handsome face clouded over. Damn girl, she wouldn't stop until she killed him. After saying that, Zhou Suisui looked at her brother nervously. Was she going to get beaten up by her brother? Oh well, never mind. Zhou Suiyan was utterly incredulous, clutching his chest, and it's your turn to protect him. You come here right now. Zhou Suisui pouted rebelliously. Don't vent your anger on Yangage, or I won't come over. The atmosphere in the private room instantly became tense and confrontational. Everyone wore a look of anticipation. Their gazes shifted from Zhou Suiyan. The atmosphere in the private room instantly became tense and confrontational. Everyone wore a look of anticipation. Their gazes shifted from Zhou Suiyan's face to Zhou Suisui's and finally settled on Jiang Zongyan's. Who didn't know that Zhou Suiyan was a sister-obsessed maniac, and that Zhou Suiyan and Jiang Zongyan were mortal enemies? If Jiang Zongyan and Zhou Suisui were together, Zhou Suiyan would explode. Everyone watched the show, but with Jiang Zongyan, the living devil, sitting there, no one dared to speak. No matter how excited they were, they could only hold it in. Jiang Ruetian was completely confused, eating melon seeds the whole time. She couldn't even understand the gossip. What? What was going on? Suyanjij, don't be angry. Let's talk calmly. I think my brother and Sui Sui are indeed a bit far apart in age, but an older man knows how to take care of someone. Someone, upon hearing the words, older man, couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? The speaker was the young master of the Qin family Qin Muchuan, who was a classmate of Zhou Suisui and Jiang Zongyan. Jiang Ruetian shot him a glare, and he immediately stifled his laughter. Sorry, I lost my composure. He pretended to advise, so wouldn't it be good if Zongyan became your brother-in-law? From now on, I'll have to call you brother. Lu Chen quickly chimed in, afraid of being left out. Yeah, from now on, I'll call you. Haha. Jiang Zongyan wearily pinched his temples. What sin had he committed? Why did he have to sit here and be repeatedly flayed alive by these people? This wasn't his welcome banquet, it was a Hongmen banquet. So he was the only one who ended up hurt. Jiang Zongyan was truly amused by the absurdity. A misunderstanding, huh? Come, Suisui, sit. Seeing his reaction, Zhou Suisui immediately pulled Zhou Suisui to sit on the sofa. He squeezed Jiang Zongyan aside and plopped down right next to him. Jiang Zongyan's narrow brows furrowed slightly. He stood up and moved aside. What? You want to be my brother-in-law? Come on, call me brother, and let me. Zhou Suisui was also furious. He had been the last to know that his treasured little sister was dating, and on top of that this man was hemming and hawing, afraid to admit it. His sister was sweet and gentle. What man wasn't good enough for her? And he was the one acting aggrieved. Jiang Zongyan looked at that smug face of his and couldn't help but think it was asking for a punch. Pig-headed fool. Couldn't he see that his sister was doing it on purpose? Too ridiculous. He hadn't even touched her hand, and yet he was being saddled with such a huge accusation. He turned his head to look at Zhou Suisui sitting beside him. Zhou Suisui met his gaze and immediately guiltily looked away. Ahem. Brother Yin, I'm sorry. She couldn't admit it right now. He would have to bear the blame for a while. Jiang Zongyan was suddenly amused by the attitude of these two siblings. He gritted his teeth and cursed at Zhou Suan blockhead. You're cursing me. You dare curse me. Sister, listen to this. Listen to this. He's even cursing your brother. Zhou Suisui was completely triggered by that blockhead. He could be called stupid, not clever, but never a blockhead. He had been the second fiddle following Jiang Zongyan since childhood. Brother tells you a man like this is no good. If you don't break up now, are you waiting to celebrate New Year with him? Jiang Ruetian listened, her eyes darting around, and couldn't help but raise her hand to speak again. Brother Suisui really likes my brother. My brother is leaving for abroad in a month. If you stop her now, you're preventing her from bravely pursuing love, isn't that? MMPH. Don't say it. Zhou Suisui was startled and reached out to cover her mouth. She was about to kneel down to her. My dear lady, please. They had agreed to keep it low-key and not tell anyone, yet she had blurted it out so openly in front of everyone. In the spacious private room, more than a dozen pairs of eyes turned to her in unison. She's talking nonsense, Zhou Suisui forced a fake smile and explained to everyone. Jiang Ruishan's eyes widened as she struggled indignantly. MMPH. I'm telling the truth. Zhou Suisui wished she could find a hole to crawl in to take a little shovel and bury herself alive. She must have been crazy to ask Jiang Ruetian, a loudspeaker, to be her advisor and even give her half of her allowance. Zhou Suisui, get out here. Zhou Suian couldn't stay seated any longer. He reached out, grabbed Zhou Suisui by the ear, and dragged her out the door. Ow, it hurts. Brother, easy. Zhou Suisui had no choice but to let go of Jiang Ruetian and follow him quickly. Tian, save me. Jiang Ruetian followed worriedly and earnestly advised, Brother Suan, let go of Suisui first. Suisui being my sister-in-law is a good thing, isn't it? Why are you angry? Yeah, why am I angry? I've got nothing better to do. Zhou Suian was so angry, he was talking nonsense, tightening his grip on his sister's ear. Now don't try to persuade him. He wanted to destroy the whole world with him. Ow. Zhou Suisui had a look of utter despair. Tian, maybe don't. If you keep going, my ear will be torn off by my brother. Suisui, you're my future sister-in-law. I care about you. Jiang Zongyan. The noisy voices gradually faded away outside the door. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Today Lu Chun had arranged this gathering, so he had no choice but to rub his nose and smooth things over. Everyone is used to Zhou Suian doting on his sister. Come, let's drink. Today is Zongyan's welcome banquet. Let's raise our glasses to welcome him back home. Right, drink. Welcome Master Jiang back home. Cheers. A glass of wine down. Among them a self-proclaimed smart Alex sneered contemptuously. Young Master Zhou is overreaching. Zhou Suisui being favored by Master Jiang is her blessing. Oof, who threw that? Before he finished speaking, a lighter was hurled at his head. Wang Chunming smelled blood, covered his head in fury, and looked over only to meet a pair of eagle-like black eyes immediately falling silent. If you don't have anything to say, no one will take you for a mute. Jiang Zongyan's handsome face darkened his powerful aura, making everyone tremble. Anyone with eyes could see that this young master was angry. The noise that had been going on stopped instantly. Everyone looked at Wang Chunming with sympathetic eyes. Well, another reckless fool who had walked right into the line of fire. Earlier when the Zhou siblings were present, the young master had been in a good mood and hadn't really gotten angry, even when Zhou Suan provoked him. Did he naively think the young master was an easygoing person? The lighter was made of pure gold, and it immediately raised a huge bump on Wang Chunming's head, blood gushing out. Wang Chunming was the second son of the Wang family and didn't usually associate closely with them. Recently, the Wang family had secured financing from the Jiang group with a new product, so they had been trying to get close to those around Jiang Zongyan, one of whom was Lu Chun. Today he had begged Lu Chun to bring him here to show his face in front of Jiang Zongyan. He didn't understand the relationship between Zhou Suisui and Jiang Zongyan. He thought he could use this opportunity to sow discord between the Zhou and Jiang families. Unexpectedly, it backfired and only made Jiang Zongyan displeased. Lu Chun gave him a look that said idiot. He had thought he was smart, but instead his cleverness had led to his own downfall. Apologize to Master Jiang immediately. The affairs of the Jiang and Zhou families are not for an outsider to gossip about. The deep cooperation between the Zhou and Jiang families affected the stock prices of both groups. Wang Chunming could not say such things whether in private or in public. I'm sorry, Master Jiang. I was wrong. I didn't mean it. With that, Wang Chunming slapped himself in the face. The moment he said it, he regretted it. He hadn't controlled his temper and had underestimated the relationship between the Jiang and Zhou families. Lu Chun felt a bit of pity. Zongyan, he didn't mean it. For my sake, cool down. Jiang Zongyan said coldly, tell him to get lost. Don't let me see. Leave now. Lu Chun pushed the fool. Yes, I'm leaving right now. Wang Chunming covered his head and left in disgrace. Jiang Zongyan lost his desire to drink. He put down his glass and rose from the sofa. Lu Chun was taken aback. Leaving already? You guys have fun. All expenses tonight are on me. Lu Chun watched him leave, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He was finding it harder and harder to guess what was on this young master's mind. Clearly, he was very fond of Zhou Suisui. His gaze had practically been glued to her earlier. When she sat on his lap, he hadn't gotten angry. Instead, he looked quite pleased. Did he really just see her as a sister? A sweetheart sister more like. Lu Chun furrowed his brows, then suddenly let out a smile. Was he just trying to maintain the cooperation between the Jiang and Zhou families? How could he possibly be in a real relationship? Although Zhou Suisui was a bit straightforward and had recently been entangled with a minor actress, his brain was love-struck, yet his work capabilities precisely compensated for this flaw. Recently, the LGT large model launched by Zhou's enterprise with its unique image processing approach had successfully edged out numerous competitors as a latecomer, aggressively capturing a 30% market share. This project was a joint investment by the Zhou and Jiang families through a strong collaboration. At this critical juncture, Jiang Zongyan would absolutely not fall out with Zhou Suisui. On the bustling streets at night, the neon lights on both sides dazzled the eyes. Zhou Suisui's wrist was suddenly seized by a brute force and dragged into the back seat of a black Bentley. Bro, can't you be gentler? Her wrist, aching from the pull, Zhou Suisui rubbed it and complained discontentedly, only to look up and meet Zhou Suian's. Her brother, the unrivaled authority of the Zhou group, was a decisive CEO in the outside world. At this moment, his face was as dark as ink and his gnashing voice suppressed a towering fury. Zhou Suisui, are you itching for a bamboo shoot stir-fry? What? Zhou Suisui shrank her neck and sat in the back seat like a little quail, avoiding problems, lowering her head and twisting her fingers. Seeing her silent and unresponsive, Zhou Suian's anger flared even more. I'm asking you, when did you and Jiang Zongyan get together? Do you have any idea what kind of person he is? He's a madman who can force competitors to delist without batting an eye. His heart is only filled with his grand ambitions. Women are nothing but dispensable tools to him. You're a 19-year-old girl. Why are you throwing yourself at him? Are you tired of living? You won't even know how he disposes of you. What have I taught you? There's no good man out there, especially Jiang Zongyan. Have you been hit on the head or fed some love potion? Suian Gij, don't be angry. A soft voice interjected. Jiang Ruitian rushed over anxiously, her round almond eyes full of confusion. Suian Gij Suisui is already 19. She'll have to get married someday. I'd hate to see her marry someone else. My brother has a lot of bad habits, but if Suisui becomes my sister-in-law, no one would dare bully her, and she'd be as comfortable as at home. Zhou Suisui immediately nodded and added fuel to the fire. Auntie and Uncle Jiang are so nice, there won't be any mother-in-law issues. Jiang Ruitian also chimed in, raising a finger and earnestly promising, I guarantee no sister-in-law conflicts either. Zhou Suian looked at Jiang Ruitian's innocent eyes and finally softened his tone. Why was he getting angry with them? They were still children, not understanding things. He gently coaxed. Tiantian, the Jiang family driver, is waiting over there. You go home first. I need to have a few words with Suisui alone. All right. Jiang Ruitian was uneasy, pursed her lips, and walked away reluctantly, taking one last look back. Before leaving, she still mouthed an encouraging "hang in there" to Zhou Suisui. "Suisui, you must stick to your own thoughts, don't give up easily." She recalled her brother's reaction in the private room earlier and snorted in dissatisfaction. He didn't even know how to defend his wife. Jerk. It didn't matter if he had no wife, as she would protect her future sister-in-law herself. Sitting in the car, Jiang Zongyan hesitated for a moment, then pulled out her phone and dialed Jiang Zongyan. "Bro, let me discuss something with you." On the other end of the line, Jiang Zongyan, who had just stepped out of the private room, spoke in a low, languidly cold voice. "What trouble have you stirred up this time? Do you think I only know how to cause trouble all day?" Jiang Zongyan snorted discontentedly, but remembering she needed his help, she softened her tone and pleaded pitifully, "Bro, why don't you marry Suisui? She really likes you." Jiang Zongyan lit a cigarette, held it between his long, slender fingers, took a casual drag, and exhaled white smoke between his cherry-pink lips. He spoke calmly, his tone revealing no emotion. "She likes me. How come I didn't know?" Jiang Zongyan urged anxiously. "She told me herself. Bro, just for my sake, please be with her, okay? Pig brain, can't you see she's lying to you?" Jiang Zongyan's eyes widened, and she immediately retorted, "How could Suisui lie to me? Do you have parents? I'm bad brother. How dare he question her best friend?" The young lady was angry, and that kind of anger couldn't be coaxed away. Jiang Zongyan pinched his throbbing temple. This girl could sit at the same table as Zhou Suisui. Both were being played around by Zhou Suisui, yet hopping about excitedly. "Do you like her that much?" Pausing, Jiang Zongyan spoke, "Give me a reason." "What reason?" "A reason for me to marry your best friend." "Do you like her that much?" Pausing, Jiang Zongyan spoke, "Give me a reason." "What reason?" "A reason for me to marry your best friend." Jiang Zongyan was practically amused into anger. "So I'm marrying a wife for you, and shed sleep with you. What do I get out of it?" Jiang Zongyan paused. "Well," after a long while she stammered, "you have to marry someone anyway, so why not her?" As she spoke, her voice grew softer, probably realizing how absurd she sounded. Jiang Zongyan's temple veins twitched. "Jiang Zongyan, what exactly fills your head all day? I think you're just too idle. Starting tomorrow, you'll intern at the company. I'm not being unreasonable. Suisui really is great. Go home. If you're not home in half an hour, no new clothes this year. Bro, how can you be like this?" Before she could finish whining, Jiang Zongyan hung up directly. By the roadside, his assistant Lin Zhou had long been waiting by the car. The black Bentley cruised smoothly along the Binjiang Road, the city's colorful nightscape glittering out. The black Bentley cruised smoothly along the Binjiang Road, the city's colorful nightscape glittering outside the window. Neon lights flickered across his cold, angular profile, casting shifting shadows. His pale fingertips traced the edge of his phone, and the scene from the private room flashed inexplicably through his mind. The girl being dragged by Zhou Sui's arm was not afraid at all. Instead, she dared to raise her eyes and secretly make a funny face at him. His pale fingertips traced the edge of his phone, and the scene from the private room flashed inexplicably through his mind. The girl being dragged by Zhou Sui's arm was not afraid at all. Instead, today she actually dared to cling to him in front of so many people, refusing to get up, and even deliberately whispered in his ear. He was silent for a few seconds, then opened his phone and dialed. "Mr. Jiang, how is the investigation I asked you to do yesterday going?" The person on the other end answered nervously, "Mr. Jiang, Miss Zhou has been staying at home for the past 2 days. At school, she's always glued to the young lady, no chance to date." Then, as if recalling something, he added, "Kids these days like online dating. If you suspect Miss Zhou is in a relationship, it's probably online dating." Online dating. Jiang Zongyan's brows instantly furrowed, a faint trace of coldness flickering in his deep black eyes. The man continued as if seeking credit, "Should I hack into Miss Zhou's phone?" "Well, no, if she's dating online. No need." Jiang Zongyan refused coldly, his tone carrying a hint of obvious irritation. He wasn't a pervert monitoring a young girl's phone. The man quickly apologized, yes, I didn't think it through." After hanging up, Jiang Zongyan leaned back in his seat, grinding his back teeth. Online dating. So she couldn't stand to be seen and used him as a scapegoat to bear her brother's wrath. Fine. Zhou Suisui, you're something else. Zhou family villa living room. The chandelier's light was chilly, and the vast space felt oppressive like frozen ice. After returning home, Zhou Suisui obediently sat on the living room sofa, quietly waiting for her brother to deal with herself. Zhou Suian raised his hand and unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt, pacing anxiously in the living room. Chui Wu worriedly said, "Young master, please speak calmly. The young lady is still young. Sister, will you go back to your room first? Suisui and I have something to discuss." Sister Wu glanced at Zhou Suisui with concern. The young master was gentle by nature and rarely lost his temper. For the first time, she realized that someone who rarely gets angry is truly terrifying when they do. Zhou Suisui gave her a reassuring look. Though still uneasy, Chui Wu returned to her room. Matters between the siblings were not for an outsider to meddle in. Zhou Suian paced a few circles, then abruptly stopped in front of Zhou Suisui. His tone was urgent and angry. What exactly do you like about Jiang Zongyan? Zhou Suisui slightly turned aside, dodging the spittle he sprayed, and wiped her face helplessly. Don't ask. Zhou Suian was torn with anxiety, but could do nothing about his sister. All his efforts felt like punching cotton. Zhou Suisui slightly turned aside, dodging the spittle he sprayed, and wiped her face helplessly. Don't ask. Just tell me. Tell your brother whatever is on your mind, tell me. He looked on the verge of tears, his eyes red. Suisui, do you like him because he's— Well, he admitted that Jiang Zongyan was indeed a little handsome, just a tiny bit less than him. There are plenty of handsome men. Can we not have him? Wu, when you grow up, brother will find you even more handsome ones. If one isn't enough, well, find several. Wu, there will always be one you like. Zhou Suisui watched the tall man over 1.8 meters sobbing incoherently in front of her. Her temples twitched, and she felt speechless. Brother, it's not that reason. Then what is it? Just tell me. Zhou Suian was frantic, recalling memes from the internet. Could it be that you're after his money? Nowadays girls all like rich men, saying they'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. But the Zhou family isn't short of money. We have plenty. Money. Zhou Suisui's eyes lit up instantly at the word. That's right. This remark reminded her. We are short, how can we not be short? Doesn't Su Wan like brother's money? If she takes control of brother's money, let's see what he can give her. Zhou Suian was stunned, almost thinking he misheard. He wiped his tears. At a time like this, you're joking with me. Besides the dividends from Zhou Corporation shares that I keep for you, I give you 1 million monthly allowance. How can you be short of money? Zhou Suisui suddenly felt a sting in her nose, her eyes turning red. Brother, our parents died early. I can't even remember what they looked like. I'm so afraid, worried that one day they'll end up on the streets. Only money can give me a sense of security. She paused, lifted her eyelids, and secretly observed her brother's expression. Brother, you should understand this feeling, right? Zhou Suian was completely stunned. His heart felt as if bitten by something, a dull pain spreading. How could he not understand this feeling? He knew it all too well. After their parents passed away, the entire burden of the Zhou Corporation fell on his shoulders. In the first few years, the pressure was so great that he couldn't sleep night after night, worrying that the business their parents had painstakingly built would be ruined in his hands, worrying that one day the company's cash flow would break and they couldn't pay salaries. The oppressive feeling of being on the edge of a cliff followed him like a shadow. He thought that as long as he worked hard to earn money, his sister could grow up carefree. But he forgot that she too had lost her parents at a young age and would also deeply crave security like him. He hugged Zhou Suisui with concern, speaking urgently. Sui, brother will give you all the money, every bit of it. Not a cent left. You keep it all. Money was not a problem. As long as his sister needed it, as long as he had it, no matter how much he could give it. Zhou Suisui emotionally threw herself into her brother's arms. Brother. In her past life, she had been too considerate of her brother, worried about his hard work, worried that the company might need cash flow. Even with tens of billions of assets, she never dared to spend lavishly. But later her brother gave money to Su Wan time and again, without even blinking. Rather than that, it would be better if she managed the money. Zhou Suian had no idea what was on her mind and was deeply moved. Little sister has grown up and knows to care for her brother. Zhou Suisui felt a warmth flow through her heart. Her brother was the best brother in the world. Except for being led around by Su Wan, he was impeccable to her. Thank you, brother. You're so good. Silly girl. His sister's dependence on him pleased Zhou Suian. At the same time, he secretly vowed to care more for his sister. After all, their parents passed away early and his sister had no one else to rely on but him. He must not let outside men easily take advantage. Especially that big bad wolf Jiang Zongyan. Are you hungry? After clearing the air, Zhou Suian's mood calmed down, and he asked. Just now the two had attended Jiang Zongyan's welcome banquet, but ended up eating nothing. He said whenever that guy is involved, nothing good happens. Zhou Suisui nodded and stood up. A little. He'll go ask Sister Wu what's in the kitchen. Zhou Suian grabbed her hand. You sit down. He'll personally cook you some noodles. Okay. Zhou Suisui obediently sat on the sofa waiting, but her gaze turned toward the kitchen. Her brother, wearing an apron, skillfully cooked for her. Okay. Zhou Suisui obediently sat on the sofa waiting, but her gaze turned toward the kitchen. Her brother, wearing an apron, skillfully cooked for her, and her eyes slightly moistened. She remembered that when she was little she was very picky and had a weak stomach, often refusing to eat. To coax her, her brother had learned cooking himself. He placed one bowl in front of her. Eat, little glutton. He glanced at his sister, his eyes slightly flickering, then said in a seemingly casual tone, with your picky app. He placed one bowl in front of her. Eat, little glutton. He glanced at his sister, his eyes slightly flickering, then said in a seemingly casual tone, with your picky appetite, a man who can't cook isn't suitable for you. Zhou Suisui raised her eyes, but didn't respond. She couldn't help laughing inwardly. Her brother had actually learned to gaslight her. This was a subtle dig at Jiang Zongyan's inability to cook. Seeing that she wasn't falling for it, Zhou Suan lowered his voice as if afraid of being overheard. Don't blame your brother for being ruthless. Jiang Zongyan isn't right for you. He's no good with women, and he has a white moonlight first love. He see if he could scare his sister a little. But he couldn't help feeling a bit guilty. Although, it was exaggerated by 1,000,000,000 points. For his sister's happiness, he was willing to go all out. Huh. Zhou Suisui blinked. White moonlight. In her past life, until her death, she had never heard of Jiang Zongyan having a white moonlight. Indeed, the one who knows you better than yourself is your arch-rival. Her brother, a love-struck fool wholly devoted to Su, one had actually dug up so much gossip about his rival. Indeed, the one who knows you better than yourself is your arch-rival. Her brother, a love-struck fool wholly devoted to Su, one had actually dug up so much gossip. Is she pretty? With that ice-cold face of his, can he even handle a relationship? Zhou Suisui was emotionally distressed. He had originally wanted to discourage his sister's interest in Jiang Zongyan. As a result, the silly girl wasn't sad at all, but instead was eagerly enjoying the gossip. Are you missing a screw? Is that the point? Zhou Suisui was furious, reaching out and poking her forehead hard. Whether she's pretty or not is none of your business. I'm telling you this to keep you away from Jiang Zongyan, not to send you digging for gossip. Ouch. Zhou Suisui covered her forehead in displeasure. If you were the one who started it, and now you want to allow me to gossip a little. Zhou Suisui felt itchy with curiosity. Didn't Jiang Ruetian say her brother had no partner? So who is it? From now on you are not allowed to associate with him, understand? Zhou Suisui wished he could twist his sister's ears and drill those words into her. I heard you. How could she be so perfunctory? Zhou Suisui added he grinds his teeth when sleeping, snores and talks in his sleep. Zhou Suisui looked embarrassed. She stared at her brother with a complex, spreading rumors is going too far. Zhou Suisui snorted with a tsundere air. His sister was indeed fooled by him. I'm such a damn genius. Spreading rumors is going too far. Zhou Suisui snorted with a tsundere air. His sister was indeed fooled by him. Thinking of him, Jiang Zongyan inexplicably thought of the sibling pair Zhou Suisui and Zhou Suisui and silently curled his lips. Rather than being thought of, he would rather believe that this mischievous pair were gossiping about him behind his back. Realizing what he was thinking, Jiang Zongyan lightly tugged at the corner of his mouth, his expression half smiling. What? Tired of being an assistant and want to switch career? Realizing what he was thinking, Jiang Zongyan lightly tugged at the corner of his mouth, his expression half smiling. What? Tired of being an assistant and want to switch careers to matchmaker? Lin Zhou choked quickly, saying, No, I just misread. In the dead of night, the warm yellow lights still glowed in the dining room of the Zhou family villa. The tense atmosphere from earlier had long dissipated. Neither sibling mentioned the quarrel, quietly finishing their noodles before retreating to their respective rooms. Zhou Suisui collapsed onto her bed as soon as she returned to her room. Acting was exhausting, especially lying to the brother she cared about most. Seeing him so angry made her feel terrible too. But on second thought, deception was better than a tragic death. She pulled out her phone, opened the WeChat chat with Jiang Ruetian, and scrolled up to see messages full of concern, worried that her brother would give her a hard time. Zhou Suisui tapped her finger on the screen and replied to her. It's fine, my brother is just a paper tiger. He won't do anything to me. You go to sleep early. After sending it, she tossed her phone aside, wrapped herself in the blanket, and turned over. It seemed there was another tough battle awaiting her tomorrow, so she needed to rest early and recharge. As soon as she closed her eyes, the image of Jiang Zongyan's smirking, amused face flashed in her mind. He must be suspecting something. That wouldn't do. This act couldn't go on without his cooperation. She had to think of a way to keep appearing in front of him and maintain the illusion of her infatuation. Suddenly she remembered what her brother had just said. He has a white moonlight. Who could it be? She was a bit curious. Someone like him. Once he falls in love, it should be like thunder and lightning, passionate and intense, right? She rubbed her head and shook it as if trying to shake the water out of her brain. Zhou Suisui, go to sleep now. What does it have to do with you? Anyway, he can't possibly like you. She closed her eyes, and soon her breathing evened out as she fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, next, Zhou Suisui, however, tossed and turned for nearly an hour without a trace of sleepiness. As soon as he closed his eyes, the scene from the private room at the Peninsula Club flashed before him. His precious little sister, whom he had cherished since childhood, never even raising his voice at her, was actually sitting in Jiang Zongyan's arms, gazing at him with such infatuation. Suisui was still a young girl, inexperienced in the world, and honestly, Jiang Zongyan's face was quite appealing to young girls. He opened his laptop, went to the search engine developed by the Zhou Group, found the most popular emotional advice forum, immediately purchased a VIP membership. He opened his laptop, went to the search engine developed by the Zhou Group, found the most popular emotional advice forum, immediately purchased a VIP membership, and posted a paid help request. 19-year-old sister fell in love with the wrong person. How should the brother persuade her to give up? Because there was a red envelope for adopted advice within less than a minute of posting, the replies had already exceeded 100 floors. The responses were all sorts. Zhou Suisui leaned closer to the computer, carefully reading each floor, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Floor 1, my niece is 19, and a 30-year-old man sweet-talked her into believing him. He looked decent, but actually owed millions in debt. In the end, he coaxed my niece into mortgaging the fully paid house her parents bought for her, then took the money and ran. My niece is now severely depressed and can't even attend school. It's a disaster. Floor 3, don't persuade her. The more you persuade, the more rebellious she'll become. Teenage girls fall for this exactly. The more you forbid them from being with someone, the more they believe society is obstructing their true love. They might even turn against you and elope with the man. Floor 4, the above comment is right. My neighbor's younger sister was tricked by a so-called domineering CEO. She got pregnant out of wedlock and the man disappeared. Her parents were so angry they almost had a heart attack and were hospitalized. Floor 88. Swindling money is the least of it. The real fear is them taking advantage of her innocence. A young girl like that will only end up the one who suffers with no one to cry to. Floor 89. Agree with the above. A classmate of mine came from a family that strongly favored sons over daughters. The daughter always wore secondhand clothes and never got any allowance. In the end, a sleazy married man tricked her into a hotel room with just a can of food. Truly heartbreaking. Zhou Suiyan's finger stopped on the trackpad, his fingertips trembling. Swindling money, playing with emotions, taking advantage of her body, even ruining families. He felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He couldn't wait until tomorrow to give his sister the bank card. He transferred all the money to her account overnight. Only after seeing the transfer confirmation did he breathe a sigh of relief. Now his sister should feel secure, right? She wouldn't be deceived by a man anymore, would he? Had been a fool for nearly a year, being sold out while still counting the money. The further he scrolled down the post, the more horrifying the examples became, and Zhou Suisui cursed through gritted teeth. He felt that these people who set up traps to trick young girls were utterly devoid of conscience. He was seething with righteous indignation, completely unaware that at this moment he himself was also a member of the trap. He had been a fool for nearly a year, being sold out while still counting the money. The further he scrolled down the post, the more horrifying the examples became, and Zhou Suiyan's heart tightened with each one. He had lost his parents at the age of 10, carrying 3-year-old Zhou Suisui through the years until today. His sister was his life. He would rather sacrifice 10 years of his own life than let Suisui suffer any grievance or harm. Zhou Suisui stared at the computer screen, and a sudden idea popped into his mind. What if he found a Livian son-in-law for Suisui? Right under his watch, the man would never dare to bully Suisui, let alone deceive her. Once this idea struck, the more Zhou Suisui thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He could start discreetly looking for candidates. The next morning, the ink blue sky was gradually kneaded open by the eastern light, and a faint fish-belly white spread across the horizon. Zhou Suisui had slept very well last night, with no dreams. When she woke up, she saw a bank SMS notification on her phone. She counted the zeros at the end and gasped. Her brother had transferred the money to her overnight. She put away her phone and went downstairs feeling refreshed. Just as she reached the dining room door, she saw Zhou Suisui sitting at the table. His voice was weak and listless. Zhou Suisui stepped closer to look. The man was wearing a bespoke suit, his hair meticulously combed. His voice was weak and listless. Zhou Suisui stepped closer to look. The man was wearing a bespoke suit, his hair meticulously combed, but the dark circles under his eyes were impossible to hide. His usually lively, charming eyes were now bloodshot with red rims, looking utterly exhausted. Zhou Suijui's heart skipped a beat. Her first reaction was, oh no. Could it be that Su-Wan had caused trouble again last night? Had they fought? She quickly walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat opposite him, her voice full of concern. Brother, what's wrong? Zhou Suisui looked up at her. The exhaustion from a sleepless night dissipated significantly the moment he saw his sister. He shook his head stubbornly and handed her a glass of warm milk. It's nothing, I just didn't sleep well last night. Have breakfast now. Sister Wu asked the kitchen to make your favorite shrimp dumplings. Zhou Suisui took the milk and drank a sip. Her doubts grew even deeper. She put down the cup and tapped the glass twice with her fair fingers. She spoke as if casually, but was actually probing. Brother, is there nothing urgent at the company today? If there's nothing, you should rest a bit more. Your health comes first. Zhou Suisui paused with his chopsticks, frowned, and complained. Don't even mention it. Before dawn at around 6 in the morning, the financial director called me saying there was an urgent matter at the company that he needed to discuss with me in person. He looked displeased. Who knows what he's up to? This guy's getting more and more long-winded, often leaving things half-said. Zhou Suijui's expression shifted slightly. The financial director of the Zhou Group was named Fu Jia, a PhD in finance from Tsinghua University, a young and talented man, straightforward and honest. Zhou Suisui knew him. They had met a few times. Previously, her brother had personally gone to recruit him with a high salary contract, and he was moved by her brother's sincerity, so he joined the Zhou group. Him contacting her brother at this time was probably because of what happened last night. She had intervened and stopped it, so Director Fu was likely in a difficult position. Brother will go to the company with you later. I have no class today. Zhou Suisui had made up her mind. She put down her milk glass, looked at Zhou Suiyan, and spoke with a serious expression. Zhou Suiyan was taken aback. Isn't your directing department supposed to have a lot of classes? I've already completed all the required courses for my major. The second half of the semester is for internships. I don't want to follow the school to an out-of-town internship. It's too hard and tiring. It's better to intern at our own family company. Zhou Suisui pouted, looking as if she didn't want to endure hardship elsewhere. Zhou Suiyan had originally hesitated, reluctant to take his sister to the company to suffer. But the second half of the semester was indeed the internship period, and she needed an internship certificate to get her graduation diploma from a university in the spring. Zhou Suiyan thought of something and asked teasingly, wasn't your dream to become a director and clean up the entertainment industry? Back when they were filling out their college entrance exam applications, she and Jiang Zongyan had vowed to become great directors and rectify the strange phenomena in the entertainment industry. Now that you're only a junior, you've changed your mind. Upon hearing this, Zhou Suisui blinked, her tone obedient and mature. Before, I always thought that Tian and I would go into the entertainment industry after graduation and make a name for ourselves. But now I've come to understand that Zhou Group was built by you single-handedly. I'm also a member of the Zhou family. I need to get familiar with the company's business early so that after graduation I can help share your burden. She paused, then smiled coyly and pleaded, brother, just say yes, okay? I don't need any special position. It'll just be your assistant, fetching tea and water, organizing files, anything. He'll learn slowly. Zhou Suiyan was stunned. He looked at his sister before him, and his eyes instantly grew hot. From childhood to now, Zhou Suisui had never had any interest in company affairs, as she only thought about entering the entertainment industry. He had always indulged her, wanting only for her to happily do what she loved. But now his little girl had actually grown up, become sensible, and was thinking of joining the company to help him. The exhaustion and anxiety from a sleepless night vanished in an instant, leaving only heartfelt relief. Zhou Suiyan reached out and ruffled Zhou Suisui's hair. Fetching tea and water. Who would dare make our Zhou family's eldest daughter do that? Just be your brother's personal executive assistant. By my side, no one will dare bully you. Saying that, wasn't it just letting her slack off in a different place? Zhou Suisui knew exactly what her brother was thinking, but she didn't argue. Her eyes curved into a happy smile. Fine, that's what you said. You be the big CEO, and he'll be the little CEO who rides on your coattails. Zhou Suiyan's eyes were full of doting. Being a big tiger who protects his little sister, that's an honor for me. Zhou Suisui happily finished the breakfast on the table, and for once ate half a bowl more of dumplings. At that moment, Zhou Suiyan hadn't realized that his sister's words were setting a trap for him. To deal with certain matters and certain people, she needed to have power in her hands. Otherwise, no matter how capable she was, she would only be a nominal idle daughter of the Zhou group, unable to do anything to them. After breakfast, the siblings drove out. Along the way, Zhou Suisui kept asking Zhou Suiyan about the company's situation. Zhou Suiyan had originally thought his sister was just acting on a whim, but seeing how seriously she asked, he couldn't help but praise her. I never expected my sister to have a head for business. Of course, I inherited mom and dad's intelligence. I'm just a little bit behind you, brother. He'll strive to learn from you from now on. Zhou Suiyan was so gratified he wanted to cry. Mom, Dad, look. Little sister has grown up. Although he didn't really expect his sister to actually help him share the burden, just hearing these words made his heart warm. 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of Zhou Group's headquarters building. The security guard, upon seeing the license plate, immediately jogged over to open the car door. Zhou Suiyan, however, had already gotten out first. After getting out, he walked around the front of the car to the other side and personally opened the passenger door. Careful, don't trip. His tone was gentle, his eyes smiling. Brother, why do you still treat me like a little child? The girl's coquettish voice came. In your brother's heart, you will always be a little child who never grows up. Zhou Suiyan reached out and pinched the girl's cheek. A slender, fair ankle appeared first, stepping out in beige high heels studded with diamonds. Then a slender, graceful figure slowly emerged from the car. The girl was wearing a sharp black and white suit, no makeup, her long black hair loosely tucked behind her ears. Her delicate features were beautiful, carrying a vibrant tenacity. The man, with a tall and straight figure of 188 centimeters, wore a sharp, custom-made black suit. His features were cold and noble, exuding a natural sense of pressure. Beside him, the girl's bed. Since she had said she would be a little fox riding on the tigers, she couldn't miss any opportunity to put on a show. She wanted everyone to know that she was the precious treasure cradled in her brother's hands. The man, with a tall and straight figure of 188 centimeters, wore a sharp, custom-made black suit. His features were cold and noble, exuding a natural sense of pressure. Beside him the girl's back was straight, her waist cinched, extremely slender, by a white top, her demeanor dignified and elegant. They walked side by side, one cold and powerful, the other bright and eye-catching. Their striking looks were particularly noticeable. Employees passing by frequently cast glances at them, whispering in amazement, "Is that the CEO and his sister?" The siblings' looks are incredible. Walking together they look like they're in a photo shoot. As the two walked through, the entire office building's attention was drawn to them. Miss Exquisite features, even without makeup, are more dazzling than those meticulously dressed female celebrities. Compared to her, Soo-won looks too plain and insipid, doesn't she? Forget about that woman. Not to mention the miss, she's not even as good-looking as our CEO. Sure, you're really bold to gossip about the CEO's woman. Zhou Suisui's fingertips tightened slightly as she looked at Zhou Suan beside her. The employees were disparaging Soo-won like this. She didn't believe her brother. Suisui-'ll introduce you to everyone later. Okay. Zhou Suisui breathed a sigh of relief. The employees were talking about Soo-won like that, and her Suisui-'ll introduce you to everyone later. Okay. Zhou Suisui breathed a sigh of relief. The employees were talking about Soo-won like that, and her brother wasn't angry. At the top floor of Zhou Group's headquarters in the CEO's office. As soon as Zhou Suian entered, he immediately pressed the intercom and summoned all senior. At the top floor of Zhou Group's headquarters in the CEO's office. As soon as Zhou Suian entered, he immediately pressed the intercom and at the top floor of Zhou Group's headquarters in the CEO's office. As soon as Zhou Suian entered, he immediately pressed the intercom and summoned all senior executives and regular management staff to a meeting in the adjacent conference room. In front of everyone, he brought Zhou Suisui forward. His voice was loud, his tone filled with undisguised pride. Let me formally introduce everyone. From today onward, my sister Zhou Suisui will serve as the special assistant to the CEO. Her words represent mine. Everyone must comply. Is that clear? Let me formally introduce everyone. From today onward, my sister Zhou Suisui will serve as the special assistant to the CEO. Her words represent mine. A junior at the film academy who usually didn't handle company affairs had suddenly parachuted in as the CEO's special assistant. Special assistant meant she could exercise all the CEO's authority. In other words, from now on they would all have to take orders from Zhou Suisui. Those who came to their senses immediately greeted her with smiles. Hello, Assistant Zhou. I'm Chung-sheng, Director of the Marketing Department. If you have any instructions for the Marketing Department, please feel free to contact me directly. Hello, Assistant Zhou. I'm Gong Jun, Manager of the Public Relations Department. Here is my business card with my contact info. Hello, Assistant Zhou, I am. Although everyone knew the Miss Zhou Suisui, she was not familiar with them. The perceptive ones had already sensed a different atmosphere. From now on, Zhou Group was likely to undergo a change. They just didn't know whether this change was for better or worse. Hello everyone, I'm Zhou Suisui. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Zhou Suisui smiled and nodded to everyone, polite and proper. Fu Jie stood among the crowd. Unlike others, he didn't rush forward to show his loyalty. His gaze toward her was complicated. The once high-spirited man seemed to have lost his former passion, his eyes tinged with a hint of despondency. Zhou Suisui's gaze met his across the crowd. Fu Jie was slightly startled. Zhou Suisui curled her lips into a smile at him. Fu Jie. The tall man of 185 centimeters felt his ears burn slightly as he awkwardly averted his gaze from hers. Amidst the chorus of flattery and support, someone in a corner let out a cold sneer, his eyes full of frivolity. He thought he was hiding well, but Zhou Suisui, the girl's fingers at her side clenched tightly, a flash of cold light passing through. Rest assured, the debts that need to be repaid will not be missed. As the attendees filed out of the meeting room, Fu Jie remained rooted to the spot, lifting his gaze to Zhou Suan, who was about to rise. President Zhou. His voice was steady, his expression resolute. Regarding the 20 million you approved yesterday, I must confirm with you the specific purpose of this sum. Zhou Suian tugged at his tie. Director Fu, this money will be deducted from my personal dividends, not from the company's corporate accounts. Even if it comes from your personal cashier, there must be a clear explanation of the fund's usage. Fu Jie tried his utmost to persuade him. This is a substantial amount. If such a large sum is transferred without a stated purpose, a tax audit could easily flag it as suspected tax evasion. At that point, not only you but the entire Zhou Group would be implicated. Zhou Suian's brows knitted into a tight knot. Fu Jie's strong principles were both a blessing and a curse. There was no room for subtlety with him. Even if he was the president, his tone carried a hint of resignation. Then let's strictly follow the tax standards. Pay whatever is due, not a cent less. Fu Jie looked at him as if wanting to say something, but holding back. A transfer of 20 million calculated at the highest personal tax rate would mean an extra several million in taxes. He simply couldn't understand how the usually shrewd President Zhou could be so foolish when it came to Soo-won. Zhou Suisui, who had been silently sitting nearby, suddenly stood up. Brother, she called out softly, but with an unmistakable tone of authority. It was I who held back this payment, and prevented Director Fu from transferring it. The moment these words were spoken, both Zhou Suan and Fu Jia were stunned. Zhou Suian paused, looking at his younger sister in utter astonishment. Suisui. Director Fu, please go ahead with your work. He'll handle the rest with my brother. All right. As he left, Fu Jia cast a glance at Zhou Suisui. Director Fu, please go ahead with your work. He'll handle the rest with my brother. All right. As he left, Fu Jia cast a glance at Zhou Suisui. Though young, this eldest daughter of the Zhou family exuded a certain tenacity. She usually didn't involve herself in company matters. Could she really handle? He had his doubts. Back in the president's office, the siblings faced each other. Zhou Suian's accusatory words were on the tip of his tongue, but when he met his sister's composed and calm face, his tone softened considerably. Suisui, your brother urgently needs this money. Zhou Suisui nodded, speaking with cool composure. I know. It's the penalty Su Wan owes to Zhou Suian was taken aback. She was unaware of the situation too. Her agency set her up. She comes from a humble background. If I don't help her out, she'll be pushed to the edge. Zhou Suisui didn't respond immediately. Instead, she countered, Brother, last night you promised that from now on all family finances would be under my management. Does that still count? Of course it does. Then I think, since she's the victim, we shouldn't be the ones filling this gap. That's true, but Su Wan. Brother, the contract was signed by her company, so the penalty should be claimed from the agency. And since the signature was forged by her agent without her knowledge, it's even simpler. We can directly help Sister Su Wan file a police report accusing the agent of exceeding authority and hold her accountable. Zhou Suian was completely stunned. His mind had been filled with Su Wan's aggrieved sobs, and he only wanted to pay his way out of trouble. This amount of money wasn't enough to make him hesitate. He had actually considered this approach yesterday, but he still had some reservations. Wan cares deeply about her agent. I'm afraid if I go too far, she'll be put in a difficult position. Zhou Suisui raised an eyebrow. Brother, just a few days ago you were thinking of replacing Su Wan's agent. Why have you changed your tune now? It's because Wan is sentimental about old ties. She insists that Wang Zhen was the one who brought her up. Brother, since she can't tell the good people from the bad around her, we should be even less inclined to indulge her. One sentence struck directly at Zhou Suian's heart. He had indeed been disgusted with the agent around Su Wan who constantly bullied her. Sujui's plan could both solve Su Wan's problem and conveniently get rid of Wang Zhen. It was killing two birds with one stone. His gaze gradually softened, and he looked at his sister with a hint of unexpected delight. Suisui, I didn't expect you to be so considerate of Su Wan. I almost misunderstood you, thinking you didn't like her. I don't like her. It's just that you do, so I have no choice. Zhou Suian affectionately tapped her nose. Smart mouth. Suisui, rest assured, no matter whom your brother marries, you will always be his sister. And in my heart you are the most important person too. Zhou Suisui seized the moment with a stream of sweet talk. Zhou Suian was instantly charmed into a smile. Be steady now. You're the special assistant to the president of Zhou Group. I know. Just then Zhou Suian's phone rang. It was Assistant One reminding him not to miss his boarding time and that he was already waiting downstairs. Alright, got it. He'll be right down. After hanging up, Zhou Suian looked at Zhou Suisui with a troubled expression. Suisui, I have to leave for the World Industry Summit Forum in New York now. ITLL take about 3 days. This matter. He'll handle it. Zhou Suisui assured him. You can go on your business trip with peace of mind. I won't let Sister Su Wan suffer, and I won't let our family's money go to waste. This professional forum gathered the world's top AI companies. He had to attend in person. He ruffled Zhou Sujui's hair repeatedly, instructing her. Then I'll leave it to you. Call me anytime if anything comes up. Don't let yourself be wrong. Okay, come back safe and soon, brother. Zhou Suisui proactively picked up his jacket and draped it over him, reluctant to see him leave. They'll bring you a gift when I get back. You're the best brother. As soon as Zhou Suan left, Zhou Suisui curled her lips into a sinister smile. Su Wan, if you want money, wait for your next life. Meanwhile, on the set, after finishing a scene, Su Wan returned to the RV that Zhou Suan had arranged for her, displeased. This headpiece is unbearably heavy. Next time I don't want to play a maid. When will I ever get to play the female lead? Wang Zhen was on her tablet chatting with fans in a group, soothing them over the recent incident where Su Wan had been stood up while subtly shifting the blame onto Zhou Suian. The group quickly stirred up emotions. Hearing this, she looked up at Su Wan, snorted coldly, and reminded her, it's been 3 days, and the 20 million still hasn't arrived. Su Wan was taken aback. Still not arrived? She blinked, unconcerned. Zhou Suan must have been held up by something. Held uppy. Su Wan, let me remind you. Zhou Suan hasn't come to see you for 3 whole days. Before, he stuck to you every single day. Do you really think you're some celestial beauty that he can't live without? These rich second-generation types are the most fickle. Maybe he's already tired of you. Hearing this, Su Wan's face darkened. But it was the truth. Over the past few days, Zhou Suian's attitude toward her had been strange. He still messaged her, apologized, and coaxed her as before, but it was all talk. no real action anymore. But then she thought again. As long as her status as his lifesaver remained, he couldn't possibly abandon her. What's the rush? He must have been busy with work. Once he's free, he'll transfer the money. Then hurry up and remind him. I know I'll handle it. Su Wan responded reluctantly. After Wang Zhun left, she unhurriedly picked up her phone to call. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. A mechanical voice announced the call could not be connected. Her expression darkened, and she dialed another number. Cousin, why hasn't the money from last night arrived yet? What's going on? In the finance office. Fu Jie had just sat back at his desk when the door was kicked open. The man strode and arrogantly plopped down on a chair and spoke in a domineering tone. In the finance office. Fu Jie had just sat back at his desk when the door was kicked open. Fu Jie raised his eyes, gave him a cold glance, then returned to the documents in his hand. As the financial director, do I need to report to you whether to make a payment or not? He was a complete scoundrel. After joining the company, he not only threw his weight around in the department, but also secretly cooked the books. He embezzled over 8 million yuan of company. He was a complete scoundrel. After joining the company, he not only threw his weight around in the department, but also secretly cooked the books. He embezzled over 8 million yuan of company funds and gambled it away in Macau, losing it all in one night. Not only was he a gambler, but he was also a seasoned lecher. Fu Jie had recently discovered discrepancies in the accounts and confronted Wang Jingfei, but Wang used his connection with Su Wan and Zhou Suisui as a shield. Having no other choice, Fu Jie braced himself and reported to Zhou Suisui. Zhou Suisui listened, but responded with a nonchalant attitude, offering no follow-up, simply telling him not to worry and that he would handle it. Wang Jingfei was worried for a while, but seeing that Zhou Suisui didn't take any punitive measures against him, he grew even more reckless, even going so far as to become blatantly insolent. Who are you trying to fool? Wang Jingfei sneered, his face full of smugness. Let me tell you, President Zhou will be my brother-in-law sooner or later, and this company will eventually belong to us. I'm being nice by not kicking you out right now. If you offend me, I'll have President Zhou fire you tomorrow. How impressive. Fu Jie put down his pen and leaned back. He looked at this incompetent fool, who couldn't even understand double-entry bookkeeping yet threw his weight around the company thanks to his connections. His eyes were full of sarcasm, and a deep sense of disappointment surged within him. A finance PhD from Tsinghua University and a top certified public accountant, he had turned down numerous high-paying offers from big companies, moved by Zhou Sui's sincerity to choose Zhou Corporation. He was full of ambition and hadn't come to compete with such a petty person. At this rate, he was not far from voluntarily resigning. Despite his disappointment, he didn't show any weakness in his words. The authority for personnel appointments and dismissals lies with the president and the board of directors. You don't have the right to fire me. Now get out of my office immediately. You. Wang Zhengfei's face turned livid. He angrily pointed at Fu Jie's nose, but didn't dare actually start a fight. Muttering curses, he slammed the door as he left. Damn it, who do you think you are? Just wait until I tell President Zhou. We'll see how you handle this. Fuming with nowhere to vent his anger, he had just turned a corner in the corridor when he collided head-on with a female employee carrying a cup of coffee. Wang Jingfei was about to explode when he looked up and saw the female employee's delicate features and red-rimmed eyes from fear. Instantly, a glint of lust flashed in his eyes. Wang Jingfei was about to explode when he looked up and saw the female employee's delicate features and red-rimmed eyes from fear. Instantly, a glint of lust flashed in his eyes. Wang Jingfei was about to explode when he looked up and saw the female employee's delicate features and red-rimmed eyes from fear. Instantly, a glint of lust. The female employee flinched away, dodging his outstretched hand. The smile on Wang Zhengfei's face instantly froze. His expression changed like a switch, and he sneered, "You dirty my clothes, and you think a simple apology is enough. Meet me in the stairwell next door in 5 minutes, or else. You don't need to come to work tomorrow." The female employee trembled with fear, tears streaming down her face. The female employee flinched away, dodging his outstretched hand. The smile on Wang Zhengfei's face instantly froze. His expression changed like a switch. Wang Zhengfei's smile was sinister and lecherous as he turned to leave. The female employee could no longer hold back. She set down the coffee and ran out of the corridor sobbing. Wang Jingfei had set his sights on her since her first day in the department. Every day she lived in fear, worried about offending him, but she still couldn't escape his clutches. She had worked so hard to get into Zhou Corporation and didn't want to lose her job. Panicking, she didn't look where she was going. As she turned a corner, she collided with someone. The female employee let out a cry and stumbled sideways. In a flash, a hand caught her arm. "Are you all right?" A gentle voice came. The female employee looked closely and saw it was the eldest Miss Zhou. She had just bumped into Miss Zhou. What terrible luck she had today. A gentle voice came. The female employee looked closely and saw it was the eldest Miss Zhou. She had just bumped into Miss Zhou. Zhou Suisui's gaze fell on the badge on her chest. Finance Department Group 1, internally Ching. Are you an intern in the finance department? Yes. Li Qingqing hesitated and nodded. The eldest miss didn't seem angry, her voice was gentle. Zhou Suisui glanced at the direction behind her, her eyes darkening. Come with me. Yes. Li Qingqing hesitated and nodded. The eldest miss didn't seem angry, her voice was gentle. Zhou Suisui glanced at the direction. Don't be afraid. You're safe here. You can tell me what happened. Li Qingqing held the cup, feeling the warmth, and her emotions calmed a little, but she still kept her mouth tight. Don't be afraid. You're safe here. You can tell me what happened. Li Qingqing held the cup, feeling the warmth, and her emotions calmed a little, but she still kept her mouth tightly shut, not daring to speak. Don't be afraid. You're safe here. You can tell me what happened. Li Qingqing held the cup, feeling the warmth, and her emotions calmed a little, but she still kept her mouth tightly shut, not daring to speak. Yes, Assistant Zhou. In just a few minutes the secretary sent the surveillance video. Zhou Suisui opened it. In the footage, Wang Zhengfei's arrogant behavior, harassment, and threats toward Li Qingqing were unmistakably clear. It was indeed this bully who abused his power. She gave a cold laugh. Just as she was looking for an opportunity to kick him out, he had walked right into it. She turned her phone screen toward the female employee, the video playing clearly. He sexually harassed you. The evidence is all here. Do you have the courage to stand up and testify against him? Li Qingqing's eyes darted away and she whispered, I'm afraid. I'm afraid of his retaliation. Miss Zhou, I'm sorry I can't lose this job. My father is waiting for me to bring money home for his treatment. Seeing that she was truly terrified, Zhou Suisui comforted her. I'm here. I promise you won't be fired. Li Qingqing was stunned, looking up into her clear but resolute eyes. After hesitating for a few seconds, she finally gritted her teeth and nodded firmly. Miss Zhou, I dare. Good, come with me. Zhou Suisui curled her lips in a smile and walked straight toward the finance department. Director Fu, sorry to interrupt. Zhou Suisui strode in aggressively, pushing open the door of the director's office. A loud bang echoed. All the employees in the finance department turned their gazes toward her. They lowered their voices and huddled together to discuss. Isn't that the eldest Miss Zhou? I heard she started work today as the president's special assistant, and all senior management must follow her orders. Why is she looking for our director at this hour? Who knows? Keep your voice down. The director hasn't been happy lately. I suspect he's going to resign. Sai, the director is such a good person. To be honest, I'd hate to see him go. Fu Jia was busy with documents when he saw Zhou Suisui's aggressive entrance and quit. Assistant Zhou. Director Fu, my brother trusted you enough to make you the head of the company's finance department. Yet you can't even manage the employees in your own department. Is this your idea of competence? The employees watching the drama were shocked. Just as we thought, she's here to cause trouble for the director. Let's go check it out. Let's go together. The finance department employees all gathered around. Fu Jia's gaze swept over the crowd, and his brow immediately furrowed. He had thought this eldest Miss Zhou was different, sensible, and measured, but she too was accusing without even knowing the facts. Wang Zhengfei's eyes lit up, and he quickly came over to pour oil on the fire. Assistant Zhou, you should severely punish Director Fu for his incompetence. He thought to himself, this little girl really doesn't understand anything. As long as Fu Jia is gone, the finance department will truly be under his control. It seemed fate was on his side. Fu Jia let out a self-deprecating laugh, raising his eyes to meet Zhou Suisui's gaze. Assistant Zhou, please clarify. Where exactly did I fail in my duties? Before Zhou Suisui could speak, Wang Zhengfei interjected eagerly. Assistant Zhou, you're right. Tell us quickly so we don't let a parasite like him stay in the finance department. Parasite? Zhou Suisui raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Zhengfei. Indeed, this parasite has been in the finance department far too long. Today we must purge him. The icy look in her eyes made Wang Zhengfei's heart tremble. Damn it. He had just been intimidated by a mere young girl. As she finished speaking, Zhou Suisui turned and called out the door, "Accountant, please come in." With that, Li Qingqing walked in from behind the crowd, her eyes red. Seeing who it was, Wang Zhengfei's face went pale instantly. Fu Jia, unaware of what was happening, asked, "What's going on?" "Director Fu, please seek justice for me." Li Qingqing pointed at Wang Zhengfei, her eyes burning with anger and tears streaming down her delicate face. "Vice Director Wang harassed me. When I refused, he threatened to fire me. You're slandering me." Wang Zhengfei jumped up furiously, raising his hand to slap Li Qingqing, but Fu Jia caught his wrist in the nick of time. "What are you doing? Trying to hit someone in front of everyone. Oh, it hurts. Let go." Wang Zhengfei winced in pain. Fu Jia pushed him away in disgust, then turned to Zhou Suisui. "I'm sorry, Assistant Zhou. I had no idea this happened. It is indeed a failure on my part." Zhou Suisui let out a cold laugh, her gaze piercing straight at Wang Zhengfei. "Sexually harassing a female subordinate, acting arrogantly, threatening employees. You're quite something." Zhou Suisui let out a cold laugh, her gaze piercing straight at Wang Zhengfei. "Sexually harassing a female subordinate, acting arrogantly." Zhou Suisui threw the surveillance footage in front of everyone, then turned to Fu Jia with a sharp tone. Director Fu, how do you handle a parasite like this in the finance department? Fu Jie instantly understood. The young lady wasn't here to question him. She was backing him up. He immediately darkened his face. Wang Jingfei harassed company female employees. He should be fired immediately and reported to the police. What did you say? Fire me. Wang Jingfei finally realized that the two of them were playing in concert, setting a trap to lure him in. His tone remained defiant. Who do you think you are to fire me? I was personally assigned to the finance department by the president. No one can touch me. Wang Jingfei, my brother brought you into the company out of trust, but you've been running rampant, tarnishing the company's reputation. Isn't that biting the hand that feeds? Zhou Suisui pressed forward relentlessly. You've broken my brother's heart. I didn't. Wang Jingfei was left speechless. I'm not leaving unless the president fires me. No one else has the authority. Wang Jingfei plopped down in his seat, acting like a spoiled child. Zhou Suisui gave a cold laugh and directly called the security office. Come to the finance department immediately and escort Wang Jingfei out of the company to the police station. Zhou Suisui, how dare you? Do you know who I am? I'm Suwan's cousin. At this, everyone's gaze fell on Zhou Suisui. Fu Jie looked at her too, a flicker of worry in his eyes. Wang Jingfei had used this trick repeatedly, and even the young lady might be powerless against it. Zhou Suisui wasn't fazed at all. She smiled sweetly. Wang Jingfei, you're dragging Suwan's name through the mud. When my brother gets back, he'll tell him everything. That you were the one scheming behind the scenes. This has nothing to do with Suwan. What? Wang Jingfei was so furious he could spit blood. Was she sullying Suwan's reputation? And she intended to complain to Zhou Suian. He struggled desperately. Zhou Suisui, since you know him, Suwan's cousin, aren't you afraid your brother will be angry? Zhou Suisui walked slowly to him, leaned down slightly, and whispered into his ear, her voice so soft that only the two of them could hear. Wang Jingfei, it's precisely because you're Suwan's cousin that I'm coming after you. Wang Zhengfei's pupils contracted. At that moment, the beautiful smile on Zhou Suisui's face sent chills down his spine. I knew it. I knew it. Zhou Suisui, you did it on purpose. You crazy woman. She had deliberately said that earlier. She was blatantly telling him that she knew their conspiracy. Her goal was to drive a wedge between them, then uproot them one by one. He had been thriving in the company because Suwan put in a good word for him with Zhou Suian. And now Zhou Suisui had severed the connection between him and Suwan. It was his mistake, not Suwan's. That way Zhou Suian wouldn't protect him anymore. He could already foresee that Zhou Suisui's next target was Suwan. She knew everything, but had bided her time all to uproot them completely. Suddenly something struck him, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Suisui, you knew. You fired my dad. You knew he was my father. His father was Uncle Wang, the driver, whom Zhou Suisui had fired earlier. Wang Jingfei was openly known as Suwan's cousin, but the relationship with driver Wang was still being kept from her brother. Zhou Suisui pressed her lips lightly, her big watery eyes looking innocent. Wasn't that what you wanted to keep from my brother? I helped you keep it secret. Why are you blaming me now? You crazy woman. Don't touch me. I want to see the president. Someone gag him and take him to the police station. Yes, ma'am. Soon several security guards hoisted the struggling Wang Jingfei and dragged him out. Zhou Suisui, how dare you? Wang Zhengfei's eyes were wide with fury. He finally understood that this 19-year-old girl was no naive young lady. She was a ruthless, calculating devil. After Wang Jingfei was dragged away, Li Qingqing tearfully thanked Zhou Suisui. Young lady. No, Assistant Zhou, thank you for seeking justice for me today. Many colleagues in our department have been harassed by him. If anything like this happens again, you can come directly to me. No matter who it is, I will punish them severely. That's wonderful, Assistant Zhou. You're truly amazing. Everyone go back to work. I'm sorry for the disturbance. They'll have the cafeteria provide an extra meal at noon. Then I'll have to eat 2 bowls of rice. Me too. After the finance department employees left, Zhou Suisui turned to Fu Jie, tilted her head, and gave him a sly smile. Director Fu, this was a failure on your part. I didn't wrong you, did I? Fu Jie sighed. After this incident, he was completely convinced by her, but couldn't help worrying. I didn't do my job well. I'll accept whatever punishment you give, Assistant Zhou. But Wang Jingfei is Suwan's cousin. Won't President Zhou be angry when he finds out you acted without his approval? Zhou Suisui's smile faded and a hint of pain flickered in her eyes. My brother isn't someone who can't tell right from wrong. He's just too kind, which is why he's been manipulated by those with ulterior motives. It's a pity that so many people in this world can't handle sincerity and mistake kindness for weakness. Fu Jie paused, then teased. You really don't seem like a 19-year-old girl. Not 19. Do I look 18? Zhou Suisui joked. Fu Jie laughed. Yes, forever 18. Zhou Suisui turned serious. Director Fu, compile all the evidence of Wang Jingfei embezzling company funds and harassing employees. Transfer it to the police station before the end of the day. Fu Jie nodded solemnly. Understood. I'll handle it immediately. Zhou Suisui walked to the door, then turned back as if something had occurred to her, her delicate brows slightly arched. Director Fu, I trust you're no longer thinking of resigning. Fu Jia let out a helpless chuckle. If I leave now, who's going to clean up this mess? Zhou Suisui gave a satisfied smile and turned to leave. In her past life, her brother had been completely infatuated with Su Wan. After Fu Jia exposed Wang Zhengfei's embezzlement, Su Wan had cried and whispered in her brother's ear. Her brother hesitated. Fu Jia resigned in disappointment, and the financial hole in Zhou Corporation grew larger. By the time her brother decided to take action, Wang Zhengfei had already fled with the money. In this life, she would pull out that tooth first, cut off Su Wan's financial lifeline, and see how she could still cause trouble. She didn't know that after she left the office, Fu Jia's reluctant gaze lingered on the doorway for a long time. A gentle curve formed on his lips. The young lady could have directly fired Wang Zhengfei, but she went to the trouble of setting up a trap and entrusting the authority to him. She did it so that every employee in the finance department would see that Fu Jia would always be the head of the department. It was a gesture of respect and an attempt to soothe the grievances he had suffered recently. She was trying to keep him, and in truth she succeeded. Such cunning and strategy had revived his confidence in Zhou Corporation. Perhaps, in time, the young lady would become the president who would lead Zhou Corporation to conquer all, and at that moment he was certain he was willing to. Following Zhou Suisui's instructions, Fu Jia immediately set to work rapidly compiling evidence of Wang Zhengfei's crimes. Meanwhile, at the police station, Wang Zhengfei was enraged and demanded to call Su Wan. Cousin, has the money arrived yet? Su Wan, oblivious to the truth, assumed it was good news. Wang Zhengfei sneered, money. I've been thrown into the police station by that lunatic Zhou Suisui. What? Hearing this, Su Wan shot up from her lounge chair. Zhou Suisui, that idle rich girl. What right does she have to meddle? Where's Zhou Suian? Wang Zhengfei snorted. How would I know the whereabouts of a CO? He's probably hiding, letting his sister come after me. Impossible. Had Zhou Suian discovered something? Su Wan's face turned pale as her mind raced. Cousin, should she save him or not? But her silence infuriated Wang Zhengfei. Su Wan, don't forget, I still hold your secrets. Get me out of this. Cousin, calm down. We're in the same boat. A lose-lose situation would only please Zhou Suisui. Su Wan's face was deathly pale. If those scandals were exposed, she would be finished. Moreover, her rescue of Zhou Suan was a setup orchestrated by them. The scheme was riddled with flaws. Any day Zhou Suian might discover the truth and cast her aside. Her plan was to milk it as long as possible. After all, Zhou Suan was a naive fool, clueless about matters of use whatever means to make Zhou Suisui drop the charges or else. Wang Zhengfei's tone was mocking, laced with outright threats. You know what I mean. They'll figure something out. Wait for my news. After hanging up, Su Wan furiously swept all the cosmetics off the table, smashing them to pieces. Why? Why does everyone keep pushing me? I just don't want to go back to that miserable life. Is that so wrong? Read, she angrily called Zhou Suan, but no one answered. She sent messages, but still received no reply. Everything vanished into silence without a trace of response. What is going on? A sense of realization began to dawn on Su Wan. She was silently sinking into an invisible, intangible web. Everything had happened too suddenly, giving her no time to react. Ever since the night Zhou Suan stood her up after her confession, events had spiraled out of control. First her uncle was fired, now her cousin, and then the 20 million in compensation. No, she couldn't wait any longer. She had to find Zhou Suian. Unable to sit still any longer and fearing her cousin would leak her secrets, she meticulously groomed herself, applying a pitifully innocent yet seductive makeup, and donned a provocative lace top. She knew well how to display her beauty. She went out, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Zhou Corporation. As the car stopped at the entrance, the security guards and receptionist, upon seeing her discreetly, called Zhou Suisui. The morning's events had spread like wildfire throughout the company. Firing the malignant tumor Wang Zhengfei and sending him to the police had brought immense relief to all employees. I see. Thank you for letting me know. Zhou Suisui, upon receiving the news, curled her lips into a cold, sharp smile. Perfect. She was coming to them, saving them the trouble of hunting her down. Everyone in the company knew Su Wan's identity. She moved freely, reaching the CEO's office door, deliberately pulling down her collar to reveal her snowy cleavage. Lowering her head, she pushed open the door, pretending to wipe her tears, and spoke in a pitiful voice. Suian, I heard Zhou Suisui sent my cousin to the police station. How could she? Su Wan, hello? Long time no see. From the main seat of the CEO's office came the girl's soft, clear voice. Everything came to a halt. Su Wan looked up in disbelief at the girl sitting in the CEO's chair. Zhou Suisui, why are you here? Why are you sitting in your brother's seat? My brother's belongs to the Zhou family, and the Zhou family's belongs to me. Why can't I sit in a mere seat? Zhou Suisui's aura was overwhelmingly powerful, as if she had become a different person. Su-wan was stunned for several seconds before suppressing her anger and speaking coldly. Zhou Suisui, why did you fire my cousin? He was just bumped by a female employee. He didn't even make a fuss. Why did you send him to the police? He's an honest man. Don't be fooled by that female employee. This excuse had worked flawlessly on Zhou Suian, and she used it effortlessly now. Wang Zhengfei had always bowed and scraped before Zhou Suan, playing the part of the docile man, but behind his back, he was a completely different person. Zhou Suisui didn't immediately respond. She waited for Su-wan to continue. Sure enough, Su-wan changed her tone, choking up as she said, Sifei, you're going after my cousin because of me, aren't you? I know you don't like me. I never dared to hope for anything from Suian. Please let my cousin go, okay? Sure enough, Su-wan changed her tone, choking up as she said, Sifei, you're going after my cousin because of me, aren't you? I know you don't like me. I never dared to hope for anything from Suian. Unfortunately, those words had no effect on her. Zhou Suisui sighed softly. You see, you've been deceived by him. Your cousin sexually harassed female employees and embezzled company funds. All caught on video. Oh, and he's been slandering you, claiming he acted on your instructions. Looks like you'll have to repay that 8 million in embezzled funds. What a... Su-wan's heart lurched in panic. No. Suisui, I never instructed him. This has nothing to do with me. Zhou Suisui had expected her to desperately distance herself. A flicker of irony flashed in her eyes. What could be more entertaining than watching dogs fight each other? Su-wan choked on her words, a lump in her throat. How could she still sound like she was looking out for her? Finally, Zhou Suisui spread her hands, and Su-wan choked on her words, a lump in her throat. How could she still sound like she was looking out for her? Finally, Zhou Suisui spread her hands and said earnestly, Sister Su-wan, I'm doing this for your own good. The words were sanctimonious, but Su-wan knew she was being targeted. Her face turned pale. Her fingers clenched into fists grew white from the strain. When had Zhou Suisui become so sharp-tongued? Sentence after sentence, leaving her no room to refute. But he's still my relative. Even if he did wrong, I can't just abandon him. Su-wan gritted her teeth, lowering her stance to plead. Suisui, for your brother's sake, please drop the charges, okay? Zhou Suisui said regretfully, this concerns the reputation of Zhou Corporation. You care so much about my brother. Surely you wouldn't want to put him in a difficult position. Su-wan was left speechless once more. If she continued to press, she would be making things hard for her brother. If she wanted to maintain her persona of a gentle, caring little white flower, she had to give up defending her cousin, or else she'd be considered an accomplice. No, this wasn't Zhou Suisui. Her nails dug deep into her palms as she asked in disbelief, Are you really Zhou Suisui? What? Can't recognize me. I'd know you even if you were turned to ashes. Zhou Suisui was still smiling with the innocent brightness of a young girl. Yet fierce hatred roiled beneath her eyes. Even her fingers beneath the table trembled with rage. In her past life, she had exhausted every scheme and endured countless hardships, but could not avenge her brother. In this life, she would settle the score slowly. She would strip away all her support, peel off her disguise, and crush her. She would make her pay for her actions. Su-wan shuddered. Zhou Sujui's delicate, pretty face bore a sweet smile, yet Su-wan felt a chill run down her. This was too abnormal. Zhou Suisui had never cared about company affairs before. Even if she disliked her, she would only throw tantrums and be jealous with her. Where is Zhou Suian? I want to see Zhou Suian. She didn't want to talk to Zhou Suisui. She wanted Zhou Suian. He would agree to anything. You're looking for my brother? Zhou Suisui asked, knowingly dragging out her tone meaningfully. He's on a business trip abroad and won't be back for 3 days. What? 3 days? Su-wan felt ice cold all over. In 3 days, everything would be too late. And more importantly, Zhou Suian hadn't told her in advance about his trip. Su-wan had never taken Zhou Suisui seriously before, regarding her as a well-protected canary ignorant of the world. But now it was clear that was not the case. A surge of intense unease instantly swept through her entire being. Faced with Zhou Sujui's blatant provocation, she could not even find a reason. Zhou Suisui, must you be so aggressive? Su-wan's eyes glistened with tears. This time she was genuinely crying. Zhou Suisui raised an eyebrow with a blank expression, even a trace of undisguised disdain in her eyes. Su-wan, you are supposed to be the leading lady. You can't be so fragile, nor should you cry and whine. Otherwise your fans will be disappointed in you. How can you be so cold-blooded? Su-wan's tears were forced to halt in her eyes. Continuing would only bring more humiliation. Su-wan wiped away her tears angrily, her gaze venomous. Zhou Suisui, don't be too smug. When Suian returns, he will take my side. Then I'll be waiting. Su-wan stormed out, nearly colliding with Fu Jia, who was rushing in. Boss. Assistant Zhou. Hearing this, Zhou Suisui looked up. Fu Jia, who had hurried over, looked at her with concern. When he met her puzzled gaze, he felt a flicker of awkwardness. I heard that Su-wan came to the company to see you. It was the first time Zhou Suisui had seen Fu Jia so flustered. She teased, were you worried she would bully me? Fu Jia's ears reddened, and he nodded. Zhou Suisui smiled. Maybe. I wasn't her match before, but now. that's no longer the case. Fu Jia let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, in the towering headquarters of the Jiang Corporation, an assistant pushed open the door and stood before Jiang Zongyan, a thick stack of documents in hand, a meaningful expression on his face. President Jiang, this is the evidence I gathered of Wang Zhongfei embezzling company funds for gambling. He paused, then added, but now, this evidence may know— Oh. Jiang Zongyan stopped signing, looking up at his assistant. The man's brow carried an imposing authority. The assistant quickly said, President Jiang, the eldest miss of the Zhou family, started her internship today. She worked with Fu Jia from the finance department to directly fire Wang Jingfei and even sent him to the police station. You mean Zhou Suisui sent Wang Jingfei to the police? Jiang Zongyan put down his pen, a hint of interest crossing his brow. Zhou Suisui is indecisive and can't handle things immediately. But this little girl has such boldness. I just asked around at Zhou Corporation. They said the eldest miss is now the special assistant to the president, exercising the president's authority directly. They also said she was quite impressive. She found a pretext and took down Wang Jingfei right away. Impressive. Jiang Zongyan paused. He thought of something, and a meaningful smile curled at the corner of his lips. That little one, when she gets impressive, probably looks like a bristling fox cub. But wasn't she afraid of retaliation from desperate men after going to such extremes? The assistant couldn't help gossiping. President Jiang, Mr. Zhou is attending an industry summit abroad these days. He's been so infatuated with Su Wan lately. What will happen when he comes home and finds out that the eldest miss fired Su Wan's cousin and sent him to the police? Thinking of Zhou Suisui's mischievous eyes, Jiang Zongyan said meaningfully, let him stew. Judging from their recent encounters, Zhou Suisui had been completely outmaneuvered by his sister. This time she decisively dealt with Wang Jingfei, likely having a plan in reserve. Suddenly he snorted coldly. That guy Zhou Suisui really deserves a lesson. The assistant was taken aback. President Jiang, are you that optimistic about the eldest miss? She's only in her late teens, a junior in college. Few people ever earned Jiang Zongyan's approval. What was so special about this eldest miss? Jiang Zongyan did not satisfy the assistant's curiosity. You don't need to follow up on this matter for now. Continue monitoring the Zhou Corporation's movements and report to me immediately if anything happens. Yes. The assistant was about to leave when Jiang Zongyan called him back. Wait, where is Zhou Suisui now? The assistant raised his eyes in surprise, looking at the man behind the desk. President Jiang, the eldest miss, just drove away from the company and went home. Hearing this, Jiang Zongyan's eyes flashed with surprise. She went straight home. Didn't go to see anyone. No. The assistant found it odd. The eldest miss's lifestyle is very simple. Almost a routine of 3 places. I see. Go on with your work. Okay. As he closed the door, the assistant paused and glanced back at the closed door. Had the president smiled when he mentioned the eldest miss? And he had smiled more than once. Inside the room, Jiang Zongyan recalled the assistant's words, his long fingers tapping lightly on the desk. She hadn't met anyone. Her brother was abroad. Wasn't that a perfect opportunity for her? She could go see that hidden early love interest of hers. Why was she not in a hurry now that her brother was gone? His gaze turned cold. Zhou Suisui, what secrets are you hiding in? The detention notice from the police station soon arrived at the Wang family home. Wang Jingwo was so furious he had a heart attack on the spot. His wife Zhang Malian nearly blew up Su Wan's phone, cursing her as a jinx and a scapegoat who couldn't even protect her own cousin. Su Wan, I helped you climb onto Zhou Sui's branch. Now that your brother is in trouble, you want to wash your hands of it. I'm telling you, if Zhongfei doesn't get out, we'll all go down together. Su Wan's face turned livid with rage. What's the use of threatening me? Go ahead and sue. Since you've been fired anyway, we'll all be drinking the northwest wind. Su Wan, you've grown wings daring to talk to your uncle like that. I'll handle this matter. If you keep pushing me, nobody will have a good life. After hanging up, Su Wan immediately called Wang Zhun. Sister Wang, I need your help with something. But before she could finish, Wang Zhun's torrent of curses came through. Su Wan, you idiot. What did I tell you this morning? You must appease Zhou Suisui. Now Zhou Corporation has sued our company. What? Sister Wang, what are you talking about? Sued us. Zhou Corporation sued our company and me. Wang Zhun massaged her temples in frustration. Call Zhou Suisui immediately. No matter what method you use, get him to drop the case. But he won't answer my calls. Su Wan finally realized the gravity of the situation. Sister Wang, what should we do now? Wang Zhun snapped. Pretend to be sick right now. Pretend to be sick. Yes. Pretend to be sick. After hanging up, Su Wan clutched her phone, her eyes dark and venomous. Zhou Suisui, I will make you pay 100-fold for today's humiliation. After venting, she turned around and lay weakly on the bed, taking a photo for the camera. She sent the photo to Wang Zhun. Wang Zhun forwarded it to Zhou Suisui. President Zhou Wanwan is sick. Where are you? She's this ill and still told me not to tell you. Where is your conscience? You didn't even answer her call. Far across the ocean, Zhou Suisui, after a grueling flight of over 10 hours, finally landed in New York. He opened his phone and saw the picture Wang Zhun sent. His expression changed instantly. He anxiously video called Su Wan. Cough, cough. Su Wan lay weakly in bed, her cheeks and lips pale. Swayan. Before she could say anything, she was already sobbing uncontrollably. Wan, what's wrong? Swayan. I'm so scared alone at home. Can you come and keep me company? They say people are most vulnerable when they're sick. Zhou Suisui, originally her devoted admirer, wished he could fly back to her side at this very moment. I'll be back in 3 days. I'll call Wang Zhun to take you to the hospital right away. Zhou Suisui was frantic. Su Wan quickly stopped him. No need. I don't want to trouble her. I'm fine, Suisui. Cough, cough. I'm just too anxious. What happened? Suisui had a small conflict with my cousin. She misunderstood that he harassed a female in turn, so she fired him, sent him to the police station, and even sued the company. Thinking of these two things happening back to back, Su Wan nearly fainted from anger. That Zhou Suisui was truly ruthless. Zhou Suisui was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. You're saying Suisui fired Wang Zhengfei? That can't be possible. Suisui wouldn't fire an employee without good reason. As for suing the company, Suisui had discussed it with him before she left. Zhou Suisui instinctively defended his sister. His sister was not someone who confused right and wrong. Su Wan choked, her fingers tightening on the sheets. What was wrong with Zhou Suisui? Whenever it involved Zhou Suisui, he would always take her side. Su Wan's eyes reddened, and she said pitifully, Suisui, can you ask her to let me off? I know she dislikes me, so she's targeting my cousin. If she doesn't want us to see each other, I'll never see you again. True to her acting skills, the tears streaming down her face looked utterly pathetic. But Zhou Suisui said Suisui didn't oppose us. She even wanted to help you vent your anger. Su Wan was speechless. Zhou Suisui softened his tone. Wan Suisui did this for your own good. The relatives around you only bring you down, and your agency is nothing but a shady middleman. Next time I'll buy you an agency and get you a top-notch agent. Zhou Suisui looked smug. He was so thoughtful. Su Wan must be touched right. He spared no expense just to win her smile. But little did he know Su Wan nearly fainted from anger when she heard this. He actually called their company a shady middleman. Don't get involved in this. Zhou Corporation is suing your company because they're in the wrong. Wang Zhun will naturally compensate Tianyu for the breach of contract. Su Wan couldn't even cry anymore. She had thought that getting her cousin out would only take a word from him. She never expected Zhou Suisui to side with Zhou Suisui, speaking as if he already knew everything. Wait, she remembered what her cousin had said. He said Zhou Suisui and Zhou Suisui had teamed up against him. If that were true, she dared not imagine the consequences. After hanging up, Zhou Sui's brow furrowed with worry. He immediately made another call. Could his sister have been bullied on her first day of work? He didn't call his sister, instead he called Fu Jie. This matter was related to the finance department, and Fu Jie would not lie to him. When Fu Jie saw his phone ringing, he already understood what it was about. Without further explanation, he directly sent the surveillance video to Zhou Suisui along with evidence that Wang Zhengfei had embezzled 8 million yuan and had taken the money overnight to Macau for gambling. Mr. President, Fu Jie's voice trailed off hesitant. The young lady is a girl of great courage. I know. Zhou Sui's face lit up with pride, and he also breathed a sigh of relief. At least his sister hadn't been bullied. This matter involved many parties, and Wang Zhengfei had dark forces behind him. He worried that his sister might face retaliation. Finally, he instructed Fu Jie, collect all the evidence. Make sure Wang Zhengfei spends the rest of his life in prison, never to be released. Yes. Fu Jie was taken aback by this command. But then he thought in the president's heart the young lady was his only family, the most important person. After settling matters, Zhou Suisui finally felt at ease and called Zhou Suisui. Brother, have you arrived? As soon as the call connected, his sister's cheerful voice came through. Zhou Suisui couldn't help but curl his lips. I know what happened at the company. Were you scared? Zhou Suisui was surprised. Brother, don't you blame me for acting on. You did well. Anyone with a conscience couldn't stand by and do nothing. Hearing her brother say this, the trace of worry in Zhou Suisui's heart vanished, replaced by relief. Brother, thank you for trusting me. She knew that her brother was a man who clearly distinguished right from wrong. He had simply been temporarily blinded. In her past life, after her brother was falsely accused of attempted rape by her fans, he completely cut ties with Su Wan. But Su Wan was too wicked. Even after her brother parted ways with her, she still refused to let him go. Using her status as a celebrity, she spread rumors about her brother online every day. Silly girl, you're my sister. If I don't trust you, who would I trust? The Zhou family had only the 2 siblings left, so their bond was naturally beyond words. In his heart, no one could surpass his sister. Just then, assistant Wen came over to urge him. Mr. President, the car is here. Brother, go ahead and handle your work. He'll wait obediently for you to come back. Take care of yourself. If you run into any trouble, go to Fu Jie. Deep down, Zhou Suisui truly admired a talent like Fu Jie. Thinking about how he had neglected him recently, he felt very sorry. Fu Jie was a talent he had gone to great lengths to recruit, visiting him 3 times to secure his services. There was no way he wouldn't trust him. However, the matter with Wang Zhengfei was far-reaching. He had planned to investigate it personally after this period, but unexpectedly his sister resolved it on her very first day at work. Perhaps his sister was more suited to be the president of Zhou Corporation. After getting into the car, Zhou Suisui sent a message to Su Wan along with the evidence of perhaps his sister was more suited to be the president of Zhou Corporation. After getting into the car, Zhou Suisui sent a message to Su Wan along with the evidence of Wang Zhengfei's crimes. Wan, you are too kind. Relatives with such treacherous intentions will only bring you trouble. When Su Wan saw this message, she nearly rolled her eyes. Zhou Suisui was no longer siding with her either. This matter was essentially settled with no room for a reversal. 3 days later in the evening, in the Zhou family villa, the kitchen was filled with a rich aroma of food. Zhou Suisui, wearing a cute floral apron, was placing the last dish of sweet and sour spare ribs on the table. Cui Wu watched nervously from the side. Miss, let me do it. Don't burn your hands. Sister Wu, aren't I amazing? The table was laden with dishes, all her brother's favorites. Sweet and sour spare ribs, cola chicken wings, matsutake mushroom soup, and even the tomato egg noodles he used to cook for her when they were kids. She had timed it perfectly. Her brother was returning tonight from a business trip to New York. She had gone into the kitchen 2 hours early to help, earning a few blisters on the back of her hand, but she did it with a willing heart. Sister Wu looked at the table full of dishes and teased, impressive, impressive. The young master will be delighted when he sees this. Of course. Zhou Suisui's eyes curved with pride, filled with anticipation. Besides welcoming her brother home, she wanted to take the opportunity tonight to clearly explain the matter of Wang Zhengfei and Su Wan to him. The clock on the wall silently ticked to 7 in the evening. Zhou Suisui sat in the dining room, constantly craning her neck to look toward the door. The dishes on the table had long gone cold, but from the entrance there was still no sound of her brother's footsteps. Just then Sister Wu approached, holding her phone with a troubled expression. Miss, the young master just called, saying that Miss Su is feeling unwell, so he's going to accompany her, and won't be back for dinner tonight. The smile on Zhou Suisui's face faded bit by bit, her fingertips turning white as she clenched them. Of all the things she had calculated, she never expected her brother wouldn't even come home and would go straight to see Su Wan. Didn't he know that today was her first time cooking for him? Zhou Suisui's smile was more painful than a cry. Cui Wu said with sympathy, Miss, don't be sad. Maybe the young master will come back later. Zhou Suisui's face was calm. Since he won't eat with me, he'll find someone else to share the meal. Sister Wu was stunned. Miss, who are you going to find? Zhou Suisui's face was calm. Since he won't eat with me, he'll find someone else to share the meal. Sister Wu was stunned. Miss, who are you going to find? Jiang Zongyan. Zhou Suisui curled her lips. Let him be Su Wan's lapdog. Alas. Cui Wu sighed at a loss for what to say. Silently, she found an insulated lunchbox and packed the food. 10 minutes later, Zhou Suisui, carrying a full thermal container, drove straight to the headquarters of the Jiang Corporation. She had learned from Jiang Ruitian that Jiang Zongyan had a cross-border meeting that evening and wouldn't finish work until 8 o'clock. If she went now, she would just catch him as he got off work. As Zhou Suisui thought this, her car came to a stop in front of the Jiang Corporation headquarters building. The moment the car stopped, footsteps echoed from the quiet entrance. She turned her head and looked through the car window, just in time to see Jiang Zongyan walking out of the main entrance. Under the night sky, the man wore a black trench coat, his posture tall and straight. In his cold, pale fingers he held a lit cigarette, his gaze icy. She slightly curled her lips. Glancing in the rearview mirror, she saw the familiar Volkswagen following all the way. Brother, aren't you going to accompany Su Wan? Let me keep your good brother company. You won't mind, will you? Thinking this, the gloom that had weighed on her throughout the journey suddenly began to lift a little. Inside the Volkswagen, Aling was slightly startled. Does the young lady know we're tailing her? A Biao, unconcerned, continued typing on his phone. The young lady is love-struck. Girls her age are easily smitten. Don't bother me, I'm telling the young master about this. Seeing Jiang Zongyan take a drag of his cigarette and walk straight toward the black Bentley waiting across the street, Zhou Suisui quickly grabbed the lunchbox and got out of the car. In April, the Tang City nights were still chilly. A light rain had begun to fall and cold raindrops struck her face and the bare skin of her calves, carried by the cool evening breeze. Zhou Suisui hugged the thermal container to her chest and waited by the roadside. The black Bentley with 6 consecutive license plate numbers slowly started moving toward her. The moment the headlights swept over, Zhou Suisui closed her eyes and staggered forward, throwing herself toward the front of the car, letting herself fall into the puddle of water in front of the hood. What the hell? What is the young lady doing? A Biao's eyes widened. Is she staging a tantrum? He had clearly seen that the car hadn't even touched her before she... Bro, do we get paid this month? Is the Zhou family out of money and the young lady is trying to extort Mr. Jiang? Keep your pig brain away from me. I'm afraid of catching stupidity. Screech. The piercing sound of a sudden brake tore through the silence of the night. The driver, terrified, quickly pushed the door open and ran out. Zhou Suisui sat in the cold puddle, her skirt and beige coat, completely soaked, clinging to her body, her eyes red-rimmed. Zhou Suisui sat in the cold puddle, her skirt and beige coat, completely soaked, clinging to her body, her eyes red-rimmed. My leg hurts. I can't stand up. The driver, sweating profusely, reached out to help her. Miss, let me help you up. I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup. No. Zhou Suisui pulled away from his hand, looking toward the back seat, her voice soft and sweet, coquettishly pleading. I want the young master to carry me. Only if he carries me will I get up. The driver took a closer look and was taken aback. Isn't this Miss Zhou? Miss Zhou, what are you doing here? Why was Miss Zhou at the entrance of the Jiang Corporation late at night, staging a hitandron and demanding to be carried by the young master? The rear window slowly rolled down. Jiang Zongyan's noble, cold face appeared behind the glass. His shirt collar was slightly open, revealing a hint of delicate, alluring collarbone. His brows and eyes were deep and icy. His gaze fell on the girl on the ground, and his temples twitched twice. Zhou Suisui, what mischief was this little girl up to now? The driver walked over and said awkwardly, Young master, Miss Zhou refuses to get up. Jiang Zongyan pushed open the car door and stepped out. His tall figure cast a shadow over her, carrying the cool, woody scent of his cologne. He looked down at Zhou Suisui, who sat in the puddle, drenched all over, yet still looking up at him with big, watery eyes, waiting for him to carry her before she would get up. Instantly, he was both amused and exasperated. Zhou Suisui, trying to pull a hitandron on your yin brother. Zhou Suisui looked up at him, her small lips pouting in grievance. Brother Yin, your car hit me, and you still accuse me of faking it. It hurts. I can't get up. Did I break my leg? Zhou Suisui looked up at him, her small lips pouting in grievance. Brother Yin, your car hit me, and you still accuse me of faking it. It hurts. I can't get up. Did I break my leg? Carry me. Zhou Suisui caught a glimpse of the ordinary Volkswagen across the street and opened her arms toward Jiang Zongyan, her tone clearly coaxing. Jiang Zongyan's temples throbbed. He stood before her without moving. What if I don't? Then he'll never get up. They stared each other down for a few seconds. Jiang Zongyan's temples throbbed. He stood before her without moving. What if I don't? Then he'll never get up. They stared each other down for a few seconds. Away from the ground. Brother Yin, you're so nice. Is this the legendary Princess Carrie? Zhou Suisui blinked her big, clever eyes, and without hesitation, she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. She pressed herself against his chest without any restraint. The sweet fragrance of the girl's body eagerly invaded his senses, and Jiang Zongyan's body stiffened slightly. Take you home. The man's face was darker than the night, exuding a powerful pressure. I don't want to go home. Zhou Suisui immediately tightened her arms around his neck, nuzzling her head into his collarbone, as if afraid he might abandon her. My clothes are wet. Take me to a hotel to change. I've always had a weak constitution, and he'll catch a cold. Jiang Zongyan watched her acting spoiled and shameless in his arms. Where was the sign of her leg hurting so much she couldn't stand? But seeing her soaked clothes and her red, chilled nose, he sighed softly. In the end, he couldn't bear to abandon her, so he carried her into the car. Wait, brother, Yin, my lunchbox too. Zhou Suisui squirmed on his lap. Jiang Zongyan pressed her down firmly, his face cold, and ordered the driver, bring her lunchbox. Go to Eastern Supreme. Yes, young master. The driver quickly picked up the lunchbox, glanced at the two embracing each other, and his eyes were full of question marks. When did the young master start dating Miss Zhou? The car slowly drove away. At the corner, not far away, bodyguards A Biao and a Ling were dumbfounded. They left. The young lady even acted spoiled, and asked Master Jiang to carry her before getting up. A Biao's CPU was about to overheat. A Ling glared at him. What are you staring at? Hurry up and follow them in the car. Soon several cars pulled over one after another. A Biao and a Ling watched Jiang Zongyan carry Zhou Suisui out of the car and walk straight into the hotel without looking back. They exchanged a glance, their expressions changing drastically. They quickly pulled out their phones. As soon as the call connected, A Biao shouted anxiously, President Zhou, this is bad. Master Jiang has taken the young lady to Supreme Hotel. Meanwhile, in Su Wan's apartment, a warm yellow floor lamp cast a soft glow, making the atmosphere in the room particularly intimate. Zhou Suian sat by the bed. Su Wan nestled in his arms, her eyes red and swollen from crying. Tears fell in streams, and her shoulders shook with Stop crying. If you keep crying like this, are you trying to kill me? Zhou Suian fumbled for tissues to wipe her tears. Su Wan had been faking illness before, but now she was truly sick. Weakly, she grabbed his hand, lifted her tear-filled face, and began to play the victim. Suian, when I was very young, my parents divorced. They each started new families and neither of them wanted me. My mother dumped me on my uncle like a burden. In this world, besides my uncle, only my cousin has ever been truly good to me. She sobbed, her whole body trembling, pitiful beyond words. Zhou Suian had lost his parents at 10 and had raised his 3-year-old sister alone, so he understood the longing for family all too well. Watching Su Wan cry like this, his heart surged with sympathy. I know my cousin made a mistake, but he was just confused for a moment. Seeing his expression soften, Su Wan cried, even more aggrievedly. Zhou Suisui had lost his parents at 10 and had raised his 3-year-old sister alone, so he understood the longing for family all too well. Watching Su Wan, as she finished speaking, her body went limp and she fell into Zhou Suiyan's arms. Her arms gently encircled his waist and her cheek pressed against his chest as she trembled with sobs. With the warm, soft woman in his arms, Zhou Suiyan's body stiffened. Instantly, his breathing became rapid. With a stiff motion, he raised his hand and gently patted her back. Don't cry. As long as I'm here from now on, I'll be your family. Su Wan's heart clenched. She couldn't help but roll her eyes in his arms. Who wanted to be his family? Was that what she wanted to hear? Shouldn't he have offered to help save her cousin? Su Wan's eyes flickered. It seemed she had to resort to her trump card. Tears still clung to her long lashes, and the tip of her nose was red. Her usually innocent face now held a hint of broken allure. Her breath. Tears still clung to her long lashes, and the tip of her nose was red. Her usually innocent face now held a hint of broken allure, her breath gently brushing against Zhou Suiyan's chin. Her fingertips lightly traced across Zhou Suiyan's chest, moving upward to hook his shirt collar. She tugged, gently pulling him closer. Their distance instantly narrowed until their noses almost touched. Zhou Suiyan frowned, his back stiff, and instinctively leaned back to create space. Suiyan. Su Wan's voice was as soft as cotton with a seductive nasal tone. Her eyes wet and glistening looked at him with blatant suggestion. Don't leave tonight. Stay with me, okay? Zhou Suiyan frowned deeper. Suiyan, kiss me. With that, Su Wan closed her eyes, her long lashes quivering. Zhou Suiyan's mind went blank. He instinctively pushed her away. No. Su Wan was completely stunned. Even the fake tears on her face stopped. She looked at him, deeply hurt. Why? Zhou Suiyan, you're so good to me, yet you never crossed the line. Why? Su Wan, we're not married yet. Zhou Suiyan, do you live in ancient times? So old-fashioned. Su Wan, I'm being responsible for you. Zhou Suiyan frowned, his face serious as he stood by the bed. Huh. Su Wan let out a mocking cold laugh. She thought, what excuse is he making? It's just that he's impotent. She had observed him for a long time. No matter how she provoked him, he showed no response. Suddenly, a loud, shrill ringtone broke the silence. Sorry, I need to take this call. The awkward atmosphere was shattered. Zhou Suiyan turned and walked aside. Seeing that it was from bodyguard A Ling, he answered him. A Ling's urgent voice came through. President Zhou, it's bad. Master Jiang has taken the young lady into Supreme Hotel. What a... Bang. Zhou Suiyan's face changed drastically, and all the blood in his body rushed to his head. He grabbed his jacket and charged out the door. Stop her. Can't stop her. There's no way. Master Jiang carried her in himself. Zhou Suiyan's face turned livid. He gritted his teeth. Bastard. If he dares to bully my sister, he'll kill Jiang Zongyan. Keep watching. I'm coming right now. Seeing Zhou Suiyan already at the door, Su Wan was both shocked and furious. She shouted at his back. Zhou Suiyan, what do you mean? You're just going to abandon me and leave. Zhou Suiyan stopped, turned to look at her, his eyes full of apology. Sorry, Wan. They'll call a doctor for you. With that, he turned and strode away, leaving a heavy door slam behind him. Zhou Suiyan left without looking back. The apartment fell silent instantly, leaving only Su Wan frozen in place. The weakness and seduction on her face vanished without a trace, replaced by shame and humiliation. She had thrown away all dignity, offering herself to him. Yet because of one phone call, he simply abandoned her and left. Zhou Suisui. Again, it's because of Zhou Suisui. A surge of rage erupted from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Su Wan's delicate face twisted hideously as she raised her hand and swept the water glass off the coffee table. Glass shattered, hot water splattered everywhere. Zhou Suisui, you bitch. Su Wan gritted her teeth, squeezing out the words, her eyes filled with venomous, murderous intent. You keep ruining my plans. I won't let you off. She panted heavily, took out her phone, and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, she lowered her voice, her tone dripping with malice. You go watch Zhou Suisui. Use whatever means necessary. Find out where she is right now and what she's doing with Jiang Zongyan. Find an opportunity. I want that little bitch to be ruined, disgraced, and wish she were dead. At that moment, in the top-floor presidential suite of Supreme Hotel, Jiang Zongyan opened the door, adjusted the room temperature with one hand, and prepared to put Zhou Suisui down. But she clung to his neck tightly, letting out a dissatisfied nasal whine, her face scrunched up as she began to act up. Brother Yin, my dress is all wet and sticky. I want to take a bath. Jiang Zongyan suppressed the urge to toss her off and carried her toward the bathroom. Get down. Jiang Zongyan set her on the clean countertop of the vanity, his face dark. Sit still. Meeting his murderous glare, Zhou Suisui pouted and quietly settled down like a bullied little wife. Jiang Zongyan loosened his tie and turned on the hot water tap. The spacious bathroom fell silent, with only the sound of running water echoing clearly. Soon warm water filled the bathtub. Jiang Zongyan tested the water temperature, then lifted his eyes to look at the unusually quiet Zhou Suisui. His tone softened. Come here. Zhou Suisui sat quietly on the marble countertop. Jiang Zongyan had casually grabbed a towel to cushion her bottom, lest it be too cold. Zhou Suisui sat quietly on the marble countertop. Jiang Zongyan had casually grabbed a towel to cushion her bottom, lest it be too cold. She leaned forward, her big eyes wide and unblinking, watching the CEO of the Jiang Corporation, a man who made ruthless, decisive moves in the business world, acquiring a listed company, without so much as a furrow of his brow. At that moment, he was bent over the bathtub, his slender fingertips dipping into the warm water to test the temperature. Zhou Suisui's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Come here. Zhou Suisui's face instantly fell, and she pouted discontentedly. You're being mean to me. Wash yourself. Jiang Zongyan couldn't be bothered with her. He took a clean bathrobe from the cabinet beside him and, come here. Zhou Suisui's face instantly fell, and she pouted discontentedly. You're being mean to me. Wash yourself. Jiang Zongyan couldn't be bothered with her. He took a clean bathrobe from the cabinet beside him and tossed it over her head. Zhou Suisui's vision went dark. She hurriedly pulled the robe down, looking like a little cat, with its fur ruffled. Jiang Zongyan, can't you be a little gentler? I'm a girl. What girl would stare at a man so brazenly? Thinking of something, Jiang Zongyan's ears tinged. Earlier, when he was bent over filling the bath, she had shamelessly watched him the whole time. Ahem. She had no retort to that. It was indeed quite round and looked rather firm. Jiang Zongyan poked her forehead. No dirty thoughts. Zhou Suisui's eyes widened, and she pouted in protest. What dirty thoughts? Only those with impure minds think impure things. She wouldn't admit it so easily, unless he could crawl into her head and see what she was really thinking. Go wash up now. If the water gets cold, I won't care. Jiang Zongyan, flustered and annoyed, placed his broad hand on her head, forced her to turn around, and strode out of the room. Zhou Suisui turned her head, watching his hurried steps, and a triumphant smile curved on her lips. Who would have thought that Jiang Zongyan, a 27-year-old lifelong bachelor, would be so easily embarrassed? As if she had discovered a delightful secret, she hummed a cheerful tune, shed her clothes, and sank into the bathtub. Outside the door, Jiang Zongyan loosened his collar, walked to the bar, and poured himself a glass of cold water. The icy water slid down his throat, dispelling a trace of heat. Recalling that Zhou Suisui had just teased him, his face darkened. Suddenly, a refracted beam of light fell on the countertop before him. He paused, then abruptly looked up toward the rooftop terrace across the way. Two dark figures lurked behind the pillars, the lens of a telescope trained in their direction. No sooner had Jiang Zongyan left the bathroom than Zhou Suisui received a text message from Wenju. Young lady, President Zhou has just left Su Wan's apartment and is heading to the Supreme Hotel. He should arrive in about half an hour. Half an hour? That was plenty of time. Zhou Suisui put away her phone and glanced up at the rooftop terrace outside the window. No doubt a Biao and a Ling would report everything they saw to her brother. Perfect. With this good news, coupled with the lively banter she had just exchanged with Jiang Zongyan, the gloom that had hung over her heart all evening dissipated in an instant. A dozen minutes later, the bathroom door was gently pulled open. Zhou Suisui stepped out, wrapped in Jiang Zongyan's bathrobe. The men's robe was far too large for her. The long hem trailed down to her knees, the sleeves were rolled up twice, and the collar hung loosely open, revealing a small patch of her fair collarbone. Enveloped in the fabric that carried his crisp cedar-like scent, she looked like a forest sprite who had stolen a grown-up's clothes. Charming and alluring. Yangage, I'm a little hungry. Zhou Suisui rubbed her empty stomach. Perhaps her mood had lifted and her appetite had returned. Jiang Zongyan leaned against the bar. His black coat had been discarded casually on the arm of a nearby single-seat sofa, and the top two buttons of his white shirt were undone. The cold, pale light fell on his sharply defined profile, making him look as noble as someone who had stepped out of the moonlight. Hearing her, he turned his head and fixed her with a stern look. You ungrateful little thing. Explain why you threw yourself in front of the car just now. If the driver hadn't braked in time, how would I compensate your brother? Heh, so this was where he was going to settle the score. Zhou Suisui quickly scurried over to him, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with moisture. Smiling, she said, I fell right beside the car. How could I dare throw myself in front of it? Suddenly meeting the man's sharply narrowing gaze, she froze mid-sentence and lightly slapped her own mouth. This damn mouth. Jiang Zongyan curled his lips, a meaningful light snort escaping him. So you've let the cat out of the bag. Tell me, why did you deliberately stage that accident? Yangage, I specially brought you food. If you don't appreciate it, that's fine, but you call me ungrateful. Zhou Suisui scratched her head awkwardly, trying to change the subject. She leaned in closer, her face nearly touching his. An intimate air instantly coiled around them, raising the temperature of the surroundings. Jiang Zongyan's atoms apple-bobbed slightly. He leaned back, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he eyed her. Bringing me food requires staging an accident. Jiang Zongyan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He leaned back a sardonic. Zhou Suisui grabbed his sleeve and tugged it, bossing him around with righteous indignation. I've been busy all evening and haven't eaten a thing. Go get the insulated lunchbox and eat with me. Zhou Suisui grabbed his sleeve and tugged it, bossing him around with righteous indignation. I've been busy all evening and haven't eaten a thing. Go get the— Zhou Suisui pouted, then lifted the hem of her bathrobe slightly to reveal two slender straight legs. On her fair jade-like skin, a faint scrape on her knee stood out conspicuously. She pointed at the wound, shamelessly insisting, "I'm an injured party now." Jiang Zongyan lowered his gaze, quickly sweeping over the red mark that hadn't even broken the skin, then looked up at her with an indescribable expression. "If you'd waited any longer, the wound would have healed already." Though his words were dismissive, his body had already risen, walking to the door and lifting the insulated lunchbox from the cabinet. "If you'd waited any longer, the wound would have healed already." Though his words were dismissive, his body had already risen, walking to the door and lifting the insulated lunchbox from the cabinet. "Yangich, come here. There's enough for both of us." Jiang Zongyan started to say he wasn't hungry, but his stomach betrayed him with a growl. He moved his feet and walked toward the window. Jiang Zongyan glanced outside. From this position, every move they made would be even easier for the two people on the opposite rooftop to see. Was this her intention? "I made this myself. It's my first time learning to cook. Hurry up and try it." Zhou Suisui presented the dishes as if offering a treasure, arranging them on the low table and handing a pair of chopsticks to Jiang Zongyan. Jiang Zongyan glanced at the food on the table. Steam rose, carrying the aroma of the dishes. They looked and smelled delicious. "You made this?" He looked at the smug expression on her little face, thinking, this girl is trying to fool me again. How could Miss Zhou, who had never so much as touched a kitchen knife, know how to cook? Yes, yes. Not only are you bold, but now you've learned to lie." He snorted coldly, taking the chopsticks, but his gaze fell on the blisters on the back of her hand, and he froze on the spot. "Stop talking, eat up. Give me your review after you finish." Zhou Suisui couldn't wait any longer. Holding the bowl, she ate with her eyes curved into crescents, her cheeks puffed out like a cheerful little hamster. Jiang Zongyan sat down on the chair opposite her, his gaze fixed on her. His cold, stern features unconsciously softened, and even a faint smile, unnoticed by himself, touched the corners of his lips. Seeing her mouth covered in grease, he disdainfully handed her a clean tissue, dabbing it at the corner of her lips. "What a—" Zhou Suisui froze abruptly, her fair cheeks flushing with two adorable patches of red. She took the tissue from his hand. "Thanks." Jiang Zongyan held his chopsticks, his expression serious. "Zhou Suisui, let's talk." "About what? Tell me exactly, who am I?" Zhou Suisui was stunned. Guiltily, her eyes darted around. "I'm not covering for anyone. I don't know what you're talking about." Her fingers gripping the chopsticks turned slightly white. Her heart raced as she forced herself to maintain a calm facade. Hearing this, Jiang Zongyan turned his head to look out the window. From his angle, he could see a Biao and a Ling setting up a telescope across the street. The meaning was clear. He knew what she was up to. What was she trying to hide? She was in a secret relationship, but her brother didn't approve, so she found someone to divert her brother's anger. "You're lying to your brother." That was the most likely answer Jiang Zongyan could come up with in the past 2 days. He could actually understand. If it were Jiang Ruetian who found some unreliable man for an online romance, he would also want to find that person and give him a thorough beating. If he doesn't even dare to admit being a boyfriend, what kind of boyfriend is that? Zhou Suisui was so frightened that her face turned pale. This sly old fox was not easy to fool. What should she do? What if Jiang Zongyan learned the truth and tattled to her brother? Then all her efforts from the previous days would be wasted. She thought she was pretending well, but she didn't realize that her panic had all been seen by the man. "Are you in an online romance?" Jiang Zongyan asked, but his tone was affirmative. Online romance." Zhou Suisui was completely stunned. Her brother had a wild imagination, but how could Jiang Zongyan's be even wilder? How was she in an online romance again? She was getting more and more labels slapped on her. She finally understood the saying she had read in her childhood textbook. Once you tell a lie, you have to use more lies to cover it up. Oh well, that's not true. My standards for a partner aren't that low. Zhou Suisui, are you really in a relationship? You're only 19, still a junior in college. Jiang Zongyan's impression of Zhou Suisui was still that of a 15 or 16-year-old girl who would hide from him. She spent all her time with Jiang Ruetian. In his heart, she was like another little sister. That was why he could indulge her willful little temper time and again. Isn't 19 already an adult? Our principal just returned from the U.S. At the school assembly, he said that college students can date. It's a process of young people finding themselves. Don't be like my brother, acting like a pedantic old scholar. And you think you're making sense. Jiang Zongyan felt a headache coming on, pinching the bridge of his nose with his fingers. He threatened coldly. "You'll let it slide this time, but if you do it again, I'll tell your brother. Put away those little schemes and focus on your studies." Zhou Suisui choked, angrily stuffing a piece of meat into her mouth. Got it. Jiang Zongyan finally breathed. Zhou Suisui quickly picked up a slice of meat and put it into his bowl, seizing the chance to gain favor. Brother Yin, eat up. Jiang Zongyan picked up the meat and put it into his mouth. Tender and not gamey, the aroma of the meat spread in his mouth. Not bad, huh? Mm. Jiang Zongyan rarely acknowledged her, and Zhou Suisui's nose almost turned up to the sky. I'm a genius, I can do everything. Hearing this, Jiang Zongyan seemed reminded. He spoke in a low, ominous tone. Keep a low profile, especially regarding work matters, so you don't attract unwanted attention. Evil people have no limits. Zhou Suisui immediately understood what he was referring to. She was a bit surprised that he knew about what had happened at Zhou Corporation, but on second thought, with the deep cooperation between Jiang Corporation and Zhou Corporation, employee exchanges between the two sides were common, so it was normal for him. She raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, her tone calm. Just some petty people. My body can die at any time, but making my soul yield to them, that would have to wait for the next life. Jiang Zongyan's heart suddenly felt a pang of pain, so fleeting it was hard to grasp. Were these words coming from a 19-year-old girl? Zhou Suisui. How exactly had he been taking care of his sister? She was precocious to the point of being heartbreaking. Full and satisfied, Zhou Suisui patted her round belly and let out a contented sigh. I've eaten. Since President Jiang doesn't welcome me, I'll leave now and not disturb your rest. When she needed him, it was Brother Yin, and now it's President Jiang. Jiang Zongyan was both amused and annoyed. This girl had been using him as a cover all along, and now that she was done using him, she wanted to just walk away. Seeing her about to stand up, he reached out and pressed down on her shoulder, pushing her back down with a little force. Wait. Huh. Zhou Suisui blinked in confusion. She watched him stand up, walk back to the cabinet by the door, and take out a mini first aid kit. Apply medicine first, or the wound will get infected. Zhou Suisui was stunned. Just moments ago, this man had joked that if she had come later, the wound would have healed on its own, yet now he was fetching the first aid kit for her. This man was always so rigid. Even when showing concern, his face still looked stern. With a sly glint in her eyes, instead of taking the first aid kit, she reached out and tugged at his sleeve, swaying it. Her voice was as soft as melted cotton candy, full of coaxing. Brother Yin, my hand hurts. I just ate and have no strength, and I can't see the wound myself. Can you apply it for me? She sat on the dark European leather chair, looking up at him with sparkling eyes. The loose bathrobe hung slack, revealing skin as white as snow, her slender figure faintly visible through the black fabric. A 19-year-old girl at the most vibrant and radiant age. Like a rose adorned with morning dew, delicate and lively, dazzlingly beautiful. Jiang Zongyan's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed, and his eyes darkened instantly. Like a rose adorned with morning dew, delicate and lively, dazzlingly beautiful. Jiang Zongyan's Adams. He set down the first aid kit, knelt on one knee before her, and lowered his head. His slender, well-defined fingers held a cotton swab, dipped it in iodine, paused for a moment, then looked up at her. It will sting a bit. Bear with it. Then go easy. Zhou Suisui had been afraid of pain since childhood and really wanted to refuse, but running away at this moment would make her seem cowardly. Besides, she was the one who claimed to be injured. To her surprise, the cotton swab touched her wound very lightly. It didn't hurt at all. Well, it did sting a little, but it was within her tolerance. Zhou Suisui looked down at him. The man had thick eyelashes, a high-bridged nose, and a jawline as sharp as a knife's edge. Even while applying medicine, his face was taut with a noble, cold expression, as serious as if he were attending an international conference. As she watched, Zhou Suisui couldn't help but mutter inwardly. After all, she was the university beauty, voted by a university's public poll with countless admirers. Why did she have no appeal in front of him? A mischievous idea instantly popped into her mind. With a flick of her eyes, she deliberately lifted her injured leg, her fair toes still damp from the recent bath, and gave a gentle kick at his chest. Ow! She furrowed her delicate brows, crying out dramatically. It hurts so much. Brother Yin, go easy on me. The coquettish voice sent Jiang Zongyan's body tensing instantly. A vein bulged on his forehead. He abruptly let go and stood up. His handsome face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and even the veins at his temples were faintly pulsing. Well, what's wrong? Zhou Suisui was startled by his sudden movement. Jiang Zongyan glared at the mischievous girl before him, gritting his teeth. His voice was hoarse as he forced out through clenched teeth, "Shut up. If you squeal one more time, I'll throw you out right now." Zhou Suisui immediately clamped her mouth shut and made a zipping gesture across her lips. "Apply the medicine on the back of your hand yourself." Jiang Zongyan was irritated. Zhou Suisui looked down at the blisters on the back of her hand. A few drops of hot oil had accidentally splashed on them while she was learning to cook from the chef earlier. Her skin was thin anyway, so the red marks were obvious. She hadn't even noticed them herself, but Jiang Zongyan had. Thinking of this, a warmth flowed through her heart. This man, though seemingly bad-tempered, was actually quite attentive. Just then her phone vibrated again. Zhou Suisui opened it and quickly glanced at it. Assistant Wen's message came again. Miss President Zhou has already gone upstairs. Not good. The smile in Zhou Suisui's eyes instantly vanished. Her face changed, and she hurriedly stood up. Brother Yin, I have to go. Bye. Wait. Jiang Zongyan's gaze swept indifferently over her oversized black bathrobe, a flash of icy coldness darting through his eyes. You plan to leave like this? She had just glanced at a text message, likely from that online boyfriend, who never showed his face. Finally done. Was he free to meet her now? She had gone through so much trouble to find him, all just to seize the chance to see that cowardly boyfriend of hers. What a waste of effort. The thought ignited an inexplicable fury within Jiang Zongyan. He was always composed and unflappable, yet now his breathing was uneven. Moi. Reminded Zhou Suisui quickly glanced down at her attire and dashed back into the bathroom. A moment later she emerged again. Frowning, she pointed at the bathroom, counter her expression on the verge of tears as she looked at the man lounging on the sofa. Where are my clothes? I swear I left them right here. She only wanted to catch her brother's attention, not to court death. Seeing her in such attire alone in the same room with Jiang Zongyan, she wouldn't even know how she'd die. Jiang Zongyan furrowed his brows with a hint of disdain. Are you sure you left them on the counter? The question left Zhou Suisui speechless, guilt flickering in her eyes. At home, she had a habit of tossing her clothes anywhere without tidying up. Old habits die hard. When she'd undressed earlier, she might have casually dropped them all over the floor. Just then a knock came at the door. President Jiang, the clothes have arrived. Lin Zhou Jiang's special assistant stood at the door, a faint weariness behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his expression listless. He had just clocked out planning to have dinner with his girlfriend, and then catch a movie, only to be summoned back by the boss for a task as trivial as fetching women's clothing. He could only imagine the reception awaiting him at home. Jiang Zongyan suppressed the surging emotions in his eyes and said in a low voice, "Come in." Yes. Lin Zhou instantly snapped to full attention and pushed the door open. He carried several exquisite gift bags and spoke respectfully, "President Jiang, the clothes." Before he could finish the corner of his eye caught sight of Zhou Suisui standing by the bathroom door in Jiang Zongyan's bathrobe, and he abruptly fell silent. The bags nearly slipped from his hands, his pupils dilated in shock. Who didn't know that President Jiang never touched women? He wouldn't even let a woman with ulterior motives come within 3 meters of him, let alone enter his hotel suite. And now not only was there a woman in this presidential suite, but it was Zhou Suisui, the pampered young lady of the Zhou family. In this circle, everyone knew that President Zhou and their President Jiang were at odds with each other. The two were perfectly in sync, playing nice in public, wearing fake smiles for the cameras. But behind closed doors, they would trade insults and undermine each other at every opportunity. A thought struck Lin Zhou, and he couldn't help but silently give a thumbs up. Their President Jiang was truly a master strategist. By securing the precious sister that President Zhou cherished, the latter probably had nowhere to cry. Leave the clothes there and get out. Jiang Zongyan's casual tone carried a hint of coldness. Lin Zhou, who had been by his side for years, shuddered instantly, averted his gaze, and placed the gift bags on the cabinet by the door. Then I'll take my leave. He turned, and the door closed behind him. Lin Zhou let out a long sigh of relief. The president's words were a warning not to look too much, weren't they? He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This 10th sandier iron tree was finally about to bloom. Zhou Suisui curiously opened the gift bag. It was an LV seasonal haute couture pink floral dress. Last week, the LV staff had enthusiastically sent her photos of this dress, said to be a global limited edition of 20 pieces. 2 days ago, Jiang Ruetian had complained to her that she couldn't get her hands on this dress and hadn't slept well for 3 days. As for Zhou Suisui, she had been reluctant to buy it because of the price. 2 days ago, Jiang Ruetian had complained to her that she couldn't get her hands on this dress and hadn't slept well for 3 days. Seemingly receiving a work message, Jiang Zongyan slightly inclined his head, his slender fingers tapping unhurriedly on the phone screen. He appeared not to pay much attention to her. Zhou Suisui's eyes sparkled, and she teased with a smile, "Brother Yin, do you have a secret lover hidden away somewhere? How else could you get this dress? Was it pre-ordered?" This dress had to be reserved at least a week in advance. Assistant Lin wouldn't have been able to buy it on the spot. It wasn't about money. Jiang Zongyan didn't look up, responding flatly, "Zhou Suisui was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to admit it so openly. The playful grin on her face faltered, and she let out a small, disgruntled humph. Sure enough, these powerful men who ruled the business world with an iron fist were rarely clean. How many didn't keep mistresses on the side? Some might even have third or fourth lovers. Well, not quite. Her brother was an exception, a complete love-struck fool. Actually, she didn't mind a man being love-struck. In fact, she thought a love-struck heart was a man's best dowry. But someone like her brother, who had no boundaries, terrible taste, and ultimately lost his life over it. Such a case was rare, even among the global rich. The thought dampened her spirits. Even the coveted dress didn't bring her joy anymore. She snorted in frustration and yanked the dress out of the bed. Without noticing, a tiny undergarment almost flew out. Zhou Suisui's face changed, and she caught it just in time. When she realized what it was, her fair cheeks flushed crimson, even the tips of her ears burning hot. How do you know my size? She now seriously doubted whether he was really as indifferent to women as the rumors claimed. That sharp gaze was like a measuring tape. He must have had countless women to be able to gauge a size at a glance. Her indignant tone finally made Jiang Zongyan lift his eyes from the phone screen. He glanced at her casually, a hint of amusement in his gaze. First he looked down at the dress in her hand, then his dark eyes, laced with a faint knowing smile, swept lightly toward the laundry basket by the bathroom door. Take a look yourself. Zhou Suisui followed his gaze to the clothes inside the basket. Those were the clothes she had changed out of and carelessly tossed on the bathroom floor. Since only the two of them were in the room, who had folded the laundry was obvious. Mistake. She had forgotten that he was a clean freak with severe OCD. Jiang Ruetian often complained to her that her brother forced her to tidy her room, demanding even the pillow be perfectly aligned, driving her crazy. Realizing she had misunderstood him, Zhou Suisui's ears burned red. Her pearly white teeth gently bit her pink blood-red lips, and even her fingertips holding the clothes felt scorching hot. I'll go change. Clutching the clothes to her chest, she rushed frantically toward the bathroom, looking like she was fleeing in panic. Jiang Zongyan watched her flustered retreat, a low chuckle escaping his throat. So she did have some sense of shame after all. She wasn't as bold as she seemed. However, at the very moment when Zhou Suisui picked up her clothes and rose to head to the bathroom, the heavy hotel door behind her was suddenly forced open with brute strength. With a loud bang, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Zhou Suisui. Caught off guard, Zhou Suisui trembled in fright and stumbled. Jiang Zongyan's pupils constricted sharply. He rose with lightning speed, took a large stride, and pulled her firmly into his arms with his powerful. Jiang Zongyan's pupils constricted sharply. He rose with lightning speed, took a large stride, and pulled her firmly into his arms with his powerful arm, while simultaneously grabbing the nearby black trench coat to wrap her tightly. Zhou Suisui felt her vision go dark, and before she could even grasp her bathrobe, the unique scent of the man, a chilling woody fragrance that stirred her heart, forcefully invaded her nostrils. The color drained from her face, and her heart pounded like thunder. Anxiously she reached out and tightly grasped the front of Jiang Zongyan's clothes, as if doing so could grant her a bit more security. She had indeed wanted to make her brother misunderstand, but she hadn't expected it to happen like this. Her clothes were disheveled, and she lay against Jiang Zongyan's chest, separated only by the thin fabric of his shirt. The girl's soft body pressed against him, without a gap, her sweet scent wafting into his nostrils. The thin layer of fabric on his chest seemed to be on fire. Jiang Zongyan, let go of my sister. Brother. Zhou Suisui's face turned pale. Regaining her senses, she hastily tied the belt of her bathrobe and put on Jiang Zongyan, let go of my sister. Brother. Zhou Suisui's face turned pale. Regaining her senses, she hastily tied the belt of her bathrobe and put on Jiang Zongyan's coat. Zhou Suisui watched her frantically putting on her clothes. His hands hung limply at his sides, clenched into fists. Upon closer look, his tall frame was trim. His handsome, refined face was pale, his beautiful peach blossom eyes tinged with red at the corners, of faint mist spilling out. He looked as if struck by a tremendous blow, instantly crushing his once straight spine. Behind Zhou, Lin Zhou and the hotel manager were sweating anxiously as they stepped forward to persuade him. President Zhou, please don't be angry. Let's talk. Apparently these two had failed to stop him earlier, leading to this scene. At that moment, Zhou Suisui felt the world spinning around. His 19-year-old sister, disheveled, was embracing Jiang Zongyan. They were alone in the room. What had they been doing just in that instant? Blood rushed to his head, and his reason completely snapped. Jiang Zongyan, I'll kill you. His sanity burned to ashes. Zhou Suisui, eyes reddened like a lion whose scales had been touched, swung his fist and smashed it viciously toward Jiang Zongyan's indifferent face. He could tolerate anything in this life except anyone touching his sister. Jiang Zongyan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He had won a Muay Thai championship in his student days and could have easily dodged this punch. But doing so might risk injuring Zhou Suisui in his arms. He shifted his body sideways, yet his arm holding Zhou Suisui remained steady. He didn't fight back, allowing Zhou Suiyan's fist to graze the corner of his mouth. A faint trace of blood spread in his mouth. Jiang Zongyan grabbed his wrist firmly, his own anger flaring up. He lowered his voice and growled, Zhou Suiyan, haven't you caused enough trouble? Trouble? She's my sister, not yours, right? If you have something to say, take it out on me. Zhou Suisui clenched his fist tightly, the bloodshot veins in his eyes nearly. In the spacious room, two equally arrogant, cold, and powerful men glared at each other, neither willing to back down. Do you even know she's your sister? Jiang Zongyan suddenly chuckled, licking the blood at the corner of his mouth. A faint salty taste spread on his tongue. He let out a sinister sneer and shoved Zhou Suisui away. Zhou Suisui, you spend all your time with that third-rate actress, your mind solely on that woman. When have you ever truly cared about your own sister? You don't even know if she's dating or has a boyfriend. What kind of brother are you? He couldn't even figure out that he wasn't Zhou Suisui's boyfriend, which showed how little Zhou Suisui usually cared about her. He could have easily exposed her little trick then and there. But thinking of this, he inexplicably softened. That guy Zhou Suisui really deserved a lesson. Those words acted like a powerful amplifier of emotion. Zhou Suisui's nose suddenly stung. Jiang Zongyan hadn't exposed her. In the days since her rebirth, she had forced herself to stay calm and scheme, treading carefully step by step, fearing any misstep. But that person was her brother, the most important person in her life. She cherished him, deeply fearing she couldn't help him or change his tragic fate. Yet somehow, upon hearing Jiang Zongyan's words, she couldn't help but want to cry. You don't know if she's dating? You don't even know which man has Jiang Zongyan's mocking tone pierced Zhou Suisuy's heart like an ice-coated dagger. You still say that? Isn't the man who tricked her you? Zhou Suisuy's chest heaved violently, nearly exploding with rage. What are you talking about with such sarcasm? Jiang Zongyan. Zhou Suisui rubbed her forehead. It's over, the misunderstanding has deepened. Before she could explain, Zhou Suisui dropped a bombshell. Take responsibility for my sister. Respond. Zhou Suisui's heart raced. My God. What responsibility? Brother, let's go back quickly. It was a misunderstanding. Don't be afraid, sister. Your brother is here. The tall man over 1.8 meters, the unyielding CEO of Zhou Group, actually had reddened eyes. Things had gone this far, yet his sister dared not ask Jiang Zongyan to take responsibility. How lowly had she become? Zhou Suisuy's heart ached deeply, thinking back to a few days ago when Suisui had innocently asked him what that thing was. His sister was still so young, as pure as a blank sheet of paper. She hadn't even seen contraceptive products. No matter how you looked at it, this was Jiang Zongyan's fault. Jiang Zongyan, are you just going to let this go today? Jiang Zongyan's dark eyes gazed heavily at Zhou Suisui, and he was suddenly amused by the anger. Zhou Suisui, do you also agree with your brother? Do you want me to take responsibility? He had just eaten a meal she cooked. What responsibility? No, I don't. Zhou Suisui quickly waved her hands, her scalp tingling. Worried that her brother might say something else shocking, she hurried over and took Zhou Suisuy's hand. Brother, let's go home first. We can talk about everything when we get back. No, you're not leaving. He must give you an explanation today. If his sister truly liked him, he would force Jiang Zongyan to take responsibility, even if the condition was the entire Zhou Group as a dowry. He could afford it. Zhou Suisui's head ached. She didn't dare to meet Jiang Zongyan's gaze and forcibly pulled Zhou Suisui out. We'll talk when we get back. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. At the doorway, the hotel manager Lin Zhou and the twin brothers on the opposite rooftop were all wide-eyed, watching the drama unfold. If this continued, the two of them would make the headlines of Tangsheng's financial and entertainment sections tomorrow. Zhou Suisui stood motionless, his eyes still bloodshot, as he glared at Jiang Zongyan, gnashing his teeth. Jiang Zongyan, just say something. Zhou Suisui, at her wits' end, stomped her foot. Are you coming back or not? Don't worry, Suisui, as long as you like him, he has to take responsibility today. If you're not leaving him going. Zhou Suisui pretended to be angry, snorted, and turned to leave. Sure enough, Zhou Suisui followed. Sis, wait for your brother, wait for me. Before leaving, Zhou Suisui turned back to glare fiercely at Jiang Zongyan. The door was closed again. The noise faded, and the vast presidential suite finally returned to dead silence. Lin Zhou looked at Jiang Zongyan's cold, hard jaw, his pale skin tinged with faint redness, and stepped forward with concern. President Jiang, shall I take you to the hospital to get that treated? No need. Jiang Zongyan's dark eyes were gloomy, his tongue casually pressing against the corner of his lips. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and watched the red Ferrari below disappear into the flowing traffic. His arm still seemed to retain the soft touch of the girl. The sweet, soft fragrance of her lingered around his nose, impossible to shake off. He was 27 years old. Always calm and composed, he had never cared for any woman. Yet just now he had been stirred by an inexperienced girl. Aroused. But this little liar had used him and discarded him. Before leaving, she hadn't even offered a proper explanation. The more he thought about it, the stronger the inexplicable anger in his heart grew, mixed with an emotion he couldn't even describe. A faint, thin smile curled at the corner of his lips as he turned to look at, go investigate something for me immediately. Yes, President Jiang, your orders. Find out exactly who Zhou Suisui is in a relationship with. A cold gleam flashed in Jiang Zongyan's eyes. I've had enough. I don't want to take the blame for even a second longer. Once I find that coward, even if Zhou Suisui doesn't act, I'll beat him up myself. Dating, yet making his woman hide and sneak around, forcing her to deal with her family alone. What was Zhou Suisui thinking? She liked a man like that. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhou was stunned. Wasn't the CEO dating Miss Zhou? They had just been holding each other so intimately. What was there to investigate? Jiang Zongyan lowered his gaze and shot him a cold look. Lin Zhou immediately straightened his back and quickly nodded. Yes, President Jiang, he'll get on it right away. Although he didn't understand why President Jiang wanted him to investigate Zhou Suisui's boyfriend, the boss orders were law. Don't ask, or you'll get your salary deducted. The red Ferrari drove smoothly through the night. The atmosphere in the car was as oppressive as ice. Zhou Suisui sat in the driver's seat, his well-defined fingers resting on the steering wheel. His eyes stared straight ahead, the muscles of his shoulders tense. A thick, fierce aura churned in his eyes as if he was barely holding back his rage. Zhou Suisui secretly glanced at her brother. She edged toward the window, trying to stay as far away from him as possible, minimizing her presence. Even she hadn't expected tonight's events. Her original plan was just to have a Biao and a Ling take some intimate photos or videos of her and Jiang Zongyan to send to her brother, to pull him out of Su Wan's apartment. Thinking a normal scene might not be enough to provoke him, she boldly suggested Jiang Zongyan carry her to the hotel to change. She knew her brother was a very traditional person. Going to a hotel to rent a room was his ultimate taboo. She was certain he would rush over when he got the news. But she didn't expect him to barge into the room and catch her and Jiang Zongyan in a disheveled embrace. The perfect misunderstanding was born. The siblings drove in silence, the car so quiet that the wind whistling past the window could be heard, until the car pulled into the Zhou family villa. They got out of the car. Zhou Suisui walked in front, Zhou Suisui behind. Usually they would have endless conversations, but now both were tacitly silent. Passing the parking lot, the fountain at the entrance, and the rockery, Zhou Suisui stopped. Without a sound, he reached out and broke a willow twig from the old weeping. The emerald green twig had just sprouted new buds. The willow branch was very flexible. When whipped against the skin, it wouldn't hurt the bones, but could instantly split the flesh. Seeing this, Zhou Suisui's face changed. She bolted toward the living room like a rabbit. Bro, calm down. Zhou Suisui stopped right there. Zhou Suisui chased after her. Zhou Suisui pumped her legs, desperately wishing she could sprout flaming wheels under her feet. If I don't run, am I supposed to stand there and let you beat me? Do I look stupid? You're not stupid. If you weren't, could you have done something like this tonight? If we don't talk this out, it's either you or me. Fine. They'll talk. Zhou Suisui didn't get far before Zhou Suisui caught up. With his long legs, each step he took was two of hers. Facing her brother's murderous glare, Zhou Suisui cowardly grabbed her own ears with both hands. Like when she was a child, she stood obediently before him, admitting her mistake. I shouldn't have gone to see Jiang Zongyan tonight, and I definitely shouldn't have gone to a hotel alone with a man. Though she said it, she felt no remorse. She pouted. Well, she wasn't even angry. How dare he be angry? Today she had personally learned to cook just to prepare a meal for him, ending up with blisters all over her hands. But he, as soon as his plane landed, couldn't wait to rush off to see Su Wan. Her appearance of readily admitting fault reminded Zhou Suisui of their childhood. His sister was a mischievous girl. While other little girls liked dolls and pink princess dresses, she loved climbing trees and playing in the mud, always getting herself dirty, showing no hint of being a girl. Whenever he got angry, she would grab her own ears and obediently apologize. Back then he would always calm down and couldn't stay mad. Unknowingly, the carefree days of childhood were gone. His sister had grown up, and she had actually done something as thrilling as going to a hotel with a man. After a few seconds of confrontation, Zhou Suisui finally softened. The fierce aura in his eyes dissipated, leaving only exhaustion and dishevelment. The corners of his eyes were still red. At just 26, a man in his prime, he looked like a weathered old father. Suisui, you saw it too. Jiang Zongyan's attitude. He clearly doesn't want to take responsibility. He had to cruelly expose the truth. Zhou Suisui was speechless. She had only treated him to a meal she cooked herself. What responsibility did he need to take? But she couldn't tell her brother. Her silence only made Zhou Suisui more distressed. All right, don't be sad. He threw away the willow twig, walked over, and rubbed her head with his palm. His sister going to see Jiang Zongyan late at night must mean she liked him. Maybe it was even unrequited love and obsession. My sister Zhou Suiyan's sister is worthy of anyone. If someone doesn't see your worth, it's because they have no taste. Meanwhile, Suisui was still a student who hadn't even left school, as pure as a blank sheet of paper. And besides, Jiang Zongyan himself was a dangerous yet alluring presence. Meanwhile, Suisui was still a student who hadn't even left school, as pure as a blank sheet of paper. And besides, Jiang Zongyan himself was a dangerous yet alluring presence. His thoughts unconsciously drifted back to their school days. In middle school, a female classmate was utterly infatuated with him. After being rejected, she jumped from the school rooftop. This incident caused a huge stir. He was capable, came from a good family, and had immense ambition, but he would never stop for anyone. Jiang Zongyan was cold-hearted and indifferent by nature, inherently apathetic to emotions. If his sister fell into the quagmire of love, she might spend the rest of her life in sorrow. That was the outcome he least wanted. He understood the bitterness of love better than anyone. Whoever takes the initiative loses. Brother. Zhou Suisui sensed her brother's consolation and moved her lips. Emotions churned in her eyes as she spoke with grievance. Brother, I know I shouldn't have gone to see Jiang Zongyan, but tonight, I was just too heartbroken. What's wrong? Look. Zhou Suisui extended her hand and placed it before Zhou Suiyan. Zhou Suiyan lowered his head and saw the blisters on his sister. His calm expression instantly turned tense. What happened? Who did this? Zhou Suisui complained with grievance. It's all your fault. I learned to cook from the chef tonight and made a table full of your favorite dishes. I waited for you until 7, but you went to see Su Wan and didn't even come home. Zhou Suiyan was stunned by this truth. After a long while he caught the key words and raised his lips in delight. You made that meal especially for me. You learned it yourself. Zhou Suisui nodded. Zhou Suiyan was both happy and pained and deeply regret. Silly girl, I'm sorry. I didn't know you prepared a whole meal for me. It's my fault. From now on, wherever I go, I'll tell you in advance, so you won't wait in vain. Zhou Suisui looked at her brother's reddened eyes, feeling a bittersweet ache in her heart. Softening her tone, she reached out and held his hand, coaxing, Brother, you saw it just now. Being a doormat never ends well. No matter how much I fawned over Jiang Zongyan, he remained unmoved. So, don't be a doormat for Su Wan either, okay? That's different. Zhou Suiyan retorted without hesitation. His clear gaze instantly clouded with stubbornness. You're a girl. These things should be initiated by men. If a girl is too forward, she won't be cherished. Zhou Suisui's heart ached. She forced a wry smile. Why does it matter if you're a man or a woman? Isn't it true that whoever acts like a doormat ends up badly? Silly girl, you're still young and don't understand. The human heart is the most unpredictable. Men don't cherish what comes easily. I'm a man, I know. Listen, then why do you treat Su Wan like that? I'm a man. A man must have a man's responsibility. If he can't protect the woman he loves and hides things, what kind of man is? Zhou Suisui's nose tingled. The words on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back, leaving only overwhelming heartache. Her brother was a man of such upright values, and he approached feelings with a sincere heart. Whoever married him would surely— Why didn't Su Wan cherish him instead, trampling on her brother like this? She rushed over and hugged Zhou Suiyan, tears streaming down onto his chest. Brother, in this world we are the most important people to each other. We only have each other. Zhou Suiyan hugged his sister tightly, in return his voice soft. Yes. Suisui, you will always be the most important person in my life. I can lose everything, but I cannot lose you. Brother, don't see Su Wan anymore. I don't want to lose you. That Uncle Wang was her uncle, and also Wang Zhengfei's father. Their whole family set a trap for you. Zhou Suiyan's body stiffened. Zhou Suisui thought of her past life, identifying her brother's body in the hospital morgue. Tears streamed down like, Brother, I'm not forbidding you to date. I also want a sister-in-law who can accompany you, someone to lean on when you're tired. I also want a cute little niece who will sweetly call you Daddy and me Annie. Suisui doesn't want to lose you. Zhou Suiyan tried to speak, but his throat was choked. The siblings hugged for a long time at the doorway, as if melting all the grievances and anxieties of recent days into that embrace. Suisui, I was wrong lately. Since that's the case, I won't see Su Wan anymore. Zhou Suisui hadn't expected her brother to agree. The surprise was so sudden that she was instantly overjoyed. Really, brother? Brother, don't lie to me. Silly girl, I never lie to you. Zhou Suiyan gently stroked her head, his eyes carrying a hint of tender smile. Give me some time. They'll make it clear to her, and we won't have any contact from now on. Zhou Suisui laughed and cried. I knew my brother isn't someone who can't tell right from wrong. Go wash your face and don't provoke Jiang Zongyan anymore, okay? He looked at the black trench coat on his sister, and his barely calmed emotions stirred again. He clenched his teeth. If he wasn't willing to take responsibility, why did he come to provoke his sister? That punch was too light. Okay. Zhou Suisui realized she had cried, her eyes out, wiped her tears with a smile. Go on. Zhou Suiyan stood there watching her go upstairs, then called Chui Wu over. Sister Wu, where are the dishes my sister made for me tonight? Oh well. Chui Wu's face turned awkward. Miss, they were sent to Mr. Jiang. What how could you let that guy eat them? This was my sister's first time cooking for me. Whose fault is it? Chui Wu mercilessly stabbed another knife into his heart. Zhou Suiyan was so angry he could spit blood. His sister's first culinary attempt, by a twist of fate, ended up pleasing that old fox. How infuriating. But what angered him more was himself. Why didn't he think to come back first tonight? If he hadn't gone to see Su Wan, his sister wouldn't have gone to see Jiang Zongyan. Young master, are you hungry? He'll get you something to eat. Chui Wu couldn't sympathize with him. Who told him to bring trouble upon himself by going to see that white lotus? Previously, Su Wan was too good at pretending. To curry favor with Chui Wu, the housekeeper, she would occasionally send her some small, inexpensive gifts. Chui Wu took it as kindness and neither liked nor disliked Su Wan. Recently, she learned from the young lady about Su Wan's deeds and angrily threw away the gifts, feeling that the young master's efforts were wasted. No need. Did you apply medicine to the young lattice hand? The young lady? She refused. Zhou Suiyan frowned, but felt helpless. Sister Wu, please get me some burn ointment. Okay. Here. Chui Wu quickly brought the ointment. You should rest early too. Zhou Suisui took the ointment and strode upstairs after saying that. Chui Wu was about to go back to her room when the doorbell video rang. A young man's face appeared on the screen. He wore a pair of rimless glasses on his high-bridged nose, looking like a refined scoundrel speaking politely to the camera. Is anyone there? I'm Lin Zhou, special assistant to the president of Jiang Group. I'm here to deliver something for Miss Zhou. The president's assistant of Jiang Group. Chui Wu hurried over and opened the door. Hello, you are. Lin Zhou politely handed a bag and a small box to Chui. Hello, I'm Lin Zhou. Our president asked me to deliver these to Miss Zhou. Chui Wu immediately recognized the familiar thermal lunchbox, took the items instinctively, and thanked him. Thank you for bringing it over. Sorry for the trouble. My pleasure. I'll take my leave now. Lin Zhou nodded politely and turned to leave. What did Mr. Jiang send to her young lady? Chui Wu looked and saw it was a dress. Wasn't this the dress that the young lady liked recently but couldn't bring herself to buy because of the price? Why did Mr. Jiang send it to the young lady? Full of confusion, she put down the lunchbox, then took the small box and the beautiful gift bag and walked up. The Zhou family villa, a spacious bedroom on the second floor. A crystal chandelier shaped like flower petals hangs down, casting a warm veil over the entire room, decorated in European style. After returning to her room, Zhou Suisui took off her shoes and jumped onto the bed. Thinking back to what happened at the hotel, she felt very sorry that Jiang Zongyan had been punched by her brother for no reason because of her. After returning to her room, Zhou Suisui took off her shoes and jumped onto the bed. Thinking back to what happened at the hotel, she felt very sorry that Jiang Zongyan had been punched by her brother. Thinking back to the recent past, when she had vowed to get his WeChat, but failed every time, she couldn't help feeling embarrassed for herself. He had never intended to give her his contact details. Recalling Jiang Zongyan's meaningful expression, Zhou Suisui's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Why did his expression seem so subtle? A bit surprised and a bit angry. What was he angry about? She scratched her hair. She couldn't figure it out. Forget it, she wouldn't think about it. This man was always deep and scheming anyway. After a moment, she sent a message to Jiang Ruetian. Sweetie, send me your brother's WeChat contact. Thanks, babe. She gave up on the lowly method of adding him on WeChat to assert her presence in front of him. As it turned out, this man was an old iron tree, hard to stir. But that was just as well, since it suited her. If he were easily moved and then pursued her for responsibility, she couldn't afford to be responsible. Just then a concerned knock came from the door. Little sister, are you asleep? Not yet. Then big brother is coming in. No need, it doesn't hurt anymore. Seeing the ointment in her brother's hand, Zhou Suisui couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. She had already been in pain once. No need, it doesn't hurt anymore. Seeing the ointment in her brother's hand, Zhou Suisui couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. She had already been in pain once. Applying the medicine would hurt again. Zhou Suisui looked at her slightly pale face, knowing what she was thinking. He was a bit helpless and coaxed her gently. Burns can be serious or minor. My sister's hands are so beautiful, what if they leave scars? Then, all right, she was afraid of pain, but also afraid of scars. Zhou Suisui frowned and reached out to take the ointment. He'll apply it for you. Don't you think I know you? Once I leave, you'll throw the ointment away. Zhou Suisui pulled her to sit on the sofa nearby. Zhou Suisui, though embarrassed, obediently stretched out her hand. Am I? What do you think? Zhou Suisui snorted, his eyes full of affection. He first used a disinfectant cotton swab to clean the blisters, then opened the ointment, scooped a small amount with a clean cotton swab, and gently applied it to the wound. Zhou Suisui's skin was fair with delicate blue veins visible. The blisters not treated in time looked inflamed and red. Seeing this, Zhou Suiyan's eyes were filled with almost overflowing tenderness. Bear with it. Don't do this kind of thing anymore. Zhou Suisui bit her lip. But I wanted to cook for you, thinking that you would be happy eating the food I made myself. Zhou Suiyan paused, then raised his hand to ruffle her stray hair. As long as my little sister is healthy and happy, big brother is happy. On his handsome face, the expression was extremely earnest. I work hard to make money so you can live comfortably, not for you to toil in the kitchen. Zhou Suisui felt a warmth in her heart. I know. The bedroom fell silent again. The light of the crystal chandelier cast two silhouettes of the siblings on the expensive imported cashmere carpet. Zhou Suisui felt a warmth in her heart. Her slender eyelashes trembled lightly. She suddenly thought of the scene at the hotel when Jiang Zongyan knelt on one knee before her, applying medicine to her knee. Her brother was looking down, his delicate brows slightly furrowed. His movements were very careful, as if handling a rare treasure, afraid of hurting her. Zhou Suisui felt a warmth in her heart. Her slender eyelashes trembled lightly. She suddenly thought of the scene at the hotel when Jiang Zongyan knelt on one knee before her, applying medicine to her knee. The man's brows were indifferent, but his movements were extremely gentle. The gentle brows of her brother before her gradually blurred, replaced by Jiang Zongyan's proud and cold face. All right, don't get it wet. Her brother's clear voice came different from Jiang Zongyan's steady, slightly husky voice. Zhou Suisui woke up as if from a dream, and her fair ears instantly burned. She had just been savoring the memory of Jiang Zongyan applying medicine to her. Suisui, what's wrong? Nothing, thank you, brother, oh be careful. Zhou Suan habitually reached out to tousle his sister's hair. He had been on a business trip for 3 days, and many company matters awaited his attention. He withdrew his hand, and was about to get up to go to the study to work overtime. At that moment, Chui Wu's figure appeared at the door. Miss Master Jiang just sent someone to deliver something for you. What is it? Before Zhou Suisui could answer, Zhou Suian asked warily. Jiang Zongyan sent her something. Zhou Suisui was also puzzled. When she recognized the familiar and exquisite gift bag in Chui Wu's hand, her brows twitched. Wasn't this the clothes Jiang Zongyan had prepared for her? Inside the bag there was not only a dress, but also a set of intimate underwear. Zhou Suisui's cheeks flushed, and she quickly waved at Chui Wu. It's nothing, just some unimportant items. Sister Wu, please take it downstairs and put it somewhere in the storage room. Miss, don't you want to take a look first? This is the one you've been. Chui Wu wanted to tell her that this was the dress she had been longing for. No, I don't want to see. Zhou Suisui kept making faces at her. Hurry. If her brother found out that Jiang Zongyan had bought her clothes and even intimate underwear, he would probably explode. Her brother had just promised to cut ties with Su Wan. She didn't want to provoke him at this critical moment. All right, I'll take it away and put it aside. Though puzzled, Chui Wu took the items back downstairs. Watching her leave, Zhou Suisui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Suian thought it was something she had left at the hotel, so he didn't think much of it. Moreover, there was indeed work waiting for him, so he didn't ask further. Get some rest early. After giving his sister a word of advice, Zhou Suan left the bedroom. Once he was gone, Zhou Suisui patted her chest in relief. That was close. At that moment, Jiang Ruishan's phone call came in urgently. Suisui, why didn't you reply to my message just now? I've already sent you my brother's WeChat. Zhou Suisui opened the WeChat chat window. Jiang Ruitian had indeed shared a WeChat contact card. The profile picture showed a scene: Swiss mountain sunlight on snowy peaks. A man in black ski were showing a third of his back, tall, an upright face not visible. Jiang Ruitian said, of course we've been fated since kindergarten, closer than siblings. But, you, after all this time, you still haven't gotten my brother's WeChat. Jiang Ruitian said, of course we've been fated since kindergarten, closer than siblings. But, you, after all this time, you still haven't gotten my brother's WeChat. Don't say I look down on you, but you're really pathetic, aren't you? What's the point of having that face? Can't even get a WeChat. Well, that was a true testament to their plastic friendship. And unfortunately, she was right. Well, your brother's difficulty level is quite high. Zhou Suisui quickly tried to salvage her pride, firmly refusing to admit that she had no charm in front of her. With your brother's devastatingly handsome face, if he gave his WeChat to any woman, your sister-in-law would be lining up overseas by now. Jiang Ruitian suddenly realized, I can't even refute your nonsense. Zhou Suisui suddenly thought of that little dress. She had only been joking, but she didn't expect him to directly admit it. Sweetie, are you sure your brother really doesn't have a girlfriend? Of course. Jiang Ruitian was taken aback and asked curiously, do you know something? Zhou Suisui said, you remember that dress from last time, right? You really liked it, but you ordered too late and didn't get it. I remember. Jiang Ruitian got excited. That was Tian. Zhou Suisui interrupted her tone tinged with complexity. Your brother ordered this dress for another woman, and her figure is almost the same as mine. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruitian exclaimed excitedly, it was me who begged my brother, promising to intern at his company, and he had it flown in overnight from abroad. At this rate, it should arrive in a couple of days. Zhou Suisui's jaw dropped in shock as she asked incredulously, you mean that dress was ordered by your brother for you? Exactly. Suisui, you like that dress too, don't you? When it arrives, they'll let you borrow it for a few days. Jiang Ruitian said generously. Zhou Suisui couldn't muster a smile. Suddenly feeling parched, she licked her pink lips and spoke with a hint of guilt. What if your brother gives that dress to someone else? What? He dares to give my little dress to another woman. He'll kill her. Jiang Ruishan's sweet voice instantly switched to a roaring lioness mode. Zhou Suisui's guilt surged. Tian, I've decided to give you the other half of my allowance. What do you think? Huh, sis, why are you so good to me? We're true sisters. Jiang Ruitian paused. Wait, since when did you become so The next second her voice shot up as she realized, my brother gave the dress to you? Zhou Suisui wished she could sew her own mouth shut. What kind of mortifying experience is it to eat the gossip that involves yourself? She cleared her throat and forced calm. Didn't you just say you'd lend me the dress for a couple of days? After I wear it for 2 days, I'll give it back. Off. Jiang Ruitian suddenly shrieked, bouncing excitedly on the bed. Did my brother really give you the dress? She burst into laughter. No need to return it. Since he gave it to you, it's yours. Zhou Suisui was baffled. Weren't you just angry? I didn't know he gave it to you back then. Haha, it's fine. You wear it, you wear it. They'll have him buy me 10 new ones later. Anyway, I'm off to find my mom. Jiang Zongyan hung up in a hurry. Zhou Suisui clutched her phone, touched, and sniffled. My bestie is so good to me. She could even give up her beloved little dress for her. Zhou Suisui felt a flutter of emotion. What if she became her sister-in-law? Realizing her own blunder, she quickly slipped on her slippers and pattered downstairs to find Cui Wu. That liar Jiang Zongyan. So he didn't have another woman after all. For some reason, Zhou Suisui's gloomy mood suddenly lifted and the clouds dispersed. Sister Wu. Cui Wu was about to sleep, but hastily put her clothes back on. Miss, what's wrong? Sister Wu, where are those things Jiang Zongyan sent over? Seeing her anxious look, Cui Wu smiled knowingly. I knew you'd like that dress, miss. I've kept it safe for you. She took out the small box and gift bag from the nearby wardrobe and handed them over. Thanks, Sister Wu. Zhou Suisui took the box and bag, thanked her, and hurried back upstairs. Behind her, Cui Wu shook her head with a smile. Both the young master and the young lady had grown up and were starting to fall in love. Back in her room, Zhou Suisui immediately took out the dress and lingerie from the bed. She hadn't looked closely before, but now she saw the lingerie was a white lace style with a little black bow right in the center. This style. Did Jiang Zongyan choose it? Did he like this kind of style? Something sexy. With lace. Zhou Suisui pinched the sexy little bow, staring at it, her cheeks blazing red. Final verdict, brother, Yen was secretly a flirt. Putting the clothes aside, she opened the box to find a bottle of burnt. Zhou Suisui slowly curled her lips into a smug, triumphant smile. She took back all the curses she had thrown at him. Pulling out her phone, she opened the contact Jiang Zongyan had sent, then tapped to add him as a friend. The next second, a pop-up window appeared. At the top were the user's basic info. Beside the avatar, the nickname was just a simple letter J. The phone number and tags below were all blank. That fit his cold, domineering CEO persona. But what was different was, beneath the word moments, there was a line of small red text. Did the WeChat pages of domineering CEOs actually look different from everyone else's? Zhou Suisui was slightly nearsighted. She turned on the bedside lamp. Did the WeChat pages of domineering CEOs actually look different from everyone else's? Zhou Suisui was slightly nearsighted. She turned on the bedside lamp, brought the phone closer, and stared hard. Exclamation mark. The user has been added to your blacklist. You will no longer receive messages from this person. Boom. A thunderbolt struck in Zhou Suisui's mind, and she froze on the spot. Help. She had blocked Jiang Zongyan on WeChat. Right now his account was quietly sitting in her blacklist. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall the meaningful look he gave her when she asked for his WeChat. Several seconds passed before Zhou Suisui snapped out of her shock, forcing a smile uglier than tears. It's over. Jiang Zongyan would definitely think she was an idiot, a total drama queen. Blocking someone's WeChat and then asking for it again. Was that something a human did? Wait, back then Jiang Zongyan had even asked her, you don't have my WeChat. What had she replied? She had said he didn't care about her, didn't even know she didn't have his WeChat. Zhou Suisui buried her face deep into the pillow. She was too ashamed to show her face. What had she been doing in front of Jiang Zongyan these past few days? How was she supposed to explain to Jiang Zongyan why she had blocked him? Zhou Suisui tugged at her hair in distress. How was she supposed to explain to Jiang Zongyan why she had blocked him? Zhou Suisui tugged at her hair in distress, agonizing for a long time, then finally. How was she supposed to explain to Jiang Zongyan why she had blocked him? Zhou Suisui tugged at her hair in distress, agonizing. She clambered out of bed, picked up her phone again, tapped the 3 dots in the upper right corner, and removed him from her blacklist. No, that sounded so forced. Whose cat was that smart to block exactly him? Zhou Suisui hesitated. No, that sounded so forced. Whose cat was that smart to block exactly him? Zhou Suisui hesitated, deleted the text, and tapped the sticker icon below. She found an adorable sticker. A little girl with 2 buns holding a chubby phone to her ear with the caption, Moshi Moshi. It was unbearably cute. She sent it, then waited quietly for Jiang Zongyan's reply. She had planned as long as he responded, she would seize the chance to ask if his injury was serious. Had he gone to the hospital yet? Zhou Suisui lay on the bed, her chin resting on her hands, her fair legs dangling and swaying casually behind her as she waited eagerly for Jiang Zongyan. After all, this was her fault. She had used him first. No matter how angry he was, she had to maintain a good attitude when apologizing. In the dead of night, only her faint breathing could be heard exceptionally clear in the silent darkness. Even she herself hadn't noticed that she was a bit nervous during the wait. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed. The other party showed no response at all. Zhou Suisui raised an eyebrow in confusion, glancing at the time displayed on her phone. 10:30 in the evening. This hour was hardly late at all. Was he taking a shower or working overtime and hadn't seen her message? Or perhaps he simply didn't know who she was. That made sense. As the busy CEO of the Jiang Corporation, he must have a lot of WeChat contacts. At the thought, Zhou Suisui puffed out her cheeks and tapped the screen rapidly with her slender fingers, sending him another message. Thorny little rose, hi brother, Yin, guess who I am? 1 minute later, it's me, Suisui. 2 minutes later, Zhou Suisui. 3 minutes later, stingy, it's just that I blocked your WeChat, okay? I didn't mean to. After sending, she frantically tapped to recall it. A little mischief, and suddenly she felt better. It was his fault for tricking her tonight, making her lose face in front of Jiang Zongyan. If she secretly cursed him, he probably didn't see it right. Zhou Suisui rolled over while hugging her phone, her head resting on the edge of the bed, as her jet-black silky hair cascaded down. If he wouldn't reply, then fine. She'd find someone who was willing to talk to her. She asked Jiang Zongyan to help her find out what was going on with her brother. If he was injured, she would pay for the medical expenses, and sincerely apologized to him. Just as she was about to exit the chat interface in frustration, she saw that the previously silent dialog box had changed from a capital J to typing. Zhou Suisui froze, a rush of blood surging to her head as she instantly sat up straight. The next second, typing changed back to the silent J. Zhou Suisui's cheeks burned and she stubbornly refreshed the page 3 times, confirming that he hadn't replied anything. What did he mean? He had seen her curse. Oh no. Indeed, one shouldn't indulge in momentary pleasure. Jiang Zongyan knew everything and was just teasing her on purpose. She could almost imagine the smirk on his annoyingly handsome face laughing at her. He had clearly seen the messages, but silently watched her perform a solo show. Fine, if he loved watching a good show, then she would just keep pestering him and see how long he could hold out. A wicked grin flashed across Zhou Suisui's face as her fingertips flew across the screen, sending out one message after another. Just received the pretty little dress that Brother Yin sent me. Suisui really likes it. Brother Yin is so good to me. Oh, and I also received that box of ointment. I didn't expect Brother Yin to remember such a small detail when he's usually so busy. Followed by a gleeful little emoji, a smug little fox wagging its tail. Earlier when I cleared the blacklist, it was a slip of the hand. Definitely not intentional to lock you in there. Brother Yin is so good to me, how could I bear to put you in the blacklist? Are the injuries on your face okay? Don't blame my brother for this. It's my fault. My brother thought I was being tricked by a bad person. Oh, and by the way, that bad person is definitely not referring to you. Brother Yin, you're not still mad, are you? How about you scold me a couple of times? Or ill-treat you to a meal to make it up. Chinese, Western, or French cuisine, all you can. After sending several messages, the chat box remained silent without any reaction. Zhou Suisui puffed out her cheeks, angrily threw her phone onto the sofa, but couldn't help picking it back up a second later. She kept refreshing the page. The little person in her heart was stomping its feet furiously. It was just an accidental block for a little while. Did he have to be so petty? Jiang Zongyan, is it fun to keep people in suspense? Meanwhile, in the master bedroom of the Jiang family villa, a middle-aged beauty lay weakly on the spacious bed. She was extremely beautiful with fair skin and soft arched eyebrows, her gentle features devoid of any aggression. Time seemed to have favored her especially, leaving no trace of aging on her, instead adding a touch of dignified elegance. Yet now she was scolding her son, the slightly upturned corners of her eyes carrying a hint of coquettish anger. I'm talking to you. Are you even listening? Jiang Zongyan had just turned off his phone when he met his mother's dissatisfied gaze. Half an hour ago, he had been urgently called home by a phone call from the servant. The servant said the lady of the house was ill and asked him to return immediately. Jiang Zongyan stood by the bed looking down at his mother's rosy complexion and full vitality, then raised his slender, well-defined fingers and tiredly pinched his brow. Mom, if you're going to pretend to be sick, at least make it look convincing. Who yells at people with such vigor when they're ill? Madame Jiang was caught out by her son and choked, then scolded angrily. I thought you no longer had this family or me as your mother in your eyes. Nothing of the sort. Jiang Zongyan replied casually, then lowered his head to look at his phone again. He looked at the 2 cute little buns on the little girl's head. Absolutely adorable. Just like someone. Madame Jiang, seeing his distracted look, slammed the bed edge in anger, her beautiful eyes full of accusation. You've been abroad for 3 years, and you've been back for several days now. How many times have you come home? Are you trying to infuriate me? Jiang Zongyan stood upright by the bed. Just as he was about to speak, the phone in his pocket vibrated. He subconsciously took it out and glanced at it. Zhou Suisui had sent him a string of bombs. Suddenly the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. He was amused and exasperated. She still had the nerve to curse. That tiny movement was immediately caught by Madame Jiang. I'm talking to you. What are you laughing at? Is what I said funny? Madame Jiang glared at him, raising her voice. When exactly are you going to bring my daughter-in-law home? Your father and I have been hoping for you to settle down all our lives. But you're never home. Do I have to die and close my eyes before I can even see my daughter-in-law? As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Zongyan's phone went off like it was in vibration mode, messages popping up one after another, buzzing nonstop. Jiang Zongyan swiped his finger across the screen. He looked at that string of incoherent, mischievous nonsense. And that cute little fox wagging its tail. In his mind, he couldn't help but picture Zhou Suisui's smug little face and those big sparkling eyes with a hint. His originally cold and hard jawline softened a bit, and even the corners of his mouth were suppressing a smile. This little thing was doing it on purpose, timid yet playful. That smile completely ignited Madame Jiang's anger. His originally cold and hard jawline softened a bit, and even the corners of his mouth were suppressing a smile. This little thing was doing it on purpose. Are you even listening to me? That look. Where was the slightest trace of the frail and sickly demeanor she had when she first returned? Jiang Zongyan tucked his phone into his pocket, raised his hand, and smoothly caught the silk throw pillow flying toward him. Watching his mother, who was now fully immersed in her dramatic act, the faint smile on his face vanished without a trace, and his tone turned unusually low. Mom, I don't want to just marry someone casually and end up wasting their time. Wasting their time. Lady Jiang was pricked by those two words. Her eyes, which bore a 5-point resemblance to Jiang Zongyan's, but were softer and more alluring, shot a sharp glare at her son. She snorted in displeasure. Don't you try to fob me off with all that high-sounding nonsense. I gave birth to you. Do you think I can't see through all those twisted little thoughts in your head? Suddenly the light in her eyes faded, and an unexpected surge of pity welled up. She spoke earnestly. Zongyan, that incident was so long ago. Just how much longer are you going to punish yourself? Are you really planning to never get married for the rest of your life? Jiang Zongyan's brow twitched almost imperceptibly, and the tips of his fingers tightening around the pillow. Lady Jiang let out a soft sigh. I know you're a man of responsibility. Find some time to bring Suisui home for a meal. Suisui is a good girl. Those little dimples on her face make my heart melt when she smiles. Jiang Zongyan grew more and more uneasy as he listened. He said coldly, Mom, I treat Suisui like a sister, just like Jiang Ruetian. A sister? Lady Jiang let out a scoff. She lifted her gaze to glance at the phone in his pocket, her expression laden with meaning. Who was it that just now was grinning like a lovesick fool at their phone? And who was it that sent medicine and a dress, and even carried her personally to the hotel? Her son had been a man of few words since childhood, reserved and dignified. Aside from work, he showed little interest in anything. That was until a few days ago when Jiang Ruetian secretly told her everything. Only then did she realize that her son wasn't completely aloof and cold toward women. Her trip to the marriage temple had been the right move. She had just returned and heard such good news. That's excusable. Zhou Suisui has a boyfriend. Jiang Zongyan's tone carried a hint of irritation. He and Zhou Suisui were in a relationship, and apparently he was the only one who didn't know it. Stop pretending. Your sister told me everything. Suisui likes you. It's just her bad taste that she fell for you. If she had higher standards, she'd find someone gentle. Mom, who's your own flesh and blood here? Lady Jiang shot him a glare, her eyes full of disapproval. Just the fact that you carried her into the hotel. If this were ancient times, you'd have to marry her or be drowned in a pig cage. Lady Jiang had recently become obsessed with short dramas, especially the cliched plots of domineering princes falling in love with commoners. That was exactly how it went in those shows. Jiang Zongyan pressed his forehead. Tomorrow I'm uninstalling Hongguoguo. Watch less of those shows from now on. No way. Lady Jiang quickly hugged her phone to her chest, looking ready to fight anyone who tried to delete her Hongguoguo. Now that she was retired and had nothing to do at home, her children were grown, and there were no grandchildren for her to dote on. Hongguoguo was her spiritual sustenance. Thinking of this, Lady Jiang sighed with a hint of reproach. If you want me to stop being so bored, then get me a granddaughter. A grandson will do too. Her heart. Thinking of this, Lady Jiang sighed with a hint of reproach. If you want me to stop being so bored, then get me a granddaughter. A grandson will do too. Jiang Zongyan's temples throbbed. He was really fed up. When would this endless nagging about marriage and children ever end? Tomorrow he would have Lin Zhou draft an acquisition contract and buy out Hongguoguo. Ever since she started watching those cute baby dramas, his mother had been pestering him about having children, cooing oh dear at the little ones on screen. It was only because they were behind a screen. If they were right in front of her, he was afraid she'd grab a sack and snatch them. And you, Jiang Ruetian, what nonsense have you been telling Mom again? He swept a murderous glance toward Jiang Ruetian, who was hiding by the door, trying to make herself inconspicuous. Receiving her brother's deadly glare, Jiang Ruetian braced herself and shuffled over, letting out a dry laugh. I just casually mentioned it. Why are you glaring at your sister? The men of the Jiang family are not allowed to be so irresponsible. Hey, Race, what you'll do? Call Suisui and invite her to dinner tomorrow. He'll cook for you all myself. Lady Jiang made the decision on the spot. She couldn't wait another day to have her dear daughter-in-law. Since her son was too dense and slow to catch on, she, as his mother, would guard their love. Seeing the misunderstanding deepening, Jiang Zongyan explained helplessly that dress was ordered for Jiang Ruetian. Zhou Suisui's clothes got wet, so I had my assistant give her a temporary one. Brother, you do know that dress was ordered for me, right? If you really cared about Suisui, you could have gone to the mall and bought her a new one. Why did you have to give that one sentence left Jiang Zongyan speechless? His pale cherry-colored lips parted slightly, but his throat seemed to be stuck, and not a single syllable came. When his gaze swept over Zhou Suisui's waist, the thought that flashed through his mind was, that dress would look beautiful on her. So without a second thought, he told Lin Zhou to take the dress, which had just been airshipped from France less than an hour ago, out of the trunk of his car, and give it directly to her. He even personally texted the lingerie shop assistant to have them send underwear to Zhou Suisui. Nothing to say now, huh? Jiang Ruitian raised her chin, looking like she had been proven right. Jiang Zongyan lifted his brows slightly, his low, hoarse voice tinged with impatience. Don't put her in a difficult position. She might not even want to come for this meal. Suisui will definitely come. Jiang Ruitian pouted, absolutely certain that her brother simply didn't want Suisui to come home. Brother, I'm begging you. If you marry someone else and make her my sister-in-law, I'm afraid we won't get along. Please. What's the difference who you marry? Lady Jiang liked watching short dramas, while Jiang Ruitian was addicted to Xiaoyinian. On Xiaoyinian, there were many short videos about conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, and between sisters-in-law. Jiang Ruitian was always scared after watching them. Lady Jiang liked watching short dramas, while Jiang Ruitian was addicted to Xiaoyinian. On Xiaoyinian, there were many short videos about conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, and between sisters-in-law. But if Suisui became her sister-in-law, the situation would be completely different. Who wouldn't want a sweet, soft best friend as a sister-in-law? The two of them went back and forth, and Jiang Zongyan felt his head spinning. He coldly spat out, do whatever you want. He wasn't going to be home tomorrow anyway. With that, he turned and walked toward the door. You're staying home tomorrow, and you're not going anywhere. Behind him, Lady Jiang's commanding voice rang out. However, at the very moment when Zhou Suisui picked up her clothes and rose to head to the bathroom, the heavy hotel door behind her was suddenly forced open with brooch. It's settled. Call Suisui now. Lady Jiang couldn't help urging him. At the same time, at the Zhou residence, Zhou Suisui was clutching her phone, racking her brains to craft a message to Jiang Zongyan that would provoke a reply. Just then her phone buzzed with a brief notification. She immediately threw off the covers and grabbed her phone. As she read the message, a delicate smile curled her rosy lips. Jay, don't agree to everything Jiang Ruitian says. Zhou Suisui read the message twice, confirming it was indeed Jiang Zongyan's reply, the only one had sent all night. She had expected him to scold her or threaten her to stop bombarding him with messages. Instead, he had simply dropped this cryptic. Zhou Suisui stroked her chin, and after 3 seconds her eyes lit up. She knew it. He was trying to drive a wedge between her and her sister. He couldn't stand them being so close all the time. Who was Jiang Ruitian? She was her dearest bestie, the little spy bought with half her allowance, and the most loyal strategist. Without Jiang Ruitian's inside information, how could she track his whereabouts so precisely? How could she engineer chance encounters time and again? No way. Her slender fingers flew across the screen, typing Tian Tian would never lie to me, followed by a smug emoji. At the Jiang family villa. Jiang Zongyan's master bedroom, located on the east side of the second floor, was the room with the best view and the highest privacy in the entire villa. The room boasted an understated luxury Italian minimalist style, free of ostentation, with clean lines and a design sense that reflected his own cool restraint. Just like his personality. Calm and formidable, with barely a trace of mundane warmth. Jiang Zongyan pushed open the door, raised his hand to unbutton a few shirt buttons, and had half removed the garment when he heard the message notification. He instinctively paused, picked up his phone, and quickly scanned the message. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Then the corner of his mouth twitched. He had kindly warned her, but she refused to listen. So be it. As you wish, as long as you don't regret it. After sending the message, he tossed the phone back onto the bed, stripped off his shirt, and headed toward the bathroom. But at the doorway he paused. His cold gaze fell upon the gray marble countertop. In his mind's eye, the image of the young girl swinging her legs and coaxing him surfaced. No heavy makeup, just a bare face of exquisite purity. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, and whenever she looked at someone, she'd tilt her head slightly, her gaze both innocent and sly, as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Those beautiful lips, once parted, always uttered words that left him at a loss. Suddenly he let out a soft, inexplicable chuckle. Then as he caught sight of his reflection in the mirror, the unfamiliar curve of his lips made him freeze entirely. Zhou Suisui received the message and snorted. She wouldn't fall for his trick. Just as she was about to reply, her phone rang. Seeing the contact name Sweet Tiantian, she thought, no way, no way. Jiang Zongyan had warned her, and now Jiang Ruitian. Hesitating, she swiped to answer. Before she could speak, Jiang Ruitian's sweet voice chirped happily from the receiver. Suisui, are you free tomorrow? Come over for dinner. Dinner? Zhou Suisui suddenly recalled Jiang Zongyan. Could there be a hidden agenda she didn't know about? Her mind raced. Jiang Zongyan wasn't one to meddle. Tian Tian inviting her to the Jiang house. What could she possibly want? She had nothing to offer, right? Here, give me the phone. Soon a gentle voice replaced the previous one. Suisui, it's Auntie. It's been so long since you came to chat with me. Tomorrow, I'll cook you some of your favorite dishes. Come over and have dinner with me, okay? The melodious, tender voice came through like a spring breeze, thawing an icy lake. Hearing that familiar voice again, her lingering doubts melted away, and she nodded eagerly. Sure, Auntie. I love your sweet and sour ribs. Great. Then sweet and sour ribs it is. And your favorite steamed crabs. Thank you, Auntie. You're so good to me. Oh, child. Why are you being so formal with me? It's only been a few days. Mrs. Jiang pretended to be vexed. Don't be so distant with me. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you without a second thought. Zhou Suisui couldn't help but smile, warmth spreading through her heart. Mrs. Jiang's voice carried a laugh, and she could almost picture her crinkling eye. She had always loved Aunt Jiang's cooking. Perhaps it tasted like her mother's. Her mother had passed away when she was just 3, leaving her with few memories. When her elementary school Chinese teacher assigned the essay topic, my mother, she had written about Mrs. Jiang. Back then, seeing the topic, she had burst into tears without warning. Jiang Ruitian had patted her shoulder and said generously, "Don't cry, Suisui. They'll share my mom with you." From then on, all her essays on my mother were about Mrs. Jiang. Since her rebirth, she had been busy with her brother's affairs and had indeed neglected to visit Aunt Jiang. The last trace of doubt in her heart vanished with that gentle invitation. They'll be there tomorrow. Good. They'll be waiting. Come early. The call ended. Zhou Suisui hugged her phone and rolled around on the bed. With Aunt Jiang there, how could Jiang Zongyan ever harm her? The next day, dawn broke softly and birds began to chirp in the trees outside the Zhou manor. Zhou Suisui was still half asleep when she heard Wu Jie's gentle voice from outside the door. "Miss, are you awake?" Zhou Suisui slowly opened her eyes, glanced at the bright light outside, sat up in bed, still dazed. "Wu Jie, what's up?" The girl's soft, sleepy voice carried a hint of endearing petulance. Even Shui Wu, a woman, felt her heart soft. She replied, "The young master asked me to call you downstairs. He brought you many gifts from this business trip. Go down and take a look." "Gifts?" Zhou Suisui's eyes sparkled. Right, her brother had promised to bring her gifts before he left. Her drowsiness evaporated instantly. Without even washing up, she dashed downstairs in her slippers, her hair a mess. Shui Wu followed behind, amused and exasperated by her excitement. "Miss, it's chilly in the morning. At least put on a jacket." It's fine. After all, she was still a 19-year-old girl. The mere mention of gifts made her eyes sparkle. She loved the thrill of opening a mystery box. Who could understand that feeling? At the villa entrance, Zhou Suian was standing in front of the car trunk, taking out items from inside. The sunlight fell on him, illuminating his gentle face in a way that seemed almost unreal. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his golden ratio physique rivaled a male model's. "Brother," Zhou Suisui called out. Zhou Suian turned back and saw her standing at the door in a thin nightgown, his brow instantly furrowing. "Why didn't you put on a jacket before coming out? What if you catch a cold?" This kid had always hated taking medicine and getting shots. She was so full of brute strength that when she got an injection, 3 nurses couldn't hold her down. "I'm not cold." The moment Zhou Suisui said that, a chilly morning breeze made her shiver. Zhou Suian's frown deepened. He quickly put down what he was holding and walked toward her. He took off his own jacket and draped it over Zhou Suisui's shoulders, gently ruffling her hair, his voice tinged with teasing. "Don't cry when you get a shot then." The jacket, still warm from his body, wrapped around her shoulders, instantly warming her up. "Brother, can you stop bringing up my embarrassing childhood moments?" Zhou Suian affectionately tapped her little nose. "Your embarrassment, my nightmare." Every time Zhou Suisui fell ill, he would stay awake all night, without sleep, tirelessly caring for her, without even changing his clothes. Yet this little ungrateful one never took her own health seriously. Zhou Suisui apparently recalled that, as well, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes. "I know I'll take good care of myself from now on, so brother won't have to worry." Zhou Suian was finally satisfied and showed off excitedly as he pulled her to the back of the car. "Come look what gifts I brought you from this business trip." "Wow, so many. All for me." Zhou Suisui's eyes widened in surprise. The car trunk was packed full of beautifully wrapped boxes, from perfume to jewelry, handbags to skincare products. Everything one could imagine. So many. Must have cost a lot, right? All kinds of exquisite gift boxes nearly filled the entire trunk. Zhou Suisui's eyes could barely take it off. They were all things she usually liked. Some items she had only casually mentioned to her brother once, yet he remembered. "As long as my sister likes it, it's worth every penny." Clearly his sister's delighted expression pleased him. Zhou Suian took out each item one by one. "You've worked hard at the company these past few days. Don't go to the office today. Have a good rest at home." With that, he had already called a servant to carry the things inside. Zhou Suisui looked up at her brother, then remembered that she had to go to the Jiang family for dinner today, so she nodded. "Okay, I'll rest at home today." Zhou Suan visibly relaxed, closed the trunk, and turned to walk toward the back seat of the car. Zhou Suisui Sharpie noticed a particularly beautifully wrapped box in his hand, unlike any of the brands they usually saw. Velvet texture embossed logo looking extremely elegant. The logo seemed faintly familiar. Brother, what is that? It seemed that thing was particularly important to him. Zhou Suian paused, an unnatural expression flashing across his face before he smiled casually. Nothing special. Something I'm going to give to a client. It seemed that thing was particularly important to him. Zhou Suian paused, an unnatural expression flashing across his face before he smiled casually. Nothing special. Something I'm going to give to a client. For a client. Let me see. Zhou Suisui raised an eyebrow, curiously reaching out to take it. But Zhou Suian subtly shifted the box to his other hand, opened the car door, and sat down in the back seat. I'm going to be late for the office. You go back and open your presents. With that, he instructed Wen Zhu to start the car. Zhou Suisui stood still, watching the familiar car disappear from sight, a storm of suspicion swirling in her heart. Was it really a gift for a client? The expression on her brother's face was clearly hiding something. She handed the gifts to Cui Wu, quickly returned to her room, and booted up her computer. That logo. She had definitely seen it somewhere before. The embossed gold foil graphic looked like a cursive letter combination, simple, yet elegant, full of design sense. She typed the keywords, embossed logo, gold foil emblem, cursive letter, into the search bar. After flipping through over a dozen pages, none of the matching results were correct. Sister Wu, she called out toward the door. Cui Wu quickly appeared at the doorway. Missy, Sister Wu, come take a look. Have you seen this logo before? Zhou Suisui grabbed a sticky note from the desk and sketched out the general shape of the logo from memory. Although not entirely accurate, the rough outline should be close. Cui Wu leaned in to examine it, carefully pondered for a moment, and said uncertainly, this looks like a clothing brand logo. The style is somewhat feminine. A clothing brand. The design sense suggests it's not a domestic brand. Maybe a niche European or American women's clothing. Zhou Suisui's heart skipped a beat, a bad premonition surging within her. Could it be? Recalling last night's nightmare, the tragic scene of her previous life. Zhou Suisui's face flushed with urgency, suddenly turned pale as paper. She breathed rapidly, immediately grabbed her phone, and sent a message to Wen Zhu. Wen Zhu, where is my brother going? Is he going to see Su Wan? Inside the car, just a few hundred meters away, Wen Zhu's phone vibrated in his pocket. After Wang Zhengwo was fired assistant when had temporarily taken over the driver's duties. While waiting for a red light, he instinctively took out his phone and glanced down. Before he could reply, Zhou Suian spoke calmly from the back seat. Who's the message from? Wen Zhu's hand paused. President Zhou, it's my mother. Your mother is Zhou Suisui. The atmosphere in the car fell silent for a few seconds. Wen Zhu's fingers tightened on the steering, while cold sweat trickling down his forehead. President Zhou, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Zhou Suian gazed straight ahead, his tone calm and betraying no emotion. My sister lacks a sense of security. You can continue to report my whereabouts to her, but don't tell her about today's matter. President Zhou, miss, is just concerned about you. Please don't be angry. Wen Zhu couldn't tell whether Zhou Suian was angry or not, but he still mustered the courage to plead for Zhou Suisui. Yesterday, the secretaries in the president's office had chattered in his ear all day long, talking about how the young lady had used thunderous methods to subdue the petty man Wang Zhengfei, how she had created safety guarantees for female employees, how she had improved the staff meals. So much so that he now had a different opinion of Zhou Suisui, almost a sense of admiration. Zhou Suian nodded slightly. She's my sister. I know what I'm doing. The words were not harsh, but they carried an undeniable weight. Then, are we still going to Mississippi Sue's place? Wen Zhu couldn't fathom his boss' thoughts and probed cautiously. Zhou Suian gave a light hum, his gaze flickering faintly. After a long silence, he said, go. He attempted to remind her President Zhou the evidence of Vice President Wang embezzling company funds and his long-term harassment of female colleagues was already submitted to the police by Director Fu yesterday. It should yield results soon. Zhou Suian's brow instantly furrowed, and he finally let out a sigh. Got it. First take me to the company, then deliver this gift to her. He had already promised his sister he would no longer entangle with Su Wan. The incident with Wang Zhengfei had hit her hard, and she had requested a gift. He had agreed to this request. All right, President Zhou. Assistant Wen let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. Thankfully, President Zhou had not indulged Su Wan unconditionally and without boundaries as before. He had just feared that after seeing Su Wan he might change his mind again, something that had happened before. During the wait, Zhou Suisui grew restless. Yesterday, her brother had just promised her he would no longer interact with Su Wan. Had he changed his mind overnight? Cui Wu noticed her absent-mindedness while unwrapping gifts. The knife nearly cut her hand. She quickly snatched the knife away. Let me do it. Don't hurt. Zhou Suisui gently bit her delicate lips, their color turning pale. Sister Wu, why do you think my brother loves Su Wan so? I heard the Royal Butler Academy of the UK also offers psychology courses. Analyze it from a psychological perspective. What is my brother's mentality? Chui Wu paused, slightly embarrassed. Miss the Royal Academy does have a psychology minor, but I naturally disliked the subject and studied it half-heartedly. A half-baked understanding would only do harm. She paused again, then added, I recall I had a roommate also from Tang City who is now a top domestic psychological counselor and runs her own studio. We could ask her. Zhou Suisui had only made the remark casually, but Cui Wu's suggestion piqued her interest. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes blinked as she asked Sister Wu, what do you think of Su Wan as a person? Why does my brother love her so much? This question had vaguely lingered in her mind, even in her previous life. Apart from a pitifully charming and delicate demeanor, Su Wan had no exceptional qualities. To put it bluntly, any random secretary at Zhou Corporation was more outstanding than her. Her brother, a young and successful president worth over 10 billion, had weathered countless storms. In earlier years, when the company's old shareholders had sidelined his power, he had turned the situation around with a thunderous hand, reclaiming 30% of Zhou Corporation's shares from those cunning foxes. She refused to believe that such a capable and resourceful man would fall for a third-rate actress with average attributes in every aspect after reaching adulthood. Based on her understanding of her brother, this was utterly baffling. He was not someone who couldn't distinguish right from wrong, yet when facing Su Wan he repeatedly abandoned his principles as if under a spell. Chui Wu pondered for a moment and replied cautiously, that's hard to say. Perhaps the young master's feelings for Miss Su are not love. Zhou Suisui's eyes lit up. Sister Wu had the same thought as her. Sister Wu, first help me make an appointment with that person. You'll come with me then. Okay. Chui Wu agreed without hesitation. As she spoke, a text message alert sounded from the phone beside her. Zhou Suisui grabbed it the instant she heard it. Miss President Zhou is not going to see Miss Su. He's heading back to the company. Zhou Suisui put away her phone and hummed a cheerful tune. If her brother stopped interacting with Su Wan, could it change the tragic fate of his previous life? Zhou Suisui put away her phone and hummed a cheerful tune. If her brother stopped interacting with Su Wan, could it change the tragic fate of his previous life? Why is the young lady so happy? Chui Wu felt joyful seeing her happiness. My brother gave me so many gifts. I'm the happiest sister in the world. Of course I'm happy. Zhou Suisui's face radiated bliss. Chui Wu couldn't help but envy her. That's true. I've never seen siblings with such a close. Though she called him brother, the young master was more like the young lad's father and mother. He had raised her like a little rose, so how could he not treasure and spoil her? By the way, miss, aren't you going to the Jiang family today? It's about time. Have breakfast first. They'll pack the gifts for you, and you still need to buy pastries from the south of the city. Chui Wu couldn't help but remind her. Zhou Suisui snapped back to reality and glanced at the time. All right, we're almost out of time. Zhou Suisui rummaged through the gifts, found a set of platinum lotion, and pushed it toward Chui Wu. Sister Wu, this is what my brother bought for you. For me, it's an anti-wrinkle product. My brother is just not good with words, but he cares about you. Chui Wu accepted it with gratitude. Thank you, young master and miss. Don't be so formal. You're like my sister, a member of the Zhou family. Chui Wu was used to such sentimentality and urged Miss hurry up and eat breakfast instead of dawdling here with me. It'll save my appetite for the Jiang family's meal. They'll skip breakfast and go upstairs to freshen up. Zhou Suisui picked out a few small accessories and a rose-shaped diamond brooch, then dashed upstairs with them in hand. Slow down, don't fall. Chui Wu shook her head behind her and methodically packed everything. Half an hour later, Zhou Suisui changed her clothes and came downstairs. She was wearing a sporty outfit today, a fitted white top that accentuated her perfect waistline with a bust that was full yet not exaggerated, and black flared pants that elongated her slender legs, making them look even more straight. Her small palm-sized face was lightly made up, enhancing her exquisite beauty. Her long jet-black hair had been slightly curled at the roots with a curling iron, forming gentle waves that softly cascaded over her small round shoulders. The 19-year-old girl radiated youth and vitality, as dazzling as a little sun. Sister Wu, I'm off. Zhou Suisui greeted. Chui Wu grabbed her car keys and headed out. If she delayed any longer, the pastries that Aunt Jiang loved would be sold out. The pastry shop in the south of the city was as busy as ever as she queued for nearly half an hour to get the last portion of osmanthus cake. By the time she stood at the gate of the Jiang residence with the pastries in hand, the sun had already crept to its zenith. There was facial recognition at the gate, and Zhou Suisui walked into the villa with practiced ease. As she looked up, she was captivated by the scene before her. On the east side of the second floor, on the expansive circular view, the man, now dressed in light-colored casual wear, reclined on a white wicker chair. He held a book in one hand while the other rested lazily on the edge of the chair, his fingers slender and knuckles prominent, his skin a striking cool white. Golden sunlight spilled down at noon, and the lush banyan tree in front of the Jiang residence cast a complete shadow over the man lying on the chair. Golden sunlight spilled down at noon, and the lush banyan tree in front of the Jiang residence. Suisui, come in quickly. A warm voice came from the door, startling her thoughts. Hearing this, Jiang Zongyan, who had been immersed in a book upstairs, was disturbed by the shout. He put down the book and lifted his eyelids to look at the girl standing by the roses downstairs. Standing in the light, graceful and elegant. Zhou Suisui met his indifferent gaze, an unknown emotion stirring unfamiliar ripples in her heart. Coming. She averted her gaze and walked toward the beautiful woman at the door who was waving at her. Madame Jiang had just been cooking and was covered in kitchen fumes. Upon learning that Zhou Suisui had arrived, she deliberately went upstairs to change into a qipao before coming down to greet her. The plain-colored qipao was dignified and elegant with a casual bun at the back of her head. Her skin was snow-white and her smile was kind and warm. Suisui stared blankly at Madame Jiang, and her nose suddenly tingled. The emotions came too fast, like waves rolling in her heart, catching even herself off guard. In her previous life, 1 month before her brother's accident, Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang had taken Jiang Ruitian to another city. Upon hearing the news of her brother's accident, Madame Jiang hurried back overnight. But due to her anxiety and thousands of miles of exhausting travel, she fell ill as soon as she returned to Taming and was hospitalized urgently. The doctor said she had advanced lung cancer, incurable by medicine, and within less than half a month, she was given a critical illness notice. Zhou Suisui went to visit her once at the hospital. Madame Jiang held her hand, tears streaming down, wetting the back of her hand. She reproached herself for being useless, falling ill at this time, and unable to help, but she was already very grateful. She owed too much to the Jiang family. Even her brother's funeral was handled by Jiang Zongyan, and Uncle Jiang conducted with dignity and honor. Madame Jiang was tormented by illness, and in just 1 month, she became emaciated. But at that time, she was planning revenge against Su Wan, and moreover, she was followed by Su Wan's fans 24 hours a day. She even came to the hospital in disguise, not daring to make a sound, worried that Madame Jiang would be disturbed by these people. But at that time, she was planning revenge against Su Wan, and moreover, she was followed by Su Wan's fans 24 hours a day. That was their last meeting. Now Madame Jiang stood gracefully before her, beaming and waving at her. Suisui, come here quickly. What are you still standing there for? Isn't the sun hot? Zhou Suisui suddenly recalled something from her childhood. At that time, she was 6 years old. Her brother was out and not at home. At night, thunder and lightning flashed, and she was too scared to close her eyes. Hugging the toy rabbit left by her mother, she ran out of the villa barefoot. The rain poured down, the cold wind raged, and she didn't know where to find her brother. Crying as she walked forward, she unknowingly arrived at the Jiang family's doorstep. Madame Jiang saw her from the bedroom on the 2nd floor, rushed out without an umbrella, and scooped her into the house. She gave her a bath, changed her into a clean dress, and found that the soles of her feet were cut in many places from running. Madame Jiang applied medicine to her wounds while secretly wiping away tears. Child, my poor child, from now on Auntie will be your mother. Actually, the memory had been very blurry, but at this moment it became clear. Zhou Suisui held back her tears and suddenly opened her arms, hugging Madame Jiang tightly. Mom. The huge impact made Madame Jiang, who had no preparation, stagger backward twice, but she was then held tightly by Zhou. This child, what did she just call her? Mom. A huge surprise struck Madame Jiang, both shocked and delighted, leaving her at a loss. Good child. She responded twice, just as Jiang Zongyan walked down from the 2nd floor. Hearing this, Mom, the man who usually remained calm, even when Mount Tai collapsed, stumbled. Little girl, his mother, was already trying to match them, and she dared to call Mom. Zhou Suisui, what are you shouting? He darkened his face, pinched the back of her neck, and forcibly pulled her out of Madame Jiang's embrace. Ugh! Zhou Suisui didn't expect him to have already come downstairs. Hearing his voice, her shoulders trembled in fright, looking startled. Little girl, his mother, was already trying to match them, and she dared to call Mom. Zhou Suisui, what are you shouting? Whoever dared to mess with her, she would be angry. Even her own son was not allowed. Jiang Zongyan rubbed his forehead, full of helplessness. Truly, one dared to call, and the other dared to respond. Madame Jiang turned to look at Zhou Suisui, and as if changing her face, said gently, don't listen to him. I like hearing it. If you want, you can call me Mom from now on. They'll be happy. No, I just couldn't help it. Zhou Suisui was deeply ashamed. Tian was generous, willing to share her mother with her, but Jiang Zongyan was unwilling. Forget it, if not then not. She had indeed lost her composure just now, but she didn't regret it. One of her regrets from the previous life was finally made up for in this life. She turned her head and looked to the side. The man was so tall that she had to look up. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches, the light and shadows swaying gently with the wind. The man's cold, hard lip line was tightly drawn, sharp and clear. She turned her head and looked to the side. The man was so tall that she had to look up. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches, the light and shadows swaying gently with the wind. The man's cold, hard lip line, but since they wanted to keep it a secret, she would pretend not to know. She took the bracelet off her wrist and put it on Zhou Suisui's wrist, saying, "Suisui, this is for you." Zhou Suisui felt the temperature of the bracelet. It was not cold, but had a delicate warmth, a rare treasure that would be hard to find even for 1,000 gold. Startled, she quickly declined. "Auntie, this is your favorite jewelry. I can't take it." "Wear it. It's not something rare. It's an emerald that Empress Dowager Cixi once wore. Our Jiang family doesn't follow the tradition of heirlooms. If you like it, wear it. If not, treat it as a collectible, or just sell it for some pocket money." This was her future daughter-in-law. She was willing to give anything. "No, I can't accept it." Madame Jiang had given her many things, treating her like a daughter, but she didn't want to take what she liked. Madame Jiang pressed her hand and leaned in to whisper, "If you don't like this bracelet, it'll take you to my private safe later to pick one. You can choose whichever you like, or even take them all. They'll have someone move the safe." "What a—" Zhou Suisui's jaw dropped, and she waved her hands repeatedly. "Enough, enough, this bracelet is enough. Mom, don't scare her." Jiang Zongyan, with good hearing, heard his mother teasing Zhou Suisui and couldn't help shaking his head. "What do you know?" Madame Jiang narrowed her eyes dangerously. She was so happy today, and this guy had to spoil the fun. "My Suisui is still the good girl." Madame Jiang took Zhou Suisui's hand, her face wearing the most loving smile. "Let's go inside. Annie has made a lot of delicious food." Auntie is the best." Zhou Suisui clung to Madame Jiang coquettishly. Jiang Zongyan's indifferent eyes swept over the smile on Zhou Suisui's face as she acted intimately with his mother like mother and daughter, finding it absurd. Did she know why his mother had invited her to dinner today? She dared to call Mom, without knowing anything. But facing Zhou Suisui's pitiful and innocent gaze, he only felt his temples throbbing. He had a sense of helplessness, as if he had dug a pit and jumped into it himself. Suddenly his thin lips curled slightly. It seemed he was amused by anger. "This was you jumping in yourself. Oh, don't regret it later." Jiang Zongyan walked into the house. Jiang Ruetian came trotting down from upstairs, meeting his expressionless face squarely. "Who provoked him again?" Zhou Suisui shrugged. "I don't know either." Madame Jiang said, "Never mind him, that man's mouth is the hardest thing on him." Zhou Suisui nodded in deep agreement, and soon stopped dwelling on the matter. She presented the osmanthus cake in her hand, like a treasured gift, to Madame Jiang. "And I just bought this osmanthus cake. Have a piece while it's hot. Let me have a taste." Madame Jiang had always doted on her. After all, she was the daughter of her early departed best friend. How could she not cherish her? "Delicious. Aunt could finish a whole box in one go." Zhou Suisui said, "Can't be greedy though, it's high in sugar." Madame Jiang beamed. "Oh, my future daughter-in, Mom." Before she could finish, a somber male voice from inside the door cut her off. "When's dinner? You never used to get this hungry so easily." Madame Jiang shot him a glare. What a worry. If she, as his mother, didn't help set things up, could he ever win a wife? "Suisui, are you hungry? Let's go eat first, we can chat later." Let's go." Jiang Ruetian intimately took Zhou Suisui's hand and led her toward the dining room. Leaning close to her ear, she whispered gleefully, "I sneaked a piece of ribs earlier. They were so fragrant." Zhou Suisui had already caught the aroma of meat and couldn't help swallowing. In the dining room, Jiang Zongyan had already taken a seat by the window. Sunlight fell on his broad shoulders as he looked down at his phone. On the screen was a message just sent by Lin Zhou. "Miss Zhou has only been out with you, otherwise she stays at home or in the office, nowhere else." "Mr. Jiang, I think you don't need to be so suspicious of her keeping you away from other men. As men, we should have a bit more confidence. Being paranoid will only drive your wife away." Lin Zhou had sent this with great reluctance. Jiang Zongyan felt a lump in his chest. What did he mean by more confidence? Did he think that asking him to investigate whether Zhou Suisui had a boyfriend was because he worried she was seeing someone else and cuckolding him? Hearing footsteps, Jiang Zongyan lifted his eyes and looked over, the sharpness in his gaze not yet concealed. Zhou Suisui's spine trembled with fright, and she instinctively wanted to keep her distance from him. Just as she was about to sit at the farthest seat across from him, Madame Jiang grabbed her wrist and pulled her to the seat beside Jiang Zongyan. "You sit here." Madame Jiang gave her no chance to refuse and sat to her right. Now her left was Jiang Zongyan. She was sandwiched between mother and son. "Eat more? Look at you, your face is thinner. Have you been skipping meals again?" Madame Jiang's warm hospitality was as ever. Zhou Suisui looked at the mountain of food piled before her, warmth filling her heart, and two shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks. Aunt's cooking is still the best. The sweet and sour ribs were glazed to a bright color, perfect in both appearance and aroma. Zhou Suisui was genuinely hungry. She hadn't even had breakfast, so she picked up her chopsticks and dug in heartily. When it came to eating, she and Jiang Ruetian were practically unrestrained. But both of them were blessed with metabolisms that never gained weight no matter how much they ate. How many girls in their class envied them? Zhou Suisui ate with grease smeared across her lips, her cheeks puffed out like a greedy little hamster. Jiang Zongyan cast a disdainful glance at her, then picked up his chopsticks and took a rib. Before he could put it in his mouth, Madame Jiang said, Suisui, why aren't you eating the crab? Crab is best when hot. Zhou Suisui mumbled indistinctly, they'll finish the ribs first, it's a bit inconvenient to peel the crab. Isn't there someone else sitting right here? Hearing this, a bad feeling surged in Jiang Zongyan's heart. He raised an eyebrow and looked at Madame Jiang in disbelief. Sure enough, the next moment her gaze met his. Suisui can't peel the crab right now. You do it for her. No, it's fine, cough. Zhou Suisui was so startled by the idea of Madame Jiang asking Jiang Zongyan to peel crab for her that she nearly choked. Madame Jiang patted her back with concern, then ordered her son. Suisui is choking. Go get her a glass of water. Since it was a family gathering today, Madame Jiang had given the household staff the afternoon off. Jiang Zongyan never imagined he would be bossed around by his own mother to fetch water for Zhou Suisui. What are you waiting? He remained seated and Madame Jiang shot him desperate looks. How had she given birth to such a wooden son? Was it too late to return him for a remodel? Frowning deeply, Jiang Zongyan finally rose and walked to the bar to fetch water. Behind him, his mother's lowered voice came, don't coddle him. Men are meant to be ordered around. If you don't, some little vixen outside will. Jiang Zongyan gazed absently out the window and let out an almost inaudible sigh. Zhou Suisui smiled sweetly, and I wouldn't dare order Brother Yin around. I say you can and you can. You're my future daughter-in-law. Before she could finish, Jiang Zongyan's cold voice cut in again, drink up. Thank you. Zhou Suisui paused, took a sip of water, and then looked at Madame Jiang with confusion. Aunt, what did you just say? What did Aunt mean by future something? She smiled, nothing. Jiang Zongyan finally relaxed. No sooner had he sat down than Madame Jiang signaled him to peel the crab for Zhou Suisui. Peel it. His hand holding the chopsticks paused slightly. Mother and son locked eyes for 2 seconds. The man who commanded the world outside, whose word was law, could not escape the power of blood. Jiang Zongyan resignedly put on gloves and picked the biggest, fattest crab from the plate. His long fingers somewhat awkwardly cracked open the shell. The claws, peel the claws too. Zhou Suisui, emboldened by her backing, puffed her cheeks and said the meat inside is the most tender. Watching his hands, which usually signed contracts worth billions, now clumsily wrestling with a crab, the corners of her mouth lifted higher and higher, impossible to suppress. Truth be told, seeing him so helpless and resigned was a rare sight. Who would have thought the almighty young master of the Jiang family could ever be bested? Jiang Zongyan sensed it, turned his head, and cast a chilly glance at her. Zhou Suisui instantly wiped off her smile, widened her eyes into an innocent expression, and buried her face in her bowl to eat. Eat. The white porcelain dish was pushed toward her. The crab meat was not perfectly peeled, piled unevenly in the shell. Clearly not the work of an experienced hand. Zhou Suisui smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons. Thank you, Yana. Jiang Zongyan didn't respond. He removed his gloves, pulled out a wet wipe, and slowly wiped his fingers, his handsome face revealing no expression. Beside her, Jiang Ruetian covered her mouth, stifling a laugh until a glare from him swept over. Mrs. Jiang nodded in satisfaction and added another piece of the most tender part of the grouper's cheek into Zhou Suisui's bowl. If you want to eat anything in the future, just tell Zongyan. He might be sharp-tongued, but he's still useful when you put him to work. Mom, did I say something wrong? Mrs. Jiang retorted with righteous indignation. Jiang Zongyan took a deep breath, grabbed his teacup, and gulped down a mouthful, deciding not to argue with his dear mother. Zhou Suisui bit into the crab meat, a burst of sweet freshness spread in her mouth. She secretly glanced at the man beside her. For a fleeting moment, on the sharply chiseled face of the Jiang family's crown prince, she saw a faint trace of grievance. Perhaps caught by her direct stare, Jiang Zongyan suddenly put down his chopsticks, pushed back his chair, and stood up. I'm full. With that, he turned to head upstairs. Brother, you haven't even touched your chopsticks yet. How can you be full? Jiang Ruetian looked up from her bowl, blinking her round collagen-filled face, full of confusion. Zhou Suisui couldn't hold it in anymore and let out a laugh. Jiang Zongyan stopped in his tracks, his cold gaze landing on her face. Zhou Suisui immediately fell silent and continued eating with her head down. Eat your own food. Jiang Zongyan lifted his eyes and glared fiercely at Jiang Ruetian. Zhou Suisui immediately fell silent and continued eating with her head down. Eat your own food. Jiang Zongyan lifted his eyes and glared. Stupid brother. She was just caring about him, okay? He's not even half as good at doting on his little sister as Suyanch. This baby is angry now. Oh, I won't talk to brother anymore. After the meal, Mrs. Jiang was in high spirits and insisted on showing Zhou Suisui photos of Jiang Zongyan as a child. Zhou Suisui had expected just a few ordinary childhood pictures, but when the album opened, she was completely energized. Oh ho, all black history. There were pictures of him crying while wearing a dress and pigtails, one with a turtle drawn on his face and snot bubbling from his nose, and another from when he was about 2 or 3 years old, asleep on the floor in a onesie, with a cartoon monkey pattern printed on his bottom. Zhou Suisui's eyes lit up. While Mrs. Jiang wasn't looking, she secretly pulled out her phone. As she snapped photos, she thought to herself, any single one of these pictures leaked would be front-page financial news. Especially that one with the snot bubble. So cute. Who would have thought that such an adorable little boy would grow up to become a cool, domineering CEO? The more Zhou Suisui looked, the happier she became. With a flicker of mischief, she opened Jiang Zongyan's WeChat and sent him that snot bubble photo. So cute, President Jiang. Mrs. Jiang, sitting beside her, took in her sneaky movements as well as the gleeful little expression on her face. Clearly the playful antics of a couple. Suisui, do you want to go upstairs and play with the yen? Mrs. Jiang, worried that she might be bored accompanying her, closed the album and suggested with a smile. Play with Jiang Zongyan. Zhou Suisui's eyes widened in sudden terror, shaking her head so fast it became a blur. She had just sent him a provocative message. Going to him now would be asking for trouble, wouldn't it? There's nothing fun between him and me. Mrs. Jiang, however, patted her hand understandingly. He didn't eat lunch. Why don't you take some fruit up to him for Aunt? All right. Since Aunt Jiang had put it that way, refusing would seem heartless. Zhou Suisui picked up the fruit plate Mrs. Jiang handed her, pulled a long face, and resignedly headed toward the second floor. Jiang Zongyan liked peace and quiet. The rest of the Jiang family lived on the west side, only he lived alone on the east side. This was the first time Zhou Suisui had been to Jiang Zongyan's bedroom since she could remember. As she climbed the steps and turned the corner, she was instantly captivated by the view before her. A full wall of floor-to-ceiling, viewing windows stretched from the ground to the ceiling. Double-layer low soundproof glass completely shut out the noise of the outside world. Pushing open the window, she saw a huge circular balcony with a panoramic view, the Jiang family's private estate, and the distant river scenery in full sight. The spring mountains were like dark eyebrows, willows green and flowers red. That guy really knows how to enjoy life, monopolizing the best view in the Jiang house. Where is he? Zhou Suisui's eyes scanned the room, but didn't see him. She let out a sigh of relief and quickly set down the fruit plate. She was about to go downstairs to report to Mrs. Jiang. Just as she reached the corner and turned, her wrist was suddenly grabbed. The man's grip was strong, pulling her body uncontrollably backward, almost causing her to Before she could react, the force yanked her again, and her back pressed against the cold wall. A tall, upright figure loomed over her, instantly blocking her escape, leaving her nowhere to run. Zhou Suisui raised her eyes and panicked, the corners of her eyes red and moist like a frightened little rabbit. Meeting the man's stern brows and eyes, a hint of obvious anger and embarrassment tinged her soft, delicate voice. Jiang Zongyan, what are you doing? Jiang Zongyan stood in front of her, one hand braced against the wall beside her ear, the other still firmly gripping her wrist, trapping her between his chest and the wall. At her words, a low, cold laugh escaped his throat. Not calling me President Jiang anymore. Not Yanga. Now you're using my full name. The sunlight from outside the corridor fell behind him. His face was in shadow, his expression hard to make out, but his eyes looking down at her were barely concealing a flickering rage. Zhou Suisui's breath caught her, heart instantly leaping into her throat. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. She immediately put on a wronged look. Yanga, I was just joking with you. Joking? Jiang Zongyan's sharp gaze locked onto the girl's palm-sized face and the two small dimples beside her. The glint in his eyes was like a hunter sizing up its prey, contemplating how to devour it. Zhou Suisui could barely breathe. Every inhale filled her nose with his strong, cold cedar scent, making her face flush and her heart race. Zhou Suisui. His voice was very low, as if squeezed through clenched teeth. What exactly do you want? Zhou Suisui pressed her back tightly against the wall, her heart pounding like thunder, but she still forced herself to stay calm. I just secretly took a few photos of you as a child. Is it that big a deal? Stop playing dumb. Jiang Zongyan didn't take her bait. He just stared down at her for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, You're always hanging around in front of me. Aren't you afraid that little boyfriend of yours will get jealous? Little boyfriend. Zhou Suisui was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that he had misunderstood her for being in an online romance. Meeting his cold, stern gaze, she remained composed, smiling with an innocent, guileless expression. Him? He's a good boy, he wouldn't get jealous. The moment she spoke, she felt the hand gripping her wrist suddenly tighten its hold. That hurts. You're hurting me. Jiang Zongyan's handsome face visibly darkened, his jawline taut and rigid. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as if suppressing some emotion. He released his grip, but stepped closer to her, so near that their clothes almost touched. Don't come so close. Zhou Suisui held her breath, afraid that even a single inhale would press her chest against his. A boyfriend. He lowered his head, his keen leopard-like eyes fixed on her, enunciating each word, his voice cold as ice. Zhou, you have a boyfriend, and yet you dare to provoke me. Zhou Suisui felt a pang of guilt under his gaze. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go, I'm leaving. She struggled to free herself from his grip, pressing her hands against his chest instinctively, trying to push him away. But the man's body was as solid as an iron door. Her pitiful strength could not budge him an inch. Running away. Explain clearly, do you have a boyfriend or not? Jiang Zongyan's strikingly handsome face loomed ever closer. He leaned in until his nose almost touched hers, their breaths mingling, his gaze fierce. Think carefully before you answer, or else. The threat was unmistakable. With no escape, Zhou Suisui, both angry and annoyed, stomped her foot. No, boyfriend, I was lying. She disliked this feeling of being subdued by him as well as the indescribable unfathomable emotion surging in his eyes at that moment. Her heart pounded wildly, afraid that if he pressed further, she might say something she shouldn't. She quickly raised her hands to push him away. She pressed both palms against his chest with all her might, pushing with the strength of a desperate child. He didn't budge. Suisui froze belatedly, realizing that the sensation beneath her palms was off. Through the thin layer of his shirt, the scorching heat of his skin reached her. Wait. Her two little paws were currently pressed against his chest muscles. The touch was firm and burning hot, the contours of his muscles clearly defined beneath her palms. Her mind went blank. Reason told her to pull her hands back immediately. But her hands seemed to have a mind of their own, or instead of letting go, she inexplicably squeezed. Her fingertips curled slightly, feeling the curve. She silently marveled, wow, so big. The feel was just too good. Then she met Jiang Zongyan's utterly stunned gaze. Damn, there was nothing worse than the sudden silence. Zhou Suisui belatedly realized that she might have spoken her thoughts aloud. I was just kidding. Oh, Auntie is calling me. Zhou Suisui yanked her hands back like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and nimbly slipped out from under his arm. She ran off down the corridor without looking back, as if a hungry wolf were chasing her. She kept running until she was far away, then leaned against the wall of the corridor, pressing a hand to her chest. Her heart pounded fast and heavy beneath her palm. Thump, 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 like a war drum vibrating in her eardrums. Bashi had just teased Jiang Zongyan like a frivolous flirt. Who on earth gave her the courage? She slapped her own unruly hand. Truly, lust is a knife that cuts deep. She took a few deep breaths and shook her muddled mind. Still, the injury on his face seemed minor. After just one night, it was almost invisible. Unbeknownst to herself, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Downstairs, Jiang Zongyan saw her flushed face and asked curiously, Suisui, what's wrong? Your face is all red like a red apple. Zhou Suisui awkwardly touched her nose. Just ran down from upstairs, a bit hot. Mrs. Jiang, as a woman of experience, understood everything. She didn't let Jiang Zongyan press further and said with a smile, Suisui, I'll give you this photo album, do you want it? Really? Thinking of that guy's nasty tone and actions earlier, she angrily puffed out her cheeks, but her ears betrayed her by growing even hotter. On the second, thinking of that guy's nasty tone and actions earlier, she angrily puffed out her cheeks, but her ears betrayed her by growing even hotter. On the second floor, on the broad viewing balcony, Jiang Zongyan stood with his hands in his pockets, his tall, straight figure silhouetted in the shade of a tree. From this angle, he could overlook the entire living room. His indifferent gaze fell on a certain petite figure, and a slow smile curled at the corner of his lips. Had figured it out, this little trickster was also a little pervert. Zhou Suisui inexplicably felt a chill down her spine. Turning to look at the opposite balcony, she caught a glimpse of the man turning away, and a shiver ran down her back. Auntie, I need to go. He'll come back another day to keep you company. Thinking of having to face Jiang Zongyan later, Zhou Suisui grabbed the album and wanted to leave. Mrs. Jiang was reluctant. You just finished eating, are you really that busy? Next time I promise he'll stay with you the whole. Zhou Suisui hugged the album and scurried toward the door, worried about bumping into Jiang Zongyan. Seeing that she couldn't keep her Mrs. Jiang said, I'll have a yen drive you. No, I drove myself. Zhou Suisui refused outright, pulled open the car door, and slid into the driver's seat. You drove yourself? Mrs. Jiang was startled, worried. Suisui, didn't you just get your driver's license? Is it safe? Don't worry, it's fine. All right, then drive slowly. Mrs. Jiang still looked uneasy as she gave her instructions. Zhou Suisui started the car, but then remembered something and turned off the engine. Driven today, because she had bought pastries for Mrs. Jiang in the morning. All right, then drive slowly. Mrs. Jiang still looked uneasy as she gave her instructions. Zhou Suisui started the car, but then remembered something and turned off the engine. Auntie, I want to discuss something with you. What is it, Suisui? Tell me. Mrs. Jiang, seeing Zhou Suisui's serious expression, couldn't help but become serious herself. Zhou Suisui pursed her lips. Tomorrow I'll take you to the hospital for a physical checkup. Cursed that Jiang Zongyan for messing with her mind, almost making her forget such an important matter. In her previous life, Aunt Jiang was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer a year later. She had to go for a comprehensive checkup immediately, not a moment's delay. A physical checkup. Mrs. Jiang was surprised. I have been feeling a bit tight in my chest lately. It's so thoughtful of Sui Sui to care. He'll have Dr. Lee come over to the house another day. A family doctor. No. You need to go to a big hospital, one that can do CT scans. Zhou Suisui urged anxiously. Tomorrow. Let's go tomorrow, I'll go with you. Tomorrow let's go. I'll accompany you. Tomorrow is another day, don't try to fool me. It's settled. I'll drive to the Jiang residence to pick you up at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Zhou Suisui sat in the car, the window rolled down, revealing a girl with a round and soft face, yet her eyes held an unprecedented determination. It must be said she knew Mrs. Jiang well. Mrs. Jiang's words just now were indeed a polite excuse. She knew she was unwell and should see a doctor. Yet sometimes, even with the means, people dread the hassle. Especially the pungent smell of disinfectant in the hospital, which was quite off-putting. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Mrs. Jiang's face at being seen through, but she ultimately yielded, nodding helplessly. Fine, I'll listen to you. They'll go tomorrow. Especially the pungent smell of disinfectant in the hospital, which was quite off-putting. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Mrs. Jiang's face at being seen through, but she ultimately, before leaving, she inexplicably turned her head to glance inside the living room. The man had changed into a black formal suit, just descending the spiral staircase, tall and long-legged, exuding an aura that towered over everyone. Zhou Suisui hastily averted her gaze, stepped on the accelerator, and sped the car away. Slow down, be careful. Mrs. Jiang shouted after her. She watched the car disappear around the corner before reluctantly withdrawing her gaze. But she wondered, it had only been a few days since she last saw the girl. She seemed to have grown up, matured, become somewhat different, and even cared about her health. Thinking of how Sui Sui had just called her mom, she couldn't suppress the smile spreading across her face. It was truly sweet to the core, this daughter-in-law was. Thinking of how Sui Sui had just called her mom, she couldn't suppress the smile spreading across her face. It was truly sweet to the core. Where are you going? The company. Jiang Zongyan replied expressionlessly. There was still a mountain of work waiting for him at the office, and afternoon Alin Zhou's urging messages had been non-stop. Stop right there. As he was about to step out, Mrs. Jiang quickly called out to him. Her expression was stern, like a judge interrogating a criminal. What's wrong? How dare you ask me what's wrong? Sui Sui called me mom, and you still say you two aren't involved. She had to get to the bottom of this today. If her own son was being irresponsible, then, as a mother, she had a duty to correct his misguided thinking. Hearing this, Jiang Zongyan raised his eyes to look at her, his tone calm. We never were involved. It's your misunderstanding. Mrs. Jiang clicked her tongue. Again, it's not that I look down on you, but our Jiang family doesn't have such daring to do, but not to admit it. This wasn't like his past style. This child had been mature and precocious since childhood, never causing her worry in either studies or work, truly a child who came to repay kindness. But now was this conclusion drawn too early? Jiang Zongyan frowned slightly the moment Mrs. Jiang's eyes darted. He guessed what she was thinking. He sighed softly. What a nuisance. He hated nothing more than trouble. At that moment, a hint of resignation flickered in his resolute, dark eyes. Just as he was about to explain, Jiang Ruetian came running over with a clatter. Brother Sui Sui has taken a liking to you. What are you still hesitating for? My bestie is a hot commodity. If you don't seize the opportunity, you'll regret it. Jiang Zongyan snorted. Did she tell you she likes me? Jiang Ruetian nodded. Absolutely. Recalling how Zhou Suisui had recoiled from his proximity like a snake or scorpion, a shadow flickered in his brow. She tricked you. Jiang Ruetian was taken aback, retorting, Brother, are you saying such things just to stay single? Sui Sui told me herself. How could it be false? She was messing with you. Jiang Zongyan remained unmoved. Messing with me? Jiang Ruetian's voice turned shrill with anger. No, she wasn't. Mrs. Jiang sat there shaking her head with a sigh. Again, that's not right. Are you hiding the fact that you were dating Sui Sui, even from your mother? Jiang Zongyan was in a hurry to leave and, frustrated by the mother and daughter's persistence, gave up and said, Fine, go ahead and persuade her. Persuade her? Jiang Zongyan's lips curled into a roguish smirk. Persuade her to be your sister-in-law, as long as she's willing to marry me. With that, he strode out the door, ignoring their reactions. The room fell silent for 3 seconds. It was as if a bomb had been dropped into the water. Mrs. Jiang shot up, grabbing her daughter's arm. Qintian, what did your brother just say? My brother agreed to marry Sui Sui. Jiang Ruetian jumped up and down with excitement. Mrs. Jiang could hardly believe it. Her son had actually agreed to get married. Just a few days ago, he had been so angry over her arranged blind date that he stayed in a hotel and refused to come home. She pinched her thigh hard. It hurt. She wept tears of joy, pulling out her phone to call Jiang Xingming. Honey, the old iron tree in your Jiang family is finally going to bloom. When Zhou Suisui returned home, Cui Wu was replanting new plants in the garden room with a few servants. After a long cold winter, spring had arrived, a perfect time for turning over the soil and sowing seeds. Miss, why are you back so early? Didn't you stay longer to chat with Mrs. Jiang. Sister Wu, come here quick, I want to show you something. Zhou Suisui tossed her small bag onto the sofa, then sat cross-legged pointing at the yellowed old photos in an album, laughing so hard she nearly rolled off the sofa. What are you looking at? That's so funny. Cui Wu approached curiously, only to freeze the next moment. Good heavens, was she still safe? Would Master Jiang silence her? Cui Wu looked at her young mistress, who was doubled over with laughter, a gratified gleam in her eyes. It's been a long time since I saw the young miss laugh so happily. As she spoke, a ridiculous thought crossed her mind. Oh no, could the miss be falling in love? Was she really pursuing Master Jiang, not just to spite the young master, but in earnest? Just then a familiar firm footstep sounded from outside the door. What is my little sister looking at that makes her laugh so happily? Zhou Suiyan's clear voice rang out at the entrance, and by the time Zhou Suisui looked up, he had already reached the door. Let your brother have a look too. Zhou Suisui's laughter abruptly stopped, and she hastily closed the album, shoving it under the sofa cushion behind her. They're embarrassing photos of Tian when she was little. If I showed you, she'd come crying to me later, wouldn't she? Zhou Suisui glanced down and saw her brother carrying a lot of things, so she quickly changed the subject. Brother, why are you off work so early today? Any good news? Sure enough, Zhou Suiyan shifted his scrutinizing gaze, his face beaming, and he lifted the things in his hands toward her. Guess what are these? Who sent them? Zhou Suisui's laughter came to an abrupt halt as she fumbled to close the photo album and stuffed it under the sofa cushion behind her. They're embarrassing photos of Tian when she was little. If you saw them, she'd come crying to me later, right? Zhou Suisui's gaze dropped to the many parcels in her brother's hands, and she quickly changed the subject. Brother, why are you home so early today? Is there some good news? Sure enough, Zhou Suiyan shifted his gaze, his face radiant as he raised the items in his hands. Guess what are these? Who sent them? A variety of packing boxes which appeared not to be store-bought, but rather the type commonly used at home, boasting excellent quality. Actually, it wasn't hard to guess. Zhou Suisui didn't want to dampen her brother's enthusiasm, so she pretended it was difficult to figure out. Could this be food? Who gave it to you? Zhou Suisui said with a smile, but the hand at her side had quietly clenched into it. Don't tell her that Suwan made it for him herself. Then she would throw a fit. The next second, Zhou Suan said with great pride, I never expected my sister to be so good at winning people's hearts. After just 3 days at the company, everyone in the administration and finance departments is vying to bring you things. For me, eh? Zhou Suisui pointed at herself in surprise. Zhou Suiyan placed the items on the coffee table in front of her, taking them out one by one. These are chicken feet and duck necks braised by Sister Zhang herself. She said you like them. Yesterday, she brought some, and you ate them all. Today she made extra especially, but you didn't come to the company. And this is dried mango, a specialty from Li Qingqing's hometown, sun-dried by her grandmother herself. A green, healthy food. And these snacks, Xiao Liu's family runs an imported snack shop. She brought you a portion of the snacks she thinks are delicious. Everyone knows you're a foodie, so it's all. Zhou Suiyan, while on a business trip, had worried that his sister might be bullied at the company, but he never expected her popularity to far surpass his own as the legitimate CEO. He was both amused and exasperated. Wasn't he, as the CEO, not stingy? Annual bonuses, team-building activities, paid annual leave. All kinds of benefits were maxed out. Across the entire Tongqing, only the Jiang Group's benefits could rival those of the Zhou Group, making it a company that outshone all others. This was also why many top talents scrambled to apply for jobs at the Zhou Group. After all, her brother was a man, and a young unmarried one at that. Although the company's benefits were comprehensive, there were certain matters, such as employment issues for female employees during lactation and the high. After all, her brother was a man, and a young unmarried one at that. Although the company's benefits were comprehensive, there were certain matters, such as employment issues for female employees during lactation and the hygiene of the milk storage room, and so on. He didn't understand, and his subordinates were adept at trimming their sails. Wherever the president's attention was there, they would direct their efforts. Over time, these thankless tasks gradually fell by the wayside, and even if someone did them, it was just a perfunctory gesture. After she took a stroll around the company, she immediately had the logistics department rush to make improvements. These people were all grateful that she had done practical things for the company, truly making things easier for everyone. Sister Wu, please take these things down and store them properly. Tomorrow, could you also tell the kitchen to prepare more dishes? They'll bring them to the company to share with everyone. Yes, miss. Cui Wu walked over and took the items away. Zhou Suiyan said with emotion, Little sister, it seems you really need to come to the company to help your brother. I have to admit my energy is limited. He paused, then added, but if you really want to be a director, your brother will support you. Let's talk about being a director later. She still loved art, but dreams couldn't put food on the table. The reason she could pursue her dreams so easily was that someone was carrying the heavy burden for her behind the scenes. They'll still go to the company with you tomorrow. There are some things I can help you with, brother. All right, I didn't misjudge you. My sister is truly outstanding, knowing how to care for her brother. Zhou Suiyan's eyes were red with gratification. Just then a phone ringtone broke the atmosphere where he was about to play the pity card with his sister. Zhou Suiyan glanced at the caller ID, frowned almost imperceptibly, directly pressed mute, and pocketed the phone. Suisui, I'm going upstairs to get something. Zhou Suisui nodded, go ahead. As soon as Zhou Suiyan reached the corner on the second floor, the phone rang again. The next second a WeChat message popped up. Zhou Suiyan stretched out a finger and tapped to open the message. It was from Su Wan, a heavily edited. The next second a WeChat message popped up. Zhou Suiyan stretched out a finger and tapped to open the message. It was from Su Wan, a heavily edited selfie. In the photo, the woman wore a light pink velvet cheongsam, accentuating her graceful figure, smiling at the camera with a gentle and charming expression. Su Wan called him again. This time Zhou Suiyan answered. Suiyan, this is the cheongsam you had assistant when specially delivered to me this morning. Do I look good in it? Zhou Suiyan's eyes were still fixed on the photo, but his tense expression gradually softened. His slender fingers gently stroked the phone screen, as if caressing a rare treasure, his eyes full of tenderness. Beautiful. On the other end of the phone, Su Wan heard these two words and felt not joy but a faint nausea in her heart. That tone again. This man was seriously sick. She had told him 800 times that she didn't like this kind of old-fashioned cheongsam at all. This man was seriously sick. She had told him 800 times that she didn't like this kind of old-fashioned cheongsam at all. What she liked were limited edition bags and the latest jewelry. But Zhou Suiyan, as if he didn't understand human speech, still sent her various styles of cheongsam as always. Each one more expensive and more exquisite than the last. Su Wan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her anger, and continued to coax in a sweet voice. Suiyan, I'm so bored at home alone. I miss you. In this relationship, Zhou Suiyan had always been in the lower position, the one who groveled. He had always been the one to take the initiative to please her. Never had she exerted all her efforts to please him like these past few days. Su Wan was extremely frustrated. Was this the valuable gift she had asked him for recently? A lousy cheongsam. Su Wan was so upset if he didn't try to comfort her soon, she would really ignore him. But after waiting a full 10 seconds, Zhou Suiyan finally spoke, his tone on. Su Wan, I've been busy lately. Let's take some time to cool off. What? Su Wan was stunned by these words. Zhou Suiyan looked up at the old parasol tree outside the window, and his tense shoulders suddenly slumped, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off in an instant. He quickly said into the phone, I have things to do. That's it. With that he hung up without hesitation, turned around, and quickly went downstairs, his steps noticeable. He quickly said into the phone, I have things to do. That's it. With that he hung up without hesitation, turned around, and quickly went downstairs, his steps noticeable. Don't you dare hang up, Zhou Suiyan. Hello. Su Wan finally lost her temper as she listened to the busy tone from the phone. Bang! She hurled the phone onto the table with all her might, her chest heaving violently. Her eyes were red with fury, filled with venomous resentment. Zhou Suiyan, you think you can walk away after provoking me? Not so fast. A sinister smile curled on her lips as she recalled something. In the dining room, Cui Wu heated up the duck necks and chicken feet, brought by a colleague, arranged them on a plate, and set the table. The aroma was tantalizing. Our young miss is truly a heartthrob. While arranging the chopsticks, Cui Wu couldn't help but boast proudly. You've only been at the company for 3 days and already gained so many fans. I even get to enjoy the treats. Of course, Zhou Suiyan replied, lifting his chin with a smug expression. Look who's my sister. My sister is adored wherever she goes. As he spoke, he habitually reached out to ruffle Zhou Suisui's hair, but his gaze suddenly froze on her wrist. Her delicate fair wrist was adorned with a jade bangle of emerald green. The jade was exceptionally translucent, almost free of any impurities or fine lines, radiating a warm, gentle luster under the soft yellow light. It was a top-quality emerald, priceless in the market. Zhou Suiyan pointed at her wrist, his face full of shock. Suisui, isn't this the Jiang family heirloom? Madame Jiang always wore it, never letting it leave her person. Zhou Suisui was taken aback, raising her hand. You mean this? Aunt Jiang let me wear it for fun. She said if I don't like it, I can sell it for pocket money. Sell it for pocket money? Zhou Suiyan stared at her with suspicion. Did you go to the Jiangs today? Zhou Suisui nodded. I went to visit Aunt Jiang. I haven't been to their place for a few days. She had often visited the Jiang family since childhood, which was nothing unusual. Zhou Suiyan had never thought anything of it before, but now with the thought of Jiang Zongyan lurking in the Jiang household, he felt uneasy no matter how he looked at it. However, Jiang Zongyan was usually busy and a workaholic. On a weekday during the day, he probably wasn't at home. Zhou Suiyan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. As netizens said, children nowadays have a strong rebellious streak. The more the family opposes, the more they want to prove their choice is right, stubbornly determined to be with the man outside. He looked into his sister's innocent eyes and said nonchalantly, since Aunt Jiang said so, just keep it. Aunt Jiang has always liked you and treated you like her own daughter. Just don't misunderstand her intentions. Misunderstand? Zhou Suisui raised an eyebrow, barely holding back a laugh. Her brother's nervous expression practically screamed, "Don't overthink it." She suppressed her smile. "Got it, brother. I never overthink." "That's right. Now eat." Zhou Suian instinctively patted her head. Zhou Suian's expression remained calm, showing no unusual reaction, just like any other day. But the moment he returned to his room, the instant the door closed, he completely lost his composure. He was tormented with anxiety, clutching a pillar and nearly banging his head against it. An heirloom. That was the Jiang family's heirloom, passed down through generations. A token of love between Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang, only given to the Jiang family's daughter-in-law. And Aunt Jiang had casually given it to Suisui, saying it wasn't anything valuable. Impossible. His sister was just too naive. This was clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. The more he thought, the angrier he got. He picked up his phone and dialed Jiang Zongyan's number. The call was answered slowly after a while. Jiang Zongyan's lazy hoarse voice came through. "Something?" "Jiang Zongyan." Zhou Suian's anger flared at his nonchalant tone. "Didn't you say you had no feelings for my sister? What do you mean by giving her the family heirloom?" There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, then Jiang Zongyan's voice came through, tinged with amusement. "Losing an heirloom is a loss for the Jiang family, not the Zhou family. I'm not anxious. Why are you?" Zhou Suian was momentarily stunned. "Since this bracelet has no special meaning, if you change your mind later and want it back or use it as leverage, our Zhou family won't acknowledge it." Jiang Zongyan's voice remained as calm as ever, but with a hint of carefree boldness. "Our Jiang family can afford to give away a bracelet." "Fine. You said it." Zhou Suian raised his eyebrows triumphantly and hung up the phone. He thought as long as his sister didn't agree to anything with Jiang Zongyan, taking the bracelet was fine. After all, the Jiang family was the one losing out, not the Zhou family. But within 2 minutes he began to worry again. No, he couldn't let his sister think the Jiang family's possessions were so special. Did the Jiang family have an heirloom? So what? The Zhou family had one too. Zhou Suian felt more and more that he needed to do something. He took an exquisite key from the top drawer of his wardrobe, held it in his palm, left the room, and walked to Zhou Suisui's door. "Suisui, are you asleep?" A drowsy voice came from inside. "Brother, what's wrong?" Zhou Suian pushed the door open and saw his sister already lying in bed. The young girl's skin was delicate, her jet black hair spread across the white silk pillow. She was half asleep, barely able to keep her eyes open. "My sister is so adorable." Zhou Suian couldn't help but crouch beside her pillow, bringing his eyes level with hers. He reached out and poked her soft cheek. "Suisui, look what I brought you." "What is this?" Zhou Suisui rubbed her eyes and sat up in bed. Zhou Suian was brimming with excitement, his eyes sparkling with no trace of sleep. "Suisui, hold on to this key. Suisui, the Zhou family also has heirlooms. Mother loved collecting jewelry when she was alive, and those things are locked up in the attic." He took his sister's hand and pressed the key into her palm. "I used to think you were too young and might lose mother's keepsakes, but now you're grown up. I'm giving you the key. Take whichever you like." Zhou Suisui had been tormented by nightmares all night and hadn't slept well. Now she was so drowsy she could barely open her eyes. She instinctively grasped the key and mumbled indistinctly, "All right, I'll pick one when I have time. Brother, it's late, you should rest too." "Okay." Seeing how sleepy she was, Zhou Suian didn't want to say more, but he still reminded her worriedly, "You must keep this key safe. Sleep tight, little piggy." Zhou Suian smiled, tucked her in, turned off the bedside lamp, and tiptoed out. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, casting dappled shadows on the carpet. Zhou Suisui was awakened by a preset alarm. She groggily crawled out of the covers, her hair a messy tangle, and yawned. So sleepy. She rubbed her drowsy eyes and pouted, "This job isn't all that easy." But then she thought of her brother possibly already gone, and with a jolt she flipped out of bed and dashed to the bathroom. Her movements were large and hurried. She didn't notice a delicate key by the pillow which fell under the bed as she turned, completely hidden by the white silk bedspread. Half an hour later, Zhou Suisui finished washing up and appeared downstairs looking youthful and energetic again. Sure enough, her brother was already waiting for her in the living room, dressed in a suit and tie, his thick black hair meticulously combed, looking energetic and strikingly. Zhou Suisui was momentarily dazzled by her brother. It seemed that ever since she could remember, her brother had been like this every day. Leaving early and returning late, he always kept himself well-groomed and spirited, like a tireless ox shouldering the hopes of the entire Zhou group. Zhou Suisui's early morning drowsiness instantly vanished, leaving only an indescribable heartache for her brother. The siblings exchanged a glance. Zhou Suian looked at the dark circles under her eyes. "Didn't sleep well, eh? Is it too early? Maybe you should go to the company later." Zhou Suian, as the president, was the first to arrive at the company every day, but now he felt sorry for his sister having to get up early and wanted to give her special treatment. Zhou Suisui shook her head firmly. "I want to go with you." Since she had decided to go to the company to help her brother, she wouldn't make any excuses for herself. Zhou Suian's thin lips moved as if to say something more, but Zhou Suisui pulled him toward the dining room. Don't persuade me. Let's have breakfast first, or we'll be late. Zhou Suisui usually had his breakfast packed by Sister Wu to eat on the go. It was common for him to forget to eat when busy. He was not like Jiang Zongyan, who was naturally brilliant and could learn anything at a glance. Compared to such formidable talent, he had to put in twice the effort to achieve his goals. Over the years, Zhou Suisui had long grown accustomed to it. Complaining about hardship or fatigue wouldn't bring anyone to share his burden. Instead, it would only make the scheming old foxes in the company think he was easy to bully. But today Suisui was going to the company with him. He could go hungry himself, but not his sister. So Zhou Suisui said nothing and obediently followed Zhou Suisui into the dining room. After breakfast, the siblings drove to the company. Zhou Suisui handed the packed meals from the chef to Wang Xian, the director of the administration department, asking her to distribute them to everyone. She also thanked everyone for the gifts they had brought her yesterday and instructed them not to bring her anything in the future. Okay. Wang Xian nodded in agreement, quite fond of the unassuming young lady. The Zhou Group had thousands of employees, and the president's secretarial office alone had 8 secretaries. Looking around, the 8 secretaries were all elegant and charming in their own ways. Not only were they highly educated and good-looking, but they also spoke sweet words one after another. Wasn't it said that a waterside pavilion gets the moonlight first? How come none of them caught her brother's eye? Zhou Suisui was puzzled and sighed regretfully to herself. As soon as they entered the office, Zhou Suisui took out a booklet and placed it in front of her. Take a look at this. Zhou Suisui picked up the booklet and flipped through it. It was about an upcoming industry forum gathering top tech figures from across the country. As a burgeoning tech company that had successfully transformed from real estate and finance, the Zhou Group was naturally a key invitee. However, Zhou Suisui had just returned from abroad, and there was a mountain of work waiting for him at the company, so he couldn't leave for the moment. Sending Zhou Suisui to attend the conference would allow her to network with top industry talents and also take a trip to Haishur for some relaxation. You'll be the representative of the Zhou Group. The conference lasts 2 days. Don't rush back, take some time to enjoy yourself there. The city was surrounded by sea on 3 sides and was a wildly popular tourist destination online. The blue sea and sky merged into one. The conference venue was a seaside pavilion situated within the scenic area. Zhou Suisui thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. I'll have assistant when book my flight right away. Don't rush it. He'll arrange everything for you. He'll send 2 directors to accompany you. You can consult them if you have any questions. Okay. After a pause, Zhou Suisui added with concern, all my money is with you. Spend it as you wish, don't worry about saving for me. Zhou Suisui's nose tingled with emotion. In this world, if there was one person who would love and spoil her unconditionally, it was her brother. Thinking about how she had deceived her brother recently, she said guiltily, Brother, please tell a Biao and a Ling to stop following me. I won't secretly meet Jiang Zongyan anymore. Hearing his sister suddenly mention the twins, a flash of embarrassment crossed Zhou Suiyan's handsome face. Suisui, I was just worried you'd be deceived. Don't be angry. I didn't mean anything else. I know you're doing this for my good. I'm not angry. Zhou Suisui sniffled. His sister was so good, she wasn't even mad at him. He said, I'm glad you understand. Listen to me, Jiang Zongyan is not the right person for you. Zhou Suisui replied obediently. But in her heart, she thought whether Jiang Zongyan was the right person didn't matter since it wasn't real anyway. The most important thing was that her brother hadn't met Su Wan these past few days. At the police station, Wang Zhengfei's conviction had been finalized, and even Su Wan's desperate efforts were futile. Everything was moving in the right direction, and that was enough. Zhou Suisui then took out another document for her to familiarize herself with to avoid fighting an unprepared battle. Apart from showing her face, another purpose of her attending the conference was to poach a few top engineers in computing power from other companies. Zhou Suisui understood and began flipping through the document page by page. Besides memorizing these people's names, she also had to remember their impressive Zhou Suisui understood and began flipping through the document page by page. Besides memorizing these people's names, she also had to remember their impressive Zhou Suisui clicked her tongue in amazement. What did these people eat to grow up with such brilliant minds? She continued scrolling down. Suddenly a face with supremely superior bone structure appeared before her eyes. A man stood alone on the stage, tall and long-legged, with display materials from the Jiang International Capital press conference behind him. His eyes swept indifferently forward, the sharpness in his gaze seeming almost tangible. Even a single glance at him would send ripples through one's heart. Jiang Zongyan. Why was his information here? Did the organizer make a mistake? Oh right, the Jiang Group now also ventured into the tech industry. Unlike other companies, it focused on investments. Whether it was the Zhou Group, the recently rising WTB, or the tech upstarts on Wall Street, every globally renowned tech company had the backing of Jiang International Capital. Zhou Suisui suddenly recalled a saying, he is the boss of all bosses. Assistant Zhou. Just then a hesitant voice came from ahead and above. Zhou Suisui was so absorbed in her reading that she startled, instinctively closing the file on Jiang Zongyan, as if caught in a guilty act. She looked up at the newcomer, her gaze brushing lightly over the lunchbox in his hand. Director Fu, are you looking for my brother? The newcomer was none other than Fu Jie, the director of the finance department. Standing at 185 centimeters, he wore a tailored gray suit with a pair of rimless gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, elegant and refined. At this moment the tips of his ears were flushed, betraying a hint of nervousness. His fingers gripped the handle of the insulated lunchbox so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand stood out prominently. He seemed to muster his courage, walked up to her, and extended the lunchbox. I'm not here to see the CEO. I'm here to see you. Me? Zhou Suisui asked Director Fu, what can I do for you? You haven't eaten yet, have you? This is braised pork ribs. I made them myself this morning. Please try some. His voice was markedly strained, unlike his usual self. His phoenix eyes were slightly downcast, not daring to meet the girl's gaze. Yesterday he had overheard from Li Qingqing that the young lady's favorite dish was braised pork ribs. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, he had risen early that morning, gone to the supermarket beneath the office building, picked the freshest ribs, slow-cooked them, and packed them into the insulated lunchbox. By the time he realized what he was doing, he was already standing there with the lunchbox in hand. His heart was a mix of anticipation and dread, terrified that Zhou Suisui would outright reject him. Zhou Suisui looked at the lunchbox he offered, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm afraid I can't accept. I already have plans for... Her tone was gentle yet firm. You work hard yourself. You should keep it for your own meal. Fu Jie's eyes widened in surprise, then instantly dimmed with disappointment. He knew all too well that this was just the young lady's polite way of turning down his gesture. He clutched the lunchbox, his face flushing with embarrassment, and forced a bitter smile. Sorry to have bothered you. With that he turned and walked away. His steps were rapid, as if trying to escape the awkwardness as quickly as possible. But just as he reached the door, he paused, unwilling to leave without a final attempt. If he walked away now, would he ever have another chance to ask her out? Next time I'll treat you to a meal. Whenever you're free. Without waiting for her reply, he strode off swiftly. Zhou Suisui was the spoiled, radiant young lady, the little princess cradled in her brother's palm. He must have been bewitched. Being rejected was only to be expected. Last night the CEO had sent him a text asking what he thought of the young lady. He had pondered over the meaning of that message, barely sleeping a wink all night. Had he misread the intention? Had he been too hasty? After all, the young lady was only 19. Zhou Suisui's big eyes were full of question marks. What had gotten into Director Fu today? Outside the door, Fu Jie was walking so hurriedly that he nearly collided with someone coming out of the elevator. Nothing important. Fu Jie fidgeted, desperate to leave. Zhou Suisui glanced at the open door behind him, then back at the man, trying to... Nothing important. Fu Jie fidgeted, desperate to leave. Zhou Suisui glanced at the open door behind him, then back at the man, trying to appear composed. A roguish smile curled at the corner of his handsome mouth. Director Fu, I haven't eaten yet. What's in your lunchbox? Mind if I try some? Watching Fu Jie's innocent demeanor, Zhou Sui's lips curved into a meaningful smile. Zhou Suisui was resting her chin. Watching Fu Jie's innocent demeanor, Zhou Sui's lips curved into a meaningful smile. Zhou Suisui was resting her chin on one hand, puzzled by Fu Jie's unusual behavior when she saw her brother walk in carrying a lunchbox. Little sister, you must be hungry. I've already ordered food to be delivered. It'll be here soon. Oh. Zhou Suisui's expression was indifferent, her eyes fixed on the lunchbox in his hand. Her look clearly asked, why are you holding Director Fu's lunchbox? Zhou Suisui scratched the back of his head, feeling guilty under her gaze, and said with a forced laugh, who knew Director Fu had such culinary skills? Good-looking, tall, a 985 university graduate, and he can cook. He's practically the perfect husband material. Zhou Suisui rolled her eyes. Brother, have you changed careers? Tired of being CEO, so you've become a matchmaker? Zhou Suisui choked on her words, then cleared his throat. Good men don't stay on the market forever. Strike while the iron is hot. Zhou Suisui rolled her eyes again. Work is work. Don't mix personal feelings into it. Her expression turned unusually serious. You know better than I do how crucial the position of finance director is. He's in charge of all the company's incoming and outgoing accounts. The best relationship between us is a purely professional partnership. It can't become a personal friendship, or it's bound to end up like Wang Jingfei. Hearing this, Zhou Sui's expression also turned serious, as if he was pondering deeply. He nodded in agreement. Little sister, I think you're absolutely right. Zhou Suisui breathed a sigh of relief, thinking her brother had finally come to his senses and stopped meddling. But the next moment she heard him say cockily, and that's exactly why the position is so important. I have a better solution. Zhou Suisui looked up curiously. What solution? Zhou Suisui replied, we'll just recruit Fu Jie as a live-in son-in-law for the Zhou family. Zhou Suisui had just taken a sip of water and nearly sprayed it out. She grabbed a pair of chopsticks from the table and smacked Zhou Suisui on the head with a loud, "Zhou Suisui, have you lost your mind? Are you selling your own sister just to keep your money safe?" Zhou Suisui rubbed his sore head looking wronged. "Selling you? How could I? I just can't bear to see you get married, so I came up with this idea." His eyelashes fluttered, his expression pitiful. "I've checked his background. He's an orphan with no parents, a good personality, and strong work ethic. He's the perfect candidate for a Livian son-in-law. Besides, if he becomes one of us, we'll never have to worry about him cooking the books." Zhou Suisui glared at him angrily, then reached out with her chopsticks and clamped them shut on his mouth. "Shut up, MMPH." Zhou Suisui pursed his lips like a duck's beak, eyes protesting indignantly. "Don't you dare bring up this Livian son-in-law thing again." Zhou Suisui puffed out her cheeks and said huffily, "I'm still young. I don't want to fall in love." Hearing that, Zhou Sui's eyes lit up immediately. He pulled the chopsticks away from his mouth, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. Yes. No romance, you're still young." So his sister really wasn't dating Jiang Zongyan. She hadn't been lying to him. The anxious, unsettled feeling of the past few days finally eased. In truth, he could never truly bear to let his sister marry someone. If she got married, wouldn't the Zhou family register only have his name Zhou Suisui left alone? His wish for her to take a Livian son-in-law was also rooted in that selfish desire. After finishing lunch with her brother, Zhou Suisui tidied up and planned to drive to the Jiang residence to pick up Mrs. Jiang for a medical checkup. As she stepped out of the Zhou building, a car parked outside honked at her. Zhou Suisui followed the sound and saw a brand-new dazzling sports car parked steadily in front of her. "Suisui, get in." "Tian, is this your new car?" Zhou Suisui gazed at the multi-million-dollar sports car, its body repainted an ugly yellow-brown color, leaving her at a loss for words. It was a four-seat supercar. Mrs. Jiang sat in the back, her face full of concern. "Suisui, I hope I haven't disrupted your schedule." Zhou Suisui worked at her family's company, and Tian had also started an internship there. Seeing the children grown up and sensible, Mrs. Jiang suddenly felt a pang of mixed emotions. She both longed for them to grow up and wished they could stay young. Growing up meant shouldering responsibilities. "Not at all. I had already arranged everything for today to accompany you to the hospital." Zhou Suisui opened the passenger door, got in, and ran her fingers over the brand-new leather interior. "Tian, when did you buy this car? Isn't it cool?" Jiang Ruitian said smugly. "I had my brother order it for me." Zhou Suisui found it strange. "Weren't you always complaining that your brother was stingy and never treated you well? Isn't it cool?" Jiang Ruitian said smugly. "I had my brother order it for me." Zhou Suisui found it strange. "Zhou Suisui, a dress for a sports car?" Jiang Ruitian winked at her, a sly grin on her face. "Suisui, is there anything else you like? They'll have my brother buy it for me, and then I'll squeeze some more out of him. Does your brother know how good you are at extorting him, little darling? Will Brother Yin buy whatever I like?" Zhou Suisui pouted, mocking her. "You'll be disappointed. Don't be so sure. My brother is hard on the outside but soft inside. He's going to marry you." "Marry me?" Zhou Suisui's eyes widened in terror, as if she had heard something dreadful, her face turning pale. "Tian, don't say such frightening things. Why aren't you excited?" Jiang Ruitian was puzzled. Suisui's reaction was much calmer than she had expected. "Tian, don't say such frightening things. Why aren't you excited?" Jiang Ruitian was puzzled. Suisui's reaction was much calmer than she had expected. She had thought this news would make her happy. "It's not what you think," Zhou Suisui sighed. Meeting Mrs. Jiang's questioning gaze from the back seat, she swallowed her words and whispered in Jiang Ruitian's ear. In the back seat, Mrs. Jiang furrowed her brows almost imperceptibly. Brat, no wonder he had asked them to help him win over Suisui. He hadn't even succeeded himself. At the hospital, the doctor held the report, his tone grave. "Mrs. Jiang, there is indeed a small cyst on your lung. I recommend surgery as soon as possible to remove it, as there is a risk of cancer." "Cancer?" Jiang Ruitian was so frightened she was on the verge of tears. Although Zhou Suisui had been mentally prepared, hearing those words still drained the color from her face. "Doctor, after the cyst is removed, will it not develop into cancer?" The doctor said, "Thankfully, it's fortunate that you brought Mrs. Jiang in for a checkup in time. The cyst has just formed. As long as it's removed promptly and proper postoperative care is given, the risk of cancer is extremely low." "Extremely low." Zhou Suisui's face stiffened, recalling Mrs. Jiang's gaunt, haggard face in her previous life. She pressed anxiously, "Can't you guarantee it 100%? The doctor assured her, "Don't worry. As long as Mrs. Jiang has a checkup every 6 months, the risk can be fully controlled." Zhou Suisui finally breathed a sigh of relief, forcing a pale smile. "Thank you, doctor. You're welcome. It's our duty." The doctor recommended immediate surgery to remove the small cyst. Jiang Ruitian had already sent messages to Jiang Xingming and Jiang Zongyan explaining the situation. In less than 20 minutes, Jiang Zongyan arrived, and he wore only a light gray silk shirt, his tie loosely hanging around his neck, a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. It was clear he had rushed over. "Brother." Jiang Zongyan, pampered since childhood, was not used to trouble. The news that her mother needed surgery had left her completely panicked. To keep her mother from worrying, she had been holding it together. Now seeing her brother, her eyes reddened. What should we do? Don't worry, him here. Jiang Zongyan's usually aloof and noble face softened with warmth as he raised a hand to pat his sister's head. The next moment he felt a gaze upon him. Jiang Zongyan turned to look beside him. Zhou Suisui stared at him with her big watery eyes, a cute, dazed expression on her face. Her usually rosy cheeks were now tinged with a hint of pallor, as if she had been frightened. Jiang Zongyan was taken aback. This girl was usually bold as brass. Could she actually be scared? Acting before thinking, he raised his other hand, gently patting her fluffy head. Don't be afraid. Zhou Suisui had been lost in thought, recalling her past life, when suddenly a warm palm landed on her head. Her unfocused gaze snapped into focus, and she instinctively dodged to the side to avoid his hand. The look in her eyes, as if he were a monster, made the man's hand freeze, and his face darkened instantly. Only then did Zhou Suisui realize that Jiang Zongyan had been trying to comfort her, and she had recoiled from his touch, as if from a viper. Realizing her, she waved her hand at him, putting on a flattering smile. Brother Yin, you're here. Jiang Zongyan withdrew his hand, casting her a cool glance. He twitched the corner of his mouth, but didn't respond. No sign of surprise. She was always good at pretending. Zhou Suisui pursed her lips. What now, my dear young master? Just then a commotion broke out at the elevator entrance. Where's my wife? Where is my wife? Mr. Jiang, please calm down. Mrs. Jiang only has a minor issue. It's nothing serious. Behind Jiang Xingming followed a group of elderly doctors in white coats wearing thick glasses, clearly hospital veterans, director level. She's my wife, not yours. Of course you can stay calm. If you can't cure my wife and anything happens to her, it'll tear this hospital apart. His face was full of arrogance, yet his eyes were rimmed with red, looking utterly aggrieved. Yes, Mr. Jiang, the doctor said, carefully following behind him, constantly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Each and every one of them were like lords. But the Jiang family invested tens of millions in the hospital every year and was its largest donor. They couldn't afford to offend this major benefactor. In Tang City, everyone knew that Jiang Xingming had been a reckless scoundrel in his youth, and only Du Riyao, the eldest daughter of the Du family, could keep him in check. When the two were married, the media gleefully speculated, when will this couple fall apart? When will the gentle Miss Du be kicked out of the Jiang family? But contrary to all expectations, Jiang Xingming changed after marriage. Not only did he expand the Jiang group into a powerhouse, firmly securing Tang City's top position, but he also cherished his wife deeply. After so many years of marriage, he was devoted to only one person, with not even a hint of scandal. Wu, my darling, wait, your husband is coming. Jiang Xingming walked toward the ward, wailing loudly. This was a public hospital, and the corridors were filled with people. Hearing the commotion, they all poked their heads out to watch. Who's that grown man crying like that? It's just his wife being sick. Why cry so much? He's quite handsome, but there's something wrong with his head. Does he think he's a domineering CEO? Hey, wait. Isn't that Jiang Xingming, chairman of the Jiang Group? Oh no, he really is a domineering CEO. Standing not far away, Jiang Zongyan watched the scene, covering her face with her hand. How embarrassing. Old man, what are you doing? Keep your voice down. She walked over, awkwardly tugging at Jiang Xingming's arm, stomping her foot in disgust. This is a hospital. Kintian, dad is here. I won't let anything happen to your mom. Don't worry. Jiang Xingming hugged his daughter, tightly wiping his tears on her shoulder. Jiang Zongyan rolled her eyes. Who was comforting whom? She couldn't help silently sympathizing with her mother for a second. How could she put up with such a dog of a man for a whole lifetime? Zhou Suisui stared in shock, her eyes wide as she looked at the man crying and sniffling before her. Was this the same Uncle Jiang who ruled Jiang City with an iron fist, commanding the wind and rain? Although she had long known that Uncle Jiang doted on his wife, this was a bit too much, wasn't it? She shifted her gaze and secretly glanced at Jiang Zongyan, stand deep and indifferent, calm as an ancient well. No wonder this man could be a big CEO. His composure was indeed extraordinary. Admirable, admirable. Didn't he feel embarrassed at all? Deep and indifferent, calm as an ancient well. No wonder this man could be a big CEO. His composure was indeed extraordinary. Admirable, admirable. Didn't he feel embarrassed at all? They locked eyes for a second. Zhou Suisui forced a fake smile at him. Uncle Jiang and Annie have such a wonderful relationship, Jiang Zongyan expressionlessly replied, amused to it. From inside the ward came Mrs. Jiang's gritted voice. Jiang Xingming, howl one more time, and see what happens. This is a hospital, have some damn. Woof woof, honey, I'm coming. Jiang Xingming immediately let go of Jiang Zongyan and strode toward the ward. The next second his voice rang out in surprise. Ow ow ow, honey, go easy. Woof woof, honey, I'm coming. Jiang Xingming immediately let go of Jiang Zongyan and strode toward the ward. The next second his voice rang out in surprise. Honey, don't use too much force or your hand will hurt. He was thick-skinned and tough, but his wife's soft, fragrant little hand. How strong could it be? He didn't want to hurt her in the process. You're a patient now, don't get angry. When you're better, your husband is yours to hit as you please. Looking up, he met 3 pairs of stunned eyes at the door. Mrs. Jiang's fair face instantly flushed crimson. She let go and shot Jiang Xingming a fierce glare. What nonsense are you talking in front of the children? Yet her beautiful almond eyes were shimmering with moisture, shy and reproachful. Jiang Xingming looked up and met Zhou Suisui's curious gaze. Without a hint of embarrassment at his shattered lofty image, he gave her a kind smile. Suisui, Zhou Suisui called out, walked awkwardly into the ward, and obediently said, Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang. Jiang Xingming's eyes dimmed slightly, feeling a pang of disappointment. He leaned close to Mrs. Jiang's ear and whispered with jealousy, Why doesn't Suisui call me Dad? Does she not like me, eh? Mrs. Jiang discreetly pinched his lower back. Narrowing her eyes, she threatened in a low, sinister tone, Stop causing trouble. If you scare off the daughter-in-law, you'll pay. Jiang Xingming dared not act up anymore. He immediately sat up straight and returned to being the dignified chairman. Jiang Suisui, we owe you so much this time. You're truly our Jiang family's lucky charm. Zhou Suisui quickly waved her hands, not daring to take credit. No, Uncle Jiang, it was just a small effort. Zhou Suisui stood there awkwardly glancing at the darkening sky outside. Judging by Uncle Jiang's demeanor, it seemed there was no need for so many people to stay here. Uncle Jiang will head back for today. He'll come again tomorrow to accompany Auntie during her surgery. Go on. You've worked hard all day. Rest well at home. He'll take care of things here. Jiang Xingming then turned to look at his son, who was standing like a door panel, and found him utterly displeasing. You take Suisui home. It's not safe for a girl to be out late at night. No need, I can just take a taxi back. Zhou Suisui quickly refused. But Jiang Zongyan didn't give her a chance to decline. Let's go, we'll take you. With that, he turned and walked out the door. Zhou Suisui said goodbye to Mrs. Jiang and Jiang Xingming again before following Jiang Zongyan out. Once they were gone, Jiang Xingming grabbed his wife's hand and said discontentedly, Honey, why does Suisui call you Mom, but not me Dad? She must not like me. Mrs. Jiang said helplessly, It's all your good son's fault. He didn't inherit a bit of your shameless charm. Thinking back to how shamelessly Jiang Xingming had pursued her back then, Mrs. Jiang felt worried. Why wasn't her son anything like his father? Achut. Jiang Zongyan, walking downstairs, sneezed. Brother Yin, you don't need to bother seeing me off. It's very convenient to take a taxi. Zhou Suisui didn't want to be alone with him. Ever since he cornered her in the room yesterday, she was scared of him, now her heart pounding wildly. It was better to stay away from this dangerous man. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zongyan turned his head to glance at her. In April of Tang City, the evening breeze still carried a chill. The man's sharp gaze was like a deep, icy pool, bone-chillingly cold. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zongyan turned his head to glance at her. In April of Tang City, the evening breeze still carried a chill. The man's sharp gaze was like a deep, icy pool. Do you think, if I go back now, I can explain to my mom? Jiang Zongyan spoke slowly, his voice low. Zhou Suisui's mind involuntarily recalled the scene at the Jiang family dinner yesterday. Mrs. Jiang doted on her. If she knew Jiang Zongyan hadn't taken her home, she would surely scold him. She couldn't help but curve her lips slightly. Mrs. Jiang doted on her. If she knew Jiang Zongyan hadn't taken her home, she would surely scold him. She couldn't help but curve her lips slightly. Zhou Suisui instinctively walked around to the back seat. Just as she was about to open the door, a hand with well-defined knuckles suddenly reached out. Zhou Suisui, I'm not your driver. Zhou Suisui glanced at him puzzledly. She silently sat in the front passenger seat, but couldn't help rolling her eyes inwardly. This man was crazy. If she sat in the back, did that make him her driver? Was sitting in front any different? No wonder Ruetian always complained about her brother. So many rules, obsessive-compulsive. It seemed she wasn't wrong. She grumbled to herself, but after waiting for a long time, Jiang Zongyan didn't get in the car. Zhou Suisui turned her head in confusion, searching through the car window for that tall figure. Dusk was heavy, and the streetlights began to glow. He stood under a large tree not far away, reaching into his suit trousers pocket to pull out a lighter. Cherry blossom-colored lips, a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. The high-quality gray shirt, its hem lightly lifted by the evening breeze, paired with handmade black trousers that accentuated his long, straight legs. At 1.9 meters, his proportions were impossibly perfect. The evening wind stirred the hair on his forehead, brushing past the faint little mole at the corner of his eye. His cold white skin in the twilight radiated a kind of broken yet ascetic beauty. The pure gold lighter clicked twice in his hand without igniting, and his stern brows instantly showed a hint of irritation. Jiang Zongyan had a heavy smoking. He had spent most of the day at the hospital, not smoking the entire afternoon. He had started smoking as a teenager, and over the years, whenever under pressure, he couldn't help but crave a cigarette. The moment the smoke entered his lungs, his tense, nerves could finally relax a little. Click, the lighter finally lit. Jiang Zongyan tilted his head slightly to the side about to bring it to the cigarette. Tisk. Suddenly the girl's disapproving voice came from the front. Jiang Zongyan paused in his action of light. He looked up and saw the young girl sitting in the car, chin resting on her hands, staring at the cigarette in his hand with a look of disgust. Ahem. An unnatural expression flickered across Jiang Zongyan's handsome face. Expressionlessly, he put away the cigarette and lighter, then strode toward the car. Women are indeed troublesome, he muttered to himself as he slid into the driver's. The car door closed. The engine started, and the car slowly drove out of the hospital. As he turned a corner, he steered with one hand and glanced at her sideways. When will you treat me to dinner? Off. Zhou Suisui was stunned, her mind not quite processing. What? Jiang Zongyan raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement hidden in his eyes. You blocked me on WeChat, now you want to go back on your word? Reminded by him, Zhou Suisui suddenly recalled that she had indeed said in WeChat that she would apologize and treat him to dinner. Sure, Chinese, Western, or French? Jiang Zongyan looked straight ahead, his tone flat. All of them. Zhou Suisui was speechless. So Jiang Ruishan's knack for extortion ran in the family. As she was complaining inwardly, the man beside her suddenly spoke. What gift do you want? Go pick it out with Jiang Ruitian, he'll pay for it. Hearing this, Zhou Suisui raised an eyebrow, a glint of teasing in her eyes. No wonder Jiang Ruitian was both afraid of him and always hanging around him, giving gifts at the drop of a hat. Truly a big boss. What's the deal? As she muttered. Nothing good comes from sudden kindness. Kindness. Jiang Zongyan turned his head, looking her up and down, his gaze lingering a second longer on a certain bulging area. You're not talking about your... Zhou Suisui quickly wrapped her coat tighter, blushing furiously. I'm going to tell Auntie you're harassing me. Jiang Zongyan's mouth twitched, and he calmly looked. I'm just thanking you for bringing my mom to the hospital today. The checkup was timely. You're overthinking. The worst outcome of delaying this illness is it turning into cancer. Patients usually have little pain or reaction, and by the time it's discovered, it's often too late. Realizing she had misunderstood, Zhou Suisui wished she could crawl into a hole. Auntie is like my own mother to me. I want her to be well purely out of my own heart. I don't want your thanks. Hearing this, Jiang Zongyan raised an eyebrow, a complex emotion flickering quickly in his eyes, too fast to catch. So when she called her mom, that day she meant nothing else. He withdrew his gaze, his fingers gripping the steering, while tightening slightly, the knuckles turning pale. The atmosphere in the car suddenly fell silent. Zhou Suisui stole several glances at him. She could clearly feel the low pressure radiating from the man beside her. He had seemed in a good mood just now. Why had he turned moody again? So unpredictable. Did she owe him money? The rest of the ride was silent. He didn't speak, and Zhou Suisui, huffing, looked out the window, unwilling to initiate conversation. The car's interior was closed off, and the faint scent of cold cedar from the man kept invading her space. Zhou Suisui's body stiffened slightly, suddenly feeling the air grow hot. Just then his phone rang. Jiang Zongyan pressed the answer button, and it automatically connected to the car's Bluetooth. Something. Lin Zhou's respectful voice came through. President, in 3 days there's an AI and Internet industry conference in High City. The organizers would like to invite you as a special guest to give a speech. Before he could finish, he was coldly interrupted. Do I look that free? President, this. Lin Zhou choked. Who had made the president angry again? Jiang Zongyan, you go. Then he. Beside him, Zhou Suisui's brow furrowed slightly. So Jiang Zongyan had indeed been invited. No wonder that booklet had his information. From what he said, it seemed he wouldn't be going that day. Zhou Suisui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good, that way she wouldn't run into him. Just then the car approached the vicinity of the Zhou residence. Zhou Suisui quickly spoke up. Stop here, stop right here. She didn't want her brother to see her coming back with Jiang Zongyan. Otherwise she'd be questioned for ages, and there might even be a fight. Are you sure you want to stop here? Jiang Zongyan asked calmly, looking at the Zhou family villa gate across the street. It would take a few minutes to walk there. I'm in no rush. They'll see you to the door. With such short arms and legs, it would be a struggle for her to walk the distance. Zhou Suisui's hand paused on the door as she turned to look at him. After a long moment, she curled her lips meaningfully and said slowly, It's not that I'm afraid of troubling you. It's more that I'm afraid you'll get beaten up by my brother. Jiang Zongyan froze for a second. Then realization dawned, and his handsome face darkened like coal. He gritted his teeth and said, Last time I was going easy on him. If he really fought, Zhou Suian wouldn't stand a chance against him. All right, you were going easy on him. Our young master Jiang is the best. Zhou Suisui answered smoothly, unbuckled her seatbelt, and pushed the door open to get out. Anyone could tell she was humoring him, soothing him like a child. Behind her, Jiang Zongyan stared at the girl's retreating figure, utterly bewildered. This woman, she was actually treating him like a child. Suddenly Zhou Suisui turned around and gave him a tilted smile. Chinese, Western, French, they'll treat you to everything. Behind her, Jiang Zongyan stared at the girl's retreating figure, utterly bewildered. This woman, She was actually treating him like a child. Suddenly Zhou Suisui, dusk had long faded and the dim yellow streetlight cast a hazy glow through the car window. The girl's thick hair was gently lifted by the evening breeze, forming tiny swirling eddies around her slender waist. Her back was straight, her steps light and lively. Jiang Zongyan suddenly smiled, a little helpless with a hint of tenderness he hadn't even realized. He didn't start the car and drive away immediately. Instead, he lowered the window and let the cold wind rush in. The space still seemed to hold the faint, sweet scent of the girl's body. He looked through the rearview mirror at the figure growing ever smaller, took the cigarette out of his pocket again, and lit it. Smoke curled slowly upward, blurring his cold, sharp features. His dark pupils locked onto the bouncing silhouette in the rearview mirror. His gaze was heavy, carrying a possessiveness he hadn't even noticed himself. "Where did you go today?" As soon as she stepped into the villa, Zhou Suisui sat on the sofa with a cold face, looking like he was about to settle scores with her. Zhou Suisui looked up and met her brother's murderously icy face. "Brother, I went to the hospital today." "The hospital, eh?" Hearing those two words, Zhou Suisui immediately tensed up. "Why did you go to the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? If you're not feeling well, you should tell your brother. Why did you go alone?" Before Zhou Suisui could even speak, Zhou Suisui had already rattled off a long string of words. Just moments ago, he had been furious, wondering where she had gone gallivanting with that Jiang Zongyan again. When she got home, he was going to give her a good scolding. But the moment he heard she had been to the hospital, only concern remained. "Brother, it's not me who's sick. Aunt Jiang is sick. What's wrong with her?" Hearing that Madame Jiang was ill, Zhou Suiyan's brow immediately furrowed. "Is it serious?" Madame Jiang was his mother's closest friend, and after their mother passed away, she had taken care of them like a mother. "What's wrong with her?" Hearing that Madame Jiang was ill, Zhou Suiyan's brow immediately furrowed. "Is it serious?" Madame Jiang was his mother's surgery. That was indeed quite serious. Zhou Suisui had originally been full of questions to interrogate his sister, but now he had no heart for it. "They'll go with you tomorrow to see her at the hospital." Zhou Suisui nodded. "Okay." Seeing her tired face, Zhou Suisui felt a pang of distress. "Go upstairs and rest now. Don't overthink it. Aunt Jiang is a blessed person, she'll be fine. Brother, you rest early too." With that, Zhou Suisui breathed a quiet sigh of relief. That was close. Good thing she had been sharp just now. Otherwise, the Zhou residence would have been a battlefield of fierce confrontation again. Behind her, Zhou Suisui watched her back and felt more and more uneasy. Suddenly, he realized. No, wait. If Aunt Jiang was sick and hospitalized, Jiang Zongyan couldn't possibly be absent. That meant Suisui and that Jiang Zongyan had been alone together in the hospital for an entire afternoon. As this thought struck him, Zhou Suiyan's world collapsed again. He remembered that he had just revoked the order for a biao and a ling to keep watch on her, and now he felt he had been tricked. No wonder his sister had been so soft-spoken and sweet-tongued just now. She was setting him up all along. Second floor, the princess bedroom. Zhou Suisui immediately went to the bathroom to soak in a bath, washing away the smell of disinfectant. She changed into a clean pair of cotton pajamas and only then felt alive again. Zhou Suisui immediately went to the bathroom to soak in a bath, washing away the smell of disinfectant. She changed into a clean pair of cotton pajamas. Later, the people on the other side called her to come and identify the body. Zhou Suisui patted her head, forcibly banishing those terrible memories from her mind. That terrible past life. She would treat it as nothing but a bad dream. After the dream, everything was a future. That terrible past life. She would treat it as nothing but a bad dream. After the dream, everything was a future full of hope. Remembering that she still had some documents to read, Zhou Suisui took the documents out of her bag. Exhausted from the day, she stared at the pages until the black words on white paper gradually blurred into a single hazy point. Zhou Suisui slumped onto her pillow and drifted off into a daze. The next morning, she woke up with a sudden start. As soon as she opened her eyes, a numbing sting shot through her cheek. Hiss! What happened? Had someone hit her in her dreams? Focusing, she saw the open document lying on the pillow. Last night, she had fallen asleep while reading. Her delicate skin had been pressed against the rough pages of the album all night. She rubbed her flushed cheek, about to throw off the covers and get up, when her eyes caught the portrait on the page and the patch of glistening drool on it. My God! She had actually fallen asleep on the page with Jiang Zongyan's picture drooling all over his image. Her cheek burned as if scalded by fire. With a slap, she abruptly closed the album. She had to go to the hospital today. One side of her face was slightly swollen, looking terrible. Being a girl who cared about her appearance, Zhou Suisui meticulously applied a natural-looking makeup. Zhou Suisui had been waiting for her downstairs early. When he saw his sister coming down the stairs, the young girl with lightly powdered brows was elegant and transcendent. A flash of amazement crossed Zhou Suiyan's eyes, and his lips couldn't help but curve upward with pride. His sister was truly beautiful. A little makeup and she looked like a celestial being. Wait. Makeup? Why was she wearing makeup? In an instant the proud curve froze on his lips. She was all dressed up because she was going to see Jiang Zongyan later, wasn't she? Wait. Makeup. Why was she wearing makeup? In an instant the proud curve froze on his lips. What's wrong now? Suisui, we're going to visit a patient at the hospital today. Isn't your outfit a bit inappropriate? Zhou Suisui said calmly. Just to see that brat Jiang Zongyan you need to dress up all fancy. He doesn't deserve it. Just thinking about it made Zhou Suisui feel as if a stone were lodged in his chest, thoroughly uncomfortable. Zhou Suisui was bewildered looking down at her ordinary dress. It neither exposed her arms nor her legs. She had merely applied a light layer of makeup to cover the redness and swelling. In her brother's eyes, how could it be inappropriate? Brother, is there something wrong with how I look? Wrong? Humph. Zhou Suisui sneered. It was precisely because she looked too good. He turned his face away against his will, his tone rigid. Go wash your face. That makeup doesn't suit you at all. Zhou Suisui sneered. It was precisely because she looked too good. He turned his face away against his will, his tone rigid. Go wash your face. That Miss features are naturally delicate. Even without makeup she is already beautiful. With a light touch today, she looks as lovely as a porcelain doll. I said it's not suitable, and that's final. Zhou Suisui, a bit embarrassed and angry, glared at Zhou Suisui through gritted teeth. Go wash it off. I said it's not suitable, and that's final. Zhou Suisui, a bit embarrassed and angry, glared at Zhou Suisui through gritted teeth. Go wash it off. Don't ask so many whys. His sister was so beautiful. Even without makeup she already attracted endless love letters from those boys at school. He couldn't even count how many toads eyeing his sister he had secretly dealt with behind the scenes. If she dressed up even more, who knew how many annoying flies would swarm in. Watching her brother's expression, Zhou Suisui finally understood. Her brother's old patriarchal habit was acting up again. In his eyes, she was a flower, a fairy adored by everyone, and every man in the world would want it. Zhou Suisui sighed helplessly, and her heart pointed pitifully at her face, and spoke in a soft voice. Brother, but my face is swollen. What? Swollen? Zhou Suisui immediately became anxious, gently cupping her chin to examine her face carefully. What? Swollen? Zhou Suisui obediently presented her face for her brother to inspect, explaining softly. I stayed up too late reviewing materials last night and accidentally fell asleep on them. My face was a bit puffy this morning, so I covered it with some powder. So that was the case. Zhou Suiyan's heart immediately softened and his tone gentled. Silly girl, you shouldn't stay up so late reviewing. Zhou Suisui blinked, her big moist eyes looking utterly innocent. Brother, should I wash my face then? No, it'll go down soon. Just leave it. Zhou Suiyan thought for a moment, then added. We'll get some ointment from the hospital later to apply. Emma, my brother is the best. Last night Zhou Suisui had specifically instructed Chui Wu to simmer a pot of homemade chicken soup filling 2 large containers. Now he ordered the servants to take everything. Last night Zhou Suisui had specifically instructed Chui Wu to simmer a pot of homemade chicken soup filling 2 large containers. Now he ordered the servants to take everything to the car. He himself got up to leave, and as he passed Zhou Suisui, he naturally took her small bag from her hand and carried it for her. Let me carry it. Zhou Suisui slowly curled her lips. Her brother was indeed easy to appease. But at the same time she couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Precisely because her brother was too kind-hearted and too easily swayed, one had been able to exploit him. These days there were plenty of clever people, and even more slick ones. Especially in this circle there were many who were calculating. Sincerity and straightforwardness were so precious. Unfortunately some people didn't appreciate her brother's goodness. Lost in thought, the car pulled up smoothly at the hospital. The siblings carried the tonics into the top floor of the inpatient building, which had been temporarily converted into a VIP ward. When they pushed open the ward door, Madame Jiang was leaning against the headboard, pitifully playing the victim to her son. And your mother is getting old and my health is failing day by day. Who knows how much longer I have to live? Mom, don't worry. You eat and sleep well, so you'll definitely live to be 100. Jiang Zongyan sat by the bed silently peeling an apple. When Madame Jiang's words became too absurd, he stopped and glanced up at her. Seeing his indifferent expression, Madame Jiang felt a tightness in her chest. How can I make you understand? If you can't hold on to a wonderful girl like Suisui, you might as well not come home. The boy had been absent-minded ever since he took Suisui home yesterday. Seeing his indifferent expression, Madame Jiang felt a tightness in her chest. How can I make you understand? If you can't hold on to a wonderful girl like Suisui, you might as well not come home. The boy, but now that she had set her mind on it, she became more and more restless. Suisui was grown up. At 18 or 19 a girl's heart begins to open, and she is easily swayed by sweet words from men. But her son was a block of wood. What advantages did he have? Money. Good looks. That was nothing. Nowadays boys outside had endless tricks to charm, but her son was a block of wood. What advantages did he have? Money. Good looks. That was nothing. Nowadays boys outside had endless tricks to charm. Just as Madame Jiang was about to elaborate, footsteps were heard outside. Zhou Suisui and Zhou Suisui entered the ward together. "Auntie, are you feeling better today? Any discomfort? I'm in no rush. They'll see you to the door." With such short arms and legs, it would be a struggle for her to walk the distance. "I'm fine, just a minor issue. Thanks to Suisui for urging me to come to the hospital for a checkup. Oh, we caught it early." Hearing this, Zhou Suisui cast a glance at his sister, the corners of his lips curling into a gentle arc. His sister was truly a lucky charm. Madame Jiang said, "It's just a minor surgery, yet I've made everyone so worried." "Auntie, matters of health are never—" Zhou Sui's expression was earnest as he replied, "You must take good care of yourself and not neglect your health. All of you are so busy with work, yet you've come all the way to the hospital to keep me company. Such a waste of your time." Zhou Suisui said, "Work is never as important as your health." Madame Jiang looked at him, her eyes filled with admiration. "Suisui is truly blessed to have a brother like you. At such a young age, you've already shouldered the responsibility of your family, steady and reliable." The corners of Zhou Sui's mouth could no longer be suppressed. How did the conversation turn to praising him? It was a bit embarrassing. But who doesn't enjoy hearing kind words? Zhou Suisui was no exception. Just as he was about to respond politely, Madame Jiang spoke again. "Speaking of which, you're not getting any younger. You should start considering your marriage. In my opinion, celebrities in the entertainment industry aren't very reliable. Find a girl with a well-known background, get married as soon as possible, and have a child. I'm still in good health now. Oh, I can help you take care of the little one." Zhou Suisui not happy at all. Zhou Suisui, upon hearing this, eagerly nodded along, almost wanting to kiss Madame Jiang. "Well said. It's exactly what I was thinking. Brother, I think Annie is right. You should find someone with a well-known background." Zhou Suisui was a bit embarrassed by the remarks, his ears turning slightly red. He parted his thin lips to say something, but then caught the faint sound of a laugh. Frowning, he turned to look beside him. Jiang Zongyan was sitting there peeling an apple with an air of seriousness. Zhou Suisui clenched his teeth. That sly fellow was definitely laughing at him in his mind. Zhou Suisui steeled himself and replied, "Auntie, rest assured I will seriously consider your words." Madame Jiang nodded in satisfaction. Just then a nurse pushed the door open and informed her that she could enter the operating room. Jiang Zongyan and Zhou Suisui both stood up at the same time, one on each side, to support Madame Jiang. Their movements were synchronized and perfectly in unison. Both paused for a moment, instinctively looking at each other. The moment their eyes met, sparks flew, and neither was willing to back down. If looks could kill, they would have killed each other hundreds of times over. The group accompanied Madame Jiang to the entrance of the operating room, watching as she was wheeled inside. The doors of the operating room slowly closed. The red indicator light came on. Although it was only a minor surgery and the doctor had repeatedly assured there would be no issues, Zhou Suisui still felt a bit uneasy. Outside the operating room, a row of blue chairs was placed for the family to rest. Zhou Suisui sat down on the edge, watching the door of the operating room, waiting. Jiang Zongyan glanced at her and was about to sit on her left side. Before he could sit down, a figure suddenly squeezed in. With a thud, the figure plopped down between them, forcefully separating the two. The swiftness of the action startled Zhou Suisui. "Brother, be careful, don't hurt yourself." Zhou Suisui smiled at Zhou Suisui, his eyes curving. "It's nothing." Then he turned his head and looked at Jiang Zongyan with a smug expression. No way he was letting him sit next to his sister. "Immature." Jiang Zongyan's strikingly beautiful lips uttered the two words. Zhou Suisui wasn't angry. He leaned slightly closer, whispering in his ear, "Someone's face is awfully dark." Jiang Zongyan. Zhou Suisui snorted with satisfaction. Don't think he was blind. This guy said one thing, but meant another, claiming he had no interest in his sister, yet his eyes kept lingering on her. "Suian, what are you and my brother chatting about so happily?" Jiang Ruitian, carrying a water bottle, walked over and saw the two of them leaning together, exchanging words, and felt quite pleased. Who knows who spread the rumor that they didn't get along? Look, they're getting along perfectly. People who whisper secrets together are definitely good friends. Jiang Zongyan cast a cool glance at his own naive sister. Zhou Suisui smiled awkwardly, just chatting casually. She didn't believe it. It must be some secret they didn't want to share. Jiang Ruitian pouted and looked at the seating arrangement. Zhou Suisui was sitting on the far right, and there was no seat next to her. Now only the two empty seats on her brother's left were available. She wanted to sit next to Suisui, so, without a second thought, she grabbed Zhou Suisui's arm. "Suisui, come sit with me over here." With that, she pulled the girl up from her seat and pushed her down into the seat beside her. That seat happened to be right next to Jiang Zongyan. Zhou Sui's face instantly darkened, and the resentment in his eyes seemed ready to materialize. That seat happened to be right next to Jiang Zongyan. Zhou Sui's face instantly darkened, and the resentment in his eyes seemed ready to materialize. As expected, the Jiang family were all in cahoots. Jiang Zongyan's back stiffened instantly. The girl moved in front of him, and a few strands of her flowing hair inadvertently brushed against the tip of his nose. Light as a feather, it swept across his skin. A faint fragrance drifted around his nose, tickling all the way to his heart. Just then a sob came from the front. Sob. Honey, it's okay, your husband is here. Your husband has always been here. Jiang Xingming crouched at the door of the operating room, trying to see through the narrow gap. A nurse carrying equipment walked out of the operating room, almost stepping on him, and nearly dropped the tray in her hands. Whose family member is this? Someone come and take him away. Crouching here is just causing trouble. The nurse probably never expected that the chairman of the Jiang group could be so shameless, and she was a bit annoyed and called out to the waiting area. The group was startled. Jiang Ruetian reacted first, realizing that her father was up to his antics again. I'm worried. Your mom is afraid of needles, and now she's having an incision made in her chest. Saying this, Jiang, I'm worried. Your mom is afraid of needles, and now she's having an incision made in her chest. Saying this, Jiang Xingming, a grown man, felt his nose sting and his eyes reddened. Worrying or not, you can't crouch here. Jiang Ruetian pulled him to a nearby stool and made him sit down, threatening with a stern face. If you do this again when mom gets better, he'll take her abroad for a month and leave you home alone. He then turned to glance at Jiang Zongyan, who stood expressionless, and sighed, forget it. This leather jacket could only save face for him in public, expecting him to. He then turned to glance at Jiang Zongyan, who stood expressionless, and sighed, forget it. This leather jacket could only save face for him in public, expecting him to be considerate might take until he was 6 feet under. Finally his gaze fell on Zhou Suisui. Uncle Jiang, don't worry. Annie will be fine. She still has to grow old with you. You're the one who understands me, Suisui. Jiang Xingming's heart instantly softened. How thoughtful his future daughter-in-law was. If only she would call him dad, that would be even better. He pondered silently. His wife had given Suisui a bracelet last time, and Suisui had started calling her mom. What if he gave her another nice gift? Maybe Suisui would be so happy she'd call him dad directly. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He stopped crying, pulled out his phone, and quietly sent a message to his assistant. The assistant was stunned when he received the message and replied. Chairman Jiang, which family's son is Miss Jiang marrying? This was the dowry the chairman had secretly prepared for his precious daughter. The assistant had worked for Jiang Xingming for over 30 years and knew everything about the Jiang family, but he had never heard that the eldest Miss Jiang was already engaged. Should he prepare a red envelope? Jiang Xingming replied, just go get it. Why so many questions? Assistant, okay. Sweating, the assistant immediately went to the bank's private safe to retrieve the items while also preparing a large red envelope just in case. The corridor fell silent again. Outside the operating room, many family members waited quietly. The atmosphere was tense, and even the air felt suffocating. Just then the operating room doors swung open and a patient was wheeled out covered in a white sheet. Seeing this, the family members fainted from grief and chaos erupted among the others. Zhou Suisui watched the scene, her hands clenched on her knees. Her fingertips were tense, turning white. The sight of life and death parting made everyone's expression somber. In a hospital, especially outside the operating room, such separations of flesh and blood were common. 2 silent streams of tears slid down Zhou Suisui's delicate face. At that moment a warm sensation came. A broad hand grasped hers. The pressure was neither too firm nor too light. The warmth seeped through her skin. Zhou Suisui blinked, turning her head to look beside her. Unexpectedly, she met a pair of deep dark eyes. Jiang Zongyan pressed his lips together, saying nothing, but the strength in his hand was reassuring. Zhou Suisui blushed. Why was he holding her hand? Her brother was right there. She knew she should shake him off, but inexplicably her heart fluttered. Sis'll go get some medicine for you. Just then Zhou Suian suddenly turned to look at her. Zhou Suisui was startled and almost instantly let go of Jiang Zongyan's hand. She pretended to be calm and nodded. Okay. Jiang Zongyan's hand was empty, and he pursed his lips. Zhou Suian's curious gaze swept between the two of them. Why was his sister blushing? These two dared to have secret little moves right in front of him. How infuriating. The surgery was a success. As long as she rested well and received proper care, she could be discharged in 10 days. Jiang Xingming rushed forward, first gripping the rails on both sides of the hospital bed so tightly that the veins on his hands bulged. Wife! Wu, you've suffered. Madame Jiang was still groggy from the anesthesia, her face pale and weak. Jiang Xingming's eyes were red, his heart aching. He wanted to reach out and touch his wife's face, but hesitated. A grown man and still crying. Madame Jiang looked at her husband, trying to force a smile to comfort him. This man. Outside, he could command the wind and rain, omnipotent, feared by everyone, called the living demon king of the business world with ruthless methods. But to her he was clearly a clingy, dependent nuisance. At this moment, she felt even more grateful. Good thing she listened to Sujui's advice and came to the hospital for a full checkup in time. If she had delayed any longer, the illness would have worsened beyond medical cure, leaving this overly dependent old man behind. How could she rest easy? Wife, if you can be healthy, I'm willing to give you 10 years of my life. Don't talk nonsense. I don't want you to shorten your life. Her smile made Jiang Zongyan's nose even more sour. Stop smiling, close your eyes, and get some good sleep. Be good. Madame Jiang reached out to him. Then don't cry. I'm not crying. Jiang Xingming wiped his palm vigorously on his clothes, making sure there was no sweat, then carefully reached out and firmly grasped his wife's hand. Feeling the real warmth in his palm, his heart, which had been hanging high, finally settled. Zhou Suisui watched from the side, her eyes filled with envy. Auntie and uncle had such a wonderful relationship. Suddenly she thought of something, and her eyes darkened. Uncle and auntie's bond was so close, almost inseparable, like glue. In her previous life, after Annie passed away, what happened to uncle? And what about Jiang Ruitian and Jiang Zongyan's fates? With this question in mind, the group pushed Madame Jiang back to the ward. The doctor carefully explained the postoperative precautions. Jiang Xingming listened attentively, not missing a single word, nodding occasionally like a diligent elementary school student. Thank you. Finally, he firmly shook the director's hand. I've decided next year Jiang's will double the investment in the hospital. If you need any experimental equipment, just tell my assistant. The director was flattered beyond words. The hospital wasn't demolished, and they even got an investment. These crazy CEOs, when they were normal, they were also terrifying. It felt like a dream. Of course. I won't disturb Madame Jiang's rest. Call me if anything comes up. The director was almost bowing, his eyes narrowed into a slit as they stayed in the ward until evening. Zhou Suisui stood up to leave. Auntie Suisui, and I will go now. Madame Jiang was reluctant to see Suisui go, but nodded. Take care on the road. The siblings left the ward. Jiang Zongyan frowned slightly, glancing at the door out of the corner of his eye. Zhou Suisui was coquettishly holding Zhou Suiyan's arm, saying something with two shallow dimples on her face. She's far away now. What's the use of staring? Madame Jiang shook her head, exasperated by her oblivious son. If you like her, go after her. If another man takes her, he'll watch you cry. Mom, I know. Jiang Zongyan withdrew his gaze, his tone flat and unreadable. Madame Jiang choked on her words. Her son's cold personality drove even her, his mother, crazy. How could a lover endure it? How could he not change this? Outside the door, Jiang Xingming's assistant Zhang Wei hurried into the hospital, carrying an exquisite box followed by two tall bodyguards. He was sweating all over, looking around nervously, as if afraid someone might not know he was carrying several priceless treasures. Pushing open the ward door, he finally let out a long sigh of relief upon seeing Jiang Xingming. Chairman Jiang, I've brought the items. Who would understand the feeling? All the way carrying a box worth a whole building, he saw everyone as a potential robber. Give it to me. Jiang Xingming took the box with both hands. Dad, what's this? Jiang Ruitian blinked her big eyes and curiously leaned in. Jiang Xingming just sent a message to his assistant instructing him to take his personal seal to the bank, retrieve the set of pink diamonds he had locked in his private safe deposit box, which he intended to give to Tian as her dowry. These pink diamonds were a complete set of 8, but here were only 7. Each one was as large as a pigeon's egg, with the purest fire and brilliance dazzling under. Not only were they beautiful, but they also held immense collectible value. A single one was worth several hundred million. Jiang Xingming had spent great effort acquiring these pigeon's eggs years ago, yet he only managed to obtain 7 of them. The last one remained unaccounted for. Originally, he had planned to collect the entire set and surprise Tian when she got married. But now he couldn't care about that anymore. He had already assigned someone to keep an eye on the remaining one, and no matter the cost, as soon as it surfaced, he would acquire it directly. As for his daughter's dowry, there was no rush. They could slowly accumulate it. The change of address gift for his daughter-in-law was imminent. Inside here, there's a real treasure, Jiang Xingming said mysteriously. Jiang Ruitian eagerly leaned in, her eyes wide with anticipation. Even Jiang Zongyan was drawn by his words, casting a curious glance. Dad, just open it already. What is it? Jiang Xingming opened the box, revealing the 7 pink diamonds secured by silver settings neatly arranged on red velvet. Under the light, they were dazzling. Madame Jiang felt a pang of reluctance. I told you not to spend this money. Ahem, dear, this isn't for you. Then is it for me? Before Jiang Xingming could finish, Jiang Ruitian eagerly reached out to take it, her eyes nearly popping out. This was exactly her type. She had dreamed of owning it. It must be very expensive, right? She swore never to call him old man again. Jiang Xingming slapped her hand away. Shoo, it's not for you either. I'm giving it to Suisui. With that, he grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. This is for my future daughter-in-law, the change of address gift. For Suisui. Jiang Ruitian covered her stung hand and pouted. Her position in the family was precarious, but her sadness lasted only 2 seconds before she consoled herself. As long as Suisui became her sister-in-law, what were a few diamonds? Jiang Zongyan, however, recognized these diamonds. They were the private collection of the South African princess. Due to intense royal power struggles, these diamonds had been circulated and put up for auction. There were 8 in total. It was said that over the years, whenever these diamonds surfaced, they would be snapped up by a mysterious buyer. He never expected that mysterious buyer was his own father. His deep eyes narrowed slightly as he reached out to Jiang Xingming. "Give it to me. This is for my future daughter-in-law." Jiang Xingming refused. "Don't even think about it." Jiang Zongyan said he'll give it to her. At these words, everyone was startled. Madame Jiang was the first to react. "Son, are you serious? You're not lying." Jiang Ruitian was overjoyed. "Brother, you finally come to your senses." Jiang Xingming hesitated, handing the box to him, but not letting go, immediately adding a worried instruction: "Make sure to give it to Suisui, and tell her it's the change-off address gift." Jiang Zongyan's gaze fell on the pink diamonds. He grunted in acknowledgement, then snatched the box from Jiang Xingming's hand. Jiang Xingming's palm felt empty, and he was inexplicably choked up. Indeed, a leather jacket son was nothing but a debt collector. But thinking that this debt collector could bring him a sweet and obedient daughter-in-law, the leather jacket suddenly seemed more agreeable. After Jiang Zongyan got the diamonds, he received a phone call and left the hospital. His slender, well-defined fingers held the box. As he opened the car door, he suddenly couldn't help but smile. That girl had truly become the family's darling. But if she liked them, it was nothing to give them to her. He took out his phone, aimed it at the diamonds in the box, found an angle, and snapped a photo. Then he logged out of his WeChat account and logged into his private one. He found the soft, fluffy white cat avatar and tapped to send the image. At this moment, Zhou Suisui was at the company discussing with Zhou Suisui about attending the conference in Haishur the next day. The conference would open at 9 in the morning the day after, so Zhou Suisui needed to go one day in advance. "Tomorrow I'll have Fu Jie go with you." "Brother." Zhou Suisui was speechless, seeing through his intentions at a glance. "Brother doesn't mean that. He's dependable and familiar with you. Having him there will make things easier. Besides, it's not just the two of you. Zhang Liang, the HR director, will also go with you." Zhou Xian put on a serious face, but his eyes betrayed a hint of guilt. Zhou Suisui knew her brother's little scheme, but there seemed no reason to reject such an arrangement. "Fine, but don't mess around. If you cause any embarrassment, I won't help you. I know, you troublesome little brat. Go home first today, pack your things. The flight is tomorrow morning." Zhou Suian reminded her, "Ask them if you're unsure about anything. If you run into trouble, call me directly." "Got it." Zhou Suisui didn't stay long at the office. She packed up and went home. Once home, she took out her phone and noticed the message Jiang Zongyan had sent her. It was sent over an hour ago. Zhou Sujui's breath caught. Oh my God, she really didn't have the habit of checking WeChat constantly. She lowered her eyes and hesitantly stared at the screen full of dazzling pink diamonds. Was this an online image? Or, as the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, she had never seen diamonds of such extravagant quality. Why would Jiang Zongyan send her a picture of diamonds? Zhou Suisui sat on the sofa, her fingers tapping on her phone. Her slender snow-white fingertip pressed the voice button. She deliberately pinched her voice and spoke in a syrupy, sweet tone. After sending it, she hugged her phone and laughed as she collapsed onto the sofa. She could already imagine Jiang Zongyan's dark expression when he received the message. At that moment, Jiang Zongyan rushed to the company and was holding an impromptu small meeting with senior executives. His phone was screen mirrored on the display. Several messages popped up in succession. Lin Zhou was searching for the documents Jiang Zongyan needed. The messages kept popping up, and before he could move the cursor away, he accidentally clicked to open them. Caught off guard, the girl's soft, sweet voice rang out especially clear in the quiet conference room. "Brother Yin, are you planning to give these diamonds to Suisui? Brother Yin, you haven't fallen for Suisui and want to pursue her, have you?" Instantly, the vast conference room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes simultaneously turned to the man seated at the head of the table, then quickly looked away, lowering their heads to suppress laughter. Assistant Lin's insider gossip said that General Jiang and Miss Zhou were on the verge of a happy event, and it seemed to be true. "President Jiang, I didn't mean to, I'm sorry." Lin Zhou almost cried at his own stupidity. What a cursed hand. Jiang Zongyan sat upright at the head of the table. Compared to everyone else's fuss, his cold, handsome face showed no sign of emotion. After 2 seconds, he pinched the bridge of his nose, picked up his phone, and disconnected the screen mirroring. His slender, well-defined fingers tapped a few times on the screen and sent a reply. "Jiang Zongyan, then do you agree or not?" Jiang Zongyan tapped send. Lin Zhou beside him was already terrified out of his wits, his head buried low to his chest, his heart screaming in agony. It's over, it's over. He was surely finished with this job. The senior executives silently lit a memorial candle for Lin Zhou in their hearts. Yet to everyone's astonishment, there was no trace of anger on Jiang Zongyan's face. Instead, a faint, barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He calmly held his phone and replied to the message. A slight curve on his thin lips suggested he was in a good mood. This. Everyone exchanged glances, the flames of gossip blazing fiercely in their eyes. "The CEO, he is so smitten." At the same time, Zhou family Villa Hall. "Then do you agree or not?" Zhou Suisui received the message and nearly flung her. Was Jiang Zongyan possessed by something unclean? Her previously playful little face flushed crimson in an instant, even the tips of her ears blushing a lovely pale pink. Zhou Suisui had tried to tease him, but ended up being teased instead. Suddenly the phone felt scorching hot in her hand. She tossed it aside, buried her face in a sofa cushion, and her head steamed with heat. Reserved, old-fashioned man. I thought he only knew how to put on that prim and proper ascetic face. Turns out he can joke and flirt too. Chui Wu walked in with a plate of fruit, saw her like this, and asked worriedly, "Miss, what's wrong? Your face is so red." Zhou Suisui hastily lifted her head from the cushion, her eyes darting away. "Nothing. Just a bit hot, probably the air conditioner in the living room is broken." "Miss, you're talking nonsense again. What air conditioner in April?" Chui Wu smiled warmly, her eyes full of understanding. The young miss had fallen in love, though she hadn't realized it herself yet. Zhou Suisui felt very embarrassed under Chui Wu's gentle gaze, as if the secret hidden deep in her heart was about to be exposed. Her snow-white fingers nervously tugged at the cat ears on the cushion, awkwardly changing the subject. "Ahem, Sister Wu, has Su-Wan made any moves lately?" Chui Wu smiled. The young girl was thin-skinned. It was normal for her to react this way during her first relationship. She didn't expose her little thoughts and set down. In the past few days, Su-Wan and her agent have tried to see the young master several times, but they never got through. Wang Jin couldn't bear the pressure and has already paid the fine herself. "I'll keep an eye on her while I'm away on business." Zhou Suisui nodded, pretending to listen attentively. She tried hard to shift her focus away from her phone. Yet inside she was still fuming. What does he mean? He's teasing her on purpose, right? Yes, definitely. Zhou Suisui, don't overthink it. Jiang Group. After the brief interlude, the meeting resumed. Jiang Zongyan's indifferent eyes occasionally glanced at the silent phone. "Mr. Jiang." Lin Zhou's reminder came. Jiang Zongyan's gaze drifted away from the phone screen, as if awakening. He looked up, quickly scanned the app content on the projection screen opposite, and parted his thin lips. AI is no longer a trendy buzzword, but a fundamental revolution, reshaping every industry. The times have changed. Standing still means regressing. Industry reshuffling will only accelerate. The future competition lies in hardcore technology, practical application capabilities, and our strategic vision. The company's target profit margin for this year will be reduced by another 5 percentage points. This portion of funds will be used to cultivate talent, for intellect is the primary productive force in the future. His dark eyes swept over the crowd, an overwhelming pressure instantly surging forward. As senior executives of the company, your thinking and horizons must also be elevated simultaneously. The competitors Jiang Group faces are no longer just domestic. They are the entire international market. Put away your complacent attitudes. As his words fell, the crowd burst into murmurs. Jiang Group, with a market value of over $1 trillion and engaged in high-end technology industries, already enjoyed considerable profits. That 5% of the profit was a colossal sum. Almost everyone could foresee how fierce the battle for talent would be, possibly even sparking a new wave of innovation. Lin Zhou adjusted his glasses, his eyes shining. This young CEO, usually taciturn and inscrutable, only spoke a bit more when it came to work. He admired his insight, vision, and decisive will. He would record every word the CEO had just said verbatim to use as a speech for tomorrow's forum and high. Meeting adjourned. Jiang Zongyan rose calmly, picked up his phone, and strode toward the door. Lin Zhou quickly followed. "Assistant Lin." Outside the corridor, Jiang Zongyan suddenly stopped. "I recall you have a girlfriend, right?" On the WeChat chat interface, the message he had sent an hour ago still lingered. "Then do you agree or not?" It seemed that mischievous little kitten had been startled by him. Lin Zhou was momentarily taken aback. After a while he nodded blankly. "Yes, I do." Jiang Zongyan pretended to ask casually, "When you and your girlfriend got together, who made the first move?" Lin Zhou was stunned again. "Are you asking about you and Miss Zhou?" "Did I say it was about me, eh?" Jiang Zongyan's eyes darkened. "Of course, definitely not you." Jiang Zongyan's face was a bit embarrassed. "Forget it if you want, say." With that, he put away his phone and walked toward his office. He stormed back to his office and flung his phone onto the desk. What did that little one mean? Wasn't she the one who started flirting with him? And now she wasn't even replying. Lin Zhou followed, saw him in such a furious state, and sighed helplessly. Men who have never been in love are such a hassle. A single unreturned message. What was the big deal? Give it time, and he would learn that a girlfriend doesn't just ignore messages. She might also make you kneel on a durian and not let you sleep in bed. This was nothing yet. The CEO's mindset was absolutely unacceptable. Otherwise, she'd be questioned for ages, and there might even be a fight. "Are you sure you want to stop here?" Jiang Zongyan asked calmly, looking at the Zhou family villa. Scared her? Impossible. She's bold enough. Jiang Zongyan finally turned his gaze, his lips moving as if to speak, but he held back. The president was indeed interested in this topic. Lin Zhou was risking his salary to speak up. "President, if you like her, go after her." A virtuous woman fears a persistent suitor. Usually tell her things like I love you, I like you, you are my only treasure. Offer plenty of emotional value. Of course, Lin Zhou still held back some of his own tricks. The phrase he actually loved saying to his girlfriend was, "Baby, I'm your dog for life." No matter how angry his girlfriend was hearing, that would always soothe her. Jiang Zongyan rubbed his temples. Go attend to you. All right. Lin Zhou, thinking the president had taken his advice, left cheerfully. The office fell silent again. Jiang Zongyan frowned slightly and reopened his chat history. Looking at the 7 pink diamonds inside, his furrowed brow relaxed. These diamonds were originally Looking at the 7 pink diamonds inside, his furrowed brow relaxed. These diamonds were originally a complete set of 8. Now missing one, it felt incomplete. Once he secured the last one, would his little money grubber be delighted? With that thought, he called Lin Zhou, who had just reached the door, back, and asked him to track down the whereabouts of the final diamond heart. And indeed, Lin Zhou quickly found the information. 3 days later, the final diamond heart would be auctioned at Tang City's largest auction house. It came without effort. Everything was perfectly aligned. The auction house had kept this news confidential, planning to reveal it only on the final day as the grand. Lin Zhou had contacted connections from his university days and obtained inside information. Hearing this, Jiang Zongyan's tense expression finally relaxed a little. Have someone monitor this. 3 days from now, no matter the cost, secure it directly. Understood, President. Lin Zhou received the order and left the office. What he thought of appeared before him. Was it an omen that his wishes would come true? The next day, at the first light of dawn, Zhou Suisui woke up early, rubbing her dark circles as she struggled out of bed. What he thought of appeared before him. Was it an omen that his wishes would come true? The next day, at the first light of dawn, Zhou Suisui woke up early, rubbing her dark circles as she struggled out of bed. She packed her luggage and dragged her suitcase downstairs. She had to catch a flight to High City. Tang City and High City were over 2,000 kilometers apart. Even leaving now, she wouldn't arrive until the afternoon. As she descended the stairs, she saw her brother waiting in the living room. Seeing her, he quickly took her suitcase. Did you bring everything? Did you leave anything behind? Before she could answer, he added, it's fine if you forgot something. Have Fu Jie buy it for you. Men have plenty of strength. It's not a bad thing to put them to work. Zhou Suisui rolled her eyes inwardly. Bro, he's a PhD from Tsinghua, here to work for the company, not to be your errand slave. Zhou Suian clicked his tongue disapprovingly. Don't be so serious. Maybe he'd be happy to. I'm warning you, if you mess with matchmaking and drive away your key employee, don't come crying to me. When would her brother ever stop this meddling habit? Zhou Suian choked and reluctantly shut his mouth. All right, let's not talk about it. Have breakfast and go. Remember to call when you arrive. Okay, don't worry. Zhou Suisui had a quick breakfast and headed out with her suitcase. Just as she stepped out the door, she saw a black sedan parked at the entrance and paused. Fu Jie. Fu Jie leaned against the car, dressed in a light gray suit, his 185 centimeters frame standing tall and straight like a pine. The morning breeze gently tousled the stray hairs on his forehead. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses rested on his high nose bridge, exuding an air of scholarly. The moment he saw her emerge, his usually expressionless face broke into a warm smile. He strode over on his long legs and stopped before her. His gaze was direct, clearly indicating he was here to pick her up. Zhou Suisui frowned. Just as she was about to speak, her brother's cheerful voice came from behind. His gaze was direct, clearly indicating he was here to pick her up. Zhou Suisui frowned. Just as she was about to speak, her brother's cheerful voice came from behind. Suisui, I was going to drive you to the airport myself, but something urgent came up at the company. Director Fu happened to be heading that way, so I asked him to help out. Heading that way? Zhou Suisui shot her brother a cold look. If she remembered correctly, Director Fu lived in the west of the city, the Zhou family home was in the south, and the airport was in the north. Making him drive all around Tang City early in the morning. That's called on the way. Ahem. Zhou Suian pretended not to see his sister's threatening glare and turned to Fu Jie. Director Fu, I'm entrusting my sister to your care during this trip to High City. If she loses even a single hair, I'll hold you accountable. Fu Jie lowered his gaze to Zhou Suisui's delicate face, his expression always tender. President Zhou, rest assured I will take good care of Miss Zhou. Zhou Suian. Zhou Suisui gritted her teeth and secretly pinched her brother's back. Was this guy out of his mind, or hard of hearing? She had made it clear. She didn't want to date. He went against her wishes and forced the arrangement. How awkward would this trip be with Director Fu? Sigh. Zhou Suan winced in pain. The brat's pinch was fierce. Director Fu observed the siblings exchange, a hint of a smile curling at his lips. Miss Zhou, don't worry. It's not just the two of us going to the airport. Mr. Zhang is also here. With that, the rear window of the car rolled down. Zhang Liang from HR called out warmly, Good morning, Miss Zhou. Good morning. Zhou Suisui sheepishly withdrew her hand, shot one last glare at Zhou Suan, and walked toward the car. Behind her, Zhou Suan called out anxiously, Be careful. Call when you arrive. Got it. Zhou Suisui didn't look back. Fu Jie quickly followed with the suitcase. The morning mist gradually dispersed, and the man and woman walked side by side, their silhouettes elongated by the rising sun. Soft golden light slanted down, painting the road in a gentle hue. It fell upon their shoulders and hair, creating an indescribable harmony. Zhou Suisui folded his arms, stroking his chin with satisfaction. Suddenly struck by an idea, he pulled out his phone and snapped a photo of their backs. He then posted the photo on his Moments, creating a separate group for Jiang Zongyan's WeChat account, and set the post to be visible only to that group. Beneath the photo he wrote a concise caption, "Look what a perfect match." Click posted. Zhou Suisui watched the green bubble on the screen indicating successful sending, and the pent-up frustration in his chest instantly dissipated without a trace. That handsome face exuded a smug arrogance and provocation. See, this is a true young talent. Gentle and refined, a PhD from Tsinghua, standing with his sister, they are a perfect match. His sister has people lining up to court her. Zhou Suisui put away his phone and hummed a tune as he walked back. Meanwhile, inside the presidential suite on the top floor of the Oriental Supreme Hotel, morning light streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, cutting intersecting patterns of light and shadow on the carpet. Jiang Zongyan wore a dark black silk bathrobe, its collar slightly open, revealing a large expanse of firm and seductive collarbones. He held a cup of coffee, his long straight legs crossed, sitting on a single sofa by the window. He was browsing the latest Nasdaq financial reports on his tablet, his brows and eyes cold and stern. His chiseled, deep features appeared even sharper in the morning light, devoid of any superfluous emotion, as if nothing in the world could stir a ripple in his buzz. A message notification popped up on the tablet from his automatically logged-in personal WeChat. Jiang Zongyan glanced at it indifferent. Someone had posted on Moments and tagged him, reminding him to check. He originally intended to ignore it, but as if possessed he exited the financial interface, and the only one who would play a prank on him was Zhou Suisui. He opened the notification and the man's originally casual expression suddenly froze. The only one who would play a prank on him was Zhou Suisui. He opened the notification and the man's originally casual expression suddenly froze. The girl was wearing a smart, light-colored business suit today, her expression still retaining a touch of naive softness. But this scene was extremely jarring in Jiang Zongyan's eyes. A perfect match. Jiang Zongyan murmured the two words, his thin lips slowly curling into an extremely cold, thin arc. The temperature in the air seemed to plummet to freezing point in an instant. The fingers holding the tablet gradually turned white at the knuckles, the force causing a stiff blue tinge to appear at his finger. The inexplicable surging agitation and malice in his chest, like a beast whose territory had been challenged, was frantically battering against his reason. As soon as he closed his eyes, the scene from that night in the private room of the Peninsula Club uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. That little vixen had fallen softly into his arms, her small hands shamelessly pressed against his thigh, her warm, sweet breath sprayed on his ear, coquettishly calling him Brother Yen. What? Previously, she had been acting spoiled, asking him to hold her, claiming her first kiss was given to him, demanding he take responsibility. Find Zhou Suisui using him as a shield, and then discarding him, right? Slap. The tablet was heavily slammed onto the coffee table, producing a dull thud, causing the black liquid in the coffee cup beside it to violently swirl several times. Lin Zhou. Jiang Zongyan coldly uttered two words, his voice low, but carrying a bone-chilling coldness. The door to the outer room of the suite was instantly pushed open, and Lin Zhou walked in, his back straight. President Jiang. Lin Zhou's heart sank. Could there be a major black swan event at the Jiang Group with stocks about to hit the daily limit? Jiang Zongyan's deep black eyes seemed to be frozen ice, so cold that no one dared to look directly. In 5 minutes I want to know Zhou Suisui's current whereabouts, where she is, and what she's doing. Lin Zhou's heart was filled with 1,000 galloping alpacas, a Chinese internet meme for what the hell. Why is the president checking the whereabouts of the eldest Miss Zhou instead of the financial reports early in the morning? Complaints aside, he immediately bowed his head and replied yes. He'll check immediately. In less than 5 minutes. Lin Zhou stood before Jiang Zongyan again. President Jiang, Miss Zhou went to Haishur this morning to attend an industry forum summit. Accompanying her are Zhou Group's financial director Fu Jie and HR director Zhang Liang. They booked a flight to Haishur at 9:00 a.m. Jiang Zongyan narrowed his eyes slightly, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the sofa armrest. Suddenly, he let out a cold laugh. Just attending a meeting, why bring the financial director? Zhou Suisui had even deliberately sent him a photo, the meaning was already clear. Well, Lin Zhou discreetly glanced at the president. No one said the financial director couldn't attend an industry conference, right? Although he didn't understand why the president was angry, he keenly sensed that he disliked the Zhou Group's financial director. Seemed to be named Fu Jie. Lin Zhou thought for a moment and carefully chose his words. Miss Zhou personally led the team this time, aiming to poach several senior engineers at the summit, and she also brought the HR director along. Jiang Zongyan's tapping fingers paused slightly, and the malice between his brows dissipated a little. Lin Zhou habitually pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and continued, President Jiang, regarding this summit in Haishi, the organizers sent you a top-tier invitation a week ago, but you declined. I originally planned to fly over at noon today, show face at the summit on behalf of the group. I had my secretary book the ticket afternoon flight. Cancel it. Jiang Zongyan suddenly interrupted him. Lin Zhou's report came to an abrupt halt, staring at his boss in bewilderment. Cancelled. President Jiang, you mean? We won't attend this time. Although this was a domestic summit not as prestigious as international conferences, it was still an opportunity to exchange with peers. As the leading tech giant in the country, it was necessary for the Jiang group to send someone to show up. Jiang Zongyan's tone was indifferent, but carried an unyielding authority. I'll go to this summit myself. Off. Lin Zhou was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't the president angry the other day, asking him if he was too idle? How come he suddenly decided to go himself? Lin Zhou, having weathered the business world for years, suddenly had a flash of insight. Hi, sure. Summit. Miss Zhou. Holy crap. Lin Zhou gasped inwardly. The president wasn't going to attend any meeting. He was clearly going to chase after his wife. Usually appearing aloof and ascetic, as if having severed all emotions and desires, but as soon as he heard that the eldest Miss Zhou had gone to another city with a male colleague, he immediately chased after her. What is this called? This is called mouth says no, but body says yes. President Jiang is totally in love. Lin Zhou was so excited, as if he could already see the birth of the future little heir of the Jiang group. He forcefully suppressed the crazy grin spreading across his face. Understood. President Jiang, I'll have the secretary change your itinerary, immediately arrange a private jet, absolutely won't delay your pursuit. I mean your attendance at the conference. Wait. Just as he turned, Jiang Zongyan's deep voice came again. President, any other orders? Jiang Zongyan frowned slightly. Go check again which room is Zhou Suisui staying in. Lin Zhou's gossip fire reached its peak. Room number. Oh my. Got it. Nodding vigorously. I'll check immediately. As soon as Lin Zhou returned to his office, he immediately dialed the phone of the person in charge of the Haishi Summit. The chief director, Mr. Wang, was a shrewd man. Upon learning that Jiang Zongyan had changed his mind and would personally attend the conference, he was utterly flattered. Special Assistant Lin, rest assured we will ensure Mr. Jiang's satisfaction. Lin Zhou adjusted his glasses, carefully weighing his words in his mind. The thing is, Miss Zhou of the Zhou Group is also attending this summit. The two families have been close for generations, and Mr. Jiang and Miss Zhou grew up together as childhood sweethearts. They share a deep bond, and Mr. Jiang has always regarded Miss Zhou as his own sister. Lin Zhou spoke without a flicker of embarrassment, deliberately emphasizing the phrase childhood sweethearts. This is Miss Zhou's first time leading a team on a business trip, and Mr. Jiang is concerned for her. If convenient, please arrange Mr. Jiang's room next to Miss. Lin Zhou thought smugly the CEO was too shy to say it himself, so he would say it for him. Mr. Wang was stunned, pondering the implications of those words. Lin Zhou quickly added, no hidden meaning. Please don't overthink it, organizers. Mr. Wang on the other end of the line was a wily old fox, seasoned in the game of fame and fortune. Childhood sweethearts. Rooms next to each other. And then stressing no hidden meaning. Who the hell would believe that? Got it, I get it. Mr. Wang thumped his chest in assurance. Childhood sweethearts, right? Brother looking after sister. I'll arrange everything perfectly for Mr. Jiang, guarantee his satisfaction. Then it's settled. Thank you for your hard work. My pleasure. After hanging up, Mr. Wang chuckled and summoned the manager in charge of hotel logistics, eagerly leaning in to whisper a few instructions. Get on it right away. Make the room romantic. Mr. Wang grinned from ear to ear. This time we finally latched onto the Jiang group's coattails. And so through Lin Zhou's clever delivery and Mr. Wang's excessive interpretation, the misunderstanding was seamlessly brought about. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Suisui's flight landed on time at Haishi International Airport. As soon as the trio collected their luggage, the organizer's private car was already waiting outside the VIP exit. Miss, look at this Haishi weather. It's definitely more humid than Tangxing. Zhang Liang fanned herself with her hand, smiling as she made small talk with Zhou Suisui. Zhou Suisui, wearing sunglasses, took off her coat as soon as she got off the plane and nodded. I heard there are a lot of mosquitoes here. Check if the hotel has mosquito. Don't worry, miss, I've already prepared mosquito repellent. Fu Jie replied gently, and sunscreen too. President Zhou said you only drink this brand of purified water, so I brought some as well. At those words, Zhang Liang's eyes suddenly lit up, her gossipy gaze scanning their faces like a radar. Oh, there's something going on. No wonder President Zhou specially arranged for Director Fu to accompany them. She had been wondering before. Hiring a few engineers was enough for her and the young miss, so why bring the finance director along? Zhou Suisui's expression stiffened, and she gave Director Fu a polite, distant smile. Thank you, Director Fu, but I'm not that delicate. Fu Jie helplessly curled his lips. Miss, please don't overthink it. I've also prepared items that Director Zhang needs. Me? Zhang Liang pointed at herself in disbelief. Fu Jie nodded gentlemanly. I heard Director Zhang is allergic to UV rays, so I prepared a sun protective jacket and a sun mask. Zhang Liang was utterly flattered. Even her husband wasn't this considerate. For a moment her feelings were complicated. Indeed, finding a husband requires someone attentive and thoughtful. This was truly a princess's treatment. Was it too late to switch husbands now? Upon hearing this, Zhou Suisui breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps she was overthinking. Director Fu was simply a meticulous and kind person. Embarrassed by her own overinterpretation, Zhou Suisui said to him apologetically, I didn't mean anything by it just now. Please don't take it to heart. It's nothing, miss. Fu Jie maintained his gentle and elegant demeanor from start to finish, as comforting as a spring breeze. Zhang Liang observed it all. She seemed to have discovered something monumental. Director Fu was in love with the young miss. She suddenly recalled a short skit she'd seen online. To embrace the person he secretly loved, he hugged everyone present. The tender and devoted Director Fu. Ah, so adorable. She would be the first to root for them. The Intercontinental Grand Hotel, a sky pavilion by the sea, was renowned for its unique 9-petal lotus shape. The summit was to be held in the hotel's conference hall. After completing the check-in procedures at the front desk, Fu Jie took the 3-room cards and thanked the receptionist. You're welcome. Please follow me. Mr. Wang had briefed the front desk earlier, so she personally led them to their rooms. Fu Jie assumed their 3 rooms would be adjacent since they were from the same company. Even Zhou Suisui and Zhang Liang thought so. However, after settling Fu Jie and Zhang Liang, the receptionist said respectfully to Zhou Suisui, Miss Zhou, your room is upstairs. Please follow me. My room is upstairs. Yes. The receptionist said no more, merely gesturing for her to follow. Fu Jie looked at her with concern. We're from the same company. Can we switch rooms? It would be better if we stick together. The receptionist maintained a professional smile. The Zhou group is a distinguished guest of the organizers. The organizers specifically instructed that Miss Zhou must be made to feel at home. Well, Fu Jie frowned, still uneasy. Zhou Suisui quickly interjected, it's fine, let's follow the organizers' arrangement. This was her first time attending such a conference, and she didn't want to come across as troublesome or difficult. Miss Zhou, please follow me. Zhou Suisui pulled her suitcase and followed the receptionist. Behind her, Fu Jie stood by the door staring at her receding figure for a long time until he heard a teasing chuckle behind him. Worried about what? She's the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. Who would dare bully her? Zhang Liang's face carried a teasing expression. Director Fu Yu and the young miss. He worried about what? She's the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. Who would dare bully her? Zhang Liang's face carried a teasing expression. Director Fu Yu and the young miss. No, don't say that or you'll make the young lady uncomfortable. Fu Jie's expression betrayed a hint of fluster at having his thoughts exposed. I'll go pack my things. President Zhang, you've had a long journey. Please rest well. With that, he turned and quickly retreated into his room. Zhang Liang watched the closed door, shaking his head with a meaningful smile. In this day and age, there were still such innocent young men. But Zhou Suisui was the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, the precious younger sister, cherished by President Zhou. It was said that Director Fu was an orphan taken in by a family that seemed to treat him poorly. A student from a humble background, he had worked hard and earned his place at Tsinghua University. The gap in their social status was simply too vast. Top floor, room 8806. Zhou Suisui let out a long sigh of relief. She kicked off her high heels and collapsed heavily into the soft, spacious leather sofa. I'm exhausted. She massaged her aching neck. Though she had complained about not wanting to go through the hardship of traveling with the school for the sake of the Zhou Corporation and her brother, she had mustered every ounce of her focus. Even on the plane, she had been flipping through the resumes of the attending engineers, draining a vast number of brain cells. This matter was simple in one sense, yet complex in another. Every company wanted to retain talent, so they had to maximize benefits and emotional value. Salaries were mostly kept confidential, and poaching talent was no easy task. Closing her eyes to rest for a moment, Zhou Suisui recalled her brother's instructions before she left. After a moment's thought, she picked up her phone and dialed Zhou Suian via video call. Zhou Suian was in a meeting. Something troublesome had cropped up at the branch office, and the atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Zhou Suian sat at the head of the table, his brows dark and heavy, his expression foreboding. I've warned you multiple times before. When dealing with unfamiliar territory, you must exercise caution. But what have you done? You went straight into production without even conducting market research. What gave you the courage? Ignorance or stupidity? Wen Jing swept his gaze over the bowed heads below and couldn't help shaking his head. The president usually seemed easygoing, but when it came to his bottom line, he showed no mercy. This incident, someone would have to take the fall and the consequences. Just as the tension was at its peak, and the air felt scorching. A melodious ringtone sounded. Everyone exchanged startled glances, then quickly checked their own. Damn it. The president was already furious. Whoever's phone rang now could pack up and leave the Zhou Corporation. Assistant Wen glanced at Zhou Suan and quietly leaned in to remind him, President, it's your phone. Zhou Suiyan's brows twitched. He snapped back to reality. It was indeed the special ringtone he had set for his sister. The moment he saw the little cat avatar bouncing, he immediately answered the call. On the WeChat video, Zhou Suisui's sweet and delicate face appeared, looking soft and huggable. Brother. Her gentle, crisp voice came through the speaker. Zhou Suiyan's expression shifted like a changed face. The gloom dispersed, and a warm, spring-like smile curved on his lips. Suisui, have you arrived? Are you tired? I'm here, brother. Look. Zhou Suisui stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, pointing at the azure sky and sea beyond. The waters merged with the horizon, and white seagulls soared swiftly across the sky, wings spread wide. In her heart, Zhou Suisui planned to bring her brother here next time. This sea was completely different from the one at Taming. It was a brilliant blue, as clear and beautiful as glass. She wanted her brother to see this breathtaking view too. He would surely love the blue ocean here. She raised her phone camera and slowly panned around, then pointed a slender white finger at the sea. Brother, look over there, sailing boats and jet skis. If you like it, go down and play. Take this chance to relax. Work comes second, leave it to Director Zhang. Zhou Suiyan's eyes were full of tenderness and affection. It seemed his decision was right. His sister was genuinely happy. But the next second his gaze swept past her and his expression froze. What's that? Flowers. Aromatherapy. Balloons. This scene looked suspiciously like a romantic date setup. Zhou Suisui turned around in confusion and saw that the bed was adorned with a huge heart made of bright red rose petals. The ceiling was covered with various heart-shaped and red helium balloons. The atmosphere was oddly romantic. Thinking of what the receptionist had said earlier, that this was a special treat for her, she remarked, it's probably a surprise prepared for me. The organizers sure know how to please. Thinking of what the receptionist had said earlier, that this was a special treat for her, she remarked, it's probably a surprise prepared for me. The organizers sure know how to please. Zhou Suisui wrinkled her nose in distaste as she smelled herself, a sour odor of sweat. Go ahead, get some good. Zhou Suisui wrinkled her nose in distaste as she smelled herself, a sour odor of sweat. Go ahead, get some good rest. Reluctantly she hung up. Zhou Suisui turned toward the bathroom, but as she passed the bed, she couldn't help stopping to admire the blanket of roses. Jiang Zongyan loved such romantic things. A glint flickered in her eyes. She picked up her phone again, found a flattering angle, and sent a picture to Jiang Zongyan, also asking about Mrs. Jiang's health. She was recovering well. Hearing this news, Zhou Suisui finally felt at ease. It seemed that in this life no one would repeat the fates of the previous one. How wonderful. The sky was a brilliant blue, just as bright as her mood at that moment. They chatted a little longer, then Zhou Suisui put down her phone, undressed, and headed to the bathroom. Jiang Zongyan, accompanied by assistant Lin, had arrived around the same time via private jet. The two walked down the corridor outside where thick carpet muffled their footsteps. Lin Zhou said, President, your room is 8808. Then leaning in mysteriously he added, Miss Zhou's room is next door, 8806. Got it. Jiang Zongyan didn't think much of it. He took the room card from Lin Zhou, swiped it, opened the door, and walked in. Your room and Miss Zhou's room are. Before Lin Zhou could finish his sentence, the door in front of him had already closed. In April, the temperature in High City soared to 30 degrees Celsius. While Tangsheng was in the midst of spring blossoms, High City had already stepped into the fervent summer. Jiang Zongyan stepped into the room. After a few paces, his footsteps suddenly halted. His clear, cold gaze swept across the large bed beside him. On the tea table sat a pair of silver candlesticks holding unlit cream-colored candles with slender bodies alongside an unopened bottle of red wine. On the wide 2-meter bed, petals formed a heart shape. Jiang Zongyan froze for a moment, his brows furrowing in disgust. Had the organizers lost their minds? He was a grown man. What was the meaning of this? Pressing his lips downward, he found it both irritating and absurd. He ignored it and walked straight to the bar, pouring himself a glass of water. Suddenly the sound of rushing water came from behind him. Jiang Zongyan set down the glass, the temperature in his eyes plummeting. He slowly lifted his gaze, scanning the direction of the sound with a piercing glare. Someone was trying to sneak a woman into his room. He had seen such despicable tricks before. Another reckless soul seeking death. A shadow of gloom settled over Jiang Zongyan's eyes. Suppressing his fury, he silently took 2 steps forward, about to open the door and call for someone. Then a soft laugh drifted from the bathroom. It carried a tender, childish sweetness, innocent and endearing. Though faint, he heard it with unmistakable clarity. Moments later, a song floated out. La 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 la. Behind the door, the melody was wildly off-key. Each phrase twisted, in turn not a single note landing correctly. How could she be in his room, cheerfully bathing in the bathroom? He stood still, his expression shifting several times. The coldness and hostility in his eyes dissipated. How could she be in his room, cheerfully bathing in the bathroom? He stood still, his expression shifting several times. The coldness and hostility in his eyes dissipated silently. He looked up at the half-open sliding door before him. Only then did he notice that the room's layout was different from a standard suite. Adjacent to the bathroom was another room, separated only by a sliding wooden lattice door. Its pattern blended with the wall color, invisible unless one looked closely. The door wasn't fully closed, leaving a finger-width gap. Warm yellow light leaked through, falling onto the carpet at his feet. This was actually a connected room. Jiang Zongyan was astonished, his fingers clenching into a fist in exasperation. So this was what Lin Zhou meant by everything is arranged. That's how he handles things. Putting his room together with Zhou Suisui's. Was he a scoundrel? If word got out, how could Suisui face the world? The singing in the bathroom continued, intermittent, as if the singer was splashing water over herself. At that moment, Zhou Suisui leaned back against the edge of the bathtub, submerged in warm water, her eyes closing in contentment. She hummed random lyrics, her toes idly rippling the water beneath the surface. Just as she finished a high note, she suddenly felt something amiss. Someone was outside the door. The sensation of being watched was so intense that it sent a chill down her spine, even through the barrier. Who's there? Her cheerful humming stopped abruptly, replaced by wariness. Only silence answered her. Who's outside? Zhou Suisui called out again, her voice rising sharply, a tremor evident. She scrambled to sink deeper into the water, leaving only her head above the surface, clutching the edge of the bathtub, her face turning pale. She had been careless, assuming the room was empty. She hadn't brought her clothes or her phone. What if it was a criminal? What could she do? Hot water lapped over her shoulders, over her collarbone. Her heart pounded wildly, threatening to leap out of her throat. She held her breath, forcing herself to calm. Her panicked eyes darted around the bathroom, searching for something to use as a weapon. Yet at the tip of her nose lingered a faint, hauntingly familiar, yet dangerously lethal scent of cold cedar. Zhou Suisui froze. That scent. Jiang Zongyan stiffened, a pang of shame at being caught spying. He turned about to leave. Suddenly a hesitant call came from behind. Jiang Zongyan. Zhou Suisui blurted out, then felt foolish for doing so. Why would he be here? And in her room? Yesterday she had clearly heard him on the phone with Assistant Lin saying he wouldn't attend tomorrow's summit. It's me. The man's low, hoarse voice came carrying a cautious reassurance. Don't be afraid. Jiang Zongyan stared at the half-open sliding door. After a few seconds of hesitation, he pushed it open gently. Sigh. If Zhou Suisui found out about this, he would probably risk his life to fight him. Peeping at a woman bathing was not the act of a gentleman. He knew he shouldn't be standing here, but he couldn't bear to leave just like that in case someone else came. Engage. Zhou Suisui's internal alarm bell instantly sounded. Though she didn't understand why he was there, knowing it was him outside the door inexplicably relieved her. She felt that with him nothing needed to be feared. Why are you in my room? I didn't mean to. There might be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? It seemed impossible to explain. Zhou Suisui, hearing no response, said helplessly, Engage, if Annie finds out you were peeping at me bathing, would she break your legs? Jiang Zongyan's face darkened. I didn't mean to, and besides, where did I peek at you bathing? In her heart, was he truly so despicable and lacking in character? Jiang Zongyan stood outside the frosted glass door, his handsome face darkening. Oh, so this was what it looked like when shame turned to anger. She suddenly recalled what Jiang Ruetian had told her, that her brother preferred men over women. And then she thought back to the previous times when she had deliberately teased him in his embrace, touching and rubbing against him, yet he remained expressionless, as still as an old monk in deep meditation. A mischievous smile curled at the corner of Zhou Suisui's lips. Engage, didn't you call Assistant Lin yesterday and say you were too busy to come? So why are you here? Jiang Zongyan raised an eyebrow slightly. He said nothing, waiting for her to continue. True to form, Zhou Suisui let out a sharp hiss. Engage, don't tell me you followed me here. Outside the door, Jiang Zongyan's cheeks flushed. Were his intentions that obvious? The little minx actually knew. Zhou Suisui, oblivious to his thoughts, was brimming with mischief again. It's okay, Engage, no need to be shy. It's perfectly normal to like someone, and besides, your little miss here is so beautiful. My admirers stretch from the company gate all the way down South Street. One more wouldn't make a difference. The veins on Jiang Zongyan's temple throbbed violently. Listening to her ramble on, he was so furious his teeth itched. What did she mean by one more wouldn't make a difference? Those words were infuriating. He let out a cold laugh. So many people like you. Then Director Fu must be among them. Director Fu. Zhou Suisui paused. Why bring him up? How isn't this some kind of lover's getaway? Jiang Zongyan's tone was sour. Your brother is deliberately trying to set you two up, isn't he? That's not true. Zhou Suisui naturally refused to admit it. Still, they say your nemesis knows you best. She hadn't expected her brother's little scheme to be known to Jiang Zongyan. It seemed these two paid quite a lot of attention to each other. My relationship with Director Fu is purely professional. Professional? A mocking curl of Jiang Zongyan's lips. In his mind flashed the moments post-Zhou Suisui had so deliberately sent him. Beneath the warm sunlight, Fu Jia walked beside her carrying a suitcase, his eyes gazing at her profile with infatuation. Their shoulders brushed so closely the intimacy was glaringly obvious. What close? Before she could figure out what he meant, a sudden knock echoed. Fu Jia's gentle voice came from outside the door. Miss, are you in there? I've come to bring you. What close? Before she could figure out what he meant, a sudden knock echoed. Fu Jia's gentle voice came from outside the door. Miss, are you in there? I've come to bring you something. May I come in? Both of them froze. Jiang Zongyan's face visibly darkened, his Adam's apple bobbing as he let out a soft, derisive laugh. Nice going, Zhou Suisui. Still saying it's just a professional relationship. He could come knocking while she was showering, and she claimed there was nothing. Even if Zhou Suisui was slow on the uptake, she could now hear the sarcasm dripping from his voice. Huh, why was he angry? How bizarre. Jiang Zongyan spoke flatly. Since Director Fu cares so much about you, I might as well do a good deed and open the door for him. Let him in. No. Zhou Suisui shouted in panic. If you dare open that door, I'll call Auntie right now and tell her you're bullying me. Jiang Zongyan spoke flatly. Since Director Fu cares so much about you, I might as well do a good deed and open the door. A look of panic crossed Zhou Suisui's face. She was terrified Jiang Zongyan would lose his mind and actually open the door for him. That would be a mess she could never wash clean. Since her brother wasn't around, she had no reason to cling to Jiang Zongyan. She quickly raised her voice and called out, Director Fu, please leave the things by the door. He'll come down to find you later. Silence fell outside the door. Was he gone? Jiang Zongyan still had a smile on his lips, but the pressure around him was frighteningly low. Zhou Suisui, what do you think? If Fu Jia found out the two of us were alone in a room together, would he tell your brother? Zhou Suisui was stunned for a moment. She pictured the scene in her mind. The image was too beautiful to contemplate. Her brother would kill her. A good beating with willow switches was unavoidable. She gritted her teeth. What had she done to offend him this time? President Jiang, CEO. Jiang, what good would it do you if my brother beat me up? Jiang Zongyan snorted. It would be satisfying. Zhou Suisui let out a sharp hiss, her cheeks puffing with anger. That was absurd. Would watching her get beaten really be that amusing? Wait, had she even offended him? Forget it, whatever. She had been soaking too long, and her head was spinning. Yang, do me a favor. Get my clothes from my suitcase. Hearing this, Jiang Zongyan's temples throbbed. Zhou Suisui, I am a man. I know, she muttered. I know you're a man, but don't you like men? You don't like— Tisk, what a waste of a face, so handsome it could anger gods and spirits. Was he a top or a bottom? Thinking of the firm muscles she had felt under her palm, he was probably a top. She was burning with curiosity, but the words caught in her throat, and she swallowed them back. Forget it, this guy was petty and narrow-minded. If she really pissed him off, she'd be the one to suffer. Suddenly, there was no sound from outside the door. Zhou Suisui pricked up her ears. After a while, she tentatively called out, Jiang Zongyan. Are you gone? Still no response. Zhou Suisui sighed, resigned herself, and climbed out of the bathtub. She opened the cabinet beside her and took out the hotel's bath towel and robe. She sniffed them to confirm there was no strange smell before reluctantly putting them on. Even though they were brand new, she still felt uncomfortable all over. She adjusted the collar of her robe and stepped out of the bathroom. The moment she took a step, a warm, strong hand grabbed her wrist. Before she could react, a tremendous force yanked her forward and her back slammed hard against the cold, frosted glass. MMPH. Zhou Suisui gasped, lifting her head to meet Jiang Zongyan's eyes, deep and unfathomable as a cold abyss. With one hand gripping her wrist and the other supporting the back of her head, he trapped her securely in his embrace, an overwhelming pressure descending upon her. The first thing that invaded his nostrils was the scent of the girl's peach-scented body wash mingled with a faint, delicate fragrance of her own brushing against his nose. Jiang Zongyan's body instantly tensed, his breath catching sharply. He lowered his head, his gaze involuntarily sweeping across the open collar of her bathrobe, revealing her fair collarbone adorned with glistening water droplets that slid along its graceful curve, disappearing into the depths of the robe. His eyes lingered on her collarbone for 2 seconds, his Adam's apple bobbing violently before he raised his head to meet her watery, startled, deer-like eyes. Zhou Suisui felt her scalp tingle under his stare. His gaze was terrifying, like a beast eyeing its prey, brimming with intense possessiveness and aggression, as if he were about to devour her whole. Brother, help. I like men. Jiang Zongyan slowly leaned down, his eyes fixed on her face, dark and heavy like the sea before a storm. His voice was low and husky, laced with a dangerous edge that made one's legs go weak. Don't like women. Zhou Suisui opened one eye, met the dangerous look in the man's eyes, and quickly shut it again, hurriedly shifting the blame. It wasn't me. It was Tian who would he hit her? She was afraid of pain. Who? Jiang Zongyan watched her tightly shut eyes and trembling lashes, and the fire of anger inside him burned even stronger. His gaze slowly traced the delicate skin of her cheek, finally settling on her cherry blossom-like pink lips. They were pale and moist like petals kissed, but would a lick taste sweet? As if bewitched, Jiang Zongyan's Adam's apple bobbed, and he unconsciously leaned in. Their breaths mingled, the distance between them shrinking until their noses almost touched. Just as his lips were about to meet hers, urgent knocking came again. Fu Jia, miss, can you open the door? Zhou Suisui snapped back to reality, opened her eyes, and pushed Jiang Zongyan away with all her might. Director Fu, you go back first. They'll come find. It's fine, I can wait. Fu Jia's voice remained gentle, yet carried an unyielding stubbornness. Zhou Suisui frowned in frustration. Why did none of them understand human speech? She was in an inconvenient situation right now. Not opening the door forever wasn't an option either. Resigned, Zhou Suisui pulled her bathrobe together and turned to open the door. Stop. Jiang Zongyan grabbed her wrist, his fingertips pressing against her delicate skin, his eyes dark and heavy. You're going to see him dressed like that? Zhou Suisui looked down at her bathrobe. The collar was a bit loose, but everything necessary was covered. She pouted and whined. This robe isn't revealing. I can't be bothered to find clothes. Jiang Zongyan watched her matter-of-fact expression, sighed helplessly, and finally conceded, they'll get them for you. With that, he turned and walked toward the suitcase. Oh no. In a flash, Zhou Suisui suddenly remembered something and panicked, rushing over to press down on his hand. She suddenly recalled that on top of the suitcase lay her underwear and other private feminine items. Their palms pressed tightly together. Scorching heat traveled from the point of contact, surging through her body like an electric current. Instantly, her heart pounded like thunder. Zhou Suisui's cheeks flushed crimson. Flustered, she grabbed a few pieces of clothing from the suitcase and dashed into the bathroom without looking back. Only when the bathroom door slammed shut did Jiang Zongyan slowly withdraw his gaze. He looked down at the back of his hand she had pressed, where the soft touch of her palm seemed to linger. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, but his eyes fixed on the closed door. He composed himself, stood up, and walked toward the room door. With a click, the door opened. Fu Jia stood outside, a gentle smile on his face. Miss. He froze the moment he saw who opened the door. Jiang Zongyan. Jiang Zongyan's cold gaze swept over the bag in his hand, his tone mocking. Nowadays, does the finance director also have to serve the young lady? The two men stared at each other across the threshold. Their gazes clashed in the air, sparks flying. After a brief moment of composure, Fu Jia returned to his usual gentle and calm demeanor. Mr. Jiang, if you please. Jiang Zongyan made no move to step aside. He stretched his long legs, blocking the doorway casually. He looked down at Fu Jia, his eyes filled with warning and displeasure. Fu Jia slowly raised a hand and adjusted his glasses. Serving the young lady is my honor. Unlike Mr. Jiang, the young lady is only 19, barely an adult. There are reporters outside the hotel. If word gets out that you've been staying in her room, it won't sound good, will it? A faint smile curled at the corner of his lips, an obvious provocation. Jiang Zongyan's eyes narrowed dangerously. The air was thick with tension. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, neither yielding, the bathroom door opened from inside. Zhou Suisui stepped out. Seeing the two men standing at the door, she looked a bit exasperated. Were they comparing heights at the door? Miss, I came to deliver something to you. Fu Jia heard her voice and immediately withdrew his gaze, stepping into the room. The next second he froze. So the inconvenience the young lady mentioned earlier was that she was taking a shower, and Mr. Jiang was staying in her room without any hesitation. As a man, he understood. The look Jiang Zongyan had given him earlier was unmistakably that of a rival in love. His composure only faltered for a second. In an instant, he returned to normal. So what? The young lady was naturally charming. Many men admired her. Who would ultimately win was still uncertain. He lifted the corner of his mouth slightly, his attitude respectful, his tone mild and gentle. Miss Hayrace mosquito repellent sunscreen, and these are all-inclusive tickets for the scenic area downstairs. You can ride the sea scooters or take a cruise. One by one, he pulled items out of the bag he carried like a magician. April was the peak tourist season for the coastal city. Coupled with the summit conference, the number of tourists had surged. Without booking a week in advance, tickets were simply unavailable. When Zhou Suisui first entered the room and saw the lively scene on the sea, she had genuinely been tempted by the sea scooters. Thank you. She reached out to take. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side faster than hers and snatched everything away. Zhou Suisui turned in shock. Zhou Suisui turned in astonishment. Jiang Zongyan had somehow walked up to her side and snatched the bag from Fu Jia's hands. A flawless mask-like smile hung on his face. Let Director Fu not trouble himself. Suisui is under my care, so I'll spare you the effort. For the next 2 days your focus should remain on work. Sister. Fu Jie laughed. Jiang Zongyan's eyes were full of hostility. What are you laughing at? A meaningful smile crept across Fu Jie's face, as if emphasizing something. So, Mr. Jiang only sees our eldest miss as a sister. Jiang Zongyan's smile froze abruptly, but Fu Jie said no more. He turned to Zhou Suisui with a gentle smile. Eldest miss, I won't disturb you then. We'll wait for you to have dinner together tonight. All right. Zhou Suisui nodded. On the way here she had thoroughly discussed with Zhang Liang all the computing power engineers attending the conference. They had finally settled on one of them. Jason, a Yale PhD in computing power. Dinner was arranged with him that evening. After speaking, Fu Jie turned and left, gently closing the door to the presidential suite. The moment the door closed, the expression on his face gradually cooled. The warm, courteous smile had vanished completely. As expected of Jiang Zongyan, the indisputable crown prince of the Jiang group. Just a few exchanges of glances with him, and the overwhelming pressure emanating from his very bones had made it almost impossible to breathe. Just then his phone vibrated. He took it out and opened it. It was a notice from the organizers about a last-minute change in the agenda. The originally scheduled opening keynote speaker had been replaced by Jiang Zongyan. Humph. So it seemed Jiang Zongyan had come on a whim. He had come specifically to follow the eldest miss. At this thought, Fu Jie's fingers tightened around his phone, the knuckles turning white. His brow furrowed as he recalled President Zhou's instructions before leaving. Director Fu, make sure to take good care of my sister during this trip. Report any issues to me immediately. Did this situation count as something that needed reporting? He hesitated for only 2 seconds before reopening his phone and quickly sending a message to Zhou Suisui. President Zhou, it seems the eldest miss doesn't need my care. The moment he pressed send, a faint, barely noticeable smile curled at the corner of Fu Jie's mouth. During this time, he had discerned Zhou Suiyan's intentions. He probably wanted to set him up with the eldest miss. As for young Master Jiang, from the information he had gathered earlier, the two had never gotten along, often undermining each other in private. From this perspective, his chances were not entirely hopeless. He had to be patient. Beautiful things were worth waiting for. The moment the door closed, Jiang Zongyan stood before Zhou Suisui and suddenly spoke. Zhou Suisui, didn't you promise to treat me to a meal? How about... Though he didn't realize that his tone was like a child clamoring for candy. Zhou Suisui was taken aback. Why was he suddenly acting so aggrieved? I have plans tonight. Some other time. Zhou Suisui replied helplessly. Her hair was still damp. After the delay, a small patch of fabric on her shoulder was... Jiang Zongyan tossed the things aside and pressed her down onto the sofa. What are you doing? Blow-drying your hair. Huh. Now that she didn't order him around and had someone else to do it, he was actually eager for her to command him. Zhou Suisui exclaimed in surprise. How would I... Now that she didn't order him around and had someone else to do it, he was actually eager for her to command him. Zhou Suisui exclaimed in surprise. How would I dare order you around, President? Now that she didn't order him around and had someone else to do it, he was actually eager for her to command him. Zhou Suisui exclaimed in surprise. How would I dare order you around, President Jiang? Little thing, don't be ungrateful. Jiang Zongyan pretended to glare at her angrily, then went to the bathroom to fetch a hairdryer and plugged it in. His expression was somewhat cold, but his hands were gentle. It was clear he was still a bit awkward. After all, the crown prince of the Jiang group had only ever been served by others. Never served anyone. Except her. His expression was somewhat cold, but his hands were gentle. It was clear he was still a bit awkward. After all, the crown prince of the Jiang group had only ever been served. Zhou Suisui squinted in contentment, like a kitten curled up in the afternoon sun. Suddenly she sniffled a faint sting in her nose. Yana. Jiang Zongyan's eyebrow twitched. Just drying your hair, and you're already this moved? Aren't there plenty of people vying to take care of the eldest miss? She grabbed the hem of his shirt, acting coy. You're as good to me as my brother. The curve of Jiang Zongyan's lips froze abruptly. Damn Fu Jie. He had deliberately set a trap. He didn't want to be her brother. He gritted his teeth and spoke stiffly. Who wants to be your brother? Jiang Ruitian is my sister. The tiny bit of gratitude that had risen in Zhou Suisui's heart was instantly shattered like a bubble. She rolled her eyes in irritation. I don't need you to dry it. Give it here. Don't I have my own hands? Jiang Zongyan was stunned as the hairdryer was snatched from his hands. How had he angered the little princess again? That's not what I meant. A flicker of helplessness crossed Jiang Zongyan's usually calm face. Then she huffed, her voice petulant and fierce. I have a brother too. I don't need someone else to be my brother. That's not what I meant. A flicker of helplessness crossed Jiang Zongyan's usually calm face. It seemed no explanation would work. Finally, he let out a soft sigh, reached out, and gently ruffled her fluffy hair, speaking earnestly. Fu Jie is an inscrutable man. You're still young with no experience in the world. You can't judge people well. I know. I want to sleep, just go. Before leaving, Jiang Zongyan instructed, "Come have dinner with me tonight. I want to introduce someone to you." Rose, I know. I want to sleep, just go. Before leaving, Jiang Zongyan instructed, "Come have dinner with me tonight. I want to introduce someone to you." Rose in her home. "No, I'm busy." Zhou Suisui was somewhat defiant. Jiang Zongyan wasn't angry. He smiled, his tone confident. Go. Zhou Suisui waved her hand, impatiently irritated by his remark about being just her brother. Jiang Zongyan pinched her cheek. Little one, what a temper. With that, he strode out of the presidential suite. Lin Zhou was waiting for him in the hallway. Seeing him emerge, he immediately stepped forward. "President Jiang." Lin Zhou walked over. Before he could speak, Jiang Zongyan punched him in the stomach. "Uff, President Jiang." Lin Zhou clutched his stomach, crouching on the ground with a pale face. "What's wrong?" he asked, looking utterly aggrieved. Jiang Zongyan rolled his neck, flexed his wrists, and yanked Lin Zhou up from the ground, his expression dark. "Is this how you arrange things? I told you to put her and me in the same room." Jiang Zongyan was furious. Zhou Suisui was a girl. It was only because it was him. What if it had been some other bad man? Lin Zhou had just learned that the organizers had misunderstood his intentions and had actually arranged for their rooms to be connected. What difference was that from being in the same room? "President Jiang, I only just found out." He never imagined President Wang would be so quick to make assumptions. What difference was that from being in the same room? "President Jiang, I only just found out." He never imagined President Wang would be so quick to make assumptions. Lin Zhou quickly slipped away to find the organizers and swap the room. He had only taken a few steps when Jiang Zongyan called him back. "Wait, I have a question for you." Lin Zhou answered promptly. "Fu Jie is indeed an orphan. He got into Tsinghua University through his..." Lin Zhou answered promptly. "Fu Jie is indeed an orphan. He got into Tsinghua University through his own hard work and diligence, and his professional skills are truly outstanding." "Fu." Jiang Zongyan frowned slightly, paused for a few seconds, then asked coldly, "What's his relationship with the Fu family of Jiangqing?" Lin Zhou was taken aback, clearly never having considered that angle. He hesitated a bit. "Well, I didn't look into that. His records before he turned 18 are indeed a bit odd." Jiang Zongyan's gaze instantly sharpened, and the pressure around him dropped several notches. That child was exceptionally intelligent. The then head of the Fu family, Fu Yinqing, personally took him. That child was exceptionally intelligent. The then head of the Fu family, Fu Yinqing, personally took him under his wing to educate him. But later the child suddenly vanished without a trace, and no one ever saw him again. Lin Zhou's eyes widened in shock. "President Jiang, do you mean this Fu Jie is that missing child from back then?" He paused, then said with some concern, "Does President Zhou know his identity? From what I've gathered, he seems to want to make him a live-in son-in-law for Miss Zhou. After all, an orphan with no background is easy to control. Under his watchful eye, he wouldn't dare treat Miss Zhou bad." Jiang Zongyan's eyes were icy. "Investigate further. I want to know everything about Fu Jie's experiences before he turned 18, every single detail. Also, contact Jason and invite him to dinner tonight on my behalf." "Yes, President Jiang. He'll take care of it right away." Zhou Suisui took a shower, then sprawled out on the soft large. She had been traveling for most of the day. She yawned and quickly fell asleep. About an hour later, she opened her eyes and felt much more refreshed. She stretched, pulled her phone from under the pillow, and glanced at the messages in the group chat. "Fu Jie, miss, are you awake?" Zhou Suisui's delicate brows knitted slightly. "Director Fu, please call me Assistant Zhou when we're outside." "Fu Jie then. How about Junior President?" That was acceptable. It sounded a bit more imposing than Assistant Zhou. "When are we going for dinner? Has everything been arranged?" She patted her stomach. She was actually feeling a little hungry. After she sent the message, Fu Jie didn't reply immediately. Zhou Suisui was just starting to wonder. Fu Jie called her. She answered. "Director Fu, what's going on?" Fu Jie said apologetically, "We had originally set up a private dinner with him tonight, but..." He just replied saying he already has plans. Already has plans. That meant he had stood them up. Zhou Suisui's brows drew together in a deep frown, and her eyes darkened, clearly displeased. But she also knew that talents like Jason were sought after by many companies. Perhaps another company had snatched him away. Find out who he's having dinner with tonight. Zhou Suisui snorted and made a quick decision. This opportunity is rare, we can't just give up. Since he has plans, we can arrange a coincidental encounter. Understood. She hung up. Zhou Suisui quickly went to the bathroom to wash her face. She opened her suitcase, applied a little makeup to tone down her baby-faced cuteness and look more mature and steady. Then she changed into a neat professional suit. Carrying her handbag and company documents, she was about to head out when her phone let out a beep. She took out her phone and glanced at it. "Jay, wait a few minutes for me to have dinner together. I'm a bit busy right now." Zhou Suisui pouted and turned off her phone directly. She wasn't going to wait for him. She had important business to attend to. In room 6602 downstairs, Fu Jie stared at the empty chat on his phone, his gaze cold and vacant. He had sent a message to President Zhou an hour ago and still hadn't received a reply. Wasn't he the one who cared most about the young? Why was he indifferent to his text? With a mix of anxiety and unease, he tidied himself up, put away his phone, and left the room. Zhou Suisui was already waiting for them downstairs. Zhang Liang had also rested for a while and changed into clean clothes. As soon as she saw Zhou Suisui, she exclaimed excitedly, "Junior President Zhou, have you received any messages from the organizers?" Messages? What kind? Zhou Suisui picked up her phone and opened the text. She quickly scanned the content, paused slightly, then returned to her calm. It was normal. With a big shot like Jiang Zongyan attending, the organizers would definitely seize the opportunity for massive publicity, even hanging his name right at the hotel entrance. Zhang Liang leaned in her face, full of fangirling excitement. The crown prince of the Jiang family is also here for the conference. Tomorrow he's a special guest and will be giving a speech. I wonder which room he's staying in. Can I try to bump into him? Zhou Suisui asked curiously, "Are you that happy about it?" Of course. The crown prince isn't just a legend in the business world. He's also incredibly handsome to the point of being divine. Just a glimpse of him would be worth. Hearing that, Zhou Suisui nodded seriously. He really is handsome, and he has an 8-pack too. Right? Wait, what? Zhang Liang, is this right? The young lady actually touched the crown prince's 8-pack abs. Zhang Liang's mouth formed an O. What is the relationship between the young lady and the crown prince? Then Director Fu. She cast a sympathetic glance at Fu Jia. Compared to Crown Prince Jiang, Director Fu had no chance. She had just said she wanted to ship. Now she was also puzzled. On one side was a childhood friend, a cold, older CEO. On the other was a gentle and considerate, loyal dog, academic director. How could she choose? Maybe. Ship both. She was in the middle of imagining. Fu Jia stepped forward, apologetic. Mr. Jason is dining at the revolving restaurant on the top floor. It operates on a membership reservation system, and we didn't report in advance, so we can't get in. Zhou Suisui frowned. Had they been stood up by Jason? Jason's team had developed a completely new architectural idea for AI. The companies wanting to poach him were probably more than just the Zhou family. Who exactly snatched him midway? The case Jason was developing was the most suitable for the Zhou family. He was the main target of this conference. They couldn't just return empty-handed. Soon she made up her mind and let out a cold laugh. If others can intercept him midway, we can create a chance encounter. But we can't get into the restaurant. Can't get in. Zhou Suisui's eyes flickered slightly, then she curled her lips meaningfully. We can't get in, but there's definitely someone who can. Who? Fu Jia wondered. Just then, with a ding, the elevator doors behind them opened. A dark figure emerged from, with a perfect height of 1.9 meters, standing tall, like a pine. His presence was extremely oppressive. Instantly, the entire chaotic first-floor lobby fell into orderly silence, all eyes attracted. Zhang Liang's eyes widened immediately upon seeing the arrival, and she covered her mouth with her hand. Oh my God! A real crown prince. Alive. Zhou Suisui turned and met Jiang Zongyan's icy eyes. He seemed to have just showered with a trace of damp moisture on his black hair. A few strands of hair clung to his forehead, softening the sharpness of his features and adding a lazy sensuality. Of course, if she ignored the murderous look in his eyes, Zhou Suisui would still want to compliment him as handsome to the max. Just when she was drowsy, someone handed her a pillow. Zhou Suisui immediately put on a charming smile and waved. Brother Yan, over here. That smile was as sweet as it could be. Jiang Zongyan spotted her in the crowd at a glance. His gaze fell on the sight of her standing side by side with Fu Jia. The pressure around him instantly dropped several degrees. Zhou Suisui's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, she had pretended not to see his text earlier and left him behind to go downstairs. This guy was petty. He must be angry again. After all, she needed his help. One had to be flexible. Zhou Suisui, thick-skinned, immediately trotted over, happily tilted her face, and called out sweetly, Brother Yan, I've been waiting for you for so long. Why are you only— Jiang Zongyan snorted, coldly amused and annoyed on the spot. She didn't reply to his message and didn't wait for him. Now that she knew she couldn't get into the restaurant, she remembered him. Zhou Suisui blinked her big eyes, deliberately ingratiating. Didn't you just say to let me treat you to dinner? Let me treat you at the top floor revolving restaurant, okay? Zhang Liang couldn't bear to watch. How could the young lady lie through her teeth? That was clearly not the case just now. Would the crown prince be angry? The next second, Jiang Zongyan's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and he reached out to flick Zhou Suisui's forehead, asking aggrievedly, Why didn't you wait for me just now? Zhang Liang's eyes nearly popped out. What did that mean? Not only was the crown prince not angry, but he was also acting spoiled with the young lady. This tone was definitely acting spoiled, right? While acting spoiled, there was also a hint of subtle grievance. Ouch! Zhou Suisui covered her forehead, puffed up her cheeks. I didn't see any message. Did you send me a message? After saying that, she pretended to take out her phone from her small handbag, opened WeChat, and glanced at it. A look of sudden realization. Sorry. I'm not in the habit of checking WeChat all the time, but it'll change, I promise. As she said that, she held up 3 fair fingers to him, vowing solemnly. Fortunately, she hadn't replied to his message earlier, otherwise she wouldn't have found an excuse to lie. How could Jiang Zongyan not see through her little tricks? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This girl was a match for her brother when it came to lying, even surpassing him. No blush, no racing heart, and she could even turn the tables. He knew there were other companies trying to poach from the Zhou family, so he had made an appointment with Jason in advance. But as it turned out, she just left him behind. But thinking about what he had to do next, he suppressed the slight displeasure in his heart and nodded, "Let's go." Just like that, Zhou Suisui was flattered. She thought she would have to coax him for a while. Jiang Zongyan took a step back, then glanced back at her. "Aren't you coming?" Coming. Zhou Suisui quickly gestured to Zhang Liang, and "Fu Jie, you come too." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zongyan paused in his steps and gave her a chilly look. Zhou Suisui touched her nose guiltily, forcing a fake smile on her face. "We're all going to eat anyway, let's go together." "President Jiang, nice to meet you, let's have a meal together, meeting is fate." Zhang Liang braced herself and followed. Ahem. The crown prince clearly didn't want to bring them, only wanted to take the young lady. It was one thing to admire a man's good looks, but eating with him was another matter. She worried she might have indigestion. Jiang Zongyan turned back and glanced at them, saying nothing, which was tacit approval. "Ah!" Zhang Liang screamed inwardly. The crown prince really doted on the young lady. He could tolerate this. 2 men acting suspiciously, wearing black trench coats and caps that obscured their eyes, stared fiercely at Zhou Suisui's figure. One of them spat and grumbled, "Zhou Suisui always has people around her, how can we have a chance to make a move?" Another man with a long scar on his face sneered harshly, "What's the rush? She'll eventually be alone." The moment they stepped back into the elevator, Jiang Zongyan lifted his eyes, looking at the reflection in the elevator mirror. His brows furrowed sharply and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He calmly took out his phone and sent a message. A few people arrived at the top floor revolving restaurant. "Mr. Jiang, please follow me." As soon as the waiter saw Jiang Zongyan, he immediately lined up respectfully, personally opened the door for them, and led the way. "Thank you." Jiang Zongyan nodded slightly, his manner polite, yet distant. The young waitress met his gaze and instantly blushed with shyness. Zhou Suisui took in the scene, narrowing her eyes discreetly. Her brother was right. This man was nothing but a flirt, attracting bees and butterflies wherever he went. Following behind Jiang Zongyan, she immediately spotted a young man sitting by the window. This was Jason. He seemed to be waiting for someone. On the table before him lay a thick laptop, his fingers dancing nimbly over the keyboard. His brows were furrowed, his hair disheveled, and his beard unkempt. One might have thought he had escaped from some hospital. The surroundings were noisy and chaotic, yet he remained utterly focused, unaffected by the commotion. Just as she was astonished, Jiang Zongyan suddenly reached out, grabbed her hand, and led her toward Jason. A warm sensation enveloped her. Zhou Suisui stiffened sharply, instinctively, wanting to pull her hand free. Sensing her intention, Jiang Zongyan slid his fingers between hers, firmly encircling her thumb and index finger, locking them in place with dominance. Her Jason. Jason saw Jiang Zongyan and immediately stood up with a smile. "Lang nicht, man." The two immediately began conversing fluently in German, their speech as rapid as a machine gun. Zhou Suisui was utterly baffled, leaning over to Zhang Liang's ear and whispering, "What are they mumbling about?" Zhang Liang translated softly, "Just greeting each other, asking how things have been." As her voice faded, Fu Jie stepped forward and greeted Jason and Guten Tag. He glanced at Zhou Suisui, deliberately slowing his speech and enunciating clearly. Zhou Suisui was a quick learner. Imitating Fu Jie, she reached out toward Jason with somewhat awkward German, "Guten Tag." Jason suddenly laughed, looking at Zhou Suisui, and said in heavily accented Chinese, "Miss Zhou, you are really cute." Zhou Suisui. She was stunned, eyes wide, as she stared at Jason. "You know Chinese?" All her earlier awkward imitation had been for nothing, making a fool of herself. Jason scratched his head and continued in his broken Chinese, "A little, just a little." Meeting the girl's direct gaze, he blushed shyly. Jiang Zongyan turned to Zhou Suisui and explained in a low voice, "He is a Chinese descendant, born in Germany, grew up there, and doesn't speak much Chinese." Zhou Suisui nodded. The two seemed quite familiar. When Jiang Zongyan sat down across from Jason, her heart skipped a beat. No way. Had Jiang Zongyan specifically arranged to have dinner with Jason? Was the Jiang Corporation also planning to work on AI architecture? But wasn't this project always a collaboration between Jiang and Zhou? Was Jiang Zongyan trying to poach Jason behind her brother's back? Just as she was thinking, a tablet was placed before her. Jiang Zongyan's deep voice came from beside her, "Order whatever you want to eat." Across the table, Jason's scrutinizing gaze swept back and forth between them. He said meaningfully in German, "Jiang, is she your girlfriend?" Jiang Zongyan watched Zhou Suisui as she buried her head, in ordering, a doting smile on his face. "She's very delicate, haven't won her over yet." Jason teased. What woman can resist the charm of President Jiang? Jiang Zongyan helplessly raised an eyebrow. Fu Jie's expression shifted. Zhang Liang lowered her head, struggling to suppress a laugh. Zhou Suisui looked up, her eyes adorably confused, and glanced at Jiang Zongyan. What were they saying? Were they just bullying her because she didn't understand German? She wanted to fight these scholars. If they couldn't speak Chinese, at least use English. Forget it. She could only handle English on exam papers anyway. A few sentences, and she'd be lost. Let Director Zhang and Director Fu handle the post. It seemed her brother had been thoughtful. Bringing both of them along was a good decision. She could just be a freeloader. Turning sorrow into appetite, she ordered 10 dishes in one go. The food arrived quickly. It was a high-end Chinese restaurant. Although she had ordered 10 dishes, each plate had only a few bites. The taste was exquisite. The food arrived quickly. It was a high-end Chinese restaurant. Although she had ordered 10 dishes, each plate had only a few bites. The taste was. The other 4 barely touched their chopsticks, continuing their animated conversation. Even Zhang Liang shed her earlier casualness and spoke seriously to Jason about Zhou Corporation's advantages and the highest salary they could offer. Jiang Zongyan said something to her, and Zhang Liang's face flushed crimson before she stammered a reply. Zhou Suisui couldn't understand, but she could read the atmosphere. Jiang Zongyan was giving Zhang Liang a hard time. He must be trying to steal Jason this talent from Zhou Corporation. No way, she couldn't let him succeed. Zhou Suisui's eyes darted as an idea struck her. Under the table, she quietly lifted her foot and gently brushed her toes against Jiang Zongyan's calf. Jiang Zongyan's expression remained unchanged as he continued speaking with Jason, but his hand inconspicuously reached under the table and firmly grasped her restless foot. His warm fingertips pressed against her delicate ankle. His fingers were hot with light calluses gently stroking her smooth skin. Zhou Suisui's face instantly turned bright red. She yanked her foot back, stood up in panic, and stammered, I need to use the restroom. With that, she fled without looking back. Rascal! Zhou Suisui stared at her flushed face in the mirror, recalling the sensation of his long fingers gliding over her leg. She turned on the cold tap, splashed water on her cheeks, and tried to cool down. After her complexion returned to normal, she came back from the restroom. As soon as she sat down, she saw a plate of fish fillets with all the bones meticulously removed placed before her. Jiang Zongyan was sitting beside her. She thought to herself, not bad, at least he knows to serve me food. It must be because his mother told him to take care of me that day at the Jiang residence. The lad has learned. Warmth filled Zhou Suisui's heart. She picked up her chopsticks to eat, but a large, well-defined hand reached out and took the plate away. Zhou Suisui looked at Jiang Zongyan in confusion. He swapped the plate with his own, then pushed a dish of peeled shrimp toward her, saying in a natural tone, This guy was a bit weird. Tian was right. Across the table, Fu Jie, who had witnessed everything, tightened his grip on his cup until his knuckles turned white. The look he shot at Jiang Zongyan was filled with undisguised hostility. Zhang Liang beside him secretly covered her eyes. This battlefield was way too up. That plate of fish had been carefully deboned by Director Fu for the young lady. Was the crown prince being too domineering? Poor young lady, she had no idea. The meal ended. Only Zhou Suisui had eaten her fill. The other 4 had barely touched their chopsticks. The meeting concluded, and the outcome seemed quite. Jason smiled and shook hands with everyone to say goodbye. The cooperation matters had been thoroughly discussed. As soon as he left, Zhou Suisui immediately pulled a long face. With puffed cheeks, she glared at Jiang Zongyan, angrily poking his solid chest with her finger, one jab after another. What did you say to him just now? Are you bullying me because I don't know German? You guys chattered away for so long, and I couldn't understand a single word. Her lips stuck out as if they could hang an oil bottle, all her dissatisfaction written on her face. Jiang Zongyan, let me tell you, Jason is a talent our Zhou Corporation has set our sights on. You can't steal him from me. Jiang Zongyan let her poke him, the smile in his eyes impossible to hide. He reached out and grabbed her mischievous hand, gently stroking her fingertips. Leaning close to her ear, his voice was low, husky, and tinged with a dangerous magnetism. Zhou Suisui, do you know what you're doing right now? What? Zhou Suisui touched her burning ear, leaning back to create distance. If you're going to talk, why get so close? This is called flirtation and seduction. Jiang Zongyan's breath brushed against her ear, sending a shiver through her. I'm a normal man. If I really do something to you, don't cry then. Zhou Suisui's face instantly flushed to the roots of her ears, her heart pounding wildly, as if it might burst out of her chest. She yanked her hand back, not daring to look at Jiang Zongyan, even once turned and fled out the door like a startled rabbit. Fu Jie stood still, watching their sweet, oblivious interaction, the light in his eyes dimming little by little. Zhou Suisui sprinted back to the hotel room, in one breath slammed the door shut behind her, and leaned against it, panting heavily. Her cheeks burned with an astonishing heat. Damn that Jiang Zongyan. She pulled out her phone and sent a message to Zhang Liang. Director Zhang, how did the negotiations go earlier? Was Jason poached by the Jiang Corporation? Zhang Liang replied swiftly. Miss President Jiang helped us secure Mr. Jason. He has agreed to join Zhou Corporation next month and bring his entire— Zhou Suisui's eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Zongyan hadn't been trying to steal Jason from Zhou Corporation. He had been helping Zhou Corporation recruit Jason and his team. Recalling her earlier misunderstanding of him, a flicker of embarrassment and guilt crossed her mind. She picked up her phone, opened Jiang Zongyan's WeChat, and was about to send him a thank you message. The message was composed, but not yet sent when her phone rang. The caller ID showed Chui Wu. Zhou Suisui's heart sank with a premonition of bad news, and she answered the call with a hint of trepidation. Sister Wu, miss, something terrible has happened. As soon as the call connected, Chui Wu's panicked and anxious voice came through the phone. The young master. He sneaked off to see Su Wan. Our people report that the apartment building is now surrounded by journalists. What? Zhou Suisui's face turned deathly pale in an instant, the joy of securing the talent evaporating completely. No matter how carefully she had calculated, she never anticipated that her brother would take the chance while she was out to secretly visit Su Wan. The painful memories of the previous life surged back, leaving her dizzy. Su Wan had called her brother to the apartment and then tipped off all the media. Half an hour after he entered, the journalists lying in ambush outside rushed in. Her brother's face was flushed, his mind clouded and disoriented. Su Wan, clutching her torn collar, cried before the cameras with tears streaming down her pitiful face, accusing Zhou Suisui of attempting to assault her. The word rape struck like a poisoned dagger, viciously stabbing into her brother's spine. It was reported by countless media outlets scrambling to condemn him. Afterward, no matter how much money Zhou Corporation spent on emergency public relations, no matter how much evidence they produced to clarify the situation, the incident spread across the entire internet like wildfire. Zhou Suisai's reputation was utterly destroyed, and the stock price of Zhou Corporation plummeted. Uninformed netizens boycotted Zhou Corporation's products en masse, and sales collapsed. Keyboard warriors flocked to support Su Wan, even going so far as to splash dog blood at the company's entrance. As for Su Wan, this incident skyrocketed her popularity, gaining her millions of followers overnight. The severe consequences of this incident were far beyond what a mere star could orchestrate. The only possibility was that someone behind the scenes was fanning the flame. The biggest beneficiaries besides Su Wan were Tianyu. Could it be that Su Wan had long been in collusion with Tianyu's people? Was this entire affair a carefully crafted pig-butchering scam tailored for her brother? This thought flashed through her mind. Zhou Suisui's hands and feet turned icy cold, and her entire body trembled. This incident was originally supposed to happen a year later. From this perspective, because of her rebirth and forceful intervention, the event had been accelerated. Over this period, her brother had stopped responding to Su Wan, and clearly those people could no longer wait. Zhou Suisui bit her pale lips so hard she felt no pain. What should she do? Miss, are you listening? What should we do now? On the other end of the line, Chui Wu was frantic like an ant on a hot pan. 1 hour earlier, Tang City. Zhou Suisui had just finished overtime. He raised his hand to rub his tired brow as he walked out of the Zhou Corporation building. Unbeknownst to him, a fine drizzle had begun to fall outside, bringing a chill. He glanced at the dark, heavy sky. Suddenly, he missed his younger sister. He wondered if it was raining where she was. He let out a soft chuckle. Zhou Suisui, you're a grown man. How can you still not bear to be away from your sister? He sighed helplessly, picked up his phone, and was about to call Zhou Suisui when he heard a faint voice from ahead. Suisui, I finally found you. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice reached him. Zhou Suisui looked up in surprise toward the figure in front of him. Su Wan stood in the cold rain wearing the custom cheongsam he had given her a few days ago. Her pale face bore no makeup, her delicate, innocent features exuding a pitiful charm that perfectly complemented the cheongsam. Su Wan, what are you doing here? Zhou Sui's fingers tightened around his phone. Su Wan didn't hold an umbrella. It was impossible to tell if the moisture on her face was rain or tears, but a smile lingered on her lips. Suian, please don't ignore me, okay? Su Wan, Zhou Suisui glanced at Assistant Wen behind him, signaling him to offer her an umbrella. Assistant Wen rolled his eyes almost to the back of his head, but since the boss had spoken, he reluctantly walked over to Su Wan with the umbrella. However, Su Wan, no. Su Wan, be reasonable. Zhou Sui's brows knitted deeply. Su Wan looked on the verge of tears, standing rigidly in the rain. Suian, I was wrong before. I didn't know about my cousin and uncle's affairs. I won't ask you to forgive them anymore. They were in the wrong, and I shouldn't have put you in a difficult position. Su Wan's display of thoughtfulness and magnanimity stunned not only Zhou Suisui, but even Assistant Wen. Zhou Suisui looked at her face, shivering and pale from the cold. His brows remained tightly furrowed. In the end, he couldn't bear to be cruel. He reached out to Assistant Wen. Give me the umbrella. Assistant Wen hesitated for a moment before handing it over. Zhou Suisui held the umbrella and walked step by step towards Su Wan, raising it above her head. He lowered his gaze. The dim yellow light from behind cast his handsome face into shadow, making his expression unreadable. You didn't like me before, so why are you doing this now? I'm not bothering you anymore. You should be happy. That's not true. Su Wan lifted her head, abruptly tugging at his sleeve, her small face streaked with tears. You are the heir of the Zhou family, a billionaire CEO. I'm just too insecure to feel worthy of you. And are you truly in love with me? You treat me well, but you won't even kiss me, nor give me a proper confession. Su Wan cried, pitifully shifting all the blame onto him. Zhou Suisui felt helpless, but too tired to explain. The confession had been real. It was just interrupted by an unexpected incident. Suisui, you make me feel so insecure. Hearing this, Zhou Sui's already furrowed brow grew even darker. Su Wan, I'm sorry. Whatever the reason, this relationship ends here. Zhou Suisui pressed his lips into a thin line and spoke without expression. He detested the feeling of being deceived. Wang Zhangwo was her uncle. Why had she hidden that from him? Was it some shameful connection? Su Wan's expression shifted again, her whole body seeming to sway, even the tears at the corners of her eyes freezing. She tightened her grip on his sleeve, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. Suisui and I specially made your favorite dishes. Won't you come and try them? Su Wan's voice was soft and tearful, her eyes full of pleading. Zhou Suisui looked at this completely different version of Su Wan, took a deep breath to suppress the turmoil inside, and replied in a flat tone. Not now. Some other time. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Wan's tears fell again, and she choked out, Suisui, I know I was wrong. I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Zhou Suisui remained unmoved, gently pulling his hand away. Su Wan panicked, completely wiped her tears, and changed her tone. In that case, I won't bother you with these matters anymore. I just want to cook a meal for you, okay? After this meal, we'll go back to being friends. I'll keep my distance. Then, as if struck by a thought, Su Wan added, Suisui, the reason you suddenly became so cold to me is because of Suisui, isn't it? It's not because of her. Zhou Suisui instinctively defended his sister. Su Wan smiled, clearly unconvinced. I won't put her in a difficult position. I've checked. She's not in Tang City these days. Come have a meal with me, she won't know. After that, my wish will be fulfilled, and I'll never bother you again. Su Wan's tears and vulnerability ultimately swayed Zhou Suisui on. He was a man of profound responsibility. After all, Su Wan had saved his life. She was his lifesaver. From any perspective, he shouldn't have been so ruthless. Moreover, it was he who had pursued Su Wan in the first place. Now, for certain reasons, he no longer wished to continue this game of cat and mouse. He ought to give it a proper conclusion. Though Suisui disapproved of him being with Su Wan, he was now merely seeking a definitive end with her. Even if she found out, she should understand her brother. He would go quickly and return before anyone noticed. Sensing his wavering resolve, Su Wan hurriedly stepped forward, pulling him toward the car. Suian, let's go. Zhou Suisui sighed helplessly, ultimately relenting, and followed Su Wan into the car. Seeing this, Wenju immediately called Zhou Suisui. But the call wouldn't go through. With no other choice, he got into the car to serve as their driver. Little did they know, reporters had long been lurking outside Su Wan's apartment. All of this was a trap she and Wang Zhun had conspired to set. During this time, Zhou Suisui had avoided Su Wan, barely answering her calls, his demeanor cold. It seemed he was about to make a clean break. Perhaps only a trace of lingering greed and reluctance remained. If this continued, the situation would become So, Su Wan took a desperate gamble, devising such a vicious scheme. They had already purchased trending topics, waiting only for Zhou Suisui to show up, determined to utterly destroy his reputation. Riding on his downfall. Hi, sure. Zhou Suisui listened to Chui was anxious voice, her face pale as paper, her fingertips trembling. She forced herself to calm down and made a decisive call to Chui Wu on the other end of the line. Sister Wu, have our people cause a commotion downstairs at the apartment immediately. The bigger the scene, the better. Get all the surrounding residents to gather, block the entrance, and don't let the reporters upstairs. All right, I'm on it. Chui Wu, now with a sense of direction, felt a bit relieved. Hanging up, she immediately contacted the people at the apartment. At the apartment, Su Wan was uncharacteristically gentle and attentive, the table adorned with a few dishes she had personally cooked. Suian, this is my first time cooking. It might not taste good, so please bear with me. After all, she was the woman he had pursued for so long. Zhou Suisui didn't want to make things ugly. He too regretted how things had ended between them. Conscience-stricken Zhou Suisui took the chopsticks from Su Wan. Wan, don't cook for me anymore. Take good care of yourself from Conscience-stricken Zhou Suisui took the chopsticks from Su Wan. Wan, don't cook for me anymore. Take good care of yourself from now on. So you still can't bear to let me go. But since you're so heartless and no longer want to be my lapdog, don't blame me for being— Zhou Sui's expression darkened. Wan, if you ever encounter difficulties, you can still come to me. Su Wan sneered inwardly. So you still can't bear to let me go. But since you're so heartless and no longer want to be my lapdog, don't blame me for being ruthless. Her gaze stealthily drifted toward the incense, burning in the room, a victorious smirk curling at the corner of her lips. Zhou Suisui, you forced my hand. Blame it all on your meddlesome sister. Zhou Suisui suddenly felt his vision blur and darken. What's happening? He immediately sensed something was wrong. The upper echelons might appear glamorous, but beneath the surface they were rotten to the core, rife with every filthy trick imaginable. As the young and sole president of the Zhou Corporation, Zhou Suisui had encountered such situations before. Once abroad, he had nearly fallen into a similar trap. Rubbing his temples, Zhou Suisui braced his hands on the table to stand up. Suwon, what did you put in the food? What's wrong with you? I didn't put anything in the food. Knowing the drug was taking effect, Suwon picked up her chopsticks and took a bite from each dish. She was emboldened, perfectly fine. The poison wasn't in the food. Poisoning the dishes would be too easily traced. She wasn't that foolish. The drug was in the incense. She had taken the antidote beforehand. The drug had no effect on her, but would temporarily cloud Zhou Suiyan's mind. Just then the phone in Zhou Suiyan's pocket rang. He fumbled for it and saw the caller ID, Little Sister. The name seemed to clear his muddled mind slightly. He immediately rose and strode toward the balcony. Suisui, brother, listen to me. Leave Suwon's apartment right now. Don't believe anything she says or does. Zhou Suisui blurted out in one breath. The place is swarming with reporters downstairs. I've asked Sister Wu to cause a distraction. Now leave. Immediately. Her tone was commanding and irrefutable. Zhou Suiyan, don't force me to cut ties with you. The words cut ties jolted Zhou Suiyan awake. Don't. All right, brother, will listen to you. Zhou Suiyan dug his fingers into his palm, the pain restoring some clarity. He walked to the edge of the balcony, and the scene below was chaotic, seemingly a brawl. Two men were locked in a scuffle, hurling insults. So what if I'm after your wife? I never asked her to divorce you, so what more do you want? She's my wife. You slept with her, and you dare ask me what I want. I'm not trying to break up your family, I just want to join it. No wonder she doesn't like you. You're so narrow-minded. She's mine. They'll kill you. Come on, kill me. She'll hate you forever. They shouted at the top of their lungs, making sure everyone heard. Passers-by and residents from upstairs gathered around, eager for gossip. The stairwell was instantly packed. The reporters lurking in the shadows knew something was wrong. With so many people crowding around, not even a fly could get through. How were they supposed to rush upstairs? Suiyan, are you done with your call? Suwon, seeing the time was right, came over triumphantly. The door was locked, he was trapped. Zhou Suiyan watched her approach, hung up the phone, and glanced down. This was the third floor, but luckily the second floor had a protruding balcony. Without hesitation, he vaulted over the railing and jumped. What are you doing? Suwon's face drained of color as she screamed and rushed forward, grasping only air. Zhou Suiyan didn't pause. After landing on the second-floor balcony, he leaped again onto the lawn. The crowd below had already turned the scene into total chaos. The reporters were scattered, cameras in hand, unable to push through. Upon landing, Zhou Suiyan stumbled backward, but was immediately steadied by a Biao and a Ling who had been waiting in the shadows. Young master, are you all right? Help me get out of here, into the hospital. Yes, young master. The two brothers swiftly bundled him into a car waiting by the roadside and sped away. Suwon stood on the balcony watching Zhou Suiyan escape, her face turning livid with rage. What was wrong with these people? Why did they have to start a fight now of all? They had ruined her plan. At the hotel, Zhou Suisui hung up the phone, not even bothering to put on her shoes, and rushed out barefoot. There was only one thought in her mind. She had to go home. She had to stop her brother from being framed by Suwon. She had to go back immediately and see with her own eyes that her brother was safe before she could rest easy. Her mind was filled with images of her brother's downfall in her previous life, and her heart felt as if it were being tightly squeezed by an invisible hand, aching so much that she could barely breathe. Zhou Suisui hailed a taxi downstairs. An hour later, she stumbled into the airport. It was 11 o'clock at night. The vast terminal was empty and desolate. Zhou Suisui hailed a taxi downstairs. An hour later, she stumbled into the airport. It was 11 o'clock at night. The vast terminal was empty and desolate, shattered. Zhou Suisui could no longer hold herself together. She crouched down, hugged her knees, and burst into tears. Zhou Suiyan, I hate you. I don't want you to be my brother. Just then a black sedan sped over and screeched to a halt. The door opened. Jiang Zongyan strode briskly to Zhou Suisui's side, took off his own coat, still warm from his body, and wrapped it around her thin shoulders. Just then a black sedan sped over and screeched to a halt. The door opened. Jiang Zongyan strode briskly to Zhou Suisui's side, took off his own coat, still warm from his body, and wrapped it around her thin shoulders. Don't cry yet. Tell me what happened. With brother Yin here, no matter what it is, I can solve it for you. Jiang Zongyan. His deep voice seemed to carry an enchanting charm. Zhou Suisui could no longer hold back. She buried herself in his arms, her small hands tightly gripping the collar of his shirt, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Zongyan. His deep voice seemed to carry an enchanting charm. Zhou Suisui could no longer hold back. She buried herself in his arms, her small hand. Warm tears soaked through the thin shirt on the man's chest. Jiang Zongyan, who had always been fastidious, stood motionless, letting the girl in his arms wipe her tears and snot on his clothes. She cried for what felt like an eternity, and gradually her emotions calmed down. Jiang Zongyan asked nothing, only crouched down and held her quietly. His broad palm gently patted her back. When she had cried enough, he wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with his thumb. Then he crouched in front of her, turning his back to her. "Come on, I'll carry you back." Only then did Zhou Suisui realize how disheveled she was. She sniffled obediently, climbed onto his back, and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. Her cheek pressed against his warm back, feeling his steady heartbeat. Tears silently fell again. "Brother Yin, your back is so warm," she murmured softly. Jiang Zongyan carried her on his back, a gentle smile curling at the corner of his lips as he walked steadily forward. "When did your mouth become so sweet?" Zhou Suisui remained silent. She simply buried her face deep into the crook of his neck. The unique scent of cold cedar filled her nose, a reassuring fragrance. Whether in her past life or this one, his back was always so warm. "Did Zhou Suian make you angry?" Jiang Zongyan asked softly when she didn't speak. Hearing this, Zhou Suisui pouted and said in a thick nasal voice angrily, "From now on I don't have that brother anymore." She paused, then tightened her arms around Jiang Zongyan's neck, her tone full of dependence. "Brother Yin, you said earlier you wanted to be my brother, right? Then can you be my brother?" Jiang Zongyan was amused and exasperated by her words. He said helplessly, "The word brother doesn't have just one meaning. There's another implication." "What implication?" Zhou Suisui looked at him curiously. From her angle, she could see his ears. The tips of Jiang Zongyan's ears were slightly red, but he smiled. "Without speaking, figure it out yourself." Zhou Suisui blinked and blurted out, "A lover brother." After saying it, she shook her head on her own. "But you don't like women." She swung her dangling legs, and her restless calf accidentally brushed against Jiang Zongyan's front. Jiang Zongyan's steps halted abruptly, his Adam's apple bobbed, and a stifled moan escaped from his throat. His face darkened, and he said through gritted teeth, "Jose, it's only because you're still young now. Otherwise I'd have to make you understand whether I like women or not." Zhou Suisui felt his tense body. She froze in fright, not daring to move a muscle. Afraid that he had really scared her, Jiang Zongyan could only sigh helplessly and change the subject. "Are you worried about Zhou Suan?" Zhou Suisui hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Jiang Zongyan said, "Don't worry, I've already sent people to follow him, and also to keep an eye on Su Wan. That woman can't stir up any trouble." Zhou Suisui hadn't expected him to receive the news so quickly and handle everything so properly. Her nose stung, and she whispered, "Brother Yin, thank you. I don't accept verbal thanks. I'm very greedy." "What? You want to extort me? Can I?" "We'll see." Under the dark sky, the streetlights stretched their shadows long. The shadows overlapped, harmonious and warm. No one noticed that not far behind them a lonely figure followed quietly. His usually immaculately combed hair was disheveled, falling down to cover the corners of his eyes. He wore a leather shoe on one foot and a hotel slipper on the other. His gait was uneven, looking disheveled and dispirited. He followed the two ahead at a distance, a self-mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. His expression seemed to be both laughing and crying. The laughter dissipated into the air and vanished. Why was he always one step behind Jiang Zongyan? Miss was the first person he had ever felt his heart flutter for in all these years. This feeling, though it plunged him into confusion and anxiety, also made him feel for the first time that he was still passionately alive. It was her existence that had given his once stagnant life vivid colors. He opened his phone camera and pressed the record button, aiming at the two figures. "Miss, I'm sorry. Call me despicable, but from now on, he'll be your beast of burden and kneel to apologize to you." Without hesitation, he sent this video out. Late at night, a black luxury car sped back from the hospital to the Zhou family villa. As soon as he arrived home, Zhou Suian collapsed onto the sofa, his face, though he had taken a sedative to ease the effects of the drug. The young master of the Zhou family now looked listless. That handsome, refined face had lost its usual vitality. Cui Wu looked at him in that state, torn between anger and sympathy. She wanted to give him a kick on behalf of the eldest miss, but seeing him so half dead, her soft heart ultimately prevailed. She let out a helpless sigh and headed toward the kitchen. At the doorway, she took out her phone, snapped a sneaky photo of Zhou Suian, and sent it to Zhou Suisui. "Miss, the young master is back from the hospital. He seems fine, don't worry." After sending the message, she put the phone back into her pocket. Soon she returned with a bowl of warm rice water. "Young master, drink this soup or it will make you feel better." Zhou Suian took the bowl and gulped it down, the burning sensation in his stomach finally easing. As if catching his breath, he suddenly remembered something important. His long lashes trembled, and he frantically grabbed his phone. "Little sister." He had to tell her immediately. Tell her he was fine, that he was safe now. She must be so worried about him, right? He fished his phone out of his pocket, and the screen lit up. The video Jie sent abruptly caught his eye. The night was quiet with a bright moon and twinkling stars. At the empty airport terminal, Jiang Zongyan was carrying Zhou Suisui on his back. His tall frame leaned slightly forward, his strong arms securely supporting the girl on his back. The two of them walked slowly along the road. Their shadows overlapped tightly under the streetlight, tender and affectionate. What a... Suddenly, Zhou Suiyan's eyes widened and he leaped up from the sofa. His previously listless expression vanished, replaced by excitement that reddened the corners of his eyes. Damn it! Jiang Zongyan must have followed my sister to Haishur. A small summit. Why would the president of the Jiang group bother to attend? Little sister must not be taken away by that big bad wolf. His fingers trembling, he dialed Zhou Suisui's number. But it rang for a long time without an answer. The call automatically disconnected. Zhou Suisui, please pick up. I'm begging you, your brother. Zhou Suiyan was already anxious, and failing to reach her made him break out in a cold sweat. The previous times Jiang Zongyan had tried to trick his sister into a hotel, but he had foiled those attempts both times. This time far away where the emperor's reach couldn't extend. The two of them were in Haishi, 2,000 kilometers from Taming. Who knew what they might do? Zhou Suiyan buried his face in the sofa cushion for a moment, then suddenly jerked his head up to call in Haishur. Zhou Suisui looked at the caller ID on her phone, clenched her fists in anger. Now he finally remembers her, his sister. She was truly furious this time, and wouldn't forgive him easily. Otherwise next time he would disobey again, and sneak off to see Su-Wan, putting her through all that. She was truly furious this time, and wouldn't forgive him easily. Otherwise next time he would disobey again, and sneak off to see Su-Wan. Yeah. Zhou Suisui grunted, as if she didn't want to talk about him. Jiang Zongyan pressed his lips together, and said he should be fine now. Don't worry. To be honest, Jiang Zongyan didn't know how to comfort her. After all, he couldn't empathize with the peculiar way Zhou Suiyan. Compared to Zhou Suisui, what was that woman Su-Wan? He wasn't interested in celebrities, but that didn't mean others weren't. At gatherings he had heard plenty of gossip about Su-Wan, sleeping her way to the top plastic surgery vanity. And yet that pig-headed Zhou Suiyan would swallow anything. If Jiang Zongyan were in Zhou Suisui's shoes, Zhou Suiyan would have been kicked out by now, and had have someone put up a sign at the Zhou family gate, no dogs, or Zhou. Just as he was thinking, the phone in his suit pocket rang. Jiang Zongyan stopped walking, his brow slightly furrowed. Suisui, someone's calling me. He was carrying Zhou Suisui on his back, both hands supporting her, so it was inconvenient to answer. Oh. Zhou Suisui thought he meant to put her down, so she slowly loosened her grip. Perhaps his back was too warm and reassuring, she felt a little reluctant to let go. Realizing what she was thinking, Zhou Suisui inwardly scolded herself. The next second Jiang Zongyan hoisted her up a little, tightening his arms. Don't get down, the ground is cold. He paused, then said, Suisui, could you get my phone for me? Where's the phone? Zhou Suisui, seeing that he didn't intend to put her down, immediately wrapped her arms around his neck again. Without realizing it, her voice carried a hint of cheerfulness. In my pants pocket. Okay. Following Jiang Zongyan's words, Zhou Suisui leaned to the side, reached down, and slipped her hand into his suit pants pocket. Her soft, boneless little hand, separated only by a thin layer of fabric, groped along the skin of his outer thigh. Touching him lightly, almost imperceptibly, Zhou Suisui felt around, but couldn't find it, and couldn't help asking which side. Don't move around. Jiang Zongyan quickly bit his lip to keep from moaning. He took a deep breath to steady himself before saying left. Oh. Zhou Suisui withdrew her hand, then switched to the other hand, and reached into his left pocket. This time she quickly found the phone. Looking at the caller ID, Zhou Suisui froze, and her expression instantly turned cold. Who is it? Jiang Zongyan, sensing her strange reaction, turned his head slightly to look at her. Your brother. Zhou Suisui nodded her eyes. Jiang Zongyan's eyes flickered, and he said, better not answer. If your brother sees us like this, he'll probably blow it. Zhou Suisui caught the key words, below his top, and her eyes lit up. Answer it. And not just a voice call. She tapped the video call button. The next second, Zhou Suiyan's dark, furious face appeared on the high-definition screen. Little sister, how come that bastard's phone is in your hands? It's late at night. Why are you still together? Zhou Suiyan looked at his sister's face on the screen, on the verge of tears. Where is Jiang Zongyan? Brother Yan. He's carrying me on his back, he's busy right now. Seeing her brother's frantic look, Zhou Suisui felt a secret satisfaction. Finally, she had vented her anger. She deliberately turned the video camera around to show Jiang Zongyan's back. Zhou Suiyan almost choked, then roared, Zhou Suisui. Explain yourself. What is going on between you and Jiang Zongyan? On the other end of the line, Zhou Suisui, already simmering with anger, felt her fury spike at her brother's tone. How dare he question her? Furious is he? She deliberately leaned closer to Jiang Zongyan, her voice sickly sweet. What could be going on between brother Yan? Exactly what you see, we're together. Together. What does that mean? Zhou Suiyan's eyes reddened with agitation, and he wished he could rush over and say. Zhou Suisui's eyes were clear and innocent. Not only are we together, we're going to have a baby tonight. With that before Zhou Suiyan could react, she hung up with a crisp click. Give birth tonight. Zhou Suisui dropped a bombshell without waiting for his reaction, then hung up the phone. Give birth. They're going to have a baby. Zhou Suiyan's lips trembled, and he couldn't even cry anymore. In his mind, a cherubic little figure appeared, with cool chiseled features that mirrored Jiang Zongyan's, riding on his shoulders and calling him uncle. Sky? Falling. His sister was only 19. How could she have a child? She was still a child herself. Stupid. Zhou Suiyan was so furious, he crushed his phone, then abruptly stood up to rush out. But the drug had left him weak. As soon as he rose, darkness swam before his eyes, and he collapsed back heavily onto the sofa. Young master. Cui Wu hurriedly steadied him. You're not well. Don't overexert yourself. Thinking that Jiang Zongyan might be bullying his sister at that moment, he stubbornly grabbed his phone again and called frantically. One call after another until the other party blocked him entirely. Wu. Zhou Suiyan broke down crying like a helpless child. That beast Jiang won't answer my calls, and my sister won't either. Cui Wu was speechless. What use was crying now? The young lady had been frantic earlier. Though she didn't know exactly what the young lady had said on the phone. Something about giving birth tonight. She knew the young lady wouldn't go that far no matter how much she liked Jiang Zongyan. All that talk about giving birth tonight. But based on her understanding of the young lady, even if she adored Master Jiang, she wouldn't stoop to that. Nor would she easily abandon her principles for a man. She was most likely tricking the young master on purpose. He was too blinded by worry to see through such an obvious. Young master, the young lady isn't that kind of person. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Zhou Suiyan clutched his phone, gnashing his teeth. My sister is so adorable. That wolf Jiang Zongyan has had his eyes on her for ages. My poor sister. So naive. At the thought, Zhou Suiyan raked his hair in frustration, overwhelming regret crashing over him. He truly regretted it. If only he hadn't been bewitched into following Su Wan to the apartment for that damned farewell dinner. Suisui wouldn't be so angry, and she wouldn't want to have a child with Jiang Zongyan. No, he couldn't wait any longer. Zhou Suiyan raised a trembling finger, pointing weakly at the door. Go, now, arrange the private jet. I want to go to Haisha right now. Cui Wu looked at his frantic, furious state, and couldn't help but sigh. If he had known this would happen, why did he have to go looking for Su Wan? Young master, it's night. It's unsafe. Let's wait until tomorrow morning. By tomorrow, everything will be cold. Zhou Suiyan's forehead veins bulged. If he waited any longer, a child might actually appear. He wished he could teleport to Zhou Suisui's side right now. No. He immediately called Wenjing. When the call came, Wenjing was sleeping soundly with his girlfriend in his arms. President, arrange the private jet now. I need to go to Haisha immediately. Zhou Suiyan's voice was urgent. Now, Wenjing groggily glanced out the window. It's nighttime. Go. Ask one more question, and you'll lose this month's bonus. Zhou Suiyan was frantic. But Wenjing kept babbling on and on with questions. The moment he heard the bonus was gone, Wenjing scrambled out of bed. Be there immediately. Zhou Suiyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then Su Wan's furious voice came from outside the door. Let me in. I am Su Wan. Who dares to stop me? Su Wan. At the sound of her voice, both Cui Wu and Zhou Suiyan froze. Zhou Suiyan's face darkened. His hands clenched into fists, his eyes full of anger and disappointment. After scheming against him, she still dared to come to the Zhou residence. Su Wan had no umbrella. She was soaked through her cheongsam, clinging to her body, looking both pathetic and aggrieved. A Ling and a Biao stood like two. Su Wan had no umbrella. She was soaked through her cheongsam, clinging to her body, looking both pathetic and aggrieved. A Ling and a Biao stood like two stone guardians, expressionlessly blocking her way. Our young master doesn't want to see you. Please leave. Otherwise, trespassing, we won't go easy on you. As he spoke, a Biao impatiently shoved Su Wan toward the door. How could she withstand him? With a light push, she stumbled sideways and fell. Her knee scraped against the ground, stinging with pain. Su Wan winced, gritting her teeth and threatening the two men. You two watchdogs dare to push me? A Biao and a Ling's expressions flickered slightly. Just as they were about to speak, Cui Wu's gentle yet firm voice came from behind. They don't steal or rob. They earn their living with their own skills, openly and honestly. Seeing Cui Wu approach, a Biao and a Ling stepped aside to clear a path. Cui Wu walked over to Su Wan holding an umbrella. She looked down at her disheveled state, her eyes devoid of any sympathy. With a cold snort, she said, as for some people, they keep saying they're strong women who want to make their own way, yet behind the scenes they're up to every dirty trick in the book. Today I want to ask on behalf of our young master, are you ashamed? Do you regret it? Regret? What do I have to regret? Su Wan looked at Cui Wu's agitated expression and let out a low, cold laugh. Seeing that she could still smile, Cui Wu asked with deep pain, What has our young master ever done to wrong you? He is sincere, kind, with strong morals, handsome, and the president of Zhou Group. How is he not good enough for you? How could you demean and harm him like this? Su-wan slowly raised her head. Her rain-soaked face showed not a trace of guilt, but was filled with resentment. And why? You ask why? If she knew what Zhou Suian had done to her, she would understand why she hated him so much. Besides, what was one Zhou Suian? Even 10 of him couldn't fill her ambition. She was determined to trample those high and mighty people to climb up. She wanted to become like them, able to command the wind and rain, crushing a person as easily as an ant. She wanted to rise and crush everyone who had ever looked down on her. These words roared in her heart, but on her face, she curled a provocative smile. Chui Wu, you're just a dog raised by Zhou Suisui. It's because she doesn't like me that she deliberately set me up. Chui Wu looked at her twisted face, finding it utterly absurd. Your values are messed up. No one in this world owes you anything. The young master will never see you again. Give up. Heh. Su-wan was unfazed, her smile growing more triumphant. Is that so? She firmly believed that Zhou Suian would come out to see her, that he would soften. Not because he loved her deeply, but because she knew there was an unattainable moonlight in his heart, a love he could never have. And she was merely the substitute for that white moonlight. Zhou Suian, that fool. He thought he was hiding it well, but his gaze, his every move, all betrayed. Furthermore, there was the debt of gratitude she had when she saved him back then. Being both the white moonlight substitute and his savior, with two such illustrious identities combined in her, he couldn't simply let go. Hadn't this outcome been tested countless times before? When she needed resources, he drank with those old fossils in the entertainment world until his stomach perforated. Since he loved her so much, willing to give everything. Milan to buy it at a steep price. When she needed resources, he drank with those old fossils in the entertainment world until his stomach perforated. Since he loved her so much, willing to give everything. She only slipped him some drugs, so how could he bear to truly blame her? Thus she was certain that this time would be no different from the others. Nothing would change, but unfortunately this time she miscalculated. At this moment, Zhou San stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of the villa, watching the frail, pitiable woman in the rain. His eyes were filled with a cold, detached expression, with not a trace of sympathy left. His mind was entirely occupied with his precious sister, leaving no room for anything else. Suian, where are you? Won't you come out and listen to my explanation? Amid the pouring rain, Su-wan knelt on the ground, feigning misery. I truly didn't know there was something wrong with that incense. It was given to me by Sister Wang. She saw I hadn't been sleeping well lately, and said lighting it would help me sleep. Won't you come out and see me? I know you're angry with me. Just let me see you once, let me see with my own eyes that you're all right, then I can rest assured. Su-wan collapsed in the rain, acting deeply devoted. Chui Wu gnashed her teeth in fury. Su-wan, what are you shouting for? Do you really think the young master is someone you can summon and dismiss at will, someone you can use as you please? Though she shouted loudly, it was only a bluff. She feared that the young master would once again soften toward this venomous woman. Let's make a bet then. Within 10 minutes, he will definitely come out to see me. Su-wan lowered her voice, still defiantly provoking Chui Wu. However, 10 minutes passed, and her face turned pale. Half an hour passed, and her voice grew weaker. An hour later, her throat was hoarse from shouting. She knew Zhou Suian was in the living room, yet he never uttered a. She was completely panicked. Zhou Suian, are you really going to be so heartless to me? Is this how you treat your savior? You always say you'll repay kindness, but is this how you repay it? I only made a small mistake. Can't you be magnanimous? Zhou Suian, they'll count to 3, won't you come out? As long as you come out, we can go back to how we were before. 1, 2. Su-wan's reddened eyes stared intently at the main door. Just as she was about to count to 3, still no sign of Zhou Suian appeared. Her fingers dug into her palms, her heart racing with panic. The next second, she closed her eyes and fell stiffly to the. Chui Wu paused, then shouted in exasperation, what are you pretending for? Get up. The rain grew heavier, matching Chui was breathing. Su-wan had fainted. Would the young master's heart soften? Just as she was feeling anxious, a low, emotionless male voice came from behind her. If she's fainted, take her to the hospital. Don't let her die on our Zhou family's doorstep. Yes, I'll send her to the hospital right away. Fearing that Zhou Suian might change his mind, Chui Wu quickly called out to a Biao and a Ling who were not far away. You two come over here. Take her to the hospital. Don't let her die at the Zhou family's door. It's bad luck. Though she detested Su-wan, she was still a human life. Chui Wu couldn't be so cold-blooded as to watch her die. Moreover, if Su-wan really died at the Zhou family's doorstep, her fans would swarm like leeches, clinging to the young master and the young lady. At that moment, outside the terminal of High City, Zhou Suisui impatiently added Zhou Suian's number to her blacklist and turned off her phone. Hey, raise your phone back. Zhou Suisui put the phone back into Jiang Zongyan's pocket, wiggled her legs, and struggled to get down. Brother Yin, am I too heavy? Put me down. Though his back was warm, he had been carrying her for a long time. He must be tired. Jiang Zongyan not only refused to put her down, but lifted her higher. He chuckled at her words. How much do you weigh? 90 Jean. I weigh 98 Jean. Zhou Suisui said with some distress. Girls never want to be too fat. Jiang Zongyan felt the flesh in his palms. Even with 10 more Jean, I could still carry you. You're too thin. Hearing that, Zhou Suisui's nose suddenly stung again, thinking of something. Her brother had said the same thing to her. Just a moment ago she was angry with her brother, but the next moment she started missing him. Why was she so weak? What's wrong? Jiang Zongyan thought she was upset because he said she was too thin. He stopped walking. Actually, you're not that thin. He hesitated, then spoke with red ears. The places that should be slim are slim, and the places that should be full are full. Zhou Suisui blinked in confusion. Hey, what kind of racy talk was this guy saying? Was this still the refined, restrained, aloof idol in her heart? Blushing wildly at his remark, she was about to retort when she heard him ask, what you said to your brother earlier, was it true? What did I say? Zhou Suisui pretended not to understand. The man's low, mellow voice slowly reached her ears, carrying a You said you'd give me a child? Huh. Zhou Suisui buried her face in his back, her face red as a boiled shrimp, wishing she could find a hole to bury herself. You said you'd give me a child? Huh. Zhou Suisui buried her face in his back, her face red as a boiled shrimp, wishing she could find a hole to bury herself. How could he remember so clearly? You heard wrong. The young lattice muffled voice came. Jiang Zongyan laughed. Yes, I heard wrong. She definitely didn't mean to. Jiang Zongyan. Zhou Suisui, humiliated and angry, raised her hand to cover his mouth. Let go. Will you stop talking? Will you stop? He'll tell Auntie you're bullying me. And he'll tell Uncle you're molesting me. As long as you're not afraid of them making me take responsibility, go ahead and tell. You. The young lady was so angry her face and neck turned red, yet she couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal, and her eyes reddened with frustration. A smile played on Jiang Zongyan's lips. She was really adorable. When had he become so childish? Teasing a little girl to amuse her. The two of them frolicked and bickered. A smile played on Jiang Zongyan's lips. She was really adorable. When had he become so childish? A perfect opportunity. Zhou Suisui was finally alone, even though Jiang Zongyan was still with her. But 2 against 1, the odds were in their favor. They pulled out gleaming daggers from their backpacks and were about to move forward. No, don't say that or you'll make the young lady uncomfortable. Fu Jie's expression betrayed a hint of fluster at having his thoughts exposed. Lin Zhou and his 2 subordinates were about to rush out when they were startled by a figure suddenly emerging from the side. Fu Jie, holding a long wooden stick in his hand, raised it without hesitation and brought it down on the 2 sneaky figures, showing no mercy. The 2 didn't even have a chance to cry out before they were knocked unconscious. Lin Zhou was stunned. Was this still the gentle, refined, and seemingly fragile Director Fu? Fu Jie, gripping the stick tightly, still unsatisfied, kicked the 2 unconscious men. How dare they harm the young? They must have a death wish. Just then he keenly sensed someone behind him. He spun around abruptly and met Lin Zhou's astonished gaze. Assistant Lin, what are you doing here? Director Fu, shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Why are you here in the middle of the night? And besides, he looked him up and down, noticing he wore a slipper on one foot and a leather shoe on the other. The corner of his mouth twitched. Your look is quite distinctive. Fu Jie felt somewhat embarrassed under his scrutiny. He dropped the stick and changed the subject. These 2 were planning to harm the young lady and President Jiang. They've been tailing them since earlier. He finished, pushed up the frame of his glasses, and looked at Lin Zhou meaningfully. Our young lady is kind-hearted and the most lovable person. These 2 are probably here for President Jiang. Lin Zhou couldn't help rolling his eyes inwardly. Our young lady. Our young lady. He sounded so affectionate. Miss Zhou was still their future CEO's wife. Was he proud? You 2 go. He waved at the 2 subordinates behind him. The subordinates immediately stepped forward, wrapped the 2 men tightly in a sack, dragged them to a nearby corner, and rained punches and kicks on them. The 2 who had been knocked out were now awakened by the pain. They opened their eyes, unable to believe what was happening, wishing it were. Ouch, stop. No more beating. You'll kill us. Hero, spare us. Lin Zhou stepped forward, tore open the sack, grabbed one of them by the hair, and asked coldly, tell me who sent you. The 2 were beaten black and blue, wincing in pain, but still insisted stubbornly. No one sent us. Zhou Suan fired us without reason, and we just wanted to scare his sister. Stubborn are you? Lin Zhou scoffed, released his grip, and said, take them away. Once we return to Tang City, we'll have plenty of ways to make them talk. The subordinates immediately dragged the 2 men and disappeared into the corner. Lin Zhou flexed his sore arm and turned to walk toward the car parked by the roadside. As he passed by Fu Jie, he honked the car horn. Director Fu, get in. Lin Zhou looked him up and down again, couldn't help it, and said with a suppressed laugh, 1 leather shoe, 1 slipper. Quite fashionable. Fu Jie's face instantly flushed red, full of embarrassment. I left in a hurry. Want a ride? We'll take you part way. Would it be too much trouble? You still have to pick up President Jiang and the young lady, right? Fine. Being in the same car with that lovey-dovey couple is indeed awkward. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zhou stepped on the accelerator, and the car zoomed off with a whoosh, leaving only a trail of exhaust. Cough, cough, cough. Fu Jia was choked by the exhaust. He watched the car drive away, looked at the empty street around him, and was completely dumbfounded. He was just being polite. It was so late and so remote. Where was he supposed to find a taxi? Fu Jia stood there watching the car disappear, gnashing his teeth in anger. Indeed, like father like son, Jiang Zongyan was arrogant, and his subordinates were no better. The usually refined and elegant man let out a curse. Damn it! Lin Zhou felt immensely pleased. Who dared to vie for his CEO's wife? He joyfully parked the car beside Jiang Zongyan and Zhou Suisui. CEO Miss Zhou, get in. Jiang Zongyan opened the door and lifted Zhou Suisui inside. Zhou Suisui's bare feet touched the cold floor mat, and her toes instinctively curled. Jiang Zongyan frowned, grabbing her ankles with both hands. Oh, what are you doing? Zhou Suisui's face changed, and she nervously glanced quickly toward the driver's seat. Lin Zhou was still watching from the front. Under her shocked gaze, Jiang Zongyan, expression unchanged, held her small foot and placed it on his own thigh. He lowered his head, his gaze sweeping over a few scratches on her fair skin, and his voice instantly tightened. You're injured. I scraped them while running earlier. Zhou Suisui felt a little embarrassed and tugged at her pant leg. Under his fiery gaze, she was extremely shy. Lin Zhou, go to the hospital. Jiang Zongyan raised his eyes and ordered coldly to the front. No need, no need. Zhou Suisui quickly waved her hand to refuse. It's just a minor injury. Find a pharmacy and buy some iodine. That'll do. Jiang Zongyan raised his eyes and ordered coldly to the front. No need, no need. Zhou Suisui quickly waved her hand to refuse. Jiang Zongyan raised his eyes and ordered coldly to the front. No need, no need. Zhou Suisui quickly waved her hand to refuse. It's just a minor injury. Find a pharmacy and buy some iodine. We'll be at the hotel soon. Zhou Suisui closed her eyes drowsily. Jiang Zongyan wrapped his arm around her shoulder and instructed Lin Zhou, go to the nearby pharmacy to buy medicine. Drive slowly, don't wake her. Okay, CEO. Jiang Zongyan carried Zhou Suisui back to the hotel. Zhou Suisui was already drowsy beyond measure. The moment she touched the bed, her eyes closed and her breathing steadied. Jiang Zongyan let out a helpless chuckle, sat down by the bedside, and gently grasped her ankle. He scooped some ointment with his finger and gently applied it to her wound. In her drowsy state, Zhou Suisui resisted and kicked wildly, landing a blow on Jiang Zongyan's lower abdomen. Jiang Zongyan's handsome face darkened. Looking at her sleepy expression, he sighed helplessly. What a delicate... It seemed he would have to learn how to take care of this pampered young lady. Worried about Zhou Suisui, Jiang Zongyan gently lifted the blanket and lay down beside her. Yen Gij, I want a hug. The girl's rosy lips curled slightly, and her delicate cheek gently Yen Gij, I want a hug. The girl's rosy lips curled slightly, and her delicate cheek gently nuzzled against Jiang Zongyan's neck, like a yearning little kitten. A warm, sweet fragrance brushed lightly over his Adam's apple and sensitive earlobe, like a feather stroking the tip of his heart. Gulp. The man tilted his head back slightly, his prominent Adam's apple sliding up and down violently as he let out a stifled groan. He closed his eyes and took... When he opened them again, his gaze was disturbingly dark. If Zhou Suisui had been awake at that moment, she would have seen the roiling thick desire in the man's eyes. Yen Gij is here. Sleep. After a long pause, he curled his lips and placed a hand on her slender back, patting it gently and intermittently. She was still young, with only a vague understanding of matters between men and women. He couldn't be too impatient. Impatience would scare her away. Jiang Zongyan exhaled a breath. The process was both agonizing and reluctant, unbearably prolonged. Suddenly in her sleep, Zhou Suisui frowned deeply and choked out a miserable Yen Gij, don't trust Su Wan, she'll get you killed. Jiang Zongyan's tender expression instantly darkened. He quickly climbed onto the bed and placed his palm on her slender back. It's okay. You were just dreaming. Yen Gij is here. Thinking of that person, he ground his teeth. That bastard Zhou Suisui. He was so vigilant against me, yet he couldn't even take care of his own sister, leaving Suisui so worried. His dark eyes turned cold as he recalled the special moments post Zhou Suisui had sent him that morning. A wicked idea suddenly struck him, and he raised an eyebrow, pulling out his phone. He opened WeChat and switched it to silent mode. Finding an angle, he aimed the lens at Zhou Suisui's sleeping face. In the frame, the girl's cheeks were pink and puffed out, just like an adorable little pufferfish. Click. The image froze. Jiang Zongyan's fingers caressed the photo. He opened his moments, created a separate group for Zhou Suisui, and updated his status. The kitten is so delicate she fell asleep from exhaustion. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the Zhou family villa, Zhou Suisui had the twins take Su Wan to the hospital. Exhausted from the day's ordeal, he collapsed on the sofa waiting for Wen Jing to arrange a helicopter. The wait was especially agonizing. Why hadn't his sister replied to his message yet? Zhou Suisui looked utterly dejected, curled up on the sofa, clutching his phone, his eyes fixed on the WeChat chat with his sister. The chat screen was filled with all the apology messages he had sent to his sister. Suisui, I'm sorry. Big brother was wrong. When you come back, I'll kneel in front of you. Can you at least reply to me? Please. Are you still with Jiang Zongyan? You didn't go to a hotel, did you? Zhou Suisui. If you don't reply to me now, I'll jump off the second floor this very second. But no matter what he sent, the other party never replied. Zhou Suisui was at his wit's end. He buried his face in his hands, struggling bitterly with himself for a long time. Finally trembling, he typed a message. Don't end up with a baby. Remember to use protection. You know the condom, the one you used to trick me with before. Wah. In Zhou Sui's mind, scenes of what his sister and Jiang Zongyan might be doing right now kept flashing. He hugged a pillow and sobbed bitterly. Still crying, he closed his eyes from exhaustion. Whatever if they actually made a little brat, we could always raise it in the Zhou family. No way. That kid would be Jiang Zongyan's spawn. Why should he raise it for him? Just as his thoughts were locked in a battle. Ding dong. A notification from Moments suddenly popped up on his phone. He froze for a second, his eyes lighting up. He immediately perked up, grabbed his phone, and opened it. His sister had finally let go of her anger and was willing to talk to him. But when he opened Moments, boom. A thunderbolt from a clear sky. A devastating shock. Zhou Suisui instantly sprang up from the sofa, his hair standing on end. On the other side, Wen Jing hung up the phone, and a woman beside him extended her seductive arm, wrapping it around his neck, while coquettishly saying, "You just got back, didn't you? Going out so late. Don't go, okay?" Wen Jing's bones felt half melted. He reached out and pinched the woman's charming little butt. "If I don't work hard, who will buy you Chanel bags? This $1 million annual salary isn't easy to earn. Ouch, you're hurting me. Stop being coquettish." Oomph. Wen Jing quickly dressed, grabbed his car keys, and left without looking back. By the time he arrived at the Zhou family villa, Zhou Suisui was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He held up his phone, calling Jiang Zongyan again, and again, unwilling to give up. Jiang Zongyan didn't turn off his phone or block him. He just set it to silent. It was like teasing a dog. Watching the incoming call notification jump on the screen, he curled his lips in satisfaction. What was this called? Tit for tat. Zhou Suisui, oh Zhou Suisui, weren't you so smug this morning? Why are you panicking now? Jiang Zongyan, you damn perv. Zhou Suisui angrily shut off his phone and shouted at the arriving Wen Jing. Contact the air route immediately. I can't wait a single minute. I need to leave now. President, it's the middle of the night. Visibility is poor. It's unsafe. Better wait until tomorrow morning. No. By morning, everything will be cold. Zhou Suisui was nearly in tears. Assistant Wen shook his head, took out his phone, and began contacting the airline. Zhou Suisui paced around anxiously, then took out his phone to call Fujia. But at that moment, Fujia's phone had run out of... Naturally, Zhou Suisui couldn't get through, his face turning livid. What's wrong with this guy? He usually seems reliable. How can he fail at a critical moment? He thought for a moment, his finger hovering over Zhang Lian's contact. Hesitated and finally abandoned the idea. He still retained some rationality. The fewer people who knew about his sister's affair with Jiang Zongyan, the better. It couldn't become public knowledge. An hour later, after Assistant Wen had arranged all the formalities, Zhou Suisui finally boarded the private jet to Haishur. When the plane landed, a streak of pale light had already bloomed on the horizon. He threw caution to the wind and rushed straight to the hotel. When he opened the hotel door and saw the scene before him, this man who was decisive and ruthless in the business world instantly collapsed, unable even to cry. The room was filled with roses and aromatherapy. Jiang Zongyan was lying on the big bed, holding Suisui in his arms. The two were in an intimate pose. His sister buried her face in the man's chest, full of attachment. One of Jiang Zongyan's arms was draped over his sister's waist. His clothes were disheveled, his fingers slipping under the hem of her clothes, his fingertips pressed against her skin. Oh! Zhou Sui's scalp tingled, and he let out a mental scream like a groundhog. That little brat, Zhou Suisui, hadn't lied to him after all. They had actually slept together. The thing he had been worrying about all night had finally come true. Zhou Sui's eyes were bloodshot, his tall and straight figure blocking the doorway, shielding the hotel staff's probing gaze. Coming to his senses, he turned and slammed the door shut, then strode over in a few large steps. Jiang Zongyan had just dozed off for a moment. Hearing Zhou Sui's roar, he felt a sense of unreality. Although he expected Zhou Suisui to arrive soon, he didn't expect him to come so quickly. Seeing Zhou Sui's fist flying toward him, his eyes sharpened, and he raised his hand to catch it. Are you sure you want to start a fight here? Jiang Zongyan tilted his head, glanced at the sleeping Zhou Suisui beside him, his eyes provocative. Zhou Sui's chest heaved violently. Why had he forgotten just now? He hadn't brought a gun when he left. He would shoot this annoying bastard dead. Jiang Zongyan seemed to know what he was thinking, his smile widening with an air of impunity. Want to change the venue? Zhou Suisui looked at the dark circles under his sister's eyes, clearly exhausted. Although it was painful, he felt even more distressed. It was this shameless old man who had seduced his sister. It wasn't his sister's fault, it was the old man's fault. Let's go. Who's afraid of whom? Zhou Suiyan's face was ashen. Today it would be either you or me, only one could survive. However, just as they agreed to head for the door, a soft, delicate voice came from behind. Brother. Both of them stopped in their tracks. They turned around to look. Zhou Suisui had woken up at some point, sitting on the bed and rubbing her eyes. Her little mouth pouted slightly as she muttered softly, "Why do I see my brother here? And two brothers. Jiang Zongyan is here too." She pinched her own cheek, wincing in pain. The next second she was instantly wide awake. All traces of drowsiness vanished and her eyes widened. "Zhou Suisui, how did you get here? And why are you here?" It was still dark outside. Tengcheng to Haishi, over 2,000 kilometers. How did he get here? Even with a private jet, visibility at night is poor and accidents are easy. How dared he? Sister, don't be afraid. Tell me now, did he bully you? Seeing his sister awake, Zhou Suisui immediately turned back to the bedside, looking at her with a worried expression. Bully? Zhou Suisui clenched her fists. Brother, Yin didn't bully me. It's you who bullied me. What? Was it voluntary on your part? Zhou Suisui grabbed her shoulders with both hands. If looks could kill, Zhou Suisui would have died hundreds of times under his. It hurts. Zhou Suisui's bones felt like they were about to break under his grip, and she frowned deeply. Jiang Zongyan walked over and grabbed Zhou Suiyan's wrist with a powerful force. You're hurting her. Let go. His low, cold tone carried a heavy threat. Huh? Zhou Suisui laughed coldly in fury. His eyes constantly swept back and forth between their faces. My sister, whom I raised from childhood. What's going on now? So I, the brother, am the outsider. The tall man actually seemed to sway as if he would collapse the next second. Zhou Suisui's heart ached instantly, and she said anxiously, Brother is no outsider. He is my only family. Zhou Suisui's heart, which had been worried all night, finally settled as she saw Zhou Suisui safe, and her brother was utterly exhausted. In just a single day's absence, he had grown stubbled and heavy-eyed, his refined and handsome features unable to conceal the pallor of fatigue. Brother, are you all right? Did Suwan do anything to you? Why didn't you rest before rushing here? Don't you know how dangerous this is? What if something happened to you? What would I do then? Zhou Suisui's voice broke as if not for Sister Wu informing her in time, would her brother have already walked the same path as his previous life. Thinking of the tragic end in his past life after being framed by Zhou Suisui still shuddered with lingering fear. Silly brother. Foolish brother. She felt both love and resentment, wishing she could pry open his mind to see if it was consumed by infatuation. Faced with this barrage of questions, Zhou Suiyan's heart ached. Flustered, he wiped her tears. Don't cry, little sister. It's my fault. It won't happen again. Please don't cry. Zhou Suisui threw herself into Zhou Suiyan's arms, tears streaming like broken pearls. Brother. Little sister. Nearby, Jiang Zongyan's temple pulsed with irritation. Suddenly, he curled his lips in a bitter laugh. So what was this? Were they perfectly fine as siblings, leaving him as the superfluous outsider? Zhou Suisui seemed to finally remember the irksome presence standing nearby. His face darkened, and he ground his teeth. All right, now explain to your brother properly. What exactly is your relationship with this man? Zhou Suisui glanced at Jiang Zongyan, guiltily recalling how she had used him last night. She dared not look at him. It's just like that. Just like that. What does that mean? Her bashful expression made him conjure many rated images. Zhou Suisui suddenly perked up again. His sharp gaze swept back and forth over the two of them. Even though they had lain in the same bed, it didn't necessarily mean anything, did it? His sister was probably deceiving him again. Zhou Suisui lifted the blanket, pinched it, and sniffed it. The gesture was both comical and unseemly, like a stray dog that had found a bone and sniffed it for scent. Zhou Suisui was dumbfounded. Brother, what are you doing? There was no smell. Ignoring her question, Zhou Suisui found no clues on the bed, and his tense expression eased slightly. He didn't answer her, set down the blanket, and walked around the foot of the bed. His eyes, like X-ray beams, scanned the carpet back and forth, missing not a single spot. Nothing. Nothing in the trash can either. Realizing belatedly what he was doing, Zhou Suisui blushed to the tips of her ears. Brother, can you please stop it? She glanced at Jiang Zongyan, standing nearby, covering her face in shame. What would Jiang Zongyan think of her brother's behavior? Heavens, what was her brother doing? Zhou Suisui was completely oblivious to how ridiculous he looked, nor did he feel any shame as his sister imagined. He knelt down, stuck his rear in the air, and peered under the bed, scrutinizing every angle, leaving no trace unchecked. Still no suspicious items. He finally exhaled in relief, a hint of color returning to his pale face, and he raised an eyebrow triumphantly at Jiang Zongyan. I knew my sister couldn't possibly fall for you. Jiang Zongyan had been utterly stunned by Zhou Suiyan's antics. He had known him to be shameless since childhood, but he never imagined he could be this shameless. He looked at Zhou Suisui and spoke meaningfully. Suisui, why don't you tell your brother that we were together? All night long. The words, all night long, were drawn out with deliberate ambiguity in his low voice. Zhou Suiyan clenched his fists, his furious eyes locked on her. Fine, Zhou Suisui, speak. What did you two do last night? His demeanor suggested that if she dared utter anything too scandalous, he would strangle her. The gazes of both men fell upon her. Zhou Suisui felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles. No matter how she answered, she would offend one of them. Her thick long lashes fluttered. She lifted her eyes slightly toward the man standing not far away. Jiang Zongyan, meeting her guilty gaze, felt his, you heartless little thing, dare to side with her brother. Zhou Suisui was intimidated by the cold light in his eyes and shrank her neck. She gently shook her head. No, she couldn't betray Brother Yan. If he hadn't been patiently keeping her company tonight, she wouldn't have known what to do. She bit her pink lips slightly, her mind racing for a solution. Got it. She put her hands on her hips, scowled fiercely, and retorted, how dare you come to interrogate me? I haven't even asked you. Suwan drugged and framed you, so what are you going to do with her? Zhou Suiyan was indeed taken aback. Suwan had indeed done wrong, but the incense was given to her by Wang Zhan, she didn't know it had other uses. Of course, the main reason was that he had already decided to cut ties with her. Let this matter rest, consider it as offsetting part of her kindness. But he didn't know how to tell his sister. Seeing him still hesitating and unwilling to hold Suwan accountable, Zhou Suisui laughed bitterly. Fine, then don't meddle in my affairs either. Let's each mind our own business. Zhou Suiyan panicked. Don't be angry first. This time I went to see her only to agree to have one last meal with her. She asked you to dinner, and you just go. Zhou Suisui ground her teeth, her fists clenched tightly. Do you know? There are reporters downstairs. The moment you dare to touch Suwan, they'll rush in and capture evidence of you molesting her. Tomorrow the whole internet will be flooded with the trending topic, attempted rape. How will you clear your name then? Zhou Suiyan, faced with his sister's accusations, could not defend Suwan, nor did he intend to. I know. What do you know? Zhou Suisui was furious. Since you care so much about her, why did you come to High City? Didn't she faint in the hospital? Go accompany her. Zhou Suiyan looked utterly helpless. Suisui, I won't meddle in her affairs anymore. Trust me one last. I don't believe a word you say. It was precisely because she trusted him too much that he had run wild. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Zhou Suisui threw off the covers, got out of bed barefoot, and pushed Zhou Suiyan toward the door with both hands. Go. I don't want you here. Go find your Suwan. He'll pretend I don't have a brother anymore. She was of course saying it in anger. But she knew her brother. If she forgave him so easily, he would probably scamper back to Suwan like a lovesick fool, indulging her without limits. Suisui, I really won't go to her again. Zhou Suiyan's face changed. He wanted to explain further, but was ruthlessly pushed out the door. With a bang, the door slammed shut. Zhou Suisui exhaled, turned around, and met Jiang Zongyan's probing gaze. Zhou Suisui felt a chill down her spine. Could he tell she was using him? So just as Jiang Zongyan stepped forward to speak, before he could open his mouth, she glared at him fiercely, her cute expression looking quite fierce. Pointing at the door, she struck first with a false accusation. You get out too, Jiang Zongyan. He hadn't provoked her. Jiang Zongyan stared in astonishment, his eyes wide. I have to go out too. Zhou Suisui forced herself to appear composed, not wanting to seem overly dramatic. That's right, I'm a girl, and you're a man. Staying in my room for too long would cause misunderstandings. Before Jiang Zongyan could defend himself, she pushed him out of the room. Without a moment's hesitation, she slammed the door shut. Bang! Zhou Suisui leaned against the door, exhaling deeply. Outside, Zhou Suiyan and Jiang Zongyan stared. How I thought you were special, but you got kicked out too. Zhou Suiyan put his hands on his hips and sneered. It seemed his sister treated them both the same. He didn't realize how his standards were gradually lowering. Jiang Zongyan snorted coldly. Idiot is being kicked out something to be proud of. Zhou Suiyan was momentarily speechless. He narrowed his eyes dangerously and threatened. Jiang Zongyan, my sister will never marry out. She will only take a husband who moves in. If you're not planning that, stay away from her. Olivian's son-in-law. Jiang Zongyan's eyes turned cold. Are you talking about Fujia? He hadn't said he would marry his sister to Fujia. He just wanted to provoke him. Do you know Fujia's family background? Have you investigated thoroughly? I have naturally investigated thoroughly. The Fu family's methods are not exactly clean. Can you guarantee Fujia is innocent? Jiang Zongyan shoved his hands in his pockets, his tone sharp. Zhou Suiyan, unable to argue, changed the subject. Why are you asking so many questions? I raised my sister with my own hands. Her affairs are none of your business. Don't change the subject. Right now I'm talking about you. As long as you don't provoke my sister, she will find a good man on her own. Before he finished, Jiang Zongyan ignored him and turned to leave. Hey, I'm not done talking. Where are you going? Stop right there. Amid Zhou Suiyan's enraged glare, Jiang Zongyan pulled a room key card from his pocket and opened the door across the hall. This was the room the organizers had later reassigned to him. With a beep, the door opened. Jiang Zongyan stepped inside. The next second, Zhou Suiyan slipped in like he headed straight for the large bed, spreading his arms and legs wide as he lay down. Ah, comfortable. Jiang Zongyan rubbed his temples. This rascal. Then an idea struck him, and he sneered. Since you like this bed so much, you sleep here. He turned. He had another key card in his pocket. He would go to the room next to Zhou Suisui's. Damn. Zhou Suiyan's face changed. He scrambled off the bed and fought. He was determined wherever Jiang Zongyan went tonight, he would follow. Just as the door was about to close, Jiang Zongyan glanced back at the intruder, his temple. Zhou Suiyan, you're insane. Zhou Suiyan lounged lazily, his tone nonchalant. It'll be dawn soon anyway. He'll just crash anywhere. This shameless, scheming old boy. Now that he was here, he wouldn't let him get close to his sister again. His gaze fell on the single large bed in the center of the room. Jiang Zongyan had a bad feeling. What do you want now, eh? Sleep, of course. With that, Zhou Suiyan strode toward the bed. He spread his limbs and flopped onto the bed, letting out a comfortable sigh. After a whole night of fuss, he finally felt tired. Lying in bed was so pleasant. Jiang Zongyan's chest heaved. He couldn't even force a smile. So he was determined to cling to him. Finally, he knew where Zhou Suisui had learned her shamelessness. These siblings were exactly alike. He walked over and nudged his leg with his foot. Hey, go sleep on the couch. Don't. Zhou Suiyan turned over like a dead log, determined to hog the bed. Jiang Zongyan stood by the bed, watching silently for a moment, then suddenly sneered. Fine. You sleep here. With that, he turned and headed for the door. Zhou Suiyan instantly opened his eyes and sprang up from the bed. Don't run. Wherever you go tonight, I go. Jiang Zongyan said, You've taken my bed. He'll have to go sleep with Suisui. Zhou Suiyan nearly choked on his own breath. Gritting his teeth, he said word by word, Fine. You take the bed, he'll sleep on the couch. He grabbed a pillow in frustration and lay down on the sofa. Jiang Zongyan rubbed his temples, resigned, and walked toward the bed. Seeing him lie down, Zhou Suiyan finally relaxed and returned to the sofa. He didn't dare close his eyes, but kept staring at Jiang Zongyan's sleeping figure. Jiang Zongyan's eyes closed, said in a cold tone, Zhou Suiyan, if you look at me one more time, I'll gouge out your eyes. Who wants to look at you? One nose, two eyes. A three-legged toad is hard to find, but two-legged men are everywhere. Jiang Zongyan listened to his nonsense, barely restraining himself from throwing him out. He turned over and forced himself to sleep. Outside, the sky was growing pale, heralding the coming dawn. The room that had been noisy now felt incredibly silent. Even the waves outside were hushed. Zhou Suiyan's phone kept vibrating. Su-wan sent apology messages one after another, full of grievance and pitifulness. Zhou Suiyan's eyes were dark. When he rushed from Tang City and saw his sister's reddened eyes, he realized how damnable he had been. For the sake of a woman, he had neglected his sister's feelings. Annoying. Suddenly, Jiang Zongyan's low voice came from the bed. Turn off your phone or get out. Zhou Suiyan pursed his lips and obediently powered off his phone. In the next room, Zhou Suisui lay in bed, listening to the faint sounds from next door, completely baffled. How could she hear her brother and Jiang Zongyan talking in the next room? Was the hotel's soundproofing really that bad? After all, it was a 5-star hotel. But she didn't think much of it, assuming it was just poor insulation. She turned over and soon drifted into dreamland. After a night of turmoil, she could finally sleep in peace. She was truly angry this time. She wouldn't make up with that idiot brother so quickly. After sleeping for over an hour, the organizers sent someone to invite them. Upon learning that Zhou Suiyan had arrived, President Wang didn't even have time to wash his face. He threw on his suit jacket and rushed to the hotel. The moment he pushed open the door, he froze in place. Zhou Suiyan was sitting on the sofa, his resentful gaze fixed on the man across from him, who was busy working his eyes like icy daggers. Opposite him, Jiang Zongyan held a tablet, calmly handling work. Rumor had it that the two families had been close for generations, but the two men had been rivals since childhood, always at odds with each other. Opposite him, Jiang Zongyan held a tablet, calmly handling work. Rumor had it that the two families had been close for generations, but the two men had been rivals since childhood, always at odds with each other. Cold sweat broke out on President Wang's forehead. He wiped it hastily with his hand. This is a disaster. Zhou Suiyan was famously a doting older brother. Today, he would surely skin him alive. Oh, isn't this President Wang? Zhou Suiyan turned and spotted him, his face turning even colder, his teeth clenched as if he wanted to strangle him. Does this guy have cotton stuffed in his head? How dare he arrange his sister's room right next to that big bad wolf Jiang Zongyan? If the organizers didn't have some intention of currying favor with Jiang Zongyan, he wouldn't believe it even if he were killed. President Wang was about to cry, his face scrunched up with misery. President Zhou, how do you have the time to attend the summit in person? Why didn't you let us know in advance so I could have someone pick you up at the airport? I wouldn't dare, Zhou Suan said, his thin lips curling in a half-smile that sent a bone-chilling coldness. If I had told you in advance, how could I have witnessed such a thoughtful arrangement from President Wang? Arranging my sister's room so close to President Jiang's. You've really gone to great trouble. President Wang's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly defended himself. President Zhou, you misunderstand. It's a misunderstanding. I reserved the best room for Miss Zhou. You know rooms are very tight during this summit. Before he could finish, there was a soft click. The partition door that had been closed was opened from inside. Zhou Suisui rubbed her eyes and stood at the doorway looking dazedly at the several people in the living room. This room was actually connected to the next one. No wonder it was so noisy and not soundproof at all. Everyone raised their heads and looked at her. Even Jiang Zongyan frowned sharply, put down his tablet, and stared at Zhou Suisui in astonishment. In an instant, the entire living room fell into dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wang Mingchuan. Zhou Suiyan's eyes were like a sharp blade sweeping fiercely toward Wang Mingchuan. President Wang's legs went weak, and he almost knelt down to Zhou Suiyan. Miss Zhou, why doesn't she come out earlier or later, but just at this moment? How could he still argue? President Zhou, this is really just a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. He was on the verge of tears, sneakily casting glances at Jiang Zongyan. President Jiang, help me. I did all this for your benefit. You can't just leave me to die. Jiang Zongyan met his pleading gaze, cleared his throat, and said without a hint of blush or fluster, President Wang, this is your fault. What? Wang Mingchuan wanted to cry. He just wanted to brown-nose. Why did the young master throw him under the bus? Zhou Suiyan's expression eased slightly. It seemed that Jiang Zongyan was unaware of this. The next second, Jiang Zongyan spoke again. How about this? You apologize to Miss Zhou, and President Zhou immediately arranged for President Zhou to change to the best suite and have someone send up breakfast. President Wang got the hint, and suddenly his mind cleared. He nodded his head like a rattle drum. Yes, President Jiang is right. He'll go right away. He'll arrange it immediately. He scurried out of the room, afraid that if he was a second later, Zhou Suan would devour him alive. Zhou Suiyan looked at his bewildered sister, who hadn't come to her senses, then at the unruffled Jiang Zongyan, and then at Lin Zhou, who was bowing his head, not daring to look up. His lungs were about to explode. What wasn't clear? Jiang Zongyan, that scheming fox. He was obviously doing it on purpose. And his sister still didn't know anything. Before long, a lavish breakfast was delivered, covering the entire table. President Zhou, Miss Zhou, I'm truly sorry. The front desk made a mistake with the rooms. The new employee didn't know these two rooms were connected. We've already reprimanded them. After saying that, he put on a pretense. Fortunately, the person next door is President Jiang. President Jiang and Miss Zhou are like brother and sister, childhood friends. He can protect Miss Zhou and ensure she won't be bullied. No, it's a joke. The Zhou and Jiang families. Neither was someone he could afford to offend. As he spoke, President Wang personally served them dishes. He bowed and apologized several more times. Please enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just call me directly. Don't hesitate. Then he quickly slipped away with his people. Jiang Zongyan, don't you have anything to explain about this? Zhou Suiyan placed his fingers on the table and tapped lightly. Explain what? Jiang Zongyan looked as if a light bulb had gone off. You mean how these two rooms are connected? Don't play dumb with me. Isn't this perfect? You're busy meeting with actresses, so I can conveniently take care of Suisui for you. Lin Zhou struggled to suppress his laughter. Forgive him, he really couldn't hold it in. The CEO's mouth was too sharp. He completely didn't care about President Zhou's feelings. Oh, conveniently take care of his sister. Is that human language? Zhou Suan gnashed his teeth, his expression as if he would pounce and bite off Jiang Zongyan's neck the next second. Zhou Suisui looked at her brother's state, feeling both sorry for him and a bit satisfied. What was that about? Last night, he made her so anxious. Today, let him taste it too. Brother Yin, can I sit next to you? Zhou Suisui, as if she couldn't see her brother's murderous glare, looked at Jiang Zongyan. Jiang Zongyan's eyes flickered, and he cast a provocative glance at Zhou Suan across the table. Of course. I knew it, brother. Yin is the best to me. Zhou Suisui's voice was sweet and cutesy. After speaking, she picked up a cordyceps boiled egg, peeled it, and held it out to him deliberately, using a soft, affectionate tone. Brother Yin, have an egg. Eggs are nutritious. I'll eat. Jiang Zongyan's bones went half melted. He knew she was deliberately provoking her brother, but he couldn't help feeling a surge of joy inside. Crack. Zhou Suiyan snapped the chopsticks in his hand. The resentment in his body almost solidified into something tangible, his eyes fixed on Jiang Zongyan, as if he wanted to throw the damn bastard out on the spot. Lin Zhou beside him nearly spat out his coffee. He quickly covered his mouth and coughed violently. Oh heavens, his CEO was too shameless. Tone it down. He was certain that if the CEO had a tail at this very moment, it would be wagging high and happily at Miss Zhou. In contrast, Jiang Zongyan remained expressionless. He didn't even reach out to take it. Instead, he lowered his head slightly and using Zhou Suisui's hand directly bit the egg away. Warm lips inadvertently brushed against Zhou Suisui's fingertips. She jerked her hand back as if burned, and her ears flushed crimson in an instant. The man's warmth and scent still lingered on her fingertips. It felt like countless tiny ants crawling over her sensitive skin, sending tingles through her nerves. Zhou Suisui clenched his fists in anger. Jiang Zongyan chewed his egg, leisurely glanced up at him, and a flicker of smugness curled at the corner of his mouth. President Zhou, why aren't you eating? Is the breakfast not to your taste? Zhou Suisui was speechless. He abruptly stood up and turned to leave. I'm already full of anger, why eat? Eat. Can't eat him to death. Seeing this, Jiang Zongyan was in an excellent mood, and even finished the worst-tasting milk. After breakfast, it was almost time the meeting was about to start. The group packed up and prepared to head to the conference hall downstairs. At the door, Zhou Suisui glanced back at her brother sulking on the bed, gritted her teeth, and forced herself to leave. Zhou Suisui had been lying on the bed in a huff, waiting for Zhou Suisui to call him. But after waiting and waiting, no one came. He got up and looked around. The room was already empty. His precious little sister had actually left without a word, following that bastard Jiang Zongyan. Zhou Suisui was dumbfounded. He immediately grabbed his jacket and dashed out, catching up with them in a few strides, and forcefully wedged himself between Zhou Suisui and Jiang Zongyan. Brother, what are you doing? Slow down. Sister, stay away from this scumbag, okay? I was wrong, don't ignore me. Zhou Suisui was a cheerful, optimistic boy by nature. Even when no one comforted him, he would find a way to cheer himself up. President Zhou, Miss Zhou, please come in. President Wang had been waiting personally at the entrance of the conference hall. As he saw the three approaching, especially the two men at the front, a flash of deep admiration flickered in his eyes. Two tall, well-built men stood side by side. One wore a black suit, exuding a cold, noble aura of immense presence. The other wore a white shirt, rebellious and flamboyant, with sharp brows and eyes. Both were blessed with extraordinary looks and wealth, and together they were so dazzling that it was impossible to look away, instantly capturing everyone's attention. President Wang swallowed hard, silently praying that nothing would go wrong today. He couldn't afford to offend either of these two fearsome masters. Zhang Liang and Fu Jia were surprised to see Zhou Suisui. President Zhou, what brings you here? Zhou Suisui nodded at them without explanation. Fine. The two found their nameplates and sat down. The Zhou Corporation was a key invited guest at this summit, so both seats were near the front. The seats for Zhou Suisui, Jiang Zongyan, and Zhou Suan were arranged in the front row of the VIP section. Zhou Suan looked down and almost laughed in exasperation. Zhou Suisui's nameplate was placed right next to Jiang Zongyan's. He cast a chilly glance at Wang Mingchuan, who was not far away. President Wang met his gaze with a bitter expression, wanting to cry, but having no tears. He had no idea that President Zhou would suddenly show up. The seating chart had been arranged long ago. Without a word, Zhou San walked over expressionlessly, swapped his nameplate with Zhou Suisui's, then plopped down firmly between. Seeing this, Zhou Suisui shook her head helplessly. Her brother was sharp as a tack when it came to her and Jiang Zongyan's matters. But why did he turn into a blockhead when it came to Su Wan? Childish, Jiang Zongyan said lightly. Their gazes clashed in the air, sparks flying, neither willing to give in. Why don't you two go outside and fight it out? Zhou Suisui watched from the side, feeling more and more eyes on them. Unable to bear it, she gritted her teeth and whispered. Only then did they withdraw their gazes. Zhou Suisui turned around, instantly changing his expression, and said in a coaxing whisper, Sister, you see, he's always bullying your brother. You have to be on my side. Beside him, Jiang Zongyan's forehead twitched. Who was bullying him? And he's tattling. Shameless. Next, please welcome Mr. Jiang Zongyan, president of Jiang Group, to give a wonderful speech. After the host's opening remarks, warm applause erupted. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Zongyan raised his hand to loosen his bow tie, stood up, and walked toward the stage. Lin Zhou couldn't help but smirk. Oh, his boss actually wore a bow tie today. Dressed all secretly. Who was he trying to impress? So hard to guess. Abroad, even for the most important occasions, the boss hated wearing bow ties. Zhou Suisui sat below, listening with fascination. It said that a man at work is at his most handsome, and that couldn't be more true. In work mode, Jiang Zongyan was a completely different person from his usual lazy demeanor. He stood on the stage, his black suit accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His expression was serious, his speech steady, and an overwhelming aura emanated from him, carrying an air of sacred, unassailable restraint. Zhou Suisui watched his sister's unwavering gaze fixed on the stage, his heart seething with jealousy. If he had known this, he would never have let her come on this business trip. Zhou Suisui was completely absorbed when someone poked her arm. She turned to see Zhou Suisui making exaggerated faces and fidgeting with a series of little gestures. Zhou Suisui couldn't take it anymore and hissed under her breath. Can you just stop and listen properly? Zhou Suisui froze as if struck by an acupuncture point. Wah, his sister was annoyed with him. Zhou Suisui gritted his teeth, pretending to be calm as he turned away, but inwardly, he was already screaming like a groundhog. After the meeting, the organizers sent invitations to every participating company announcing an evening networking reception. Zhou Suisui changed to a new room and, exhausted, buried her head in sleep. Zhou Suisui, like a guardian deity, followed Jiang Zongyan everywhere. When Jiang Zongyan went to the restroom, he waited outside. When Jiang Zongyan talked business with someone, he stood by and listened. Wherever Jiang Zongyan went, he followed, never leaving his side. When Zhou Suisui woke up from her nap, the sky had already darkened. After resting, she felt much better. She wondered what her brother and Jiang Zongyan were doing now. She wasn't worried about them fighting. Even if she didn't trust her brother, she trusted Jiang Zongyan. That man was emotionally stable, more than capable of handling her brother. Zhou Suisui changed her clothes and stepped out, only to find Jiang Zongyan leaning against the corridor wall, arms crossed, his long limbs casually arranged, waiting for her. His posture was elegant, his brows and eyes sharp. She looked behind him and asked in confusion, "Yan Gij, where's my brother? Awake now." Jiang Zongyan walked over, about to speak. "Sister looking for me." Zhou Suiyan's clear voice came from the elevator. He strode over quickly, raising his chin proudly. "I saw you were asleep, so I took the opportunity to go with Zhang Liang and Fu Jie to meet Jason." The meeting ended very satisfactorily. Jason was indeed the youngest genius. This trip was worth it. As he spoke, he shoved Jiang Zongyan aside and eagerly pulled out a small cake, offering it to Zhou Suisui. "Suisui, I specially saved this for you. Your favorite strawberry cake." "Thanks, brother." Zhou Suisui's eyes lit up as she took the cake. Suddenly, she remembered something and paused. Then, under her brother's expectant gaze, she turned and held the cake to Jiang Zongyan's lips. "Yan Gij, try this. It's super delicious." Jiang Zongyan gazed at the fluffy, fragrant little cake before him. He had never liked overly sweet food since childhood. The cakes he had eaten could be counted on. Zhou Suisui's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Suddenly, she remembered that she had heard Jiang Ruetian complain that her brother never ate birthday cakes on his birthday and disliked sweets even more. Was she forcing him against his will? Jiang Zongyan had no obligation to play along with her act. The smile in her eyes stiffened, and she awkwardly withdrew her outstretched hand. The moment she moved, her wrist was caught by a dry, warm, large hand. "My." Amid her hesitant gaze, Jiang Zongyan slowly lowered his head and bit into the cake in her hand. He chewed slowly and carefully, as if savoring a rare delicacy. "Indeed sweet." Zhou Suisui immediately curled her lips, and even her, "You eat too." Zhou Suisui was a little foodie by nature. She had already been tempted by the aroma. With hardly any hesitation, she opened her small cherry-red mouth and contained, then swallowed the cake. "You eat too." Zhou Suisui was a little foodie by nature. She had already been tempted by the aroma. With hardly any hesitation, she opened her small cherry-red mouth and contained, then swallowed the cake. Gulp. Jiang Zongyan's Adam's apple rolled involuntarily, his clear eyes deep and dark. The girl's rosy lips were stained with a bit of white cream, yet she was unaware, exuding an unspoken allure. "Your lips." Action preceded reason. He raised his hand, extending his thumb to wipe it for her. Zhou Suisui froze, instinctively pulling her head back. At the same time, her pink little tongue darted out, lightly licking the corner of her mouth, and the white cream was all swept into her mouth. In Jiang Zongyan's dark eyes, ripples stirred like the surface of a frozen lake. Nearby, Zhou Suiyan's handsome face was dark enough to drip water. He gritted his teeth, and the murderous intent in his eyes nearly opened. Watching the two of them take turns eating sweetly, sharing a small cake, his whole body radiated coldness. He had never shared a cake so intimately with his sister in all his life. What gave this guy the right to enjoy it first? "Give it here." "What are you eating?" "This is my cake." Zhou Suisui was about to explode with. He abandoned the dignified and elegant image of the president of Zhou Corporation. He rushed over and snatched the remaining small cake away. Zhou Suisui looked at her empty fingers, her brow slightly furrowed. She glanced at her brother and shook her head. "It's just a small cake, no need to go that far." Zhou Suiyan's heart tightened. Was this still his sweet, obedient, precious? Did she know exactly how to pierce his heart? Jiang Zongyan's eyes were smiling as he reached out and ruffled Zhou Suisui's head, his gaze doting. "It's just a small cake. However many you want, brother, Yin will buy them all for you." Zhou Suisui immediately blinked, nodding happily. "All right, after we return to Tongqing, brother, Yin will buy me lots and lots of small cakes." "Okay, I'll buy you lots and lots of small cakes." Zhou Suisui felt as if a bomb had been stuffed into his chest. Let it all be destroyed. This world is not worth it. The small cake in his hand was squeezed out of shape. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hand to smear the deformed cake onto Jiang Zongyan's infuriating face. Jiang Zongyan was already on guard. He smoothly wrapped an arm around Zhou Suisui's shoulder and turned, avoiding his hand, speaking in a light tone. "Suisui, let's go. I've booked a stylist for you. We'll go to the evening banquet looking beautiful." Zhou Suisui thought Jiang Zongyan was deliberately saying this for her brother's sake. After all, these two were at odds with each other. Her brother wouldn't miss any chance to mock Jiang Zongyan. She assumed Jiang Zongyan felt the same way. However, when Jiang Zongyan drove her to a luxuriously decorated private studio, and she saw a face she had only seen on TV, she was stunned. Brother Yan isn't that. Zhou Suisui gestured excitedly. Empress Fuss exclusive stylist, the one who just won an international award last month. I think his name is Wei Yan. Right, that's the name. She had thought Jiang Zongyan was just going along with her to annoy her brother, but he had actually booked a stylist in advance. This person was the award-winning international stylist of Empress Fu Weiyan. Jiang Zongyan looked at her surprised expression, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Go say hello. Hello. Weiyan saw them and immediately came over. He looked Zhou Suisui up and down, his tone teasing. Oh, our young master Jiang brings a woman to me for styling for the first time. Has the sun risen from the west? Hello. Zhou Suisui's cheeks flushed at his words. Jiang Zongyan had been smiling in tacit agreement, but seeing Zhou Suisui a bit embarrassed, he immediately darkened his expression and cleared his throat. Less chatter, show us your best skills and design a look for her. Wei Yan's gossipy eyes swept back and forth between the two. As far as I know, there's an industry summit in Haishur these 2 days. I suppose you'll be attending the evening banquet later. Quite perceptive. Miss Zhou, please follow me. Let's first pick a suitable dress. Thank you for the trouble. Just then Zhou Suian followed his face. He plopped down on the nearby sofa, staring at them with eyes full of resentment, like a spurned husband. Wei Yan's eyes lit up at the sight of him. President Zhou is here too. TSK tisk, long time no see. President Zhou still as handsome as ever. The styling I did for your magazine cover last time was a huge hit. How about doing one today too? He seemed oblivious to Zhou Suian's dark look and stepped forward with a smile to greet him. No wonder that person had been pining for years, still unable to forget. With a face like that, Zhou, the great young master, was indeed more captivating than male celebrities in the entertainment industry. The aristocratic, elegant, and charming aura of a noble son was perfectly embodied in him. It was a charm that countless male stars dreamed of, and even with deliberate effort, they could only imitate a third of it. Zhou Suian wore a cool expression. He had no mood to dress up now, let alone get a makeover. Just as he was about to refuse Wei, and he looked up and saw Jiang Zongyan all spruced up, which made him even angrier. Do it. Make it look even cooler than last time. All right, I'll make sure President Zhou is satisfied. An hour later, the three of them had finished their styling one after another. Watching the three stand side by side in front of the mirror, even Wei Yan, who was used to seeing handsome men and beautiful women, was stunned. Heavens, what a divine combination of looks. Zhou Suisui wore a light pink dress, her long hair in a gentle bun like a delicate little princess. Jiang Zongyan was in a black custom-made suit, noble and cold, the undisputed prince. Zhou Suian in a white suit was rebellious and flamboyant like a knight guarding the princess. The three of them together were the epitome of a top-tier red carpet lineup, dazzling and impossible to look away from. The only flaw was that the two men's expressions were both cocky, neither willing to concede to the other. Yet it was precisely this spirit of rivalry that made the whole scene lively and vivid. Wei Yan took out his phone and asked excitedly, "Can I take a photo of the three of you and post it on my Weibo?" So amazing, this was definitely another milestone in his lifelong portfolio. Posted on Weibo? Zhou Suisui knew that people in their profession liked to post seemingly decent works on their own Weibo accounts. Now the three of them are the works, in Wei Yan's eyes, right? She had a good impression of Wei, and so she nodded. I have no problem with that. After speaking, Zhou Suan glared at her. With a sour expression, a voice of refusal came. No way. If this photo gets posted, what would happen? What if some media catches wind and makes a story out of my sister and Jiang Zongyan? Wouldn't that backfire? Hearing this, Jiang Zongyan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. President Zhou, can't you take a joke? Oh, I see. Could it be that you're worried about not being as handsome as me and embarrassing yourself? Me not as handsome as you? Zhou Suian, easily provoked, took the bait, instantly glaring at him with a sneer. Ridiculous. Post it if you want. Who's afraid of whom? Wei Yan was delighted and quickly took out his phone, snapping several photos of the three with a click. After the three left, Wei Yan immediately picked the best one and posted it on his Weibo with the caption, "Today's divine beauty, overload the princess and her two." He admired the photo for a while longer, then a sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He opened WeChat and sent the photo out. My queen, what do you think? After all these years, Master Zhou is still as handsome and dashing as ever. Soon the nickname above the chat box showed typing. Then the line disappeared. The other party seemed to be weighing their words. After a while, they sent a bunch of knife and bomb emojis, then directly replied with a voice message. Don't ever mention these brawny, brainless people in front of me again. Wei Yan had long anticipated her reaction and suppressed a mischievous grin. What's wrong with a brain issue? Can't help it if someone likes him. Who likes him? Who likes him? Say it clearly. Oh, getting angry out of embarrassment. If you didn't like him, could you have been secretly watching him for all these years? People would think our queen is a pervert. Besides, if you didn't like him, could you have secretly given birth to his? You're dead. With that, the other party directly blocked him. Don't be mad. Wei Yan looked at the red exclamation mark on the chat box and massaged his temples and, stubborn girl, why does she always block people? Who did she learn that from? After a long while he smiled helplessly. Can't even take a joke, yet she says she's moved on. Meanwhile, Tang City. In a private hospital ward, Su Wan was lying on the hospital bed throwing a tantrum at her agent Wang Zhen. I've sent him dozens of messages apologizing, and he hasn't replied to a single one. What exactly does Zhou Suisui want? Wang Zhen frowned, her tone stern. Can you just calm down? You took it upon yourself to drug him. Isn't that self-inflicted? Oi. Su Wan was unconvinced. How is it my own doing again? I was just trying to get some leverage on him. If Zhou Suisui really stopped paying attention to her, all her previous efforts would be wasted. But then, thinking of something, she became smug. No, that won't happen. He won't ignore me. Zhou Suisui is a fool. Soft-hearted, simple-minded, and stubborn. Most importantly, he believed everything she said. She drugged him and did something so outrageous, yet he would rather risk jumping from the third floor to escape than blame her. Even now, he's just angry and ignoring her with no intention of holding her accountable. She was very confident. In a few days, when his anger subsides, he would come back wagging his tail to coax her. Just then Wang Zhen opened her phone, her face instantly turning extremely ugly. Su Wan asked in confusion, what's wrong? See for yourself. Wang Zhen laughed in anger and handed the phone to her. Do you still think Zhou Suisui can't live without you? How utterly foolish. Wang Zhen was gnashing her teeth in anger. She had reminded Su Wan many times to be nice to Zhou Suisui, but Su Wan always took advantage of his kindness and never took him seriously. Su Wan took the phone and immediately saw the Weibo post Wei and had just made. When she clearly saw the three people in the photo, her face changed instantly. How is Zhou Suisui in Haishur? He was clearly in Tang City early this morning. Haishur is over 2,000 kilometers away. What on earth happened? Why did he rush there so urgently? And Zhou Suisui. She was actually standing there unharmed with him, and beside them a man with a cold, stern face whose gaze could chill anyone to the bone. Isn't that the rumored crown prince of the Jiang family? Weren't they supposed to be archenemies? When did they become so close? Damn. She suddenly thought of something more serious. The two people she sent to deal with Zhou Suisui had given her no reply, and Zhou Suisui had quietly gone to Haishur. Could it have been exposed? A wave of intense unease washed over her. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She dared to provoke Zhou Suisui, but she dared not offend Jiang Zongyan. He was a living demon king. His methods were ruthless, 1,000 times harder to deal with than Zhou Suisui. Wang Zhen continued to sneer. Now you know, panic? Why didn't you listen before? I was wrong. What should I do now? Sister Wang, you can't just leave me to die. Wang Zhen rolled her eyes hard. How would I know? What a mess. Wang Zhen, seeing her like this, stormed out, slamming the door. This has nothing to do with me. Figure it out yourself. Sister Wang. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, don't abandon me. Watching Wang Zhen leave without looking back, Su Wan angrily threw the nearby water cup to the— You all just bully me. Everyone bullies me. Look down on me, do you? I won't let you have your way. Su Wan wiped her tears, bit her lip, picked up her phone, and quickly sent a message. Does the cooperation we discussed earlier still count? Of course. The other party quickly replied. Su Wan's eyes turned fierce as she quickly typed Let's be clear, I not only want to become a best actress, but I also want Zhou Suisui dead and Zhou Suisui dead. Su Wan, you are truly vicious, but I admire your ruthlessness. Happy cooperation. Putting down the phone, the last trace of warmth in Su Wan's eyes disappeared, leaving only vicious scheming. Zhou Suisui, you have only yourself to blame. Who asked you to humiliate me like that day? I just wanted to live a good life. What fault of mine was that? The three of them arrived at the gala together in a car. The event was held on an open lawn by the seaside. The setting sun was slowly sinking into the ocean, dyeing the entire sky a gentle orange pink, while the salty sea breeze carrying the faint fragrance of magnolia brushed past. The lawn was adorned with crystal chandeliers shimmering with flowing light, and a parade of limited edition luxury cars stopped one by one at the entrance. The air was filled with the fragrance of fine clothing and the clinking of glasses as all the influential figures of the tech circle mingled. The moment the trio appeared on the red carpet, the lively scene fell silent for an instant. Then the atmosphere was propelled directly to its peak of excitement. Click, click. The reporters stationed nearby were immensely excited, raising their cameras to capture them. The flashes blazed as brightly as daylight. The crowd erupted in chaos. Oh my God! What kind of celestial combination is this? Did they really not plan this just to steal the show? Who is that girl? She looks a bit familiar. Huh, bro, you don't recognize her. The man chuckled lightly. She's the only daughter of the Zhou family, Zhou Suisui. What? So this is the sister that President Zhou has kept hidden all these years. Miss Zhou never appears in the media, but who knew she would be so breathtakingly? No wonder Zhou Suisui protects her like the apple of his eye. Jiang Zongyan and President Zhou standing together is absolutely stunning. Two heirs of major wealthy families in the same frame, a rare sight. Someone nearby, sensing a gossip opportunity, lowered their voice and said, "Don't you think young Master Jiang and Miss Zhou seem to have a special relationship?" Not far away, the tall and aloof man reached out to adjust the hem of her dress. "Wow, that's so adorable. If the young master doesn't like Miss Zhou, I'll livestream myself eating a camera." Hearing this, someone immediately retorted, "Impossible. Everyone knows the young master and President Zhou are sworn rivals. I was their schoolmates, so I have." Those two have been competing openly and secretly since school days. Back in freshman year, when they were vying for the student council presidency, the young master won by a single vote, and President Zhou tore up the campaign poster and threw it in his face. The young master's face turned green. There are many more such incidents. If the young master actually managed to win over Miss Zhou, President Zhou would probably fight him to the death. The murmurs of the crowd drifted into Fu Jie's ears, drawing his attention. He and Zhang Liang had arrived at the gala early. They needed to continue scouting suitable candidates. After a day, they had only recruited Jason, still far from the target Zhou Suisui had set. Watching Jiang Zongyan stand beside Zhou Suisui, the handsome man and beautiful woman, and the envious glances of those around them, his eyes darkened instantly. "Director Fu, we still have a lot to do. This isn't the time for sentimentality." His colleague had exposed the thoughts in his heart. Fu Jie's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly averted his gaze. No one noticed. Behind the inconspicuous crowd, a man in a floral shirt held a wine glass, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Zhou Suisui, with undisguised admiration in his gaze. He hadn't expected that after 2 years Zhou Suisui would have blossomed into such a delicate beauty, even more alluring than before. His female companion, noticing his gaze, said discontentedly, "Young Master Xiang, why are you staring at that woman? What's so special about her?" Xiang Lingxiao sneered, "You dare compare yourself to the eldest miss of the Zhou family? What kind of worthless chicken are you?" The words were crude and merciless, leaving no room for face. The companion's dignity was trampled, and tears immediately fell. Xiang Lingxiao snorted coldly, pushed her away, and left heartlessly. As soon as Jiang Zongyan and Zhou Suisui appeared, a crowd of business tycoons immediately surrounded them, greeting them warmly. "President Jiang, I have a project I'd like to consult you about. Could we have a word?" Jiang Zongyan was enthusiastically encircled, and he noticed someone about to bump into Zhou Suisui. His expression darkened, and he subtly grasped Zhou Suisui's wrist, pulling her close to him. He leaned down slightly, his warm breath brushing her ear as he whispered, "Stay close to me, don't wander off. It's crowded." The people around them took note of the scene, exchanging knowing glances. While the young Master Jiang and Miss Zhou, a perfect match in social status and appearance. This is so easy to ship. Meanwhile, Zhou Suisui exchanged pleasantries with President Zhao of Xingyuan Group. When he turned around, his sister was nowhere to be seen. His heart skipped a beat, and he anxiously searched the crowd. Soon, through the throng of people, he spotted Zhou Suisui following closely behind Jiang Zongyan like a little tail. Zhou Suisui gritted his teeth in fury. This little traitor, ungrateful wretch. Whose side is she on? He was about to dash over and drag her back, but as he took a few steps forward, he happened to lock eyes with Wang Mingchuan, President Wang, not far away. Wang Mingchuan panicked and tried to dodge, but they had already met face to face with nowhere to hide. He had no choice but to brace himself, plastering a fawning smile. "President Zhou, enjoying the evening?" Zhou Suisui raised an eyebrow and replied with a forced smile, "Enjoying? Of course I'm enjoying. President Wang, you've put on quite a lavish summit this time. Must have cost a lot, right? How's the sponsorship coming along? Did the Jiang family cover most of it? If not for the generous funding from the Jiang family, would he be so eager to curry favor with Jiang Zongyan?" "No. No such thing." Wang Mingchuan quickly waved his hands, but couldn't help muttering to himself, even if he wanted to secure sponsorship from the Jiang family, that would be for next year. He hurriedly changed the subject, smiling ingratiatingly, "The biggest sponsor for this summit is still Zhou Corporation, thanks to your support, President Zhou." Hearing this, Zhou Suisui smiled even more sardonically. "Oh, then I'm sorry, but next year's sponsorship from Zhou Corporation is off." "What?" Wang Mingchuan's face turned pale as a sheet, and he almost burst into tears. "No, President Zhou. Please. I was wrong. The room issue was my negligence. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. If you want my forgiveness, it's simple." Zhou Suisui pointed to a solid wooden table not far away and said slowly, "Since President Wang enjoys arranging things for others so much, why don't you carry that table around the gala once, and we'll call it even." This. Just then Jiang Zongyan walked over with Zhou Suisui. Wang Mingchuan, as if seeing a savior, immediately looked at Jiang Zongyan with a pleading expression. Zhou Suisui pointed to a solid wooden table not far away and said slowly, "Since President Wang enjoys arranging things for others so much, why don't you carry that table around the Appease President Zhou, and next year's Jiang Corporation sponsorship will be doubled. Wang Mingchuan's eyes lit up when he saw the message, and the worry on his face vanished instantly. He immediately thumped his chest and grinned from ear to ear. No problem, no problem. Wait for me, President Zhou. I'll do it right away. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and grunted as he went to lift the solid wooden table. Seeing this, his subordinate rushed over to help. President Wang, let me do it. No, no, no. Wang Mingchuan quickly waved him off, beaming, every step I carry. You stay aside. What? The subordinate stood there dumbfounded, watching his boss carry the table and cheerfully walk. Had his boss gone mad with greed?